I may not be a quantum physicist or anything like that, but I still would like to present to you a theory that I've cooked up here. One that I'm nowhere near qualified enough to speak on with good authority, but one I'm going to present with confidence anyway. I'm going to punch above my weight class to deliver an important truth about our universe that will open your third eye, and trust me, this is going to be a shocking revelation. I believe at some point along our developmental path, we have overlapped with a parallel universe. I will dub our original timeline the Berenstein Bears timeline because that's what the books were known as when I was a child. And at some point along our history, our timeline collided with the Berenstain timeline, and the two performed a bit of a fusion dance, an unholy matrimony, and merged together, forming this amalgamation of nightmares we now live in, our new cursed timeline. And one of the effects of the timeline isn't just Berenstein Bears being changed to Berenstain, it's also, seemingly, the fixation every successful company has on self-destruction. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but some of the most successful companies in the world are making the absolute dumbest decisions. It's as if when the timelines collided, all of the leaders of these companies got banished to the doofus dimension and got replaced by an entire fucking circus. All of these clowns now in charge, bozo, are doing the dumbest things ever, sinking their companies. And the most recent example is Ubisoft. Ubisoft just proudly announced that they are actually willing to shut down inactive Ubisoft accounts, which means deleting all of the games you paid for, getting rid of your access to those games. Now, before going into this story in particular, I'll go ahead and preface this by saying this isn't necessarily new, that's not groundbreaking. Steam, for example. If you get banned on Steam, like if you get your Steam account taken away, you lose your games. Basically, when you're buying a digital good on Steam, you're kind of just paying for, like, the receipt saying that you can play it. Like, you're paying for an admission ticket, but you can always get kicked out. You don't own anything, which is why physical media is still a very important thing. But before I really dive in here, I want to thank today's sponsor.
Holy shit, are you playing Watcher of Realms?
I am.
Well, tell me about it. I've heard about it.
Watcher of Realms is a next-gen fantasy RPG where you explore the mysterious continent of Taya and collect over 100 heroes. Watcher of Realms isn't like other games you're used to. There's skill casting, character synergy, hero matching, and more, which adds a very nice layer of skill and strategy to it. You collect gear, artifacts, and skill dust to upgrade your heroes to give you an edge in battle. You can also team up with your guild partners to challenge the epic dragon and rush to the top of rankings. Watcher of Realms looks beautiful. It's 3D models for each hero with custom animations, and of course it comes with fantastic soundtrack as well.
There's over 30 races, like humans, elves, demons. There's 6 unique classes you can play, 8 factions, and you can enjoy just the rich storylines of the continent of Taya. You deploy your heroes, use your skills at the right time, and kind of, use that to get an edge in battle.
There's even an event going on right now for the launch of the game where you can join the Game Theorists and Jay Schlatt's team in order to compete for rewards using the link below. So thanks again for Watcher of Realms for sponsoring today's video. Make sure to use the link or scan the QR code on screen to check out the game today. So let's dive in. It all started with this Twitter post here saying, Ubisoft closes your account if you haven't logged in for some time. You will lose all your games purchased forever. And then it shows a screenshot of the email they had received saying that they're temporarily suspending the inactive Ubisoft account and will be permanently closing it in 30 days in accordance to their terms. But if you wish to keep this account, then you've got to click on the link that's in the email below. Now, when I first saw this, I thought it was maybe a bit of baloney here. I didn't know if it was legitimate or maybe this was like some kind of isolated incident or some kind of like fringe outlier where the account must have done something, had violations or something, and now it's been collecting dust. I just thought there was extenuating circumstances. Because, like, with Steam, you're usually not just getting banned willy-nilly. No one's losing their Steam account for not logging in for, like, a long period of time, I don't think. At least not that I know of. So this was certainly a first, and it was an eye-opener. Because Ubisoft did confirm this. They went into the replies and said this. Hey there. No exclamation point. You make me sick, Ubisoft support. At least show some excitement here. Get some enthusiasm behind the statement. Hey there with just a period? How monotone. I can feel that you don't even want to be in the replies. We just wanted to chime in that you can avoid the account closure by logging into your account within the 30 days since receiving the email pictured and selecting the cancel account closure link contained in the email. We certainly do not want you to lose access to your games or account, so if you have any difficulties logging in, then please create a support case with us, and then linking ubisoft.com/help. So they do confirm that this is a real policy, and if you don't click that cancel account closure link, you're losing your account and you're losing all the games that you have paid for. No negotiation. Ubisoft is shutting the doors and they're taking your toys, and that's pretty hard. Like that's kind of aggressive, I would say. So I did a little bit more digging here, and according to this article that I was reading, they do make this policy pretty clear, though it's one that I was unfamiliar with, and I'm guessing a lot of other people were unfamiliar with as well. This article comes from Windows Central and says that on their website, they detail the policy against inactive accounts. Please be reassured that Ubisoft does not automatically close inactive accounts. As part of our terms of use, in rare instances, we may immediately close inactive accounts to comply with local data protection legislation. This is only if we have strong reasons to believe that the account in question will remain unused. I don't know how they would have reasons to believe that an account will be unused unless they have like a death certificate of the person who owned the account. Like, you'd never be able to say with a high level of certainty who's never coming back, right? Like, how would they have access to that kind of information? But regardless, they go on saying that they may also close long-term inactive accounts to maintain their database. You'll be notified by email if we begin the process of closing your inactive account. And if your account was flagged as inactive and you would like to keep using it, you can cancel the closure of your Ubisoft account and then find the link for the cancellation in the Ubisoft email. And then there's some more mumbo jumbo about checking your spam folder just in case and this and that. But it does confirm that they will delete inactive accounts from time to time, and that does mean losing all of the games that you paid for. I still don't really understand the reason for it. It doesn't make much sense to me. The only time this ever makes any sense to me is in the case of cheaters. If someone's cheating in an online game, obviously banning them makes sense. Yes, they may have paid for the product, but that doesn't mean that they get to go in there and cheat in the game. And they should be banned for it, which does restrict access to the game they paid for. But it's their fault. They fucked themselves. They broke the rules. Whereas here, no one's breaking any rules. They're just not active on Ubisoft. For good reason. Uplay's a fucking laughable joke of a service, so maybe there's just nothing that's bringing them back and they haven't been back for a while. Why should they lose access to all of the games they fucking paid for? When it comes to like a single player game, or really any game aside from cheating in multiplayer games, when you pay for it, you own it forever and should always have access to it because you bought it. But that's just not the way things really work when it comes to digital goods. And there's always just kind of been like this handshake agreement that, you know, you bought this on our service, so you do have it, you can play it whenever you want. Until we tell you you can't. And here they're saying you can't based on some arbitrary distinction of you've been gone too long. You're too inactive, so we're deleting you. Which I think is really fucking dumb. That should be illegal to do that, if you ask me. And let me explain why I think this is a horrible decision from Ubisoft. Why I think this is a particularly detrimental financial move for Ubisoft and other companies that follow suit is because it incentivizes people to not buy the official product. It encourages piracy. And not just this, but also the overly aggressive DRM a lot of games implement that actually makes the games play worse is begging people to pirate the game instead because they get a more functional version of the game and they actually get to own it. When you pirate a game, you own the game. That can't be taken away from you. Whereas if you buy the official game, if you just don't log into your Ubisoft account enough, you might just lose what you paid for. They might just deem you gone too long. You know, you went to the store to get milk and didn't come back in time, so now all of the games you bought from Ubisoft, you can't access anymore. The shit you paid for, you can't play. I don't know how companies that have been around as long as Ubisoft has, or been as successful as Ubisoft has, are all of a sudden just missing the most basic concepts here. The water in their facility must be contaminated with a stupid juice infestation. I don't get it. Because the number one thing to combat piracy is a better service. It's not more DRM. It's not making things more difficult. It's making things easier, more convenient, faster, and better. You get a better product when you buy the official one. You get it quicker, you get it easier, less headache. It's just a better service. That's what beats piracy. But for some reason, companies like Ubisoft are going in the opposite direction where they're making a worse product and worse service for anyone that's trying to legitimately buy it and engage with the official products, thus pushing people to piracy. It's something that everyone has mentioned like 1,000 times over the last few years. It's not just like a hot take from me or like a galaxy brain observation from me. This is basic shit that a company like Ubisoft should be able to recognize. It's just dumb. Like, it's a silly policy to have. There's no way that it like somehow makes them money or saves them money or even like really frees up space or bandwidth for them or anything. It is just nonsensical. It's just dumb. It's just fucking silly. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this because this is just another example of another very successful company making the stupidest decisions for really no reason and no benefit. That's about it. See ya. Hi there. I'm about to go on a passionate, joyful rant, so please ensure that your seatbelt is buckled, because I'm about to torpedo my opinions at you like the logs out of Final Destination 1. I am so beyond disgusted and tired of modern greedy video game pricing, and the biggest proponent behind this criminal level of greed is Ubisoft. I've said for the last 3 or so years that nothing makes me lose faith in an upcoming game quicker than seeing a Ubisoft original appear in the trailer. If I was a member of their evil syndicate think tank, my number one suggestion to the board of directors would be hide Ubisoft as much as possible from the credits of these games so people don't know that they're behind these productions. Bury it somewhere so that way people have to go looking to unearth the truth, because no one likes Ubisoft. I'd have more optimism about an upcoming game if it said it was a Bernie Madoff masterpiece. Like, I'd trust anyone more than Ubisoft. I think they have produced almost exclusively stinkers over the last 5, 6, maybe even 7 years. Aside from, of course, Rainbow Six Siege, which I think is just an accidental hit for them. And it's an older game, it's a 9-year-old game, and I think the reason that it continues to do well is because Ubisoft forgets that they're involved with it, so they let it do its own thing. But anything Ubisoft gets its grubby little mitts in just is a disaster. Anyone remember the Avatar Legends of Pandora that came out less than a year ago? Didn't think so. And in fact, I bet you didn't even register that I got the name wrong. I double checked. It came out 6 months ago and it's actually called Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. But I imagine some of you watching this did play it and totally forgot about its existence, just like Men in Black Neuralizered out of your mind, but because it was so boring that your brain did its best to defend you from the tedium. It is just a fucking snooze fest that I guarantee you sleptwalk through. Just like mindlessly wandering around in this fugue state of this Ubisoft open world formula that they run into the ground. It's just fucking pitiful productions that they've been behind for the last 5 or 7 years. But before I get too deep into this Ubisoft hate wagon that I'm just vomiting out here, I do want to passionately be excited about something. The Gamer Supps waifu cup with me on it, baby. The most beautiful cup you've ever seen in your life. Look at this goblet. That's me. Yeah, it's available right now at gamersupps.gg. I'll put a link to it in the description. Go ahead and pick that up right now. But the point is, Ubisoft, I don't think has made good games in a while, and I include Assassin's Creed in this. I haven't enjoyed Assassin's Creed in so long. The last good one, and this isn't a controversial opinion, was Black Flag. And I didn't enjoy Black Flag as much as everyone else, but I can recognize that it was probably the last good Assassin's Creed game. And I play all of them. I try them all. Except I only lasted 4 hours in Mirage because it was such a fucking snooze fest. And Valhalla, I think, is the only time I've ever fallen asleep on stream. They're just boring games. And this is all a long-winded precursor to what I want to talk about today, which is the newest Assassin's Creed game, Shadows, which of course Ubisoft is behind. Now there's a lot of controversy around this, a ton of drama because of the main character here, or one of the main characters. I don't give a fuck about it. I'm just going to tell you right now up top, I'm going to rip the band-aid off. I don't care. I legitimately could not care less about the historical accuracy of the Assassin's Creed franchise. That means about as much to me as the tiny hairs around my asshole. It is truly worthless to me. I wouldn't care if you played as Dabi the House Elf in the new Feudal Japan Assassin's Creed game. Doesn't matter as long as it's a good game, which I don't think that will be because I have no faith in Ubisoft and even less faith in Assassin's Creed. But what I do care about greatly is the pricing that Ubisoft is spearheading here. They just did this for Star Wars Outlaws with the $100 plus versions, and now they're doing it again for Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I am so fucking tired of it. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. These are your pricing options for the different editions of Assassin's Creed Shadows. So, for the standard edition, it's $70, but you have to pre-order it if you want access to a pre-order exclusive mission. The mission's called Thrown to the Dogs, and the only way you get access to this, it seems, is if you've pre-ordered the game, which they haven't even shown any motherfucking gameplay for yet. I think that is the biggest load of barnacles ever. You're just pre-ordering based off of a cinematic trailer alone. It's a terrible, shameful thing to ask of the consumer, but that's Ubisoft in a nutshell. They're completely shameless. Moving on to the Gold Edition, you get the pre-order bonus plus a Season Pass and 3-day early access. Season Pass in a single-player game is probably one of the most embarrassing things ever that's become commonplace. If I was the goober at Ubisoft that came up with the idea of single-player Season Passes, I would never share that information with anybody ever. You wouldn't be able to torture that out of me at Guantanamo Bay. Batman couldn't beat that shit out of me. That is so fucking embarrassing. And in this case, it's especially egregious because the Season Pass for the Gold Edition includes a mission, so it's just paywalling even more content of the game behind the Season Pass and the higher price tag. And let's talk about that 3-day early access real quick, because I've seen a lot of discussion around it, and they're making great points about it. For 110 clams, you're not paying to play the game 3 days early. You're paying to play it on time. If you pay $70, you're playing the game 3 days late. So it's not early access. For 110 bones, you play the game when it comes out, and unless you fork over the additional 40, you play the game 3 days late. That's how it works. That is extraordinarily anti-consumer. Like, increasing the amount of money just to play the game when it fucking releases is absurd. And then we move on to the Ultimate Edition. For $130, you get pay-to-win elements in a single-player game. 5 skill points and then like a bunch of cosmetics. I'm gonna get a little mean here with some tough love. If you have to pay an additional $60 just for a little bonus pay-to-win in your single-player game, I think you need to take a hard look in the mirror and just recognize that maybe gaming's just not for you. Like, if that's the only way you'll enjoy the game is being able to, like, pay to win through a single-player game, I think maybe, take up a different kind of hobby. I feel like such a fucking Redditor gatekeeping gaming, but that is so unbelievably silly to pay an additional $60 for 5 skill points and then a couple of cosmetics. Like, I'm sure the cosmetics will look cool, but they're not worth almost paying the exact same price as the game itself just to get some cosmetics for it. That is a crazy thing to ask of people. Then, of course, there's the final option here, which is getting the Ultimate Edition through Ubisoft Plus, which is their own cringe subscription service for $18 a month. Because every single fucking thing on the planet has a subscription service now behind it. I bet there's going to be a subscription service for Mr. Bean. Like Mr. Bean Extra On-Demand Turbo Arcade. Even though there's only 15 episodes of Mr. Bean that have ever aired and they're all freely accessible on YouTube right now. But I bet they'll probably come out with some kind of Mr. Bean subscription in the next few years. That's just the number one trend that every tech company follows now. And Ubisoft is, of course, no stranger to that. So they have Ubisoft Plus, which hopefully they have less than double digits of users signed up to that, because I don't know who in their right mind would sign up for Ubisoft Plus. But anyway, that's the other option of getting the Ultimate Edition. I hate the direction Ubisoft is trying to push AAA gaming. I hate this pricing scheme. I think it's terrible. It was bad when they did it with Star Wars Outlaws. It's bad that they're doing it with Assassin's Creed Shadows. And I'm really hoping that it flops extraordinarily hard so that way more AAA companies don't try and emulate it. Because I have no doubt there's a lot of companies paying close attention to what Ubisoft's doing here. And if it's successful, they'll probably employ similar tactics. And that would just be bad for everybody. So I wanted to vent about this a little bit. I think it super sucks. I hate where Ubisoft is trying to take the industry. So yeah, I kind of wanted to just rant about this a little bit and get it all out of my system. I'm still going to try Assassin's Creed Shadows because I still give every single game that comes out a try for the most part to see if maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised and proven wrong. So far, the safest bet I'll ever be able to make is that the newest Assassin's Creed game is going to be boring. That's been proven true time and time and time and time and time again for me personally, but maybe Shadows is the one to break that streak. And if it does, great, but it's still not going to change the way I feel about how Ubisoft is monetizing it. I think it is horrible for the industry overall. Even if the game comes out and it's great, I still can't stand what Ubisoft has done with their monetization of these games. I think it is fucking atrocious. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Good afternoon, my fellow gamers. As all of you know, I am one of you. I am an avid enjoyer of gaming. It's been a huge part of my life for my entire life. It's in my veins, it's in my blood, it's embedded deep in my DNA. My body isn't powered by a heart, it's powered by another graphics card. It's a 4090 in here that's keeping this flesh mech suit online. I'm like Tony Stark, but nerdier. Anyway, I feel as though I'm the only one qualified to give you the State of Gaming address for 2024. Now, I've seen a lot of groaning and moaning, a lot of whining and complaining, a bunch of hoo-wee and hoo-ha and yee-haw about gaming industry is dying. It's this festering wound. It needs a huge change, this and that. And while I agree with some of the sentiment, I actually think there are signs that the industry is going in a better direction overall. And I'll explain what I mean, but I want to start with something obvious. A lot of the $70 games we've been getting recently are just terrible. Not even worth playing, definitely not worth paying $70 for, such as Suicide Squad, and most recently, the first quadruple A game, according to Ubisoft, Skull and Bones. Suicide Squad has flopped, its player count has plummeted to under 1,000 players on Steam, and this is a live service game. This isn't just one of those like single player games where you expect a massive drop off. This is one of those things that's supposed to live on for a long time that gets people hooked like heroin. But the only thing that got them hooked on was the idea of better games, because that shit is miserable. So that game has been largely a failure, and now Skull and Bones seems to be following suit, which is Ubisoft's latest super stinker, which is a ship combat game without boarding. So it takes out the most fun part about being a pirate, the boarding, and reduces it to just being a cutscene. Quadruple A my ass. Unless all of those A's stand for different adjectives for how bad it is. Abominable, awful, abysmal, asinine. Like, it's so stupid to me how this game is out there right now in its beta or whatever for $70 when it doesn't even have boarding. Fucking Assassin's Creed Black Flag a decade ago has better ship combat and a lot more fun experience of being a pirate. It's crazy. I will not be playing Skull and Bones. I want to make it clear. I've only watched the streamers play it as well as the reviews on it, and I think it is in an inexcusably bad state. This is just blatant garbage that's being put out here for a quick payday and a big infusion of cash. I don't foresee them ever actually making this game good. I'll go ahead and put it on record here. We can check back in on this in 2 years if Skull and Bones happens to be the next biggest game on the planet. That's amazing. But I just don't see that happening, especially not with Ubisoft at the helm. It looks so painfully mediocre at best. The best compliment I've seen anyone give Skull and Bones is that it's mediocre. Can you imagine that? Paying $70 for mediocrity and doing it with a smile on your face? Because I can't. And you shouldn't accept it either. And this is where I get into the positive news. Where a lot of these games have increased their price and decreased their quality, the gap in the market has only widened for people hungry for actually good games. And that gap has been filled by smaller studios making smaller games. So like the $40 price tag games, for example. Those have been dominating 2024. Pal World breaking all of the records, basically. And now, most recently, Helldivers 2 having this amazing blow up. Over 400,000 concurrent players right now for Helldivers 2, and it's only growing by the day. And Helldivers 2 is an amazing game. It's full of passion and fun. I think it's one of the best co-op experiences I've had since Lethal Company. And speaking of Lethal Company, that's another example to what I'm saying. Last year we saw Lethal Company come out and absolutely spank the cheeks of the gaming industry. Had it bent over their knee, disciplining them, showing them how it can be done if you just make a fun game. It's a cheap game made by a single developer, and it took the whole industry by storm for a while, and it's still popular to this day. So we're seeing these games pop up that aren't blockbusters by any means. They're not $100 million production, fucking 10 years in development hell. You know, these are games made by smaller teams that just deliver unique and fun experiences. And it shows how hungry gamers are for that kind of product. I've said for a while, the future of gaming is not in more AAA titles that get more and more expensive to produce and spend more and more time in development. It's these games, these like AA games coming out that are cheaper, a lower price point, and still offering many hours worth of fun to players. And we're seeing that right now, and you're seeing how they're being rewarded with this level of success. And I think that is a great sign for things to come. I'm hoping this will start to push developers away from just pumping out this formulaic by the numbers generic garbage like Suicide Squad, trying to capitalize off buzzword genres like live service nonsense, even though there's nothing in there that makes the game actually worth playing. Or most recently with Ubisoft just putting out the most bare bones pirate game ever, just to try and capitalize off that as well. I'm hoping companies will start to pay more attention to the success of these $40 games, these smaller games, and shift to that direction. Instead of spending 5 years developing a pile of mediocre garbage, why not spend a year or so developing something that's much smaller in scale, but tries to do something different that is just a fun game for maybe like 10, 15 hours even. You don't need a game that's going to keep a player hooked for like 80 hours plus by just delivering more escort missions like Suicide Squad aims to do. You can be satisfied by delivering like a $20 to $40 game that gives a player 15 hours worth of fun and they're done with it by the end. That's totally fine. You get your money's worth, and that makes me excited. Now, granted, the 3 examples I've given of these massive games that are smaller teams, smaller price, Pal World, Helldivers 2, Lethal Company, those games have tons and tons and tons of hours worth of content in them for you to enjoy. But I still think there's nothing wrong if the industry shifts to making smaller games that are only like 15 hours worth of entertainment, as long as it's a really unique experience and it's fun to play. I think you will get your money's worth, and the price point being at that 20 to 40 range. Like the $70 price tag should be reserved for the really meaningful titles, like a GTA 6 style thing. Obviously, that's the most extreme example. But when you see a $70 price tag for something, you're expecting the highest level of quality. But right now, when you see $70 or $60, it's you could be getting the worst game of the year. Fucking Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash is a $60 game right now, and that game is unforgivably awful. And I think it's good news that these AAA developers are not being rewarded for it. Like, again, Suicide Squad flopping, Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash, the most refunded game in history, I believe, according to one of the articles I read, which makes sense because anyone that bought that game actually got scammed. Actually, just completely full-blown blatant scam, so it makes sense everyone would be refunding it. Like, and Skull and Bones looking like it's going to be a flop. All of these big budget productions that are being sold for $60 to $70 are not really turning a big profit for these companies. So I feel like they're going to start to pay a lot more attention to the smaller budget titles and the titles that they can actually do more with, because you won't need to invest years upon years of development time to it. You instead just need to invest into a good idea and a passionate team that can deliver something fun for a reasonable price. Like, it's that simple. And we're seeing this proven time and time again now, more often now than ever. So I actually like the direction the gaming industry is going right now, because we're rewarding some of the more unique titles, the more fun titles like the Helldivers. Like, it's nice to see that. Recently, the most popular games haven't been dominated by AAA blockbusters just bullying indie titles or anything. It's actually been the smaller studios, the smaller, cheaper games that are annihilating the big boys on the block. And I just think that's great. So I'm excited to see if this trend continues throughout 2024. It's still very early. We haven't seen the biggest heavy hitters of 2024 come out yet. So I guess that remains to be seen how exactly it's all going to shape up. But I wanted to talk about it a little bit because it put a smile on my face seeing the success of Helldivers today. Helldivers was really like the catalyst that made me want to talk about it, because I really love everything they've done with that game. And I love to see a game like that being rewarded in the way that it is. And I hope we see more things like it throughout the year, and just generally in the future of gaming. I really hope we can start getting away from all of these massive $100 million games that just are soulless, just cash grabs, and we get back to having more AA titles out there. I remember in the Xbox 360 era, early in the 360's lifespan, there were so many games coming out from so many different studios that just had all kinds of creative ideas that they were just throwing shit at the wall to see what stuck. And sometimes you had some hidden gems, some bangers. But nowadays, in the mainstream gaming space, these giant players only invest heavily into like 1 or 2 projects and put all of their eggs in that basket. And most of the time, it's not turning a profit anymore, because the games just aren't really hitting. Like, some of them are, of course, obviously. But there's been so many flops recently that you just keep hearing about. It's not sustainable. You can't have every game take 6 years in development and cost 9 figures to develop. It's not going to work long term. So I really think the future is back into that $20 to $40 price range on games, smaller in scale, smaller in scope and development time, and you produce some interesting shit. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's kind of where I think everything is in the gaming industry right now, and I'm pretty optimistic for the future of it. That's really about it. So yeah. With the amount of tomatoes I've thrown at Ubisoft over the last couple of years, I could run Heinz out of business. It is incredibly easy to hate this company, and they make it clear that they deserve it. They are not shy about telling you how much they hate you. They have become infamous for the "you will own nothing and be happy" mentality. They have even point blank said that gamers need to be comfortable not owning their games. This is a company that every step of the way chooses all of the wrong options during the QuickTime events. They are not even accidentally saying things that anyone could appreciate, even the most diehard Ubisoft Formula fans, if such a creature even exists at this point. They can't even unintentionally say something agreeable. Even as their stock price plummets, fucking death spirals, they somehow dig deeper. This is the equivalent to the captain of a sinking ship turning on all the sink faucets to try and fill it up with even more water as much as possible. I cannot understand it. Today, they've gone on quite the spree here, an entire montage of bad takes from Ubisoft, and I have to make fun of them again. I actually have to. Keep in mind, this company is so misguided. They released multiple NFT games only a year ago. And NFTs are dead and buried, and somehow Ubisoft is still pooping those puppies out. It's crazy how out of touch Ubisoft is. In order to prove that the stupid juice is still flowing deeply at Ubisoft headquarters to this day, let's go ahead and show you their most recent annual financial report where they talk about their microtransactions and how microtransactions are actually a good thing because it allows their players to experience more fun. Very reminiscent of that time EA defended Battlefront controversial decisions by claiming that it was intended to give players a sense of pride and accomplishment. You can catch a slight whiff of that aroma here in the Ubisoft financial report with that statement. And I also can't help but giggle at the first line in their financial report where they try and claim that they're an industry leader in this sector. What a load of fucking barnacles. Get a load of this guy. Maybe at one point in time they were, but these days they are just a public spittoon for people to walk by and hawk loogies on. They are a sad shell of their former self. But this is all public. You can all read it yourself if you want to put your peepers on it. Down here is where you can find this statement: the adoption of monetization and engagement policies that respect the player experience and are sustainable in the long term. At Ubisoft, the golden rule when developing premium games is to allow players to enjoy the game in full without having to spend more. Our monetization offer within premium games makes the player experience more fun by allowing them to personalize their avatars or progress more quickly. However, this is optional. How delusional can you be? It's not even like a good lie. The motivator for these microtransactions that they are ham-fisting into every single game of theirs for the last decade is solely driven by wanting to hose the consumer for more money beyond the initial purchase of the game. Trying to squeeze some more coins out of the piggy banks of the players, hoping that some of the whales will pay to maybe speed progress up like they mention. And while yes, it is optional, there is a little something called pay to win, and it is a very real thing. It's not some make-believe boogeyman. But even in cases where you're offering microtransactions in single-player games, which Ubisoft loves to do, that's not exactly something worth celebrating, because now you're devoting resources into trying to find ways to get more money out of this single-player game, when those resources could have been devoted to just making the game better in the first place, something that Ubisoft seems very against. Their games fall into the same formula and have been for so long now that people are beyond tired of it, and instead of trying to find ways to breathe new life into their titles, they instead try and find new ways of monetizing them through these microtransactions and shit. It's so tone-deaf as well, and it shows very clearly that they don't even see player feedback, because every single Ubisoft game that comes out that is riddled, infected with microtransactions, like every Assassin's Creed now, you find collective sighs from even the most loyal supporters of the franchise. People aren't happy with it. And here they are just completely ignoring it and trying to spin it as a positive thing. Like, oh, it's always optional. Like, it actually like goes over really well because, I mean, it's personalized fun, right? Who wouldn't want to pay for that? Am I right? But another thing that also came out here is Ubisoft's thoughts on the real reason Star Wars Outlaws flopped. They are blaming disinterest in the franchise, which, when it was reported that Outlaws was stumbling and not performing all that well, that was cope they used back then as well, like some whispers of it being like, oh, the IP is just not as strong as it once was. Now they're just coming out here with their whole chest saying, no, the reason Outlaws didn't do well is just because no one cares about Star Wars anymore, which is fucking crazy. They are just refusing to take the L and come to terms with the fact that the reason Outlaws didn't do well is it's just not a good game. And it doesn't even have the decency of being like a laughably horrible game where it could be like entertaining in how shitty it is. It is just so boring. It is like the most safe, by-the-numbers, bland, sterile, Ubisoft, Ubislop game. It is the same generic, open-world Ubisoft experience that we have seen 1,000 times before, and clearly people are tired of. The only difference with this one is it had a Star Wars skin on it. And also some of the worst stealth you'll find. But outside of the worst stealth you'll find, everything else was just serviceable. And it didn't even try to do anything well. It was just content being mid. And Ubisoft has, for some reason, really struggled with accepting the fact that mid just doesn't really cut it anymore. People don't want more Ubisoft open world games. It's been done a billion times the exact same way every time. It's tired and it's played out, and the sales show that with Star Wars Outlaws. It has nothing to do with the weakening of the IP, which is a real thing. Since going to Disney, it hasn't been as strong. A lot of the Disney shows have been super stinkers, but I think there is more evidence to the contrary that there is a hunger for good Star Wars, as demonstrated by Andor. I can't glaze Andor enough. I think that show is a masterpiece, and I think the reception and the absolute booming success of it speaks for that. People want good Star Wars. They're just not getting it often. Very rarely with something like Andor coming out. Star Wars Outlaws falls into the really uninteresting bucket of Star Wars that people just don't want to play with anymore. They don't want to touch, they don't want to indulge with. But there is still very much a lot of people wanting good Star Wars. It has nothing to do with the IP, with why Star Wars Outlaws flopped. But Goober is still trying to write it off as one of the contributing factors that the game suffered from a number of items. First, it suffered from the fact it was released at a time when the brand that it belonged to, was in a bit of choppy water, and then he acknowledges some technical problems, such as things missing polish, but they were polished and debugged early enough, but it had an effect. Which, again, like, yeah, there were some technical issues, but that is not the main reason that it failed, nor is it the strength of the IP during your release window here. You made basically the exact same copy and paste Ubisoft open world game again. No one wants it. Just accept it and do something different. The final little nugget from Ubisoft today is in regards to them loosely addressing Stop Killing Games, or more so, what they believe Stop Killing Games is about. And it's not the best response, but it's also being misrepresented by some publications with what he was actually saying. So apparently, Ubisoft CEO Goober was asked to respond to the movement at a recent shareholders meeting and said, regarding the petition, we operate in a market, and whenever we release a game, we provide a lot of support for that game. We also provide a lot of services to make sure that the game is accessible and remains playable 24/7. Wow, what saints. How unique. These heroes make sure a game is accessible 24/7, huh? That's never been done before. Holy shit. Crazy concept. Whoa. You mean even on weekends you can play your games? It's so stupid. Ubisoft does the absolute bare fucking minimum. Anyway, though, moving on. Goober says that the company provides information regarding the game and how long the game can be played, though he doesn't go into specifics about how those notices work. The crew, this is speaking in particular about the crew, did have a badge on its front box noting online connection required. You should have known better. You weren't actually buying anything. You were paying to rent. We were giving you a permission slip to play our game for however long we deemed worthy. And the notice in the fine print on the back that Ubisoft may cancel access to one or more specific online features upon a 30-day prior notice. Jumping a bit forward, he says, but this kind of issue is not specific to Ubisoft.
All video game publishers are faced with that issue. You provide a service, but nothing is written in stone, and at some point the service may be discontinued. Nothing is eternal. And we are doing our best to make sure that things go well for all players and buyers, because obviously support for all games cannot last forever. The article then notes that this is not what Stop Killing Games is trying to do, trying to get perpetual support for the rest of fucking the galactic existence of these games or whatever. That is, again, not at all what it's looking for. Anyway, though, he goes on to say, the lifespan of a piece of software, whenever there's a service component, eventually services may be discontinued, but eventually the software may become obsolete over time. A lot of tools become obsolete 10, 15 years down the line. They're no longer available, and that is why we release a new version. And so we have version 2 and then version 3, but clearly this is a far-reaching issue, and we're working on it. Now, maybe I'm being too charitable in my interpretation here, but from this statement from him, it sounds more like he is identifying that this issue of games ceasing to exist once the development cycle has concluded is an issue that is not exclusive to just Ubisoft, and currently what Ubisoft does is just pull the plug and give players a notice of the impending doom. And he also makes a mention that games can't be supported by the developers forever, and then goes on to talk about how other tools also become obsolete and don't exist forever. It sounds more to me like he's just making a general statement about it, which he's right. The development on a game can't support it forever, which is why it's not what Stop Killing Games is asking for. It is asking for end-of-life plans, so that way when the development cycle is complete and they want to wash their hands of the product, what they do is they would have a plan in place in order for that game to be turned over in some way so that the community that paid for the game can still access the product they paid money for. It can still exist beyond the developer's need to support it. It is not an unreasonable ask. There have been so many game industry veterans with decades worth of experience in the industry coming forward to talk about how important something like that is and how reasonable and feasible it is as well. It is not some ridiculous request or anything. It is very much doable. And what a lot of articles have run with from the Ubisoft statement is when he just made a mention of the support for the game can't last forever. And to me, that wasn't the whole crux of what he was trying to say. And again, maybe I'm being too charitable here to Ubisoft Goober, but with the whole statement, it seems more like he's just identifying it is a far-reaching issue, and it is something that isn't exclusive to Ubisoft, but it is something that he also says that they're working on. It doesn't seem like he was trying to harp on that statement, can't support it forever, as what Stop Killing Games is about. It doesn't really seem like it was targeted and trying to spin Stop Killing Games as that, like I was initially led to believe from the articles that were talking about it. When you see the whole thing, I think it paints a little bit of a different picture. Of course, I'm still no Ubisoft enthusiast here, and of course, Ubisoft isn't exactly happy with this direction, I'm sure, but it doesn't seem like he was trying to misrepresent Stop Killing Games as demanding that we support forever. So, anyway, I still don't love the statement from him, because I still don't love the way they tackle it. I do appreciate that he says they're working on it. I guess we'll see if they actually do. But anyway, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about how Ubisoft is going these days, because, yikes, not very good. It doesn't seem all that positive for Ubisoft. And I don't know when they're finally going to have their come to Jesus moment and start making good games again and start making decisions that make sense in the industry. That's really about it. So yeah.
Ubisoft has to be one of the dumbest companies on the planet right now. Their stock has been in a free fall for quite some time, and their financial collapse is making Blockbuster blush. Everything they release flops and is received with a collective yawn from pretty much everyone on the planet. And even in the midst of all of this, Ubisoft just stealthily released an NFT game. This has to be part of some kind of grand humiliation ritual. I can't think of any possible explanation for this. Not only are they extremely tardy to the party, they missed that wave by a few years, but they didn't even have the fucking chutzpah to announce it to anyone, meaning nobody has even heard of it aside from just shooting spitballs at it right now. I can only find 2 gameplay videos from any human being that's even touched this game, and both of them have less than 5 views. Not even the most brainwashed, godforsaken crypto bro goobers are giving this the time of day. And I'm talking about those hopeless souls that are still huffing as much copium as their lungs can handle, preaching the gospel of how NFTs aren't dead and are actually overdue for a second coming. Not even that group is touching this. That's mind-boggling to me, because they are clapping seals that will hype up anything that even has the word blockchain or crypto in it. Like with that Flappy Bird NFT scam from a couple months ago. They aren't even looking at this. Looks like every AI-generated ad from Facebook mobile games. There is nothing interesting about that. Nobody gives a fuck. I don't know why Ubisoft put any resources behind it. We need to have a team go out there and investigate what kind of fishy business is afoot at the Ubisoft headquarters. Someone must be pumping galaxy gas through the air vents or something that's turned them all fucking stupid over there. Like, what are they even thinking? What's next for Ubisoft? They're going to try and buy the Concord IP and re-release it as a Ubisoft original? Everything about this idea is terrible, and it gets even sillier when you take a deeper peek at it. So apparently the figurines that you saw battling there in epic combat swag style are NFTs that can be bought on the marketplace from anywhere between $7 and $64,000. If you spend $64,000 on a Ubisoft NFT, you go to hell immediately. The devil makes a special circle just for you. According to the studio director at Ubisoft Paris, the game offers deep strategic gameplay featuring unique in-game assets and several exciting innovations, comparing it to a physical trading card game. I highly doubt that. It looks like the biggest, quickest throwaway pump and dump I've ever seen for one of these crypto games. The team inside the Ubisoft Paris studio developing Champions Tactics Grimoria Chronicles partnered with Ubisoft Strategic Innovation Lab, Oases, to ensure that our use of blockchain was done in service of delivering new and innovative gaming experiences for our players. Our shared goal is to explore new ways to play alongside, bringing more value to players based on empowerment and ownership. Oh, fuck you. You can suck the dirtiest part of my butthole. The only way we can empower our players is by integrating the blockchain into it and charging up to $64,000 for some figurines in-game. This gives them a sense of accomplishment. Champions Tactics offers deep strategic gameplay featuring unique in-game assets, several exciting innovations. These include millions of procedurally generated figurines, each with distinct stats, assets shaped directly by players' choices, and an open marketplace letting players compose their teams on a peer-to-peer basis, much like a physical trading card game. Oh yeah, get excited, sports fans. Procedurally generated figurines. Yes, perfect. I can't wait to get a god roll on Berserker Knight with double D titties and a cigar, and with the gold mutagen. For months, we have collaborated closely with our community through events and beta phases to build and refine Champions Tactics. We're excited to keep expanding and enhancing the experience together. Ubisoft did not comment on the game's adults-only rating, presumably for its blockchain basis and use of cryptocurrency. Has a fucking adults-only rating? Jesus, it's just insult to injury. I love that they keep saying how excited they are and how amazing it is. Meanwhile, it was quietly released as hush-hush as possible. Yeah, nothing says excitement quite like trying to squeak out a silent fart and hope that no one's around to hear it, dropping this game and hoping nobody puts their eyes on it. Yeah, wow, they're so excited by it. I'd also totally forgotten about this little nugget of Ubisoft lore. In December of 2021, it launched its own NFT platform called Quartz, with Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Breakpoint as the first game to offer a beta trial. It did not fare well, appearing to have initially only sold 15 NFTs. Jesus Christ, pictures of nutsacks were selling more NFT copies than that. Oh my lord, Ubisoft, how do you sleep at night? That is so embarrassing. And then, of course, they had the gall to blame players. Ubisoft's NFT bosses stated in an interview that players just don't get it. Yeah, it's the players who are wrong, not the soulless zombies at the top of the Ubisoft food chain. They're the guys who get it. We're all just a bunch of dumb, bumbling imbeciles who could never possibly understand the beauty and the innovation behind blockchain gaming and $64,000 NFT figurines. It is painfully obvious to see how Ubisoft continues to fail to such an absurd degree and just circle the shitter. As Ubisoft's money continues to dry up and they continue to scramble and panic internally, they continue to just do the same formula that got them into this pickle in the first place. Releasing bland, open world games that's just the same exhausting, generic experience over and over again, like the Avatar game, like Star Wars Outlaws. And it's clear from the sales data, like Star Wars Outlaws underperforming so badly for them. Now, even when they do have like a good game that somehow falls between the cracks and they squeak it out from their butt cheeks, like the Prince of Persia game, they do nothing to support it. They just let it fly with no marketing budget behind it to fend for itself and die alone in the cold rain. And it's a shame. Ubisoft just can't grasp the simplest concept that if they start making good games, their stock price will go up. Their sales will go up. Instead of chasing these jackpots, these live service games or games that you can fucking squeeze every single person playing it for as much money as possible to try and get them all to empty their piggy bank and fucking mortgage their house to spend more money on your microtransactions. They should be chasing promising titles that people will be excited for. Nobody is excited for another open world Ubisoft game. Nobody is. Well, I mean, I'm exaggerating. Of course, there are people that like the comfort of like the same formula they're used to. It's cozy. And I'm not saying they're wrong for that, but as is pretty clear from the data, most people are exhausted with it and would rather have new things. So that's where the focus should be. Not NFT moonshots that they're fucking throwing out of nowhere like a jump scare. Not another like Call of Duty killer with X-Defiant. Even though I had fun with X-Defiant for like a week or two, it just wasn't a game that had any real staying power or any actual chance at encroaching on that market share that Call of Duty dominates. It couldn't compete with it. And it's still around, like it still does have a passionate community, but it's not a super home run for Ubisoft like I think they were banking on, because they put a lot of money behind pushing that. To me, and keep in mind, I am just a stupid Cro-Magnon, it seems like a simple solution. Start making good games again. Kind of as easy as that, I think. Simple. Just start making good games again. Give up on the open world live service games and shit like that. Just let it die. Give up on crypto games in the blockchain. You can't even get to the crypto bros who will actually eat any shit you feed them. You can't even get to them. You have no fucking shot. So stop spending money there with things like this new Grimoria Chronicle or whatever, and just start focusing on good games. Just fuck, it's not difficult. I mean, making a good game is difficult, but it's not difficult to pivot away from these $100 million budget titles that aren't giving you any returns. It should be a no-brainer to just wipe your ass with that, take a bath on it, and just instead focus on cheaper titles that could be really good. Right now, Ubisoft's strategy is literally, we've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. So here's an NFT game, please, some whales, spend money on it, we're begging. Oh my god, it is sickening how stupid Ubisoft is. I just had to clown on them right now after reading about this new game. If you can even call it a game, it's not a game. It's just not. It is just a desperate ploy to try and squeeze some money out of some gullible fools, some suckers. Oh god. Anyway though, that's about it. See ya. Character growth. It's an extremely important tool when it comes to storytelling, and it's also an extremely important part of getting older. As you age, you're going to go through a metamorphosis, both physically and likely mentally as well. So, today I'm going to talk about my recent character growth. You see, my friends, I have grown, not in height, but in wisdom and experience, and I look back at the Charlie of old with disappointment that I could ever be so naive and short-sighted. 5, 6 years ago, maybe, I was a very outspoken advocate of digital downloads. I used to preach the gospel that physical media is a fossil, it's archaic, and we need to wash our hands of it and get into the digital age. Ones and zeros are the future. Tangibility is cringe. How wrong I was. Those words are like venom leaving my lips now. In recent years, I sing a much different tune. I now believe physical media is more important than ever, because we have seen time and time again the evils of not actually owning what you pay for. The reason I'm talking about this is because Ubisoft just went full mask off saying gamers need to get comfortable not owning their games. Fundamentally, that's kind of the point they were boiling down. Basically, he was saying that for subscriptions to truly take off, gamers need to be more comfortable not really owning their products. So I don't have a crystal ball, but when you look at the different subscription services that are out there, we've had a rapid expansion over the last couple of years, but it's still relatively small compared to the other models. One of the things we saw is that gamers are used to, a little bit like DVD, having and owning their games. That's the consumer shift that needs to happen. They got comfortable not owning their CD collection or DVD collection. That's a transformation that's been a bit slower to happen in games. As gamers grow comfortable in that aspect, you don't lose your progress. If you resume your game at another time, your progress file is still there. That's not been deleted. You don't lose what you've built in the game or your engagement with the game. So it's about feeling comfortable with not owning your game. Obviously, this statement didn't land super well, just a full-blown faceplant, especially because it's coming from Ubisoft, which is a company that has a worse reputation than asbestos. Nobody really likes Ubisoft in the gaming community, so hearing them say this kind of shit definitely made it taste even worse. But it's also nothing new. It seems everything wants to trend towards subscription-based services, and it's also not even new in gaming to not actually own your games. Biggest example is Steam. When you buy a game on Steam, you don't own it. In fact, in your agreement with Steam, you even agree that if you break the rules with Valve and they shut down your account, you don't get your games back. You don't get refunded and you don't get the games anymore. It dies with the account. So it's not unusual in the space to not actually own your products, but Steam is just a really good service with it that most people have trust in. You know what people have no trust in? Fucking Ubisoft. But going beyond that for just a moment, I truly think it is vital to actually own what you pay for, like a physical copy of it. The biggest example I keep giving is SpongeBob SquarePants. If you wanted to watch SpongeBob SquarePants start to finish right now, you could, it's through streaming services, but you're missing the best episode, the Panty Raid, because it got censored and pulled from streaming services along with another episode as well. So if you wanted the complete SpongeBob experience, you can't get it through the official channels. Your only options are to either have the physical media on the DVD box sets for the seasons, or you pirate it. That's it. I'm going off a little tangent here. I'm taking a dusty little path down a dirt road, but this is something I've talked about a lot recently on stream. When Donkey released his video on all the streaming platforms that are popping up, which is becoming a huge headache because there are more streaming platforms popping up than there are stars in the night sky, you can't really get a convenient experience anymore because everything is so divided. The best example Donkey provided was for trying to watch the entire Pokemon series. You have to go to like 15 different streaming platforms back and forth. So like seasons 1 through 5 on one, season 6 on another, then back to that first one for season 7. Then you have to go to like a completely separate one for season 8 and 9, and then to the fifth one for season 10. Like it's just all over the place, broken up like fucking Dragon Balls across the internet. It's becoming extremely expensive, extremely hard to keep track of what you can watch where. You have to be like Charles Xavier and Cerebro with all these different streaming services pop up just to connect the dots on watching a complete series or a complete series of movies, because they're all over the place with different deals, leading to them being scattered like Horcruxes. It's a fucking nuisance. And it's significantly more expensive than if you had just bought the physical media. You could save so many doubloons if you just purchased the complete series of it physically and own it, actually own it. And in that situation, you don't lose access to it unless you misplace it or throw it in the trash or a burglar breaks in and steals it. They have to pry it from your cold dead hands to get your fucking complete Pokemon DVD set. But through streaming services, you are inevitably going to lose it because things come and go from streaming platforms every fucking day. So eventually, what you paid access for to get is going somewhere else, and you're probably going to have to buy a subscription to another service to continue to have access to it. It super sucks. And if anyone's got their thinking caps on here, all roads lead to piracy here. I'm not advocating for piracy, mind you. I'm just saying it's a natural byproduct by offering such a dog shit service. It was actually Gabe Newell of Valve who famously said, piracy is a service problem, meaning that if you're providing a bad service, it's going to lead to people pirating your shit because it's significantly easier than going through the proper channels. And that's the point we've reached. If you're trying to legally purchase things or go through the official means of getting what you want, it's a headache and it's hard. If you just pirate it, not only is it easier, but you also get the complete package and it's not going anywhere if they decide to take it to a different streaming platform, or in the case of gaming, if they decide to take the game down or shut it off or something like that. You own it. That's another huge benefit. And you get the complete experience like with SpongeBob, where you get the episodes that are currently censored. So all of this is just increasing piracy prevalence. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, Ubisoft and all of the other suits that for some reason aren't seeing what every other sane person in the world is. It's just baffling because it doesn't take a genius to see this. Everyone sees how frustrating it is. And for Ubisoft to say hey, you know what? It's time you get more comfortable not owning your games. It's really out of touch. Especially, again, from Ubisoft. Keep in mind, they offer Uplay, which is probably the biggest joke the gaming community has ever been subjected to. And the only ones laughing at that comedy is Ubisoft, how they got away with releasing something so trash. It's baffling how bad Uplay is, but that's a whole different can of worms. Point is, right now, I think it is more important than ever to actually own what you pay for. I've just had a complete perspective shift on this topic over the last couple of years because we keep seeing how detrimental it is when you don't actually own the product here, in gaming in particular. So yeah, I think Ubisoft is not wrong about this being kind of the future for gaming, where it's probably going to end up with everything offering some kind of subscription-based service, but it's not exactly a future to start pumping your fist over. I really do think owning the product is extremely important now, because we see how easily it can be snatched away for any multitude of reasons. So yeah, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it kind of got thrust back into the limelight here with Ubisoft making these statements, and it's something I've been talking about on stream for a little while now. That's about it. So yeah. There is no company on the planet that deserves its failure more than Ubisoft. Just take a peek at their stock price right now and it'll tell you a beautiful story about a company that's so out of touch that now it is going through a catastrophic collapse where its shares are worth less than shoelaces. I've blabbered on, ranting about Poopysoft till the cows came home, so I'm not here to just do that again. Instead, I want to focus on their most recent blunder, where they just released another NFT game in 2024. 2,024 years after the death of Jesus, they have released 2 NFT games, 3 years after the death of NFTs. This is their second rodeo here, releasing NFT games this year. They've released 2 NFT games in a month of each other. That's like releasing Madam Web twice this year, except these are flopping even harder and even more embarrassing. Their previous one was called Champion Tactics fucking Goober Chronicles or something. But the only thing Ubisoft champions, the only tactic they're championing, is putting fart from my butt onto the blockchain. I don't know who's actually the head honcho at Ubisoft, but whoever their leader is objectively the stupidest person on the planet. If you walked into the office of the Ubisoft CEO, you would be walking into the domain of the world's dumbest man. I keep using the word baffling, but it actually is just mind-boggling how this company can be this bad at the one thing they're supposed to be doing, making games. They're allergic to making good games, and at this point, they're just downright allergic to making games. They're pushing NFT slop shovelware now. So they already did the Champion Tactics, and now they have a new NFT game featuring one of their most beloved IP, Rayman, except it's not really a Rayman game, it's an NFT game. It's just a full-blown NFT game called Captain Laserhawk. You see, Ubisoft released another NFT game, Captain Laserhawk the Game. Nope. They released another NFT game? Oh, God! No way the game plays like that, right? This has to just be the recording. Oh, jeepers! Well, I mean, it's Ubisoft. It really might play like this. This is a Ubisoft game. You said this is an NFT game? Let me see. How is it? I mean, it looks like an NFT game, but what do they do? Captain Laserhawk the game from Ubisoft. I have to buy my ID card. Complete your pre-admission and reveal your ID card, your key to play Captain Laserhawk the game. Citizenship service. Owning one of the 10,000 IDs will transform you into a Niji, a brave warrior of Eden. You'll have the power to shape the future of this world and chance to earn exclusive rewards of great value reserved for your rank. It's unbelievable. It's actually unbelievable. 2 NFT games from Ubisoft this year. Within the last month. That's amazing. I know there's only 10,000 IDs. We need to act quick. They're flying off the shelf. How much is the ID? Good question. Here, the December 11th, the Niji Warrior IDs were minted. 3 days ago, early access. Then we have public. It's a transmedia gaming adventure where the community drives the narrative through innovative governance. How innovative. And if the game runs like this video, you are actually paying to play a game at 3 FPS. What a joke. Hold on, I have to see another video. Maybe it really is just that. Oh, good news, that is actually the only video on it. Not a single other piece of footage exists. Love that. Ubisoft, you've done it again. A smash hit. The game is a competitive online top-down multiplayer shooter game developed by Ubisoft. When will they learn that putting their name on things makes people less likely to buy it? They should be hiding that fact, honestly. Like, if they want to make more sales, they should just take their name off of shit, or use an alias. Eden Online is the layer which gives power to the community when it comes to decision-making for the game updates each season. Eligibility to play the game in early access will be reflected by ownership of a Citizen ID card. Eden Online has a limited capacity of 10,000 seats for citizenship. The game beta will be available at the end of... Yeah, we're past that, I already know that. I'm curious, what do the delusional NFT Twitter community members think? They weren't super thrilled about the last Ubisoft stinker. Still nothing positive yet. There's only a few posts about it, too. The only post that has any real traction is from IGN saying Ubisoft has secretly launched a new game that features Rayman through its powered NFTs and blockchain in the year 2024. Not even the NFT people that actually buy fucking popsicle sticks as long as they're minted on the blockchain is biting on this one. You've done it again, Ubisoft. Click your buy ID card to see prices. Alright, let me see. Oh man, these all seem so reasonable. I don't know how much is this in money? Someone convert the Ethereum for me. It's 18 to 19 USD. Okay. So it's an $18 to $19 early access NFT game. I don't see how that can fail. I can't believe more people aren't biting. Especially for some of the rare globulins. I already forgot what they call these stupid fucking things. Eden elitists? Jesus, did anyone buy a single one? It looks like all 10,000 ID cards are still here. Oh my god. Look at the top, it says 3,000 owners. Oh yeah, 3.2k owners. Wonder how many of that's held by a development team. Ubisoft's innovation is crazy. It is. Captain Laserhawk is actually a cool show. It has Rayman doing cocaine and eating sushi off of a naked cowgirl's ass. What? What do you mean? The cocaine I can almost understand for Rayman, but what do you mean naked cowgirl's ass? Holy Lord, you're right. And by this is not what I thought. When you said naked cowgirl, I thought you meant like a human being, like a cowboy, but woman. No, it is literally a female cow with titties and butt cheeks. And he is actually eating sushi out of her ass, like, no, like just straight up. What? What is this show? Wait, that sounds unhinged. Isn't Rayman a kid's game? Well, I thought so, but I don't think it is. I absolutely cannot pull this up on screen. I'm not exaggerating either. You can't see her nipples, but you can see the big fucking honkers, and he is pulling a sushi roll out of her asshole. Either way, though, this show definitely looks a lot better than the NFT Ubisoft game. That's for damn sure. I don't know why Ubisoft keeps making NFT games in 2024. X-Defiant died for this. Yeah, Ubisoft had to shut down X-Defiant so they could take all the people working on it and instead put them on, I already forgot what this was called, Captain Laserhawk, NFT Eden Online Adventure. Ubisoft, once a titan in the gaming industry, now a clown. Getting dangerously close to becoming Blockbuster right before our little peepers here. It just keeps getting worse for them. Yesterday they announced they're shutting down X-Defiant, which was their big game. Like, this is the game that for the last year they had been putting all of their elbow grease into. They were spitting in both of their hands, getting down and dirty, trying to push this game to everyone as much as possible. There was a lot of hype in the betas. People were saying, oh, this could actually be a competitor to Call of Duty. But unfortunately, when the game fully released, that hype was no longer there. People were about as excited for X-Defiant as they are to learn that I'm 5'6". It's one of those things where it had a chance in the beginning, but because of not striking while the iron was hot, like, it had a period where Call of Duty wouldn't have been out for another, like, handful of months. X-Defiant could have grabbed some market share, but they couldn't release in the right time period, in my opinion. And when it did fully release, it was too close to Call of Duty, so most people just decided, I'll just wait. And it didn't have enough unique elements to it to make it feel overly different from COD to a point where it could be better than it. So people dropped it pretty quick too. But I actually found it to be a really fun game, just didn't have staying power. And yesterday, Ubisoft said, we're not even going to give it a chance. We're not even going to let it try and evolve into something that can compete with COD. We're just going to throw our hands up, wave the white flag, and surrender. They released this message to the players. Thank you for your incredible dedication and support of X-Defiant. Regret to inform you that we're initiating the sunset process starting today. That makes it sound like the ending to, like, Iron Giant or something. Like they're about to fly out into the sunset and, like, self-destruct. December 3rd, 2024. As a result, new download, player registrations, and purchases will no longer be available. Season 3 will still launch, so stay tuned for more updates to come. The servers will remain active and the game will be fully playable until June 3rd. There's a personal message from the executive producer as well, which I'll go over in a second. They then expressed that they will be giving full refunds for anyone who bought the Ultimate Founders Pack, as well as people who made VC and DLC purchases since November 3rd. At least there will be refunds given to players here. With Ubisoft on this title, I thought there was a pretty good chance that they'd just say, hey, tough luck, is what it is. Your fault. It shouldn't have spent money on it, I guess. Like, I am kind of surprised, but pleasantly surprised that they are giving refunds. It's a free-to-play game that relies on microtransactions, and I don't know why companies like Ubisoft can't recognize that a lot of the time, the reason people don't want to spend money in games like this isn't even because they don't like the game or don't want to support it or something. It's because no one knows exactly how long it's going to be around for. So what's the point in forking over clams for some skins for a game that might not exist in 2 months? It's just a waste of money, and most people are just hesitant because this keeps happening. Games keep closing really quickly after launching, so no one really has a lot of trust that it's going to be around for a while, so why waste money on it, you know? I don't know, like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're disappointed that the game's not getting more microtransactions, so it's not sustainable, but it's also not getting microtransactions and not sustainable because people think it might close in a couple of months, and now it is closing in a couple of months, confirming their fears. Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? I think there's quite a few reasons why this game failed, and it's not because I think the game is bad. In fact, I actually do like the game, like I said. There were just some things that were suboptimal about it, like I mentioned, the release time period, as well as constantly postponing it from the beta, which had a lot of hype. There were some steps that ensured that it didn't stand that great of a chance of actually competing against COD. I went over some more of them on stream, so I'll play those clips real quick, and then I'll get into that personal message from the executive producer. Yeah, I did want to mention the Ubisoft stuff before starting. It just popped up for me, and I was looking at it, so real quick, I'm sure a lot of you saw this. Ubisoft is already shutting down XDefiant. This thing barely had a longer lifespan than Concord. Man, the L's for Ubisoft just keep coming. That's not true. They had multiple betas. That's not the full release, brother. I think one of the big reasons why this game ended up flopping... Well, flopping's not even the right word, because during beta, people were super hyped for it, but they kept postponing the actual release, and by the time it actually released, it was already too close to Call of Duty that had a lot of positive hype, and that absolutely took wind out of its sails. I also think the biggest reason that it didn't survive very long is because they relegated to the sarcophagus of Uplay. Nobody wants to download Uplay for any reason. The only reason people even have Uplay is because they're forced to for Siege. If not for Siege, nobody would have this. And the only way to get XDefiant was through Uplay. So by not being on Steam and being like readily accessible on PC, I think that destroyed their chances. Skull and Bones is still up. It'll save this sinking ship. That's true. They still have their quadruple A Skull and Bones. Everyone loves Skull and Bones. But it's actually not just XDefiant that's getting the plug pulled on them. I read this as well. Well, man, it's not letting me open the whole tweet. But Ubisoft is closing a lot of their studios. They're cutting 277 positions through these closures. Ubisoft is getting gadooshed in stock price, in everything, from all angles. Old Ubisoft was good. Old Ubisoft had bangers. New Ubisoft releases NFT games in 2024. It is such a shame, man. I did like XDefiant during beta, but once it came full release, I didn't touch it. There was other games that it was competing with, like it released in the middle of other games I was playing, never went to it. Then I just played the new Call of Duty when it came. If Assassin's Creed Shadows fall, if Assassin's Creed Shadows doesn't go ballistic, I think Ubisoft gets purchased by a different entity. I think Tencent takes them. That's my little game theory. That is their last hope, and I don't have a lot of faith in Assassin's Creed Shadows because I think most people like myself are kind of fatigued with it. I'm always shooting spitballs at Ubisoft, and this one warrants a big loogie going through the pipes. It is brutal. Absolutely tragic. Well, not tragic. It's Ubisoft's own fault. It's not like the universe is working against them. Ubisoft themselves is working against their best interests. So they're shutting down Ubisoft San Francisco and Osaka. And then they're downsizing elsewhere, so it's around 277 people that are about to lose their jobs from it. What was the budget for XDefiant? I'm gonna speculate. I would guess between 50 and 100 million. Especially, that's not taking in marketing, but with especially like the amount of faith they had in this, I would think anything, it's 80 million. Like they put their nuts in it. They went really hard with trying to push XDefiant as the COD killer. Didn't quite pan out. The only thing that will ever kill COD is COD. Yeah, I think COD's at a point where people are so married to it, they're not just going to up and abandon it for something else, especially in an age where games are closing within a month or two of launch. Like, yes, XDefiant had betas. A lot of hype in the betas, but they kept pushing the actual release further and further down the road. When it finally comes out, people aren't playing it, there's not a lot of faith in Ubisoft, and they do end up closing doors pretty quickly. So it's hard for people to even buy into a franchise because you don't know how long it's going to be around for. Games last about as long as fucking mosquitoes now. So people don't like Ubisoft Connect because you need to be online. They have lots of microtransactions. Solution, I'm probably online anyways if I'm using PC to game, and I just simply don't buy the microtransactions. I don't get the overwhelming hate everyone has for it. Spoken like a man who's never opened Ubisoft or Uplay in your life. It's significantly more than that. That is single-handedly the worst launcher that has ever been constructed by human beings. The fact that it's even allowed to exist is an affront to God. That shit is turbo cheeks. Just do me a favor, to the guy that said that, download Rainbow Six Siege right now, make a Uplay account, and tell me how long it takes you to actually open that game. You have to open Uplay like 12 different times just to even see the menu. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. In the more personal message, the executive producer goes over the journey as well as the goal to develop a new arcade shooter as well as shake up the genre by removing skill-based matchmaking, bringing back a more old-school arcade shooter experience, and also free to play. Now, real quick, I want to chime in there. I have been pretty outspoken that I'm not the biggest fan of skill-based matchmaking. A lot of people complain about it. There is a lot of whining when it comes to skill-based matchmaking. It's a very controversial, divisive debate. I believe that we had it figured out 20 years ago with Halo 2, where you can have a fully casual playlist with no skill-based matchmaking whatsoever, and then you can have your ranked playlist, which is all skill-based matchmaking. And I understand there's probably plenty of data that a lot of these soulless husks and suits at the top of the food chain at these game companies have looked at that says that if you have skill-based matchmaking, your super stinkers that can barely press 2 buttons at the same time are more likely to stick with your game because they'll be matched with people of equal ineptitude. So I understand that for player retention, I guess skill-based matchmaking is the gold standard, but truly I will never see the harm in just reverting back to caveman. Go back to Halo 2, where, yes, in your casual game modes, you'll have some people that are teaming up with friends that are much worse than them, and they will wash the opponents. It happens. But it's a social game mode there. It has no meaning. It's not the fucking esports world championship. It's a casual game mode. I realize it might not be fun to be on the receiving end of that cheek clapping, but you go next. It happens. It's equally as not fun to go into a casual game mode and still have people sweating their ass off like they're playing ranked and trying out for fucking T1 or something. Like, it's still not great either, especially if you're playing with friends that are worse than you and you happen to bring in players that are much better than them. It's just a lot more fun when it's completely random. Just people that queue up for casual to just have a good time. And it's a problem that solves itself, by the way, because people will start to recognize that, oh, if I want to play against people of a similar skill level to me, if I want to play against people that are just as shitty as I am, instead of doing casual where I won't know, I'll go to ranked where I'm actually dog shit elo. So I'll play against people of dog shit elo. In Halo 2, if you wanted to make sure you played against people of the same caliber, you would go to ranked and you would play against level 3s and 4s. So that way you wouldn't have to worry about getting stomped by someone that was, fucking smurfing in casual. Like, that was the whole point of it. And I just really think that system, at least for my personal tastes, was optimal. So I did appreciate that XDefiant tried to do something different by not using skill-based matchmaking. It clearly wasn't enough to get people hooked on the product or anything, but I don't think the lack of skill-based matchmaking was the reason this game failed. The executive producer thanks the development team, saying how great of a job they did at building this game, and then talks about some of the achievements here. So, they broke the internal record for fastest game to surpass 5 million users, and in the end they had over 15 million players play the game. Those are big boy numbers. Those are some very impressive numbers for sure. It's just, unfortunately, it wasn't able to hold on to that many players, but even still, that's something to be extremely proud of. The message goes on just to thank the player base and thank all the developers and everyone that made the game possible. I want to mention something that I briefly touched on stream. I feel like we're in an era of comfort games where people have already made their bed and they're lying in it with the games that they know they like, and they're games they will always play. And usually people aren't going to play multiple games in this genre, like, full-time. I say full-time, but I mean, like, as their main game. So if you're someone that likes hero shooters, most people are choosing Overwatch. There's not really another game that's beating Overwatch for hero shooters. Even as many tomatoes as that game gets tossed, it's still the king when it comes to hero shooter popularity. And Marvel Rivals is about to drop. I liked the beta for Marvel Rivals, but I would be very surprised if it was somehow able to even take a portion of the Overwatch player base to it. I'd like to be proven wrong, but I truly just believe people choose these games in these genres, and they stick with that game, and they'll maybe tinker around, dip their toes into some of the other games that come out, like Sprout Up to try and compete with them, but never actually make a switch over to them. And another example is Call of Duty. How many times have we seen a Call of Duty killer pop up over the last decade? Too fucking many to count. And even a game like XDefiant, which did have huge player numbers, didn't have people stick with it because they'd rather just go back to their comfort game. Even though Call of Duty is getting a ton of shit, like a lot of people have been insulting the new Black Ops game, they still stick with it because it's their comfort game. That is their Call of Duty game, and they're not looking to find a replacement Call of Duty game, even though X-Defiant was comparable. X-Defiant I don't think was as fine-tuned as Call of Duty. Like, it's clearly hasn't been around as long as Call of Duty, so it doesn't have the formula down and the feels a little off. But overall, it had a lot of potential. It just never really had a chance to grow on it and evolve and reach that level because it wasn't sustainable, because it didn't have enough people playing it. And I do think a large portion of that can be attributed to Uplay itself. So congrats, Ubisoft, you put the clown nose on again. But overall, I really do think that if you're going to try and make a game to compete with a Call of Duty or an Overwatch, the odds are really stacked against you. Like, it's very, very, very slim chance of working out. Same with like live service games. Live service games are popping up and dying immediately all the time now because no one really wants a new live service game. If they want a live service game, they've probably already found one like Destiny 2 or something. And even though Destiny 2 gets a lot of shit, most of the Destiny 2 player base isn't making the switch over to any other comparable live service game. I think people just would rather keep playing these games that they already are really familiar with and already sunk a lot of time or a lot of money into. And even though they'll try something like an X-Defiant that's in the same genre, it's never going to be something they're going to make a switch over and spend a ton of money for. I have been saying for a while, I think it's much better, money is much better spent in the game industry developing lower budget titles that don't try and compete with something like a Call of Duty. Like, just do lower budget, unique titles. Single player games are fucking crushing it. Like, look at the indie space right now. Indie games are going ballistic because most of them are focused on delivering a unique experience, and the majority of them are single player experiences. Like, I just played Mouthwashing last night. Amazing game. That was a 2.5-hour game, and that was money well spent. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and stop ranting about it. Point is, big Ubisoft L again, per usual. The Ubisoft stock price, I don't know how much lower it can possibly go. Soon, Ubisoft stock price will be worth about as much as the wrappers to the Magic the Gathering cards I open. It's fucking brutal. And it's their fault, too. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. As they say, you can't spell diarrhea without EA. And EA decided to throw their hat in the ring during this turmoil in the video game space, with so many major companies coming forward and all collectively doing their best Cybertron cosplay and just imploding on themselves with these ridiculous decisions with their games and how they want to manage those services. They're all just putting their ass in their asshole and looking like fools in doing so. Most recently Xbox, before them Sony, before them Escape from Tarkov. Like, it continues to happen. And I guess EA was feeling real lonely, just isolated on like the weird kids lunch table, like, hey, we haven't done anything super stupid in like a couple weeks. It's our turn. Check this out. And their CEO comes forward honking his nose and pulling ribbon from his mouth and says, hey, we can't wait to ramp up generative AI in our games. Thinking that somehow this was like a slam dunk, like this is a good thing. Proud about putting AI in their games, which will inevitably lead to the loss of many jobs there. It's something that people have been warning about for a long time, and it looks like we're starting to reach that point. And their CEO isn't even bother. He's not even giving a single iota of a fuck about trying to hide the fact that they are going hog wild into AI to start making their games. That is scary. And not only that, he wasn't satisfied with just that statement. He actually went to double tap our ass with another statement, this time about Battlefield, where he said that Battlefield is going to be another tremendous live service game. He is so disconnected from reality, he's using the worst two words you can ever use in gaming. These are cardinal sins. This is like using Voldemort's name. He's using AI proudly and live service proudly. Live service is almost like a slur in gaming at this point with how negative that connotation is. According to this article, Andrew Wilson is saying that this is the largest Battlefield team in franchise history, with DICE, Criterion, Ripple Effect, and now Motive all working on it. And he said that Battlefield 2042 players made it clear they wanted an even deeper experience, and that a few weeks ago I was visiting with the teams and I couldn't be more excited about what they showed and what we were able to play. I'm going to take a quick pause real quick. This is a picture of Andrew Wilson. Does this look like a guy who plays games? This looks like a fucking android from Detroit Become Human. This guy looks like a video game character, not like an actual person who plays the games. This is the biggest corpo suit I've ever seen. I know you didn't play Battlefield or anything like that. This is a bunch of hullabaloo nonsense. Anyway, back to the article. Later on in the earnings call, Wilson slightly expanded on this with an amusing encapsulation of what they were going for. I've just spent a whole bunch of time with the collective Battlefield team, playing with their building, and it is going to be another tremendous live service. Another? Where was the first one? You don't have a tremendous live service. Battlefield 2042 was a joke at launch, and it is still one of my more shameful moist meters because I was very generous with it, assuming that it was going to be fixed quickly. It didn't get fixed for a long time. I know it's in a much better state now, but that doesn't forgive the extremely long period of time where it was just fundamentally broken and barren. It was a fucking tragedy and a stain on the Battlefield legacy. You don't have a tremendous live service record to pull from here, Andrew. So I don't know why you're saying another as if you just can't stop making hits out here like the Beatles. It's ridiculous. It's a fucking ridiculous statement. And no one likes live service games right now because they are so bad most of the time with their monetization and also just how long it takes for anything to actually get added to them. The only live service game that's been crushing it in recent memory is Helldivers 2. But anyway, I won't fixate too much on this Andrew Wilson statement about Battlefield. Instead, I want to focus on the generative AI statement, because that one is extraordinarily alarming for the entire video game industry. He apparently wants it as quickly as possible, so it's coming. Brace yourself. And if you work in the industry, my heart is breaking for you. EA is not even being shy about it. Andrew Wilson thinks AI could be the holy grail for at least half of EA's development process. AKA, can't wait to start laying people off and saving money. Yeah, I think the second EA starts making all of their games have this huge AI integration in their development process and laying people off is the day that I will pirate every single EA game forever. Does EA honestly think people will support this? I think he is so disconnected from reality, Andrew Wilson probably thought that this was a major PR win. AI! Kids are gonna love that shit, it's so new! Oh my god, it's like when Joe Biden and Trump argue with each other on TikTok with AI. People love it, they're gonna love it in our games! So despite the games industry's mixed feelings about generative AI, EA CEO Andrew Wilson is anxious to apply it wherever he can. In a call with investors on Tuesday, Wilson said he's working to implement generative AI as quickly as possible throughout the development process. He thinks the technology could unlock EA's holy grail, which is to build bigger, more innovative, more creative, more fun games more quickly. And at half the cost because you're getting rid of all of your actual workers on it. I mean, that's the big thing. I don't know why he's being coy about it. It's no secret that Wilson is a fan of artificial intelligence. In March, the executive bragged that EA was AI native and that some of its games players' runs had already been augmented by AI. He added that because of how large today's games tend to be, AI could help expedite the game development process. Strangely, Wilson also rattled off an idea involving an EA AI platform which could see 3 billion players around the world creating personal content and expanding and enhancing the universes that EA creates. What in the fuck is that? What kind of lunacy? Can someone take my man off the crack pipe? Now they want us to develop the game? Fuck that. Isn't that a cool idea? We're gonna build an EA AI platform where players can build their own games that we can monetize, so then we don't even need to hire developers, we can just have the gamers do it for us. Genius! Andrew Wilson is in the laboratory concocting something quite foul. Fortnite approach? Kind of. The difference with the Fortnite approach, though, is that it's not AI. Like, it's still players building games. And Fortnite gives them a massive cut of the profits. They do a really good profit split with the Fortnite custom community. As far as everyday game development goes, Wilson thinks AI is nearly ready to positively impact at least 50% of EA's processes. That's based on an early assessment of EA's entire development pipeline, according to Wilson in his investor call comments on Tuesday. As we think about the first pillar of generative AI for us, we're really looking at how it can make us more efficient, how it can give our developers more power, how it can give them back more time and allow them to get to the fun more quickly. and we've got teams across the company really looking to execute that. That's not how it's going to be used, Andrew. Don't you ever lie to me again. I've said this before. I think AI can be a really good tool, especially in game development, for some of the grunt work that they just put people on for the sake of having them do something, but no one really likes doing it. So like random world NPCs coming up with just throwaway dialogue lines, you can just delegate that to an AI to just spit those out endlessly. Things like that, like actual tedium grunt work that they don't even really hire people for, they just put people from other positions on. I think if you just give that to AI, that's a positive use. But that is not how EA is going to use it. Not at all. That is not what they're going to use it for. Like I mentioned on stream, there is actual good usage for AI in game development if you give it as a tool to the developers themselves as opposed to replacing them with it, which I think is the long-term goal for companies like EA. I think a developer can use AI to help ease the burden of some of the more tedious processes, like I mentioned with like throwaway dialogue and NPCs, or lip syncing. So I didn't know this until stream mentioned it, but apparently Final Fantasy VII Rebirth used AI to help with lip syncing. That is another positive use I can see for it, because at that point it is a tool being used by the developers to help in their art. It's not taking away any jobs, because it's not like they were going to bring on a lip syncing specialist. It was going to still be the exact same team, with many of them just having to bite down and just fucking grit their teeth and just do the tedious lip syncing chores. Whereas with AI, they can just give that grunt work to the AI. It doesn't take away any jobs, it doesn't step on any creative toes or anything at all. It is literally just being used by the creatives to help in their vision and help them focus on the bigger things with their art. I think that is another good use of AI, but I don't see a company like EA using AI for these purposes. EA is a company that would be putting nicotine in your controllers if it was able to make you more hooked on their products and spend more in their games with their monetization models. They are not a company that is going to be using AI to just help their employees. It's going to be used to try and phase them out over time so they can save money on those salaries. 100%. That is the goal with it. They'll be able to churn out more games faster with less work behind them, like less salaried work behind them, and I think to them, that's the holy grail that Andrew Wilson is referring to. So it's just a really grim future for games once they start integrating AI into it, and EA isn't being shy at all. He is coming out and saying they can't wait to ramp up their AI. And that shit sucks. That is just classic EA garbage right there. And I just had to talk about this. It's another big video games industry misfire here. Like, I don't understand how so many of these companies keep doing this all so quickly back to back to back to back to back. I'm curious to see how many more are going to come forward and do something like this as well. That's really about it. So yeah. I make a lot of predictions. 9 times out of 10, they're wrong. Not proud of that, wish I was better at it, but, I'm no Baba Vanga, because if I was, I'd have every prediction be wrong. So, I'll take the occasional victory, and one thing that I predicted and have been proven right about time and time again over the years is that once you reach a certain level of status in any given industry, it is impossible to fail. You only fail upwards. Not exactly a prediction, more so just a hard truth where once you're an elite member of an industry, you can't get knocked down at all. It's impossible. It's like fucking Derek Zoolander, but instead of being unable to turn left, you're unable to go down. You're unable to look downwards. You can only continue to fail going up the ladder. It's incomprehensible. It is a phenomenon that defies all logic. Why would someone who is bad at their job, a terrible leader that leads companies into financial ruin, just draining them of ham, constantly just hemorrhaging money, bleeding out, why would that person continue to land new jobs in equal or higher power than their previous one? Anyone else who is bad at their job gets fired. They get let go. But not when you become like a CEO, a COO, or anything to that level. You just go to another company as a COO or a CEO. The perfect textbook example of this is still John Riccitiello. He was the CEO of EA for a little while. He rose to infamy when he pitched this absolute fucking heater of an idea. I'm talking galaxy brain 5D chess move, where he pitched the idea of charging gamers for ammo. So if you ran out of ammo in a Battlefield game, there'd be like a pop-up that would say you need to pay $1 for your next magazine. Like, that was his idea. Like, I don't think he was ever fully going to go through with that, but that was the example he gave on how you can constantly be like milking the titty of everyone who buys an EA product. He was too greedy for even EA, so he was let go and then landed a job at Unity. He became CEO of Unity, and I know you remember how disastrous that was, because he nearly drove that company into the fucking ground. He nearly banished it to the Shadow Realm with how horrible his leadership was there. And there's plenty of examples of this. I still think he's the best. But why I'm talking about it today is because Disney just announced that it's looking at candidates for the CEO position since Bob is leaving again. And one of the people they're considering is the EA CEO, Andrew. They're looking at Andrew at EA. What in tarnation? Why on God's green earth would you be putting your peepers on Andrew Goober Wilson for the CEO position of Disney? EA has been one of the most consistently hated companies in the world for over a decade now. If Umbrella Corporation was a real entity, it would probably have a better reputation than EA currently does. It is a company that no one likes, except for shareholders. So Andrew Wilson has done a good job at EA for shareholders and nobody else. And you know what Disney really needs right now? Is a good reputation with anyone that's not a fucking shareholder, because people are getting really tired of what Disney's been shitting out. They have been pooping out slop, and a lot of people are tired of the stink. They're tired of smelling the shit. So Disney, I don't think, is needing an Andrew Wilson, cartoon villain here that's going to... Andrew Wilson, the reason why I said he's good for shareholders is because the EA price under him has raised pretty significantly. But I feel like Disney right now, what they really need is some slam dunks in products and properties that people really start to like again, because they are missing that entirely. Star Wars, for example. Holy Lord, what a fart in the wind. Most people don't care about Star Wars at all anymore. Most people roll their eyes when it comes to Star Wars. Like, look at Outlaws. That was an open world Star Wars game. Of course, it did have Ubisoft on there, so it was already doomed for mediocrity out the gate. But nobody was hyped for Star Wars Outlaws. Like, there was a time when Star Wars was a guaranteed home run. Now, most of them are flopping. At least from what I can tell, like the Acolyte, that was what, $230 million budget, and it raked in, according to the most recent financial reports that I can find online, $46 million. So it lost like a total of $180 million. Like, come on, let's put on our thinking caps right now. It's not an issue of, oh my God, we need to start figuring out ways to nickel and dime the remaining customers we have. The solution is, how do we start making quality products again that people actually want to watch or purchase or get engaged in? Like, grow up. Like, God, Jesus. Andrew Wilson is not the solution to that problem. Andrew Wilson is not the one that people are going to be like excited for at the helm of Disney. People don't like him because people don't like EA. Now, to give credit where credit is due, I vaguely recall Andrew Wilson pushing back against some investor-led horrible ideas in a bad direction for some of the titles over the last decade or so. I'm foggy on the details, but I do remember reading about it a while back that he did actually make some decisions that I think it was something about like allowing the developers a little more creative freedom under the EA umbrella. I don't remember all the details, but it's not like he's been nothing but mustache twirling evilness. But first and foremost, Andrew Wilson's priority is not good games. Never has been. It's been figuring out the live service model, because I believe it's 71% of EA revenue comes from live service games. So it's always been trying to figure out the way to maximally monetize every single person who sits down to play an EA game. And there have been some good games that have come out over the years, and even live service games like Apex Legends from them. But overall, and Apex Legends is unfortunately getting run into the ground in recent times, but overall, Andrew Wilson is not a CEO that I think anyone thinks of and looks at as someone who actually cares about delivering quality products. It's about delivering big returns to the investors first and foremost, and that's about it. And I feel like in Disney's current state, they need someone that actually wants to start pushing them forward into good shit again, instead of just the same recycled formulaic garbage that they've been doing for the last, I don't know how many years, but they've just been on autopilot for a little while, going through the motions, and now it seems like, it's getting to that point where something's got to give. Like, they've got to start changing something, and they're looking at someone like Andrew Wilson to maybe be the leadership to do it. I don't think he is. I really don't. And in all fairness, this isn't really an example of someone failing upwards. I mean, he definitely failed in making EA a company that anybody respects. Like, EA is constantly spit on, but he hasn't failed in a financial sense or failed to the same degree as other CEOs like John Rizzitiello. So it's not failing upwards per se in this case, but it is still just weird to me how he'd even be considered for this position. Like, I don't understand why the pool of candidates is so small that you're always seeing the same names over and over again, even if they have a resume of stinkers. Another great example, and sticking on the Disney topic, is they have greenlit a new Star Wars trilogy, and they've already chosen who's going to be the writer and producer. It's someone named Simon Kinberg. And if that name rings any bells, it's because you probably still have trauma from his extraordinarily embarrassing pile of garbage that many consider to be one of the worst comic book movies ever made, Dark Phoenix, where he was the writer, producer, and director. Going through his entire catalog here, where he's only directed a couple of films, but he's been a writer and producer for a long time, it's more misses than hits. Like, XXX State of Union, I loved it when I was a kid. I don't know if it's aged well. But he also did X-Men 3, The Last Stand, another absolutely despised movie, but then there's something good in there with Jumper. There's the Sherlock Holmes movie, which some people liked, some people didn't. First Class, which was good. Then Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. Oh my god, like, just look at this resume. Fantastic Four. The Fantastic Four. Again, one of the comic book movies that people to date still believe is one of the worst ones. In fact, among like the top 5 worst comic book movies ever made, Fantastic Four and Dark Phoenix are on every single list. This is the Fantastic Four film from 2015 that had the number 4 in the name, not the like old one with Jessica Alba. And he was not only a writer and producer on both of them, but even directed one of them too. Like, his resume isn't very good. Like, the good movies that he's a part of, he's usually a producer on, not a writer-producer on. Was this really the best possible writer-producer they could find for a new trilogy of Star Wars films? I don't think so. I don't understand how someone that has a resume like that, with so many super stinkers like Dark Phoenix and Fantastic Four and a couple of others on there, get chosen to make something like this, the new Star Wars trilogy. Like, it's not like those movies that he'd written and produced were just received terribly by the audience. They were turbo box office bombs that lost the studios millions upon millions of dollars. Now, I do understand that he helped co-create Star Wars Rebels, which does have a positive reception from what I can tell. I've never watched Rebels, but I do know the name. But even still, if you look at his resume, I don't think this was necessarily the best possible choice to spearhead a new Star Wars trilogy operation. That doesn't really get me salivating thinking, oh, this could be like a good Star Wars new trilogy. Like, I just don't have that impression because I'm familiar with a lot of his work and most of it's trash. It just really seems like if you somehow break through to that level where you're a writer-producer on a Hollywood project, it doesn't matter what you do from that point forward because you will always still somehow be able to find work of equal or greater level. And I just don't get it. Because it's not like by merit or anything. It doesn't seem like, from what I can tell, Simon was the one that was like pitching Disney on this and they just really liked the direction, so they said, okay. It seems like it was Disney that chose Simon to write and produce for them. So, like, it's not like he did anything extraordinary, that he has a great idea and a great script and everything that Disney just had to buy. It just, I don't get it. I really don't understand how failing upwards is even a thing. And yeah, I just had to rant about this a little bit because I'm so tired of seeing like the same names that have been in the industries for so long and have done so many things wrong continue to get huge positions at companies going forward, because then there's nothing to be like excited about. Like, for the future of Disney, if they choose Andrew Wilson, it's not like I think there's going to be some kind of drastic change. I feel like it's just going to be business as usual, but emphasis on the business, where Andrew Wilson's going to be prioritizing like cutting jobs, reducing staff, and trying to maximize monetization on like Disney Plus and all of that. Not exactly an emphasis on let's start making some really quality stuff. I could be wrong. I guess we'll find out if they go with Andrew Wilson, what direction he takes it. But it's someone whose work I am familiar with, and that is what he is known for. He is the shareholders' hero, but the gamer's pariah, because nobody likes EA. It has a terrible reputation. So, again, he's not exactly an example of failing upwards per se, because he hasn't failed, but it does just, like, this whole topic is something I just wanted to speak on, because
it is common for people that do fail at like a high level to continue to just keep getting more and more and more and more power and bigger positions. It's silly. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
Ask any gamer who the ultimate evil is, the boogeyman hiding under their bed, poisoning their water supply and making their dick smaller. All gamers will say the same thing. Electronic Arts. EA Games. It's in your ass. EA Games is known for two things, murdering beloved game studios and loot boxes, and recently they were called into court to defend loot boxes, the ethical nature of them, because it's kind of illegal to get children hooked on gambling, and that's exactly what loot boxes are, a form of gambling that children can partake in. So EA sent an almost human android to the meeting date to discuss the ethical nature of it, and the results may shock you. Number 7 will leave your jaw on the floor.
Do you consider loot boxes to be an ethical feature of your games?
Introducing the gamer's champion, directly confronting the EA menace, asking them the hard-hitting questions right to their face, and even he can't help but giggle at the answers she gives.
Kerry?
Well, first, we don't call them loot boxes. I think that was
Whatever term you wish to apply
yeah,
to them, do you consider them ethical?
So what we look at as surprise mechanics. But I think it's important to look at this. So,
introducing the champion of the reptilians that work at Electronic Arts. They're trying to peddle loot boxes as surprise mechanics. It's their rebranding attempt because loot boxes now have negative connotation. It's not too dissimilar from the energy department rebranding fossil fuel as molecules of freedom and freedom gas. Anyone's gonna laugh at that. It's fucking silly. It's honestly starting to sound like some dystopian future shit here in terms of its silliness, like North Korea propaganda levels of garbage, you know. Kim Jong-un doesn't fart, he just passes winds of peace. These aren't loot boxes, they're just surprise mechanics.
if you go to a, I don't know what your version of Target is, but a store that sells a lot of toys, and you do a search for surprise toys, what you'll find is that this is something people enjoy. They enjoy surprises.
She's not wrong, people do enjoy surprises, as long as that surprise isn't just taking money out of their wallet. Surprise, you've been robbed, which is kind of EA's slogan.
And so it's something that's been part of toys for years, whether it's Kinder Eggs or Hatchimals or LOL Surprise.
So the robot lady tries to compare EA's disgusting loot box system with pre-established surprise toys that children have been getting for years, such as Kinder Eggs, and it's not really a good comparison. It doesn't really work, and I think anyone with a high-level intellect that watches Rick and Morty regularly can discern the obvious differences. With a Kinder Egg, you're not paying an upfront charge. You are buying the Kinder Egg, and granted, you're not buying the Kinder Egg for the shit-ass chocolate that surrounds the toy. You might as well just eat dirt or fucking chow down on cow vomit. It tastes about the same as the Kinder Egg chocolate. You're buying it for the surprise. But that Kinder Egg is about $2. There's no upfront charge. You don't have to buy something previously before getting to that surprise. With an EA game, you're buying a $60 retail game, and then you're buying your Kinder Eggs that come with surprises that are completely fucking random, where you could get genuinely nothing for it. So it's not exactly the same. A more appropriate comparison would have been buying a set of Kinects or Legos. Let's say you buy the Star Wars Kinect set that has the Millennium ass beater on there, and you want to make that. So you bought that set. Well, you paid for that set, but you got a randomized set of ingredients that can't complete that set. You didn't get the necessary parts for it, so now you need to keep buying micro sets to try and complete that set initially. You see what I'm saying? You're not getting all the parts to what you paid for. And thus you have to keep buying the parts to keep chipping away at finally being able to complete the set you initially paid full retail for. That's a more appropriate comparison, in my opinion, because you're paying a full retail game, and then you're getting little bits and pieces locked behind microtransactions. It's not just cosmetic anymore. With EA games, you're getting actual progression locked behind microtransactions. Thus, you have to keep paying for it over and over again until you can finally get the complete game or make a competitive team in FIFA.
We do think the way that we have implemented these kind of mechanics, and FIFA, of course, is our big one, our FIFA Ultimate Team and our packs, is actually quite ethical and quite fun, enjoyable to people.
Well, yes, I do say, my good sir, it is actually quite ethical and quite fun, if we EA do say so ourselves. Nothing will make people believe something is unethical and unfun quite like telling them it is fun and ethical. If you have to tell someone that it's ethical and fun, it's most certainly neither of those things. I can 100% promise you no one is having fun opening microtransaction boxes and not getting the rare shit. And most of the time you're not getting the rare shit, you're just getting the same duplicate common shit over and over again. I want you to find me one lunatic that's not thrown in Arkham Asylum that says, yeah, I really enjoy just getting Pot of Greed in every Yu-Gi-Oh card pack I open. What they want is the rare cards, the rare shit in the microtransaction box. That's when it's fun because they finally got what they wanted, which was locked behind thousands of dollars worth of microtransactions and going through the chore of getting duplicates and getting fucked in the ass and slapped in the face and spit on by EA because the roll rate on their shit is so low that they have to keep spending money on it before they get something they actually want.
We agree with the UK Gambling Commission, the Australian Gambling Commission, and many other gambling commissions that they aren't gambling. And we also disagree that there's evidence that shows it leads to gambling. Instead, we think it's like many other products that people enjoy in a very healthy way, and like the element of surprise.
God, you gotta love that argument right there. We disagree with the evidence that says it's bad. Oh, you disagree with it? Oh, okay, then yeah, that's fine. That makes you right. That means the evidence is wrong because you disagree with it. That's some flat earth logic shit right there. That's exactly what they do. They disagree with the evidence that proves the earth is a globe, so they're going off their own fucking insane beliefs. Yeah, we disagree. Alright, that doesn't make you right. It just means you're a fucking idiot and that you're disagreeing with something to promote your own agenda. It's a non-argument that's really fucking dumb. This whole surprise mechanic shit is absolutely silly. It's so easy to ridicule that statement. You know, a man goes and flashes his penis in a park. Hey, officer, it's not a crime, it's just a surprise penis. People love penis, people love surprises. You do the math.
Okay, so just to be absolutely clear, your loot boxes or surprise mechanics, you have no ethical qualms whatsoever with.
So I think you're recharacterizing my language. What I said is I think the way we've implemented our FIFA Ultimate Team packs is ethical.
Okay, other than FIFA?
Dude's just flopping his cock on the desk, just asking her point blank. I like that he's not mixing words. He's just like, do you think they're ethical? And for some reason, she breaks down and says he's recharacterizing her language. His question was quite literally, you think they're ethical, right? And she's just starting to sweat and fucking squirm in her chair. And, oh, well, you're recharacterizing what I said. I said FIFA packs are dope as shit, and you should buy some. I don't understand. She could have just said, yeah, they're ethical if she truly believed that. But even she knows, even her programming knows, that it is not ethical. It is getting kids and already susceptible people hooked on gambling. That's exactly what the loot boxes monetization system is all about, getting people coming back to keep spending money on a game that they've already paid for, full retail price, so that way they can keep making money off of it.
And other games that you provide, are you equally comfortable and relaxed about?
For all of the games we have on the market that have a randomized content mechanic, a surprise mechanic, a loot box, I have no qualms that they are implemented in an unethical way.
We got her. She just sank her own battleship there. She has no qualms that they're implemented in an unethical way. So they're unethical, and you're okay with that, is basically what that statement says. I think you fucked up your words there, but I'm going to take that as a confession that EA knows they're unethical, because, I mean, obviously, they have to know. Even the soulless suits at EA have to laugh to themselves like, haha, we're extorting these people for money. How dumb are these consumers? Why are they still buying FIFA? Haha, we're releasing the same game and still monetizing it like fucking assholes. But it's working, so whatever. Really silly shit, and I think everyone can easily make fun of EA and their whole surprise mechanic thing they've tried to pull here. So I just wanted to kind of pile on and shit on EA and make fun of their surprise mechanic thing here. That's about it. So yeah.
Lies.
Yeah, Peter! Woo-hoo! No one was applauding, then he threw his hands out. Come on, guys. Chief Competition Officer? What does that mean? What title is that?
He just issues company competitions. Three-legged race.
Winner gets a promotion! Whoever gives you the best blowjob gets moved up!
When did he walk on stage? Did he just appear?
No, he didn't walk.
I
think he was just on a video. He was reporting from the EA space station.
About 200 million game players in the world. We thought that was a lot. Now there are 2.6 billion and growing. We are all part of a global phenomenon.
2.6 billion what? Gamers.
I think he said game plays in an effort to not make us cringe by saying gamers or like gamer assassin gurus or something. I don't like being classified as a gameplay.
What does it even...
I don't know. We're all just gameplays living in his world, his virtual world.
This guy really screams gamer.
Well, everyone, it's great to be back near E3.
Did he just say near E3?
Yeah, he's not in it actually.
He wasn't allowed near the premises last time.
He stood outside promoting Titanfall. Hey guys, Titanfall, it's coming out soon.
Passing brochures. Welcome back. Why greet a soldier? Like, oh, you haven't died yet?
Congrats.
That's good for morale.
Your children are waiting for you.
Don't you want to see them again, John?
Personalized greetings.
It seems your mother recently had a heart attack. I'm sorry to hear that, Richard.
But she's still alive. Fight for her.
Make her proud.
One of the comments in the section there is so many soldiers. Yes.
Whoa! Look at these soldiers! There's so many of them!
No, I think that was a complaint, like, so many soldiers, ugh.
Oh. Ew. Not enough
Wasn't there more birthday cake?
I thought it was like somebody amazed by the amount of soldiers.
Options and a deep progression system. And of course, super smooth gameplay that we've always delivered.
Always delivered, you've made one
In
game.
the first game.
Our track record is 100% on super smooth gameplay.
I looked away, what is this?
This
Still
is
the
this
same thing.
How could you even look away? Your eyes weren't glued to the screen for Titanfall info?
Do the Titans talk in this game?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
So they're like Transformers?
No, it's just like freezing every now and then. And now the quality just took a massive shit.
Oh no.
I'm not going to be able to see the super smooth high definition gameplay and the crisp 1080p it was meant to be displayed in.
Really took us by surprise.
Let's just combine Titanfall with this.
Yeah.
It would make a fun game, just Titan football.
Touchdown fall.
Now, if Rocket League worked, then that would too.
Why did I even bother showing my fucking team in the NFL advertisements? No one gives a fuck about the Buccaneers. That's just insulting. Why haven't they just removed them from the NFL games? This man's like a Star Trek villain.
Yeah.
He does. Can you see his nipples?
Yeah! They're like fucking knives! The whole shirt contours around them.
Yeah.
By design.
It's the first time I've ever seen a man's nipples through his shirt.
I thought you were gonna in the sentence after man's nipples.
No, I've seen those.
He makes it seem like it's something all of us know, but I've never heard of NFL Madden competitions in my life.
He's the competition expert.
Yeah.
Competition organizer person thing. Of course he knows about it.
He knows about every competition in the world.
Is this actually his job?
I think this is genuinely his job. He just comes up with competitions for these games. What would that... When this man gets fired from EA, what is he gonna put on his fucking resume? A competition officer? No one's gonna want that. Hey guys, look, I'll work for this restaurant. We can set up competitions and shit. I'm really good at that.
I mean, he's just gonna go work for another company as chief. I don't even know. Credits, proofreader.
Chief spell checker. Subtitles.
Looks like they were in a basement then.
They can't afford a big stage. It's just Peter Moore's basement.
Yeah. The chief competition basement.
I bet he goes into bars and like tells women he plays football.
Definitely.
I'm a football player. I play all the positions. I even coach too. Oh, here's Peter Morgan. just coming off a fresh huff from his oxygen tank.
It is a video within a video.
I'm so confused. Where are they? Are they at Los Angeles at the moment?
I think so. I think Peter Moore's just like walking between worlds, right?
His eye wrinkles make him look like he's wearing goggles.
I can see the outline. Yeah, he looks like Dr. Vortex from Crash Bandicoot.
Holy shit, yes.
Hi, I'm young like all of you. I can relate. I love Madden. Wow, that got me hyped. I loved watching people work on the game. Now that I know real humans, yeah, now that I know real humans were behind the development of this one, I'll have to buy it. Is that man wearing boot cleats? Look at his shoes next time it zooms out.
He's a real cowboy. He's the chief cowboy. No, they're just talking about the fucking DLC for Star Wars Battlefront.
Sounds good to me. That's why I came here, to learn about DLC for games I don't own. He looks like fucking Splinter from the new TMNT movie.
Little. His nipples are still hard.
They're perpetually hard, that's his secret. That's why they love him so much. His
Does he just keep going off stage to just touch his nipples and come back?
Well, that and get some oxygen. This man's being artificially kept alive to be EA's puppet. Fuck you, Peter.
But you will. My name is Alex Hunter. And just like you,
What is happening? Is this in real life?
I think it's in real life.
Yeah. For a second I thought this looks really good actually.
Yeah, so did I. I was like, wow, this one is not shit.
I can't see his nipples though.
Yeah,
It's
that's
distracting now.
Yeah, that's why he didn't get the big applause Peter gets.
Is this like some famous soccer player that we don't know?
I think it's just an actor they hired to pretend to be a soccer player. You don't know me, but you will if you look me up on IMDb.
Yes, I am Messi and Ronaldinho. Oh wait, someone commented, "Oh Pele." Is this Pele?
No.
Oh no, it's not. Apparently, that guy's dead.
They brought him back from the dead. EA's got the technology.
He's not dead, damn it. He's 75.
He might as well be.
Almost dead.
So this could still be him. Maybe.
This isn't gonna get the FIFA fans that excited.
Yeah, it is, Charlie.
How? It'd be like, oh, I gotta get FIFA 17 for Hunter.
They only added 3 coaches.
The rest is DLC. You want this guy to yell at you? You have to buy him.
If you want Alex Hunter's brother as a playable character, $20 please. Who's this guy creeping on stage?
He's just lost. He's like, is this the Microsoft press conference?
It's like his boss, your time's up. It looks so threatening. It looks like some character from James Bond, like Spectre.
Yeah, Spectre.
Doesn't even take his hand out of his pocket. Look at him.
Yeah, he's too cool for this.
Holy shit, he has big balls.
Does he even have hard nipples, though? He's just like insulting this coach to his face. Why is this promoting the game in any way?
I can wake up 3-4 o'clock.
This guy is so unenthusiastic. Yeah, my son plays games, yeah. Yeah. He just doesn't go to sleep, he plays video games all night. What a great promoter.
Yep. It sounds like he's against video games.
Yeah. Assholes, just let me sleep. His name's spelled without a Y, though. I don't like it.
No, it's not. It's Aaron McHardy. There's a Y at the end.
I mean Aaron. It's not Aaron.
Yeah, no. Everyone knows the more Y's you have in the name, the more quality you can deliver.
Oh, that's why I have one. I think that was my choice.
Fuck yeah, another movie promotional. When's this one coming to theaters? Oh, it's Alex Hunter again. It's a sequel.
They had to put it on his chest to really just fool people. We're 60 years old, but we're all gamers. Only thing is like missing his controller hung around his neck. Like, yeah, I'm a gamer. So in short, he just is not a gamer.
Damn it, that shirt fooled me. Okay, I'm gonna take a FIFA 17 journey to the toilet and take a nice Madden real quick. I'll be right back.
Will help you reach new parts of the forest and take you ever closer to discovering this.
Looks kind of like Journey.
He sounds like Nightcrawler from X-Men. And now Peter Moore for the competition officer, talking about Star Wars Madden Edition.
I've never even heard of Galaxy of Heroes.
Yeah, what the fuck is Galaxy of Heroes? Hold on, I'm looking it up.
Why did they push in that indie guy just in between all of those AAA games? So was he just supposed to talk while they sweep the stage?
Well, Peter Moore had a heart attack, so they had to cancel his segment.
I guess, yeah. He wanted to caress his nipples for a little bit longer.
Peter's nipples aren't hard yet! Put Fee up there, quick! This is code red!
In reality, all the indie games are just intermissions for Moore to fondle himself. EA doesn't give a shit. They commission entire indie games just so he can have some more time to caress his chest.
You're giving EA far too much credit. They would not let Peter fondle them himself. They would have people directed, like their position is to fondle his nipples for him. Stig Asmussen. Holy shit!
I'll be honest, I don't think every single employee at EA gets 4 monitors either. I think that's a ruse.
I wonder how many monitors this guy, the real gamer, gets.
It's probably more close to like 4 people share 1 monitor.
Probably.
That's it?
What do you want, Charlie? It's really hard to please you. I mean, it's almost like you don't like EA.
I just don't like any of these games. They're so boring. He just crawled out of bed. This is Mr. EA himself, Patrick Bach. Yeah, he really does.
Just some camera guy.
Quick! Peter's nipple's still on hard. Send somebody out there, but we don't have anyone else. Get the camera guy! Put a mic on him!
Just stalling. You really want to enhance your experience with all these games that pioneering. Buzzword. More. Help!
Open world narrative with single player Alex Hunt the Journey 17 FIFA.
What does the shirt say? Mike Tyson?
Oh, it's Mike Tyson? Which one is it?
I don't know.
Not Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson has a fucked up face with the tattoo.
Yeah, no, that's Jamie Foxx. His shirt says like on Mike Tyson. What does that mean? This guy looks so depressed and so hollow. They've kept him locked in a dungeon for 3 weeks, just preparing him for this press conference.
Looks like it's coming out of a mountain.
Yeah, out of a tunnel.
Why is it carrying a school bus?
How they got around?
Wait, look at those sad blimps in the sky. Did you see that? They actually drew frowns on them.
Like flaccid dicks.
They look like sad sky whales.
Yeah,
I'm going home to forget that I exist. Are they showing the exact same thing?
at this point, they just even pretend anymore. This is straight up hypnosis. Just brainwashing now. Just repeat the trailer 50 times, guys. Loop it.
That'll get them hyped up. I don't know, maybe there's like something at the end, like a soccer minigame. Shout out to FIFA.
Just Alex Hunter in a battleship.
His journey took him way beyond the football stadium.
Hindenburg was an inside job, was one of the comments. He must have like piercings or something. What would make your nipples just stand out and droop that hard?
I have no idea. I mean, constant stimulation. Like, they probably put ice cubes on him and shit. He's probably like a nipple model or something.
He wasn't even on stage. What?
Well, now he is. He's preventing everyone from playing the game just to be a dick. If you want to play Battlefield 1, you're going to have to come up here and fight me individually. I can't wait to rush the FIFA 17 monitor. That was... Hi, I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited for FIFA 17 now.
Play to live? What kind of a motto is that?
Subliminal messaging.
Peter Bach knows. Or Patrick, whatever.
They're trying to get new cameramen.
EA Games. It's in your wallet. Nobody likes EA except for investors. Me going into detail about why EA is a shitty company has been done a million times before and not really worth the effort. However, with this recent controversy in their newest game, Star Wars Battlefront 2, there is a few things I would like to talk about here. Playing an EA game and putting up with the microtransaction bullshit, which is beyond intrusive, is just painful. It's fucking miserable. It's like getting a urethral swab of sandpaper. And in Star Wars Battlefront fucking your wallet too, it's the absolute worst system. You have to spend money on getting your loot boxes in order to progress in the game and even stand a chance against other players who do spend money. This guy on Reddit really started the whole controversy, which is erupting now, with this right here, where he proves it takes approximately 40 hours to unlock one hero in the game, and you can't unlock anything else. You have to save up your credits for 40 hours to afford one of the heroes here. And that's just absolutely ridiculous. Even the most elite of gamer samurai gurus will at least have to spend a week of constant playtime to unlock one of the heroes without spending money. And EA knows that number is way, way, way too high, but the point is, it gives people an incentive to spend the money to get the heroes, because no one's going to want to spend 40 hours to start unlocking things. No one's going to put that kind of time in there. But they would very gently toy around with the nipples of dropping $20 on getting a few loot boxes to speed it up and hopefully even get a hero out of it. And that's the whole idea behind the system. If you can get a player who just spent $60 or $80 on the game, have them drop another $20, then damn, you're doing some great shit there from a marketing perspective. But at the cost of losing some goodwill with the consumers, which Electronic Sharts already has none of. They're about as well liked as sleeping on a bed of broken glass. But EA's smart enough to know that it doesn't matter, because they hold some incredibly large titles hostage, like Star Wars Battlefront. People are not going to boycott Star Wars Battlefront. It's going to sell incredibly well no matter what. All of Reddit's up in arms. We're boycotting it. We're not going to touch the game. Let's vote with our wallets. And don't get me wrong, they've definitely got the right idea. The only way EA would change their business practices is if people stop buying their products. But Reddit's not going to do that. They can't resist the carrot that's dangling in front of their face, the fucking fleshlight on a string that they just need to fuck. So they're going to buy the newest title, and it happens every time. For the last 6 years, they've been saying, let's boycott EA games. We're not going to touch them. We're going to stay pure. And then within 24 hours, the entire R-Gaming subreddit is nothing but the latest EA title content. And even if all of Reddit did boycott the EA games like they say they're going to do, it wouldn't make a difference to EA, because the general population doesn't go on Reddit and follow along with the drama and the up-in-arms controversies. They just go buy the games and they have fun. They might spend some money. That's what EA really caters to. They don't give a shit about negative publicity or how they look in the Reddit's eye. They don't really give too much of a fuck. What matters to them is the profits they can make, and they're going to stand to make a lot of profits here. So I'm going to look into my crystal ball of ass and predict that this game's going to sell incredibly well. Reddit's not going to boycott it, and EA's practices are only going to get even worse than the Star Wars Battlefront 2 microtransaction bullshit here. Because right now, all of the loot boxes, all of the micro-penis actions are being shown to work and make a lot more money than regular games without microtransactions. So why would they stop? It makes no sense from a business standpoint. They can make far more money by implementing systems like Star Wars Battlefront 2 is doing. Now, after this whole 40 hours needed to unlock a single hero thing broke, EA actually responded with perhaps the single worst PR statement I have ever read in my life, and it has become one of Reddit's most downvoted comments in its entire history, which is nothing shy of impressive, so give yourself a round of applause, EA. It reads, "The intent is to provide players with a sense of pride and accomplishment for unlocking different heroes." Yeah, that sounds about right. The first thing I'd feel is immense pride and accomplishment after mindlessly fingering my butthole in a mediocre video game for 40 hours to unlock one character. Or perhaps they are referring to the sense of pride and accomplishment after wasting more money on the mediocre video game after purchasing it. Man, nothing screams pride and accomplishment like buying your way to the top of the leaderboard in a video game. This poor Cro-Magnon continues, "As for cost, we selected initial values based upon data from the open beta and other adjustments," no you didn't, "made to milestone rewards before launch. Among other things, we're looking at average per player credit earned rates on a daily basis, and we'll be making constant adjustments to ensure that players have challenges that are compelling, rewarding, and of course, attainable via gameplay." That is not at all what you're trying to do here. You're trying to make it so impossible to attain anything via gameplay that you have to buy them. The only challenge you've implemented here is the astoundingly high number of credits it takes to unlock shit. That's not a compelling challenge. It's also not attainable. It's about as compelling and attainable as somebody issuing a challenge to me to grow 5 inches in a week. To finish it off, this PR troglodyte finishes it with, "We appreciate the candid feedback." I'm sure you appreciate this candid feedback, as you call it, and the passion the community has put forth around the current topics here on Reddit, our forums, and across numerous social media outlets. Our team will continue to make changes and monitor community feedback and update everyone as soon and as often as we can. Absolute bullshit. There's really nothing to even talk about there. But I have no doubt EA will tone down the amount of credits it takes to unlock things. A couple months after release, they'll go ahead and spin it as, we're listening to you and we're looking out for the little guys out there that don't have a huge disposable income, so we're lowering the credits. Yahoo. And then they, play both sides of the field to make a lot of money in the initial launch for the whales that want to spend the money, and then down the line they'll go ahead and lower it down for us plebeians out here who don't want to spend on microtransactions. Now, as is common with gamers these days, they're very hostile people, and they were, of course, per usual, sending death threats and making all types of strongly worded comments to the devs and shit. Some John Wick level shit. Oh, I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna fuck you up real good, pal. You've really messed with the wrong CIA super soldier who retired recently and loved video games until you've done this. Now I'm coming for you. And so this guy, I don't know who he is, but I know he's a developer on Battlefront 2, posts this. Oh, you're keeping track of them for legal reasons, huh? No, you're not, Sean. You absolutely are not. You're not going to do anything legally. You can't do anything legally. What are you going to do, imprison over 1,600 people? That'd make that scene in The Dark Knight where Harvey Dent gets half of Gotham's criminals behind bars look like child's play. You would be one hell of a fucking force to be reckoned with if you could do that, Sean, but you can't. So please, devs out there, stop tallying up your death threats and personal attack emails and pretend like you're going to take legal action, because you're not and you can't. This happens every time a game implements an unpopular feature with the community. Gamers are very entitled and childish people for the most part. I don't want to say the entire gaming community is, but let's be honest, for the most part they are, because every time something negative in a game gets implemented, the same shit happens. These children send death threats. Let's make our voices be heard. Let them know that we're not satisfied. Let's try and ruin their lives. That'll show them. And it's disgusting. It's fucking pathetic. Those kind of people are very sad people, and it's almost even sadder that the community kind of looks at them as heroes. Oh, you sent a death threat? You threatened to kill and eat his dog? Oh, nice. I'll go ahead and send one of my own. This time I'll threaten to burn down his house and then pee on his burned ashes. That'll be good. Let's see them try and implement another unpopular feature I don't like. They won't want to mess with me again after this email. It's just pathetic. Absolutely fucking pathetic. And it doesn't solve anything. If anything, it might even exacerbate the problem. Oh, these gamers fucking suck. They're assholes. Let's go ahead and keep fucking their wallets real good because we know they have no impulse control and they're going to keep buying our games. Let's really make this one slap them on the fucking cockhole. I'd normally feel bad and speak up against this anti-consumer feature we're about to implement in Star Wars Battlefront 3. But after the emails I got last year, no, fuck them. They deserve no sympathy. They're horrible people. Go ahead, Harold. I'm greenlighting this feature. Let's really fuck them good. I just don't see the point, and I don't think I'll ever understand the outrage culture in the gaming community these days. But yeah, I mean, this is basically the EA controversy in a nutshell. I just wanted to get it all out there and talk about it, because it's really fucking frustrating. And yeah, that's it. See ya. EA is a name that strikes fear into the wallet of gamers everywhere. I still remember all those years ago when they were voted I think it was the most hated company in America, or it might have just been point blank worst company in America. Which, there are no saints over there at the EA office, but I definitely think there are worse companies, but it just goes to show you the pure disdain people have for EA and their practices. They have not been well liked for a very long time. But you know who does like them? The Saudi Arabian government. They like them so much that they are buying EA for $55 billion. Now, it's not just the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund that's buying them all on their own outright. They've actually got a whole Royal Rumble going halvesies with them, so they've got fucking superstars like Silver Lake and Jared Kushner's affinity partners doing this deal with them. So they've got like the superstars of slime here that are forking up 55 billion clams to own EA. EA was a publicly traded company, but obviously with this will no longer be. They're taking it private. Now there is one other name here that's very important to this deal. JP Morgan. Because you see, Darman fam, $20 billion of debt is being committed by JP Morgan for this deal, $18 billion of which is expected to be funded at close. Now, what does this mean for you, someone who might just be excited for Battlefield coming out? Well,
20 billion is a big number. If you converted that to pounds, it's nearly as heavy as your mother, bitch. Point is, $20 billion is what EA is now responsible to pay back. It's debt. And what are the ways that you can look to try and squeeze some more juice from the lemons here? More microtransactions, something EA is very famous for. Another strategy EA might employ is layoffs. Again, something they're not a stranger to. And I predict, as well as I've seen other people also make this prediction, you know, I'm not fucking Baba Vanga over here with some kind of galaxy brain speculative theory. I would imagine they're going to start closing studios like BioWare. I think BioWare is going to be their big one. Their games have not been performing well financially for EA for a while. Anthem, into Dragon Age, the Veilguard, they're not crushing it in their sales numbers, and they're a very expensive component of EA. Maybe not in like the grand scheme of like billions of dollars, but that still is a sizable chunk of change, and I think they're going to be checking under every single cushion on the sofa, looking for any way of finding more money to pay back this debt. I would imagine there's going to be even more excessive microtransactions, just desperately trying to claw into your wallet to get you to spend money in their games, and I think there's going to be layoffs and studio closures. Again, EA is very famous for gutting studios, so I think that now with this 20 billion debt on the plate, they're going to be even more aggressive. That's what I expect, and I've seen a lot of other people also have that same idea in their head. It just feels like that's probably the direction EA will go. And I also saw it being reported by a lot of outlets that apparently the new EA owners are hopeful that AI will be their saving grace here for cutting costs and boosting profits. Which, again, AI, the entire purpose right now is just for the sake of saving money on the bottom line by replacing workers. So you don't have to pay salary to people. You can just have AI spit shit out. According to a report that is paywalled, so again, I'm getting this secondhand from all the other reports reporting on that one. But apparently it was stated that AI would be used to boost EA's profits in the coming years and to manage a large debt load on a company that historically carried limited net debt. Now, I've yapped about this strategy endlessly, and it's clearly not exclusive to EA. Every company on the planet right now is scrambling to try and get the fucking AI and a titty twister so they can utilize it to save money. And there's going to be plenty of other gaming companies that will follow suit. Even with EA, even if EA wasn't being purchased for $55 billion with $20 billion in debt, they would still 100% be trying to use AI to save money. I'm sure it's already happening across the entire industry right now. In fact, I've got a little tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that Ubisoft CEO is actually just AI. I don't think there's a single human being left in that food chain there at the upper echelon, because there is no way a sentient, living, breathing organism could have come up with ideas as stupid as Ubisoft has. But in this case, again, it's not exclusive to EA. They're just being a little more open about it, I guess, about how they're going to utilize AI to cut these costs. Now let's talk about the new owners of EA. One of them being the Saudi Arabian government. Now, if you've been paying attention to the state of tech, or even the state of sports, or esports, you probably know the Saudi Arabian government's been getting its fingers in a lot of different pies here. They've been exploring tons and tons of different companies and brands to own. And it's been going on for a few years now, a handful of years now, and I don't think it's going to slow down or stop anytime soon. In fact, quite the opposite. I'm confident Saudi Arabian government will continue to snatch up tons of major brands and companies across the globe. And if you don't mind, I'd like to go on a bit of a side tangent here. I'd like to blabber a bit. Esports. Many of you know I've been in the esports space for 5 years now. Started with Moist Esports, now Shopify Rebellion. So, as an owner of an esports team, I can tell you firsthand, Saudi Arabian government wants to basically own the entire fucking industry there. And they're already getting very close with things like the Esports World Cup. Most recently, EVO, where they're the majority owner of EVO. They have infinite money. So in a scene like esports, which money is a myth, there is, as I've said numerous times, there is no money to be made in esports. It is just an absolute endless pit of agony when it comes to financials. Me, it's fine bleeding money there because I'm doing it under the idea that I'm going to lose this money, but I'm investing in it because what I get out of it is fun. I love the spirit of competition. I love esports. It's why I had Moist Esports, and it's why I now have Shopify Rebellion, so I could expand the esports space and have more things to watch and support more players. I love it. But any business that wants to get into esports hates it, because you just lose money. And the Saudi Arabian government obviously noticed that, so what they did is they put the chemical X into the sector, money. They've given tons and tons of teams tons and tons of money to support things like the EWC and to own things in the esports space because, well, without them they're not making money, so they feel they absolutely have to play ball. I, of course, have seen this firsthand, but have declined all of that mumbo-jumbo. I haven't been shy about it. I've told you straight up numerous times, I don't watch the EWC, I don't support it at all, I don't watch it in private, nothing. I think that shit sucks. I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but the Saudi Arabian government's got a whole host of issues, human rights violations out the wazoo. I'm sure I don't need to go into a ton of detail into the nitty-gritty. And honestly, just the whole idea of a government deciding that it wants to get its grubby paws around an entire industry and own the entire sector outright, that's fucking terrible no matter what. So yeah, I don't like this at all. I hate what's happening in the esports space where every organization, every game, every brand basically has to suckle the teat of Saudi Arabia in some way, shape, or form. I don't like the direction. Now, of course, I understand why it's got to that point because there is just no money there, but it doesn't change the fact that I don't like it. Now, we have had players on our teams participate in like the EWC because, as I've always said, we don't take player winnings, so them winning doesn't bring money back to us or anything, and I'm not going to get in the way of any of our players going and making their own decisions on how they want to like make a bag or something. That is entirely up to them, all power to them, and there's no ill will there at all. But they've not represented Moist Esports at the EWC or anything like that. I know this is a long-winded tangent, but the point is, the Saudi Arabian government is doing this not only in just like EA or esports, but all across the whole spectrum of technology and entertainment. In fact, just look up things that the Saudi Arabian government, like the PIF, has like percentages of. It's a lot. It's a ton of things, and many other video game companies, by the way. This is just their biggest buyout. This is huge. $55 billion for EA is big. And I do think there will be some noticeable changes to a lot of EA games and property. I think we're going to be in an era of even greedier EA garbage, if such a thing is even fathomable. So yeah, overall, I don't think this is going to be like an improvement to EA games or anything like that. I don't think consumers are going to walk away from this kind of deal with a big W for the quality of games we're going to start receiving here. I guess I'm willing to be proven wrong, but I highly fucking doubt that. I think it's going to be net negative changes across the board for EA games going forward. But one other thing I want to briefly mention, I've seen some people talking about EA in this story as if they're like some kind of defenseless victim or something, like, oh no, the Saudi Arabian government, they got EA in its clutches and there was nothing EA could do. Motherfucker, they could have just said no. They didn't have to make the deal. Like, it's not like EA is the good guy of the story or anything here. Like, this is across the board just greed. Like, it's just absurd. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yep. Bungie is engaged in a lawsuit right now that I find extremely interesting, and I tickled it a little bit last night on stream, but I want to get into the actual spaghetti and meatballs today. Now, obviously, this isn't Bungie's first rodeo with lawsuits. They've been involved in a couple high-profile ones I'm sure a lot of you have heard of, but I wouldn't necessarily call them seasoned veterans, that this is just, you know, business as usual. Not like Nintendo, who has more lawsuits than Elon Musk does children. Bungie has few and far between lawsuits, but most of you hear about them, such as like their big one not long ago where they actually had a huge victory over cheat makers, which I think was great. Their current battle, though, has got them fucking stun-locked here. They are being sued by a writer who claims that Destiny stole his story for their campaign for Red War and Curse of Osiris. And Bungie is having a very difficult time defending themselves here. They can't actually produce the content to prove that they didn't steal from him. Thus, the lawsuit is still ongoing, and they're kind of getting embarrassed because of one simple thing that they have become so accustomed to doing. It's become like a fucking addiction. Sunsetting content.
If you've played Destiny, you're familiar with this, and it's not just Destiny, other games also take content out of the game over time, but Destiny takes entire paid things that you bought with your own clams, will take it out of the game and vault it. Now we're going to do like a full dive in here, like an actual colonoscopy on this case with everything we know right now, but I just want to give you the gist here. One of the things they vaulted is the entirety of the campaign for Destiny 2 when you first bought the game, Red War. I have bitched about that for the longest time now, that the campaign you bought when this game came out is no longer in the game at all and is completely inaccessible to the players. I think that is an unbelievably ridiculous concept, but I'm not going to just rant and rave about that like a lunatic again. But the community had always been under the impression that when content like Red War is vaulted, Bungie themselves can still access it. Like, they haven't just, poofed it out of existence like some kind of fairy godparents took care of it. They haven't just erased it from the corporeal realm. But it turns out that is the case. Bungie has openly admitted they also can't access the content anymore in this lawsuit. They actually can't even get their paws on it either, thus they can't really defend their claims of innocence against the copyright claims. It's a mess. Like, they actually have just banished it to the fucking shadow realm here. Anyway, the lawsuit was started by a writer named Matthew Kelsey Martineau, and he worked under the pseudonym Casper Cole, and he published a story on his blog that he claims was stolen by Bungie for the Red War and Curse of Osiris story elements. Most notably, Red Legion, he's saying, was taken directly from his writings. Other shared elements mentioned between Red War and the DLC Curse of Osiris are things like celestial object hovering over Earth, war beasts, and more. From what I can find, Casper Cole had this published on his WordPress in 2013, 2014-ish, and this lawsuit was filed last year. Guessing he's not a big first-person shooter fan, must have not played any Destiny until then. But I'm gonna tell you, buckle up, sports fans, might be a hot take. There's nothing I see listed here that seems unique to Casper Cole's writing. A celestial object hovering over Earth, flamethrowers being used, and emergency failsafes. Like, come on, that's all pretty generic sci-fi shit. That's like getting mad that another shooter also has bullets in the game. To me, that seems completely like a non-issue. That doesn't scream, copyright infringement, plagiarism. Now, if you want to talk about the names like War Beasts and Red Legion being exactly the same, I still think that's a moot point because those aren't really unique names either, especially considering Destiny. The name of everything in that game is basically just like a title or like a caveman naming it. The Traveler, the Witness, the Left Shoe, the Accountant, the Bath Master, War Bath, Bath War. Like, that's kind of just the whole naming scheme of that game. So Red Legion and War Beast, that doesn't scream that they stole something from this guy. There is nothing that I've seen listed in this lawsuit that makes me actually think Bungie stole from this guy's fucking WordPress in 2013, 2014 to make the Destiny storyline. But the timing of this lawsuit could not be better for Casper Cole because Bungie themselves can't combat it. They are unable to produce the content that they are being accused of stealing because they don't have access to it themselves. Bungie archived the original code that comprised the Red War and Curse of Osiris campaigns known as legacy builds, according to Tyson Green. However, the Red War and Curse of Osiris legacy builds can no longer run because their outdated code is incompatible with Destiny 2's underlying operational framework, which has evolved considerably since the Red War and Curse of Osiris campaigns were retired. As a result, Bungie cannot feasibly provide the court with the original Destiny 2 game as it existed in 2017, including the accused Red War and Curse of Osiris campaigns in any operable or reviewable form, nor will Bungie be able to produce the accused campaigns in operable or reviewable form if this matter proceeds to formal discovery. So after they put them on the bench, took them out behind the barn and put them down, they no longer can get them back because they've updated the game too much. So they can't actually get the game again. So, when they made a motion to dismiss this case, they were basically showing up with their pants down. They had nothing to show. So, what they relied on was YouTube videos. But not just YouTube videos, wiki pages as well. Bungie insisted the attached videos are the best possible way for the court to review the accused work.
Exhibit B was a 10-hour lore video put together by a YouTuber named My Name is Biff. Banger video, by the way. Exhibit C was a cutscene compilation, again put together by a fan, which is 2 hours and 40 minutes long. But the judge, Susie Morgan, she wasn't playing ball with it. She was not pleased with this maneuver, and it was not sufficient. So she denied this motion to dismiss. The court will not consider the exhibits attached to defendant's motion to dismiss and will not convert the defendant's motion to dismiss to a motion for summary judgment. There has not been sufficient time for discovery, and the attachments are admittedly of third-party origination. Their authenticity has not been established. Basically, Bungie brought piss to a shit fight here, and the judge was not having it. She said, I'm not watching these video essays. You scram with this. Wipe it in your ass and get out of the court with this. Thus, the lawsuit is proceeding. The case is going forward. And I really don't know what Bungie is going to do. They are adamant that it can't be restored, which is pretty mind-boggling to me. I don't know how they wouldn't have like backups of previous builds of the engine or something just for a case like this, to be honest, where you need an older build of the engine or the framework, so that way you could restore these things should you ever want to down the line, especially with things like remasters and remakes being so commonplace. It just makes sense to me that you would still have something like that. But I'm just a fucking idiot with a tiny little reptile brain, so maybe I'm on the crack pipe with that take. But what I think I'm 100% in the right on here is that it is ridiculous to be vaulting content in the first place if there is no means ever of getting it back. That is paid content. People paid for that. I paid for that when it came out. And I haven't been able to play it for 5 years and will likely never be able to play it again. Same with everybody else on the fucking planet, it seems. I don't really know what the next move is for Bungie. Maybe they'll start submitting goddamn Let's Plays to the courts or something. Like, here, check this out. Look how much fun they're having. No mention of Casper Cole anywhere. No one's picking up on the similarities. Check it out. Like, I don't know. They're going to have to find a way to actually get the campaign back. But, again, I'm not a lawyer either. I feel like Casper Cole's team would probably then make a case that it's been altered. I'm not trying to go like full anime protagonist here, like it's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Season 2. Next, you're going to say it's been altered. But I feel like that'd be the natural evolution of the argument here in this case. Because if Bungie somehow does produce a reviewable and operable Red War or Curse of Osiris campaign to present to the courts, who's to say they haven't just taken out the offending material of the lawsuit that it points out, right? Like, they've already said they cannot do it. So if somehow they're able to miraculously do it, would that not raise eyebrows about, like, well, can we trust this? It's fucking fascinating. It's a real brain buster here with the pickle that Bungie finds themselves in. So the YouTube links and everything weren't even considered here because in the initial filing, well, Martineau, I don't exactly know how to say his last name, I'll be honest. That's why I've been calling him Casper Cole. Casper Cole never made any mention of like YouTube or wiki links, so they didn't even consider it. It was deemed like off limits, kind of, I guess. And then Judge Morgan also pointed out that the case is actually pretty complicated, even when Bungie cited previous rulings, saying this case would require a much more complicated side-by-side analysis, even if the court had access to a complete version of Destiny 2. She also noted how the game and the written work aren't even in the same format. Rather than compare a brief movie scene and a copyright for a pinball machine, it appears the defendant is asking the court to compare a collection of short writings to 13 plus hours of third-party originated YouTube videos of Destiny 2 and several third-party originated online Destinypedia pages. Now, if you've got your thinking caps on, to me, there seems to be like a really glaring thing that I haven't seen pointed out in any of the articles. How the fuck is Casper Cole making these arguments in the first place if there is no Red War or Curse of Osiris to compare to anymore anyway? Like, how is he able to reference these things? I'm assuming the only way he'd be able to make these comparisons, since, again, the Red War and Curse of Osiris don't actually exist in the game anymore, is he would be comparing it to YouTube videos and shit. That'd be the only way. While he might not have directly referenced them in the lawsuit, there is no possible way for him to even be making these comparisons in the first place without that. So it is in a weird spot to me, because, again, there is nothing there for Red War or Curse of Osiris. They've already blinked it out. Like, it's gone. So even Casper Cole, when making these arguments, is making them against a fucking ghost. There isn't a Red War or Curse of Osiris campaign that is playable and reviewable that he is making these comparisons to. So it's a bit weird for sure. Now, at the end of the day, do I think Bungie stole his work, like copied his story beats for Destiny? Absolutely not. There is nothing I've seen listed here that screams plagiarism or anything like that. I also just highly doubt they would go to a random WordPress from 2013 and 2014 and start taking directly from it to make the Destiny campaign. That just seems so incredibly unlikely to me. But in Bungie's incompetence here, when it comes to vaulting and sunsetting, they have really shot themselves in the foot. Anyway, I just had to talk about this a bit. It seems like a pretty complicated case. If this was going to be an easy slam dunk W for Bungie here, a little dubski in the court of law against the copyright claims, probably would have been thrown out on this first motion to dismiss. So now I think it's going to get a little sticky. But maybe not. Maybe they have a trick up their sleeve. Again, I'm a fucking idiot, so who really knows? But I just found it very fascinating. That's about it. So yeah.
You know what's always a good time is those really out-of-touch corporate conferences that pop up every now and then where a company gets its employees to attend this event where they talk about their upcoming announcements and they put on this big presentation for it, but they try and make it like a show. It looks like E3, but more corpo. And recently, Taco Bell did one, which I didn't know about until Stream told me, and theirs was actually pretty hype. I'm a Taco Bell fan, so I was actually kind of invested in this one. I wanted to see what their upcoming menu changes were and what they're adding. And it was a surprisingly enjoyable show they put together. Typically when it comes down to these suits making something to try and announce their upcoming projects, it's really out of touch and boring and miserable. And they get their employees to go there who, it's very clear they don't want to be there, but they have to fake enthusiasm like, yeah, oh cool, you changed the Staples logo. Ah, that's amazing! That kind of shit. Or if there's like an Amazon one, if they do these, it'd be like, and we're announcing you get 1 extra bathroom break per month, and we added 2 new buckets for you to piss in at the warehouse. And then the employees have to like clap, be like, hey, thanks, appreciate the generosity. Like, it's usually just very uncomfortable, which makes it something enjoyable to watch as a cringe spectacle. But Taco Bell's event was just surprisingly enjoyable and pretty wholesome all around from what we watched. So I just wanted to show you that because it was kind of fun. Did you watch the Taco Bell's E3 event where they announced their new menu? It was pretty hype. Taco Bell prevents Live Mas Live 2024. Wait, that's such a fire idea. They did their own E3 for a new menu? Taco Bell kind of fucking slaps. We did a couple videos, like tier lists, and also like ranking all of Taco Bell items. They're really good. They're like the last fast food chain I think needs a menu change, at least nothing drastic. And they also got rid of the cheesy gorditas or whatever. What was it? Was that it? The cheesy gordita crunches? No. I don't remember. But they got rid of like a banger item. So I hope they don't get like too lost in their own sauce. It was the nacho fries. Oh, and the nacho fries. Quesarito. It was the quesarito they got rid of. And the nacho fries. Both of which, banger items. I don't know why they would do that. This is taken far more seriously than I thought it would be. This reminds me of when... Wow, wait. This guy looks like, from Morbius. The bad guy. I don't remember the goddamn villain's name. But this reminds me of when Staples did that huge conference for their new logo unveiling. You guys remember that? Where they're like, Staples, it's time for a change. And they made like this huge thing. They had this big dramatic conference. And then they're like, new logo. And it's the most boring shit ever. Like they changed one slight thing on it. It's the same energy. I like this kind of shit though. It's really silly. This one. What, you guys don't remember the Staples one? I even made a video on this back in a couple years ago. They unbent the staple. Oh yeah, that's what it was. They unbent the staple. Whoa! What the fuck? They said it couldn't be done! Against all the odds. I know, I love this corporate shit though, it's so fun. And this lady really wants to stand up and start clapping, but she was early. Yes! Yes! Yeah! Ah! Damn right! Who do you think you are? I am. I'm ready. Oh shit.
Let's start with value. Hey, this isn't a new launch, but
Got the whole seat, but I only need the edge.
Value brand. And while we haven't fully figured it out, we want to make them permanent. Now we haven't figured it out yet.
They're doing it.
But that's what we want to do. Now, the other thing is with our fries.
That was worth the whole conference in and of itself.
So we swapped ketchup for nacho cheese. But the thing that we found out is like you guys like a little heat with our nacho fries. Did anybody?
No. Oh boy. Nope. Nope. You're losing me.
Okay,
You're
we're
heat.
gonna do a new collab this year
Nope.
with Secret.
Is it optional? Don't force it on me, please. I can't handle spiciness.
Fries, but everybody does. It makes a lot of sense for us. Taco Bell chicken nuggets. Yes way. Whoever
Yeah,
said
I fuck
no
with
way,
that.
Yes way,
I do
girl.
fuck with that.
You're gonna get some. Chicken nuggets belong at Taco Bell? He thinks so. He thinks so.
Let's get a little more energy, guys. These are chicken nuggets at Taco Bell. What don't you understand? Fucking erupt. Woo!
Omar,
Bigger than the Super Bowl.
Musician. They need to grow up a little bit. They need a little glow up. So, I'm going to be the first one to introduce to you our brand new Taco Bell hot sauce packets. Let's look at them.
What? What? No! They did it! They've changed the packet sauce game. It'll never be the same.
There you go. Those are our new sauce packets coming this year.
Cool.
Now, the green sauce, can we talk about? We are launching a brand new menu next year.
Okay, now this is what I'm talking about. Something new. Let's see
Talk a
it.
little bit about it. Look at that.
Way now.
Look at that. Look at that.
It's looking good.
Oh. To try when this menu drops in March. We excited
Oh,
about that?
in March? Wait, that's right around the corner.
Right. March
Oh, let's go.
soon enough. Now we're always listening.
I couldn't wait any longer. Thank God.
We're thinking
It
about
unironically
family
looks pretty decent,
culture,
though.
And we're looking for the hot brand. Families celebrate birthdays, and we have a birthday in the house.
Oh, shit. Who's the birthday boy?
Can we play one more time, please?
Who is it?
Thank you.
You're getting a free Cantina menu membership for at least a month.
Turns 20 years old this year. 20 years old.
I see.
The tropical
Okay.
wine storm that we all know and love is turning 20 years old this year.
Baited.
And to celebrate, we're going to throw Baja Blast a birthday party. An ice cream party to be
Thank you,
exact.
some Nick.
Exact. Everybody likes this, right? How about everybody gets to try this in Taco Bell's this summer?
Oh!
Baja Blast Gelato will be in every one of our
Actually,
Taco Bells for a
unironically
very,
kind of
very
fire.
limited time at the end of the summer.
It's actually
Excited
kind of
about
hard
that?
to give Taco Bell any kind of shit or even be sarcastic because I actually really like Taco Bell food, and this looks pretty good. Like a Baja Blast Gelato, what the fuck? That sounds like it'll go hard. And having like the actual chicken menu, a great idea. It's about fucking time. Bringing back the nacho fries permanently, also great idea. No mention of the quesarito, that word's probably blacklisted from their vocabulary. A little unfortunate, but overall still pretty impressed.
And what you
Yeah.
see, this looks like a regular Crunch Wrap,
I'd
right?
agree.
Oh, it's not. When you look inside, that is a Cheez-It inside.
What have you done?
16 times the size of a regular Cheez-It, I present to you the Cheez-It Crunch Wrap.
You've gone too far! No! You can't mix those!
Park, it will make you want to make it rain Cheez-Its every day.
Fuck!
Cheez-It 16
We're in the end
times
game.
the size of a regular Cheez-It.
Hey, thanks Taco Bell, I'm excited. I'll try it. Yeah, they're playing God over there at the Taco Bell R&D department, putting a fucking 16 times the size Cheez-It in a Crunch Wrap. They've gone mad. They've gone truly mad. He announces it the same way Steve Jobs announced the iPhone. Yeah, except this is bigger. This is gonna change flavor forever. This was just as good as waiting for GTA 6. Hey, it's up there. It is up there, I would say. Is this their first Taco Bell Live Moss Live? Or do they do this every year and I've just missed it? Is this canon? Yeah, no, this is canon. They probably hired Kojima to create their new menu items. Sam, I need you to deliver these Taco Bell ingredients to Shit Fart Man so he can create the new menu. No, like I said, I actually am a Taco Bell fan. I never really had it seriously until recently. Because I remember when I was a kid, I hated it. When I was a kid, the quality of Taco Bell was laughable. I feel like most people had that experience when they were younger. Like just one bad Taco Bell outing or something with your friends and it's just trash and you feel bad. And then I ate it again pretty recently, like for the tier list, and then we had like every item from the Taco Bell menu, and I fucking love it. Like it's actually super good. Worst Taco Bell item? I don't remember. Like I said, we did a whole video on it. I can't remember what our lowest tier item was. I'll have to go back and check it out. Even the worst item at Taco Bell, though, was better than the best item at Burger King, though, for comparison. Right now, there is the wackiest legal battle I've ever learned about going on in the shadows. There's a secret war between major food brands and the FDA, mainly cereal producers like General Mills and Kellogg's, because the FDA is proposing new guidelines on the term healthy when it relates to things like their cereal. And under these new potential guidelines, their cereals would have to erase that term from their marketing. And they're not too happy about it. They're wiggling their fingers saying, no, 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 we have a First Amendment right to free speech, which they have been using for years to effectively lie and mislead their customers into thinking that their cereals aren't bad for them. Free speech is a beautiful and sacred, wonderful thing that plays no role in this corporate greed and false advertisement. I think it should be obvious that corporations can't just make shit up and make any claims they want to, just pull random, like, nonsense claims out of their ass for their products in order to sell it. Like, there needs to be some truth to the claims. Like, this is not a free speech issue. This is literally just bad business practice and fucking lying. Alleged lying. I want to make it clear, alleged. General Mills and Kellogg's have been fucking shaking their fists and wiggling in anger at this whole situation. I don't want them to get mad at me, too. Alleged. Take a peek at this puppy. Fruity Pebbles and Lucky Charms threaten to block healthy food labeling guidelines in court, saying it limits their free speech. The proposed FDA rule mandates that foods labeled as healthy must contain a major food group such as dairy, fruits, or whole grains, and must fit certain limits on saturated fat, sodium, and added sugars. The rule limits cereals, for example, to no more than 2.5 grams of sugar per serving in order to be labeled healthy. A restriction food manufacturers claim would exclude over 95% of ready-to-eat cereals. Holy shit, yes. What? Which is great. That is good news. That's huge. It's about fucking time. I couldn't tell you the amount of people that for some reason are brainwashed into believing these fucking labels that their goddamn Frosted Flakes or whatever are healthy for them. It's nuts. That is long overdue. Among the most vocal food companies are producers of high-sugar cereals which are largely marketed to children and have been criticized as a driver of the obesity epidemic in America. Because they are. In a joint filing made last month, the largest cereal producers in the country, General Mills, Kellogg's, and post-consumer brands, decried the proposed nutritional criteria and threatened to file a lawsuit challenging the guidelines as a violation of corporate free speech rights. You absolute slimy worms. Corporate free speech rights to lie to consumers. We have a right to say whatever we want to sell our product. And how dare you try and strip that from us, even though it's a blatant lie. Most cereal, like Captain Crunch, Frosted Flakes, Lucky Charms, Fruity Pebbles, are not healthy. And that it's a complete fucking sham and a joke that some of those boxes have that term plastered on there. In the cereal industry, the word healthy has less meaning than the word literally. It is completely devalued because they've been able to skirt these guidelines and get away with labeling things like fucking Lucky Charms as healthy when it's not. It's there for one purpose and one purpose only: to mislead customers into thinking that what they're purchasing isn't bad for them. Even though it's nothing but a giant fucking sugar bomb. You're purchasing just a ton of sugar, and for some reason they've been able to call it healthy for a long time now. It's very deceptive. It's literally just false advertisement, And I don't think that's slanderous to say. I don't know if General Mills and Kellogg's are watching this, but I don't think that's slanderous. There is tons and tons of research to indicate the role that high sugar shit like cereal plays a massive role in the obesity epidemic that America's been experiencing for quite some time now. And finally, the FDA is doing something worthwhile of stepping in and saying, it's about time we restrict this a little bit more. You can't just slap healthy on anything you want to willy-nilly. We're going to stop being so loosey-goosey with healthy. From now on, it's going to need to adhere to stricter guidelines. I'm actually surprised they didn't double down. Instead of calling their foods healthy, I'm surprised they didn't try and say, like, doctor recommended Cinnamon Toast Crunch, number one pediatrician recommended Fruity Pebbles. Like, really go hog wild on trying to mislead people into thinking it's good for you. They did go hard on fortified for a while, saying it's fortified with crucial vitamins and minerals and all that. But I feel like they could have gone even more hog wild with it. What about protein cereals that cost like $8 a box? You're getting into these really fringe cereals I don't know about. I can't tell you which are healthy and what aren't of the ones you're listing. All I'm saying is I'm agreeing that 95% of these cereals would absolutely be wiped from the healthy label because they're not. Like, they're straight up not. The sugar that's present there isn't like natural sugars either most of the time. So you can't even make it the argument that, like, oh no, but what about the cereal with 30 grams of sugar but it's all healthy sugars? Because that's never the case. The rule, if finalized in its present form, the companies wrote, would be open to legal challenge in that it violates the First Amendment by prohibiting truthful, non-misleading claims in an unjustified manner and also exceeds FDA's statutory authority in several ways. It's so frightening that corporations can bully an organization whose sole goal should be the safety of the products that we consume on a daily basis. Prohibiting truthful, non-misleading claims, but that is the exact opposite of what these claims are. Slapping healthy on Fruity Pebbles is an affront to God. The organization contend that the healthy labeling requirements are an unconstitutional overreach of government power. Food companies, the Washington Legal Foundation argued, have constitutionally protected commercial speech rights covering their ability to use the term healthy to describe their added sugar products. This is terrifying. This is just scary. What the fuck? Nobody should want a world where corporations can pull claims out of their ass without ever having to prove them or verify their authenticity or ensure that the claims are truthful. That is a horrifying world. They could literally be boxing up poison and selling it to you with a smile on their face and with the word healthy slapped on the box, and nothing would be done about it. They are fighting tooth and nail to defend their right to literally fucking lie to customers about how healthy their foods are. They are not, by any stretch of imagination, by any definition, healthy. And yet they've been able to get away with using that term for so long that they refuse to let it go. They become so accustomed to lying to their consumers that they are now throwing this massive public hissy fit, this legal battle. The FDA, the Washington Legal Foundation, wrote in its brief, cannot explain why consumers cannot make their own healthy decisions based on nutritional labeling data. Rather, it seeks to limit the food company's speech. Oh my god, it's like listening to someone cry victim on Twitter, but from a corporation. What are you talking about, man? You're just blatantly lying on your products. Obesity's on like an absolute astronomical come up, and you're slapping healthy on some of the foods that are a big contributor of it. What are you talking about? The group does not disclose its donors and did not respond to a request for comment. In previous years, the Corn Refiners Association, a lobby group that represents the high fructose corn syrup industry, has disclosed financial ties to the Washington Legal Foundation. Can't believe that. Drug companies including Purdue Pharma, the makers of OxyContin, have used the Washington Legal Foundation to challenge government rules and establish legal precedent to reduce the ability for prosecutors to seek criminal charges for drug company executives. You love a story with some heroes you can root for, like the Washington Legal Foundation fighting for the little guys, like drug company executives. The joint filing from cereal manufacturers not only scorn the labeling rules, but also argue that sugary cereals pose no health risks and are in fact beneficial to society and childhood health. Love that. What a great claim. The company stated that they view the extremely strict guidelines as alarming because cereal is one of the most affordable, nutrient-dense breakfast choices a person, adult, or child can make, with a wide range of options to suit different cultures, preferences, and tastes. Cereals, the companies claimed, are already recognized for nutritional benefits, given their inclusion in a range of federal programs that serve the nation's vulnerable populations, such as the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, and the National School Lunch Program. This is so foul. It's candy in the morning. It is literally candy in the morning. And yet they're here with a straight face saying that it's nutrient dense. Well, it is one of the most nutrient dense breakfast choices a person, adult, or child can make. And saying that it poses no health risks and is actually beneficial to society and childhood health. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. Next, they're going to argue nutritional facts are unconstitutional. Yeah, we shouldn't have to say what's in our cereals. We shouldn't have to say what's in our food. It's to protect our right to privacy. Oh man, this is so fucked. How does this just keep getting worse? The company's charged that cereal delivers on nutrition when eaten alone, but when consumed as part of a breakfast, it elevates the nutrition further, with cereal eaters exhibiting an overall higher diet quality. As evidence, the filings cites a 2019 study conducted by in-house researchers employed by General Mills, the maker of Lucky Charms, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and Trix, among other brands. They're doing it again, right in front of our face. Do you guys remember, and I've talked about it a lot, but some of you might also remember, there was a period of time, not that long ago, like 25, 30-ish years ago, where the entire America, all of America, vilified fat. They said the fat in our food is making us fat. This is why we're getting obese, because of fat in our food. And sugar was actually looked at as the good guy. Those studies were paid for by companies like this that were trying to placate their responsibility for the contribution they played to the obesity epidemic and put all of it on top of fat. And they're doing it again right here in 2019, trying to make arguments that eating cereal actually helps eaters exhibit an overall higher diet quality, I guess. That's so crazy. The agency, they wrote, should recognize the beneficial role of sugar. Sugar plays a role in foods beyond palatability. It controls water activity, creates texture, adds bulk, and also contributes to flavor complexity. We are literally going back in time. Literally going back in time. They're trying to make sugar a hero again. Sugar is actually really good for you. It is healthy to eat 30 grams of sugar in the morning with our cereal. Independent research, however, have found that diets high in processed foods and sugar intake are linked to obesity, diabetes, higher risk of stroke, obesity-related cancers, hypertension, and dental diseases. You don't say. You're telling me that the research that wasn't paid for by the actual sugar-producing cereal company said something totally different? That I just can't believe. It has been a rough month for Bungie. They are struggling right now, looking like me trying to reach the top shelf in my pantry. I just made a video covering the lawsuit that they are getting spanked in. That's a little exaggeratory, but it is a very messy lawsuit where they're being accused of stealing for their Red War campaign as well as Curse of Osiris, and they can't actually fight back against those claims because they vaulted that content and no longer can access it themselves. It is just banished to the Shadow Realm. They can't access it, so instead they've been relying on YouTubers' videos and lore breakdown as evidence to prove they didn't steal from this other writer's work. But the judge biblically smacked that down, saying that it will not be accepted. So they're not accepting the YouTube videos, and Bungie themselves can't access the content. So I don't know what the fuck they're going to do about that lawsuit right now. All because they can't stop vaulting content. They're addicted to it. And now today, it has just come out that they have plagiarized another artist's work for Marathon. And it's a lot. And it's also not just claims of plagiarism, and it's not just baseless accusations all around like something really small or trivial that you kind of have to like squint your eyes at and be like, oh, I can kind of see a similarity. It's not like they just stole like, you know, a big chungus shape from somebody without crediting the artist. They stole so much directly from an artist named Anti-Real, and they have also now come forward, the Marathon dev team have come forward and said that, yeah, it is indeed confirmed they did steal some of that art, but they're downplaying how much of it was plagiarized and kind of pushing the blame on a former employee. So we're going to go through this together because I think it's a lot bigger than they are making it seem. So this was the post that just blew up last night. The Marathon Alpha released recently and its environments are covered with assets lifted from poster designs I made in 2017. The side-by-sides that she provides are damning. So on the right you can see her poster, and on the left you can see the Marathon Alpha. You can see Aleph is lifted directly from her poster and just copied multiple times in the Marathon Alpha. Is the same song and dance here with another piece of evidence that she provides. You can see the arrows copy and pasted, but they were actually flipped here, which is the most effort that they went through with this plagiarism, like copying the homework but trying to make it look a little different. They changed the orientation of the arrows, but then everything else they didn't even bother trying to make even slight alterations. The symbols are pretty much exact, except for the first symbol there is like in a different direction, but it's still the exact same symbol. They just made it do like little 360s. It is very clear that they took these designs and just copied them into their game. This one is the most shameless, where you can see a tweet from Anti-Real back in June of 2024 saying, I hid loss in my designs 6 years ago and nobody caught on. And then here's a new post from someone in the alpha saying, here from the future, if anyone doubts the theft of your art, this also confirms it. And it's a screenshot in Marathon, and you can see loss. Now, if you don't know what that symbol is, it's a meme. I'm sure you've at least heard of the meme, loss. So Anti-Real's saying that in her art, she hid that. And then in Marathon, it just magically turns up. And you know, it's kind of a little bit of an odd coinky-dink, you know what I'm saying? I've also seen this one floating around, which is completely indefensible. No matter how brain-dead and determined you are to defend Marathon, there is no mental gymnastics you could possibly use to explain this away. On the right, you can see Anti-Real's poster from the Anti-Real Daily Series, and on the left, you can see Marathon, and you can literally still see it say Anti-Real Daily Series in that green box. They changed the colors but kept everything the same, including the text that says Anti-Real Daily Series. They just tried to cover it very loosely, very lazily, but you can still make it out. Worth mentioning that it's not like they just took her art and then used it in one spot, one time, hidden, you know, off the beaten path at like a little Easter egg behind a dumpster. We have to spin around 4 times and then you get to see what they plagiarized. No, this is art that they stole and used frequently throughout the game. It is a core part of the design, and you see them a lot in the alpha. Apparently, I didn't play the alpha because I'm not really interested in the game. There are so many screenshots in so many places that all of this shows up, and they never paid her for her work. They didn't give her any kind of, you know, credit for it. Nothing. Nothing at all. And also, there are numerous Bungie employees that follow her account. Like, there are people on the Bungie team that follow her account. It's not like they just didn't know about her, and they're not even trying to hide the fact that they did know her art. So it's pretty clear cut here. Now, Anti-Real said, Bungie is of course not obligated to hire me when making a game that draws overwhelmingly from the same design language I have refined for the last decade, but clearly my work was good enough to pillage for ideas and plaster all over their game without pay or attribution. In 10 years, I have never made a consistent income from this work, and I am tired of designers from huge companies mood-boarding and parasiting my designs while I struggle to make a living. It's more than mood-boarding, though. Clearly, they did just directly steal the artwork from her, and they very easily could have hired her. If they loved her design language that she had refined, and they wanted to use it to help steer the aesthetic of the game and use it in the game, they could have absolutely hired her. Or, at the very least, paid her for the work. You know, the legal correct thing to do here. It's just craziness. They instead just ripped it. 1-to-1, just ripped it with no alterations or anything. And that then calls into question this whole aesthetic that Marathon has. One of the main things people would praise for Marathon, a lot of people I know hated the alpha. It wasn't received overly well from what I saw. But the one thing that remained consistent is that a lot of players really liked the look of the game. And now this comes out, it really feels like the look of the game is stolen from other artists' work. Like, that's now the perception a lot of people have. It's just so fried. I just can't believe how blatant this plagiarism was. Now, as I mentioned, the Marathon dev team did make a statement. We immediately investigated a concern regarding unauthorized use of artist decals in Marathon and confirmed that a former Bungie artist included these in a texture sheet that was ultimately used in-game. Very convenient that it was a former Bungie artist, even though there's still current Bungie employees following this same account. Calls into question the legitimacy of that claim that this is all just some, like, rogue operative that, became a loose cannon and went off book and stole this work without us knowing. The issue was unknown by our existing art team, and we are still reviewing how this oversight occurred. We take matters like this very seriously. We have reached out to Anti-Real to discuss this issue and are committed to doing right by the artist. As a matter of policy, we do not use the work of artists without their permission. Well, not only a matter of policy, that's a matter of law. You can't just steal people's work like that. Yeah, I don't know why they try to, play this moral high ground. We would never do this. It is part of our mission statement. When you walk into the Bungie HQ, it says, "We shall not steal." And it's what sets us apart from the rest of the industry. To prevent similar issues in the future, we are conducting a thorough review of our in-game assets, specifically those done by the former Bungie artist, and implementing stricter checks to document all artist contributions. We value the creativity and dedication of all artists who contribute to our games, and we are committed to doing right by them. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. As other outlets have mentioned, this is not the first time Bungie has stolen art. It happened in Destiny 2 as well, so they do have a history of doing it occasionally, but to this scale is unheard of. This is probably one of the larger instances of just blatant plagiarism I've seen from a AAA game. It is egregious. And what's mind-boggling to me is I went into the comments there on those tweets, and there are people defending it, saying that it's just, a coincidence. Anti-Real doesn't own the corporate brutalist style. This is ridiculous. What are you guys even apologizing for? They're actually just shutting out reality. It's not like they just drew inspiration from Anti-Real's brutalist style. They literally took it and copy and pasted it without their permission. They didn't pay for it. They didn't even credit the artist. That is not legal. You can't do that. And yet there's still people just, plugging their ears to it in order to continue to shill Marathon on Twitter. Blows my mind. It is indefensible. No matter how you spin it, they stole that work. And they are openly saying that they did steal that work and downplaying the severity the severity of how much was taken. I think it's a lot more than they're letting on here, because you can see tons of screenshots from tons of different examples. Unless that former Bungie employee that they're pinning it all on was like a really higher up on the food chain here that was responsible for a ton of the art in the game, it really feels like it's probably more than just that person. Because there is a lot. Anyway, though, just another bad day for Bungie here. They're really they're going through it right now, and it's all entirely their own fault, really. That lawsuit, that could have been handled pretty quickly if they didn't just constantly vault content that people paid money for, taking away people's access to it, including their own access to it. That's on them. Stealing other people's art, that's also on them. It's entirely Bungie's fault for all the problems they're facing right now. Shit's crazy. That's about it. So yeah. Monster Energy files lawsuit against indie game over title. Monster Energy has filed a lawsuit against the indie game Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals. This time the company claimed the developer Glowstick Entertainment broke copyright with the horror game's title. So if I go on Steam right now, I bet I have a game with Monster in the title. Clash of Monsters, Garshasp. Well, they wouldn't fuck with Garshasp. He's way too powerful. Monster Hunter, Monster Challenge. So are they trying to own the word monster? Because this seems like such a weird topic or target. I don't know this game, but I can't imagine it's super huge. Yeah, I just read that they did this to Ubisoft Gods and Monsters, and of course Ubisoft, being the cucks they are, fucking bent the knee to it, I guess. Company has expanded its settlement terms by preventing Glowstick Entertainment from ever using green and white logo on a black background. What the fuck? Huh? How is their title confusingly similar to the energy drink in any way? What in tarnation? How? It's not like it's just called Monster. It is literally called Dark Deception, Monsters, and Mortals. So it's even plural, too. How is there any level of confusion? This is some awful, litigious bullying for no reason. How popular is this game? I'm unfamiliar with it. Is it a big game? Is that why they're doing it? There's 8 people playing this game right now with a 24-hour peak of 17 hours, and the all-time peak was 254. Why are you targeting them? Why? What the fuck? This doesn't make any sense. They actually went out of their way to find an obscure title to be an asshole to them. This game came out in 2020 as well. It's not even like it's a new thing. It looks like they're trying to set a legal precedent to sue bigger companies. Oh, interesting. That is very nefarious. I'm not knowledgeable enough on the law to know if that's like actually a plausible strategy, but they did successfully bully Ubisoft, which is... It's a lot bigger than Dark Deception, Monsters, and Mortals. So why would they then downsize? Own the right to the word monster. That fucking sucked for me because my Steam name is Monster. That'd be brutal for me. It's gotta be personal. Yeah, maybe someone on the Monster legal force played Dark Deception, Monsters, and Mortals and was like, damn, this is fucking awful. I'm gonna send them something. I'm gonna sue them. Imagine Rockstar doing that. Brother, we don't even have to imagine. Did you guys forget when Take-Two did that to It Takes Two? Take-Two owns Rockstar. So I guess it wasn't Rockstar themselves, it was Extension. Additionally, Livings posted an official document from Monster Energy to explain their lawsuit's terms. As seen in the image, Monster is pushing to prohibit the word monster in the game's name, claw-like designs, or green and black imagery. Glowstick Entertainment also won't be able to use the word beast or unleash. What is this? What has happened to us as a species? What the fuck? It is well known that Monster Energy is a notorious trademark troll. Unfortunately, they're at it again. For a company that likes to target their drinks at gamers, they also like to try and bully and bankrupt game studios with lengthy, high-dollar litigation. Monster was actually shoehorned into Death Stranding. I guarantee you, somewhere in that game, the words monster, beast, or unleashed was used. That'd be quite a beautiful plot twist if they sued that game after forcing their way in there to be ham-fisted into it. Oh, that's right, they did remove it, didn't they? That's right. Living's plans to fight Monster Energy in court. Dishonest companies like Monster Energy depend on doing their bullying in secret while presenting a clean image to their base, athletes and gamers, he said. Showing their true face publicly is the only real way to stop them. Bro, hats off to this guy. Like I said, I don't know the game. It's not a game I have ever heard of before, but I really hope this blows up their game. I hope they get tons of players and it turns out to be just like this hidden gem. This guy seems to have a good head on his shoulders. He gets it. Monster Energy's past legal battles include suing an Ohio restaurant for containing the word monster on its sign, a Georgia welder for using a similar M logo, and a man's aquarium hobby forum called Monster Fish Keepers. Yeah, this one makes sense. Shame on you. This would have confused me too. If I go to Monster Fish Keepers, I would be wondering, where can I purchase the energy drink? What's all this shit about crustaceans, right? Like, I'd be confused as fuck. That would be a legitimate cause for concern. Those are so close. It has the electrolytes the fish crave. They're gonna try to copyright the Monster Mash next. Thanks to the bits, doobie. That's a great fucking idea, actually. Make MWL with Monster vs. Dasani. Not the Dasani part, but having a character in the MWL just named Monster and see if we can get our names in the headlines with Monster Energy suing us. That'd be huge for us. Spread the Moist Wrestling League a bit further. That's a great idea. By getting sued. Yeah, but they wouldn't win the lawsuit. There's no shot. Having a wrestler named Monster and then trying to make the argument that it's confusing for Monster Energy somehow. Like, this is just a frivolous dog shit nothingness. There's just... I can't imagine a world where they could actually win this if it ever makes it to trial. Because who the fuck is going to confuse a Steam game called Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals with Monster Energy? It's just to bully them and keep trying to monopolize the word monster, I guess. I mean, Apple tried to trademark the word apple and the court just said no. I'm sure it'll be a similar case here. Oh, I'm confident they win this. I mean, again, I can't imagine a world where Monster Energy somehow makes a compelling argument that this game is somehow confusing for their brand to their customers, unless Monster is going to have some kind of bombshell revelation during discovery where it's revealed that Monster Energy is actually shrinking everyone's IQ and turning everyone into fucking lobotomites where they can't process a difference between a video game and an energy drink. If they think their customers are so fucking stupid that they're gonna get confused here because they see the word monster and caveman brain activate, so they assume it's an energy drink. Like, I just can't imagine a world where they can make, like, a compelling argument. I wonder how they even found the game. The only way that I could envision the way they found this is that they were on Steam literally looking for anything with the word monster in it to be a target of a lawsuit. That's the only way they'd be able to find it. Because again, this game has only ever had 274 players at its peak. That is its biggest player count. It's not a massive game. But I hope it turns into one as a result of all of this. They went out of their way to find someone to sue. It's not the game, it's the font. You're putting words in their mouth, unless it's in this lawsuit. I didn't read the actual lawsuit, but even still, the font is still far removed, and it is still plural monsters, and doesn't match that closely. The only thing in common is that it's all squiggly and spooky, whereas this one, I just don't see it even being close. But that's also not even the argument they were making, I don't think. They were saying that it's confusing for their brand to the customers. I often get told how negative I am, but I think we can all agree there's been a little something special that's made this Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes. And that little puppy is named Schedule 1. I haven't streamed a game this much since Elden Ring released, and I haven't made this many videos on a single game since Elden Ring released. It's pretty clear I like the game a lot. I got those anime hearts in my eyes anytime I hop on Schedule 1. I've become addicted to it, much like my clients in the game itself. Like, I feel like I'm making lifelong friends in there through this business, like Austin. That beautiful bastard is such a fiend, I could roll up a urinal cake and tell him that it's weed and he'd thank me for it. I could walk up to that man and tell him to think about meth, and he would pay me $500 just for the imagination that I put in his head for him to smoke. It's just such a fun fucking game is the point I'm getting at, and I like it a lot. And right now, it's in a little bit of legal hot water because a competitor in the drug dealing simulator space is launching a lawsuit against them for copyright infringement. The goobers that launched the lawsuit are Movie Games, that's the publisher, and the game that they're saying has been infringed upon is Drug Dealer Simulator, which also has a sequel. And you can see that in response to them launching this lawsuit against Schedule 1, they've been review bombed and now the reviews are overwhelmingly negative. We'll get into the specifics of their claims in a moment, but I want to set the stage for anyone that might not be aware of the phenomenon that is Schedule 1. It's a drug dealing simulator game that was created by a single person. His name's Tyler. Tyler Video Game Studio. He developed Schedule 1 and launched it, and it blew up. The game is extremely fun. It maintains over 300,000 players per day with a 450k peak. This is big potatoes here. And it's an extremely fun game. I have been a big fan of the drug dealing simulator type games for a while. You might remember my Weed Shop arc. I've also played Drug Dealer Simulator, and I can say with full confidence, Schedule 1 is the best one. It has so much depth. It is so enjoyable. Just with, like, the goofiness that it allows you to do, as well as a world that really feels alive. There's so much you do in there, from actually selling the drugs, hiring dealers, beating up the civilians, specifically Peter. Every 24-hour period, I make sure that Peter is either beaten within half an inch of his life, shot as many times as I can possibly find ammo for, or buried alive or thrown in the ocean. And, just as many times as I can torture this man, I make sure to take that opportunity to do so. He deserves it. But there's just a lot to do, even outside of, like, dealing the drugs. Like, the movement is really fun. There's a lot of tech to even just movement with the skateboard. You can also launder money. You need to launder money, actually. It's just, there's so much here. You go from weed to meth to coke. Like, I'm now in the coke trade. I'm pushing that good cocaina now, and I'm really excited. I just think the game is the best drug dealing simulator out there. Which is not like the most competitive market, we're not talking about like a first-person shooter genre here. You're dealing drugs. There's only a handful of these games, and one of them, Drug Dealer Simulators, getting in a big stink about the success Schedule 1 is experiencing because its title never got to those levels. I think Drug Dealer Simulator was a fine game, but Schedule 1 is just a lot better, and it ate its goddamn lunch. And they are not happy about it, which is why they've launched this lawsuit trying to make the claim that they've infringed on their copyrights. According to Movie Games, they noticed some similarities to Drug Dealer Simulator and launched an investigation. On March 24th, 2025, the release date of Schedule 1, an internal analysis of the company's IP, including Drug Dealer Simulator and Drug Dealer Simulator 2, as well as Schedule 1 project, was initiated by the company. This analysis immediately identified the use of several elements protected by copyright, including parts of the game's storyline, mechanics, and UI. This leaves me so curious what copyrights they're referring to that have been infringed upon. Like, who's behind this company? Pablo Escobar? How could you possibly own the copyright to drug making? Like, there's just no fucking way. Like, they have a weed-making process in the real world that gets translated into the game in a silly fashion. You can't patent that. Like, Warner Bros. Has patented the Nemesis system, which I've talked about a lot. I've bemoaned that pretty frequently, but that's a very specific mechanic. This is not. You can't somehow say, like, no, we are the only company allowed to showcase coke being manufactured or being sold on the street. Like, it just doesn't work that way, I don't think. How could you possibly copyright that? It's just another game in the same genre, thus it's going to be utilizing similar methods because you're still making the same drugs in the genre. Like, very few companies ever go this far. Like, take, for example, Souls-like games, which have become the new hotness. Souls-like games are spreading like the fucking common cold. Let's take, for example, a really good one, Lies of P. Well, Lies of P didn't invent the Souls-like genre. It borrowed a lot of elements from everything FromSoft had built up over the decades. And you didn't see FromSoft sue Lies of P, and you don't see FromSoft suing Neo or First Berserker or any other really successful Souls-like games. Like, this is just a silly lawsuit, in my opinion. Now, unless they can point to things that Schedule 1 literally stole from Drug Simulator, like one-to-one, then I just don't see how they could possibly have a fucking case. And they also mentioned that the storylines. What do you mean the story? The story in Schedule 1 is you were making weed in an RV, your Uncle Nelson got busted, so you ran away, now you're in a city making weed. Which, as you grow your business, you start to branch out beyond Weenie Hut Jr. weed, and you start manufacturing and selling meth and coke and all the good stuff, the bells and whistles. That's the whole story. Drug Dealer Simulator doesn't start that way. You're not in an RV, and you don't have an Uncle Nelson. You start in an apartment, you get a call from Eddie. Like, there's not a real story to Schedule 1. The only thing these two games have in common narratively is they both use a phone to feed the player tutorials. In Schedule 1, you get Uncle Nelson on the payphone. In Drug Dealer Sim, you get Eddie on your phone. But you can't possibly copyright the phone mechanic here because so many games do that outside of just these two. Are you going to go after Rockstar Games next for their usage of phones in GTA? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, there's not anything narratively that I can find that's even similar between these two games, other than you start making drugs and selling them on the street. Now, if we want to get into some really nitpicky specifics that I feel like is probably going to be mentioned in this lawsuit, there are things in Drug Dealer Simulator that are similar in Schedule 1, such as the way you save the game. So in Drug Dealer Sim, you save the game here, like you'll see in Markiplier's Let's Play. In Schedule 1, you save in a similar way in the doorways. So those two things are similar, but there's no way you fucking copyright that. I have seen that exact same method of saving games in other games on Steam that I've played during, like, bad game nights. That is not unique to Drug Dealer Simulator, thus I can't imagine
that is copyrighted. Another example I think they're going to try is the body searching. So on the left, you'll see the drug dealer sim body searching, and on the right, Schedule 1. I guess it's similar because they both have a progress bar. But what, did you patent progress bars in drug dealing genre? Like, I think it's just complete fucking lunacy here. Like, the body search existing in both games, that's not Schedule 1 stealing from you. That's, once again, just a whole drug dealing simulator idea in the genre, where body searches would happen with the fuzz, with the police coming through and patrolling. That's not something that is specific that was stolen from Drug Dealer Simulator, even though they both have a progress bar. You know what I mean? I think it's just silly. I think they are just so hurt that Schedule 1 has blown up like this when their game didn't, that now they're lashing out like, they shouldn't be able to make this much money when we didn't. We deserve a piece of that as pioneers in the drug dealing simulator genre, which I think is just ridiculous. Again, this is just another game in that genre that, of course, some of the mechanics are going to be similar because it's the same genre. You're still making drugs. There's only so many mechanics you can possibly have to showcase that process. And for what it's worth, it's not one-to-one in Schedule 1 and Drug Dealer Simulator. They're pretty different experiences, even in that regard. To me, this feels like if Overwatch came out and said, we're suing Marvel Rivals for copyright infringement. We're the only game in the hero genre allowed to be successful. Get the fuck out of here. Time to bully them and strong-arm them out. It's copyright infringement. It's too similar to Overwatch. And it's like, okay, the games do play similar. They're in the same genre. But you can't possibly argue that any copyright was infringed upon when these games are fundamentally different. Like, yes, they're in the same genre, but they're very, very different games. It's the same with Schedule 1 and Drug Dealer Simulator. I guess we'll see what the investigation turns up, I suppose. But from having experienced both of these games, Schedule 1 feels nothing like Drug Dealer Simulator, and I cannot imagine anything was actually stolen from them in the making of Schedule 1. Like, this just feels like such a fucking delusional lawsuit out of desperation. And it's pathetic. It makes Drug Dealer Sim developers and the publisher look like such bitches for this. Just really salty that Schedule 1 is as popular as it is. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. So, yeah.
I think at this point it's safe to say Activision Blizzard is the most evil video game company ever. And not because their games are shitty. You know, they made Overwatch and that's a crime against humanity, sure. But a couple months ago, it was revealed of the horrifying workplace culture and the absolutely revolting things that happened there, including rapes, sexual assaults, and a suicide, which was directly attributed to the employees sharing nudes of that individual around the office. A whole multitude of disturbing, awful things. But somehow all of that was just the tip of the diarrhea iceberg, just a little appetizer, a small hors d'oeuvre to hold you over for the main course, which dropped yesterday. Yesterday, a huge piece was published revealing even more shocking information, and it even puts the crosshairs right on the tiny micro-penis of Bobby Kotick, Activision CEO. It alleges that Big Bobby Kotick not only knew about all the awful shit going on at Activision, but also played a role in it, and did his best to keep it under wraps and away from the board of directors. Now I know what you're thinking, Charlie, there's no fucking way this is true. Not Saint Bobby Kotick, he wouldn't do something like this. That man is an angel, a gift from God to gamers. And I understand where you're coming from, because when these allegations first came to light a few months ago, Bobby Kotick delivered one of the most powerful speeches America's ever heard, up there with the greats like JFK's "We choose to go to the moon" speech.
There's an article today that paints an inaccurate and misleading view of our company, of me personally, and my leadership. Anyone who doubts my conviction to be the most welcoming and inclusive workplace doesn't really appreciate how important this is to me.
God damn, he's charming. Such a beautiful way with words. The way he's able to just expertly dismiss everything as being wrong and misleading or out of context. Oh, expertly done. Truly immaculate stuff. Not the best apology video ever. I mean, I think it would have been better if he just went on camera and showed his asshole, just goatsied himself. It would have been just about as effective as this speech he gave here. It's pathetic. And how anyone ever believed for even a second that Bobby Kotick didn't know what was going on at the company is beyond me. You have to be delusional to think that his hands were ever clean in this situation, but now there's mountains and mountains of evidence that link him to these allegations. Just to give you a small taste of one that I just learned about, in 2006 he threatened to have his assistant killed. Like, goddamn, Bobby Kotick has truly become like a raid boss in a Blizzard game. He is going full fucking supervillain mode here. Now, before I really dive into all the evil shit that was recently revealed here, there is one group of people that I'd like to extend a sincere I'm sorry to, just a real heartfelt apology to. And that's to all the Blizzard fans out there, the fanboys that are huffing dangerous amounts of copium. My heart breaks for you. It's been a rough year to be a Blizzard fan. Ever since I made my video talking about the Activision Blizzard situation, I've been attacked on my Twitch streams about it from people that are doing their best to minimize the situation and justify certain things. It's tough to be not only a fan of Blizzard, but then also act as their PR and fight their battles online just because you like World of Warcraft. It's just people that are fans of their property that are just fighting tooth and nail to try and explain why women needed to be sexually harassed at the company in order for World of Warcraft to be good. It's just, I know it's rough. You put a lot of countless hours into defending them for no fucking reason. And I just want to say it's going to be really hard this time around with this new one. Now, I finished reading the article, but it's locked behind a paywall, and I'm not brave enough to like take screenshots of it for a YouTube video. So instead, I'm just going to show you screenshots from someone else's YouTube video who also makes a really good breakdown of it all. So I'm going to show you that for the important bits that I'd like to talk about. So right away within the first paragraph, you already can see how heavy this gets. A lawyer for a former employee at Sledgehammer Games, which is an Activision-owned studio, alleged in an email that her client had been raped in 2016 and 2017 by her male supervisor after she had been pressured to consume too much alcohol in the office and at work events. Now, previously on Dragon Ball Z, with the first document that came out with all of the allegations, it painted Activision Blizzard's workplace environment like a fucking dirty frat house. They were apparently always partying and drinking at the office. It made it sound like they were doing keg stands and boofing Bud Light in the bathtub, fucking butt-chugging competitions. They even had something called, like, the Epstein Room. Like, it was fucked up. So, apparently alcohol was just so big at the Activision workplace. Now, to continue and summarize, the female employee reported these incidents to Sledgehammer's HR department, but nothing happened, and then eventually threatened a lawsuit against the company. Within months of receiving that email, Activision reached an out-of-court settlement with the woman, who had also reported one of the incidents to the police. Mr. Kotick didn't inform the company's board of directors about the alleged rapes or the settlement, at least according to people with knowledge of the board. An absolutely gross situation here, made even more despicable by the fact that no matter what she did, she couldn't get help from the company. This is also extremely important because this shows that it wasn't just isolated to the Blizzard insane asylum. It wasn't just fucking Blizzard over there where all the bad shit was happening, like a lot of people were saying, like, oh, Activision's fine, it was just those Blizzard hooligans going wild. No, Activision's great, it's just Blizzard was being naughty. This is clearly much more than just Blizzard. This is full-on Activision has a problem. This is Sledgehammer Games, which is an Activision-owned company. It is not associated with Blizzard. These are two separate departments, so clearly this stretches beyond just Blizzard. And this woman couldn't get any help, and the only thing that she did get was an out-of-court settlement, and Bobby Kotick doing his best to pretend it never happened and keep it away from his board of directors. Truly disgusting. It goes on to say that there are documents, memos, emails, regulatory requests, and interviews which show that he knew about the allegations of employee misconduct in many parts of the company and didn't inform the board of directors about everything he knew. He just kept all of it under wraps the best he could in order to try and prevent it from becoming a more public-facing issue. It then says Mr. Kotick has been subpoenaed in the Securities and Exchange Commission investigation. They're looking into what he knew about the alleged incidents and what he told other employees, the board of directors, and investors. Bobby's big brain strategy to handle all of this was basically just closing his eyes and pretending it wasn't happening, even though he was fully aware of everything going on. Even when an employee took her own life due to coworkers sharing her nudes, nothing changed at the company. It continued to be this disgusting, toxic fucking cesspool of dog shit. Since the California lawsuit, Activision has received more than 500 reports from current and former employees alleging harassment, sexual assault, bullying, and pay disparities and other issues. This is also not surprising at all, and I imagine that number is only going to continue to grow. Towards the bottom of the page, there's another thing I'd like to mention here. In August, Activision named a longtime employee, Jennifer O'Neill, to be Blizzard's co-head. and then she shortly after resigned, stating it was clear that the company would never prioritize our people the right way. She also mentioned that she was also sexually harassed earlier in her career at Activision, and even recalled a party in 2007 with none other than the boogeyman Bobby Kotick there, where there were scantily clad women dancing on stripper poles and a DJ that was encouraging women to drink more so men could have a better time. It really does seem like any woman who walked through the Activision Blizzard doors wasn't leaving until she was sexually harassed or assaulted. It's like they weren't walking into work, they were walking into like an incel fan club. It's fucking crazy. All of these stories all have so much in common with each other, so it seems super normalized at Activision Blizzard. And again, they have done nothing over the years to fix it, except Bobby Kotick doing his best to sweep it under the rug. Now, there is a massive employee walkout happening right now at Activision Blizzard that is demanding that Bobby Kotick resign. Now, you'd think the board of directors would also be pissed at Bobby Kotick, considering he withheld crucial information from them, swept extremely important company problems under the rug, and didn't share any of this information with the board of directors. You'd think they'd be fucking fuming, literally pissing in their britches, ready to fucking blast him in the ass. But you'd be wrong, because the board of directors stands behind him 100%. They are literal cucks. Bobby Kotick is cucking his board, and they're totally fine with it. Here's their statement. The Activision Blizzard board remains committed to the goal of making Activision Blizzard the most welcoming and inclusive company in the industry. It is without a doubt the most welcoming company to sexual predators in the industry, so I guess they did succeed in this mission here. Under Bobby Kotick's leadership, the company is already implementing industry-leading changes, including a zero-tolerance harassment policy, a dedication to achieving significant increase to the percentage of women and non-binary people in our workforce, and significant internal and external investments to accelerate opportunities for diverse talent. I love how they really parade around this new zero-tolerance policy they've implemented as if it's some kind of innovative new idea and revolutionary, never been done before. Oh, you're finally going to stop letting employees sexually harass and sexually assault other employees? Wow! 20 years later, oh my god, you guys are fucking heroes. Whoa, you're really breaking new ground. It's never been done before. You're not going to allow them to sexually assault each other? Oh my god, how, are you sure? They then go on to state that they're hiring more women and more non-binary people in their workforce in order to improve the amount of diverse talent that they have. But what does that have to do with anything here? Like, why does this seem like a good thing to them? Like, after all of these women have come forward about how awful they were treated at the company, this honestly just sounds like more of a threat. Like, hey, Activision Blizzard is hiring more women. Come on, ladies, so we can grope you. We need some fresh meat to sexually harass over here at Activision Blizzard. Hiring more women. Don't forget, ladies, come on in. Like, this makes no sense. Like, there's no one that's going to read this after all of these things came out about all of these women who have been sexually assaulted at that company and, like, start pumping their fists like, oh, good, this company's hiring. I can't wait to apply. And I love this last sentence here, a nice little cherry on top of the poopy cake. The board remains confident that Bobby Kotick appropriately addressed workplace issues brought to his attention when it was revealed over a lot of multiple sources that he withheld all of the information from this very board that is now sucking his small cock. Oh my god, that just feels amazing to read. They're actual cucks. The goals we have set for ourselves are both critical and ambitious. The board remains confident in Bobby Kotick's leadership, commitment, and ability to achieve these goals. Oh yes, Bobby Senpai, lead us to more money, please! As you can see, the board of directors here at Activision Blizzard's pretty fucking stupid. Like, they're pretty dumb. And let's just go ahead and take a peek at their stock market prices. Let's see how they're doing today. You know, it's been about 24 hours. I mean, I wonder if they even took a real hit from this. Ooh, that's stinky. Wow, look at that. On November 16th, you can really see that drop. Man, look at that. That's that Bobby Kotick leadership coming into play right there. Oh, goodness me. Surely it won't keep dropping, right? Like, oh my, that wouldn't make any sense. I mean, they're 100 and something employees already walking out. I mean, that's all spelling like nothing but success for Activision Blizzard. And the way they're handling this situation is remarkable. They're doing everything right. Yeah, it feels good to look at that chart there. Hopefully it'll be even lower tomorrow and continues to plummet until Bobby Kotick resigns. He is a genuine problem and a horrible, horrible leader. That company has experienced so much terrible shit that was brushed under the rug for way, way, way too long. and I'm super happy to see all of it being brought to the public attention now. Like I said, it's the easiest boycott in the world not to buy Blizzard games because they don't make anything good at all. And that extends to Activision as well. I already regretted buying Call of Duty Vanguard, and I regret it 20 times more now than I did having played through that insufferable shit experience. It's awful. And I don't know how people can continue to defend this company. I understand if you like their games, you don't want to recognize how awful the people behind the games are, but Jesus Christ, at least stop trying to defend it and make excuses for them. They're not paying you to be their damage control or their PR, so stop doing it. It's just, this is awful, indefensible stuff, and I really do hope for a good conclusion for everyone that was involved in this situation and all of the victims at Activision Blizzard. I wish them the best. It's, yeah, that's about it. So, yeah. There's something very special about the way entertainment companies are run. It feels like the people at the highest level are just these soulless husks in suits that don't even understand what fun is. I honestly wouldn't be shocked to learn that half the CEOs of major entertainment brands have been lobotomized. Who remembers a couple years ago when EA tried to convince the world that their loot boxes aren't a greedy cash grab meant to squeeze as many doubloons out of their customers as possible? They were actually surprise mechanics meant to be fun. No, this isn't shady or unethical. They're fun surprise mechanics. Point I'm making is there's no shortage of delusional companies in the entertainment space. And now I think we have a winner for the most delusional company out there at the moment. Wizards of the Coast / Hasbro. I'm going to put them together because it's still not super clear to me who's the one at the helm making these bafflingly awful decisions that are sinking their companies. So, Wizards of the Coast is responsible for a lot of things that you probably love. For example, me, Magic cards. While I'm not a huge Magic the Gathering player, like actively competing in like MTG Arena or anything like that, I did get very into collecting the cards. In fact, throughout all of 2016, I spent it trying to collect every masterpiece from the Kaladesh set. And I do have that finished, as well as Amonkhet as well. So I was a big collector of Magic the Gathering and a big fan of the property. So you can imagine my surprise and disgust when I learned that last month, Wizards of the Coast pulled down its pants and planted their stinky ass in the face of every Magic the Gathering fan. They announced the 30th anniversary set for Magic the Gathering. It was supposed to celebrate 30 years in the business. However, it was a complete fucking disaster for so many reasons. This is a great video right here that goes over everything wrong with it, so I highly recommend checking it out if you're curious. But I'll break it down for you in a nutshell. Magic the Gathering, in their 30th anniversary set, announced that they'd be reprinting some of the most famous cards, you know, like the Black Lotus that I'm sure all of you have heard of before. However, this was a set that was priced at $1,000 per 4 packs. For 4 packs, you get randomized cards, so you don't even really get the cards you want, you're still gambling on them, for $1,000. So you could just get like actual fucking popsicle sticks in your pack, but you paid $1,000 for it. And not only that, none of the cards are legal. You can't use any of the cards, they're fake. You're paying for proxies, they're not real fucking cards. So you're paying $1,000 for 4 packs of randomized garbage, hoping that you get like one of the Power 9, and you can't even use them. It's a giant scam. Like, you're just getting hosed for money. It's extremely greedy. It was a terrible celebration for 30 years because this was just them spitting in the community's face. Another slimy thing they did is they refused to allow local card shops to carry 30th anniversary packs. You could only get them directly from Wizards of the Coast. So it shut down card shops even being able to offer these. There's a lot of other things that went into it, but this is just the glaringly obvious stuff because it's Wizards of the Coast just slapping the community and showing complete disrespect for them. And this was only one of 2 major fumbles they've had in the last month. Their biggest one is what I'm actually here to talk about today. Wizards of the Coast is behind Dungeons & Dragons, as I'm sure most of you know. Dungeons & Dragons is arguably one of the most popular brands ever. Dungeons & Dragons is something I'm sure everyone's heard of. Even if you don't play it, even if you joke about it, you call everyone a turbo nerd who plays it, doesn't matter, you've heard of it. It's an extremely recognizable name, and now Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro are using it like a cum rag. They have just potentially ruined what made Dungeons & Dragons such a massive success. There's another great video going over this topic in detail, so I highly recommend checking this one out if you're curious as well. The links to both of these videos will be in the description. I just want to hit on the broad topic here and go over everything. So, Wizards of the Coast is targeting Dungeons & Dragons because they believe it is under-monetized, which is of course scary for the communities that love these games. I've only done one full Dungeons & Dragons campaign, and I had a great time doing it. Don't really want to talk about the GM behind the game. That was a whole can of worms that, we don't need to get into the weeds of. But the game itself, I really loved it, and I definitely understand people's passion for it. So the community's outrage here is warranted 100% because their idea completely shuts down pretty much everything that made this game so popular. So let me go ahead and put a bib on you as I feed you these vegetables. Hasbro's not doing so hot financially. They dropped 40% last year, and they've had to cancel quite a few projects. And they started to realize, well, Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro started to realize that Dungeons & Dragons, being their biggest IP, isn't super well monetized when you look at the actual, nitty-gritty of it. It's estimated that Dungeons & Dragons has pulled in about $1.3 billion. However, they've only seen around 100 to 150 million in revenue from D&D. So they're leaving a lot of money on the table, and they're doing everything they can to get their hands on those extra schmeckles that they're not currently putting in their pocket. So they started turning their attention towards the community and speculating on how could they monetize that sector, because that's by far where most of the money is being generated. Something like Critical Role, which is the biggest stream on Twitch when it comes to the amount of money that it's bringing in, like subs and all of that. Critical Role is a third-party Dungeons & Dragons production that is their own custom experience and campaign that is so big that it even got its own Amazon Prime show. So there's a lot more like Critical Role, but they're by far the biggest. It's very much so that Dungeons & Dragons has the most success because of their open game license.
And who better to monetize than the people who create their own content better than them? This takes us to the open game license. For those who don't know, any Dungeons & Dragons content that is created by anyone other than Wizards can only do so because of the open game license, a document that effectively allows people to create and profit off of their own original Dungeons & Dragons content. No paperwork needed, no need to pay anyone royalties, just go for it.
I would argue that the open game license with Dungeons & Dragons is solely responsible for its massive explosion over the last decade, because this Dungeons & Dragons content, the homebrew, all of these custom campaigns, have been a massive success online. And now you can take that old open game license and shove it right up your ass, because it is worthless now. According to new information, as well as, again, some unconfirmed leaks, but there is a lot of meat behind the authenticity of it. There's a lot of things that suggest that this is accurate, and I'll get into that in a moment. According to these upcoming changes, all of that is obsolete. So, 3 things that you're immediately going to have to do is you're going to have to agree to these new terms that are coming out. You're going to need a badge on your work, and you're going to need to report everything that you're selling using the Dungeons & Dragons property, as well as report all of your earnings, like 50 grand plus, stuff like that. But that's not the worst of it at all. That's small potatoes compared to the bigger changes. So one major thing that is now 100% going into effect, as I understand it, is if any of these custom campaigns are making above $750,000 in a year, they're now going to be subject to royalties that will need to be paid to Wizards of the Coast. Now, you might be hearing that number and being like, wow, that's a lot. That sounds reasonable. These are major players like Critical Role. I mean, they should be paying royalties. And you can debate that all night and day till the cows come home, that's fine. But it only gets more brutal from there and more suffocating. So it's not only just targeting the major big boys, it's kind of targeting everything, at least according to the leaks. And mind you, this seems to be applied retroactively, so anything that existed on the old open game license is now obsolete. That whole agreement is unauthorized.
Yesterday, January 4th, a journalist named Linda Codega stated that she received the new OGL from a reputable, unnamed source. You will owe 25% on any money that you make that exceeds $750K. The leak also says that if you release on Kickstarter, you only have to pay 20%. which sounds strange, but the director of games at Kickstarter, John Ritter, retweeted the thread with the leak and said that Kickstarter was contacted after Wizards decided to make OGL changes.
So this is where the information's coming from. This is where the leak all started. Now, I think there is a lot of merit behind this being a very real possibility, considering that a higher up at Kickstarter retweeted this document, as well as giving more insight that Wizards of the Coast did contact them about that 20% share. So that feels like this is something that they're strongly considering implementing sometime relatively soon. Now let's get to the change that is by far the scariest one for the community. In here it says, one of the caveats is the company can modify or terminate this agreement for any reason whatsoever, provided we give 30 days notice. So what does this mean? Well, a lot of you may have found $750K to be reasonable. Like, okay, that's a lot of money. They can take some royalties on it. That's fine. But with this in here, it's them saying, okay, it doesn't really have to be $750K. As long as we give you 30 days notice, we can come swoop in and like terminate this whenever we want. Or they can modify it whenever they feel like it. Like, hey, Junior, I saw you and your high school theater troupe was running this YouTube channel for a D&D custom campaign. You guys made like, what, $3 grand in ad revenue over the last year? Well, Hasbro's really fucking sinking down the shitter right now. We're down another 40% this year, so I think we're going to come take some royalties on that. Here's your 30-day notice, just, you know, giving you a heads up. Like, they can now just continuously change things as long as they give you that notice. There's just no security. There's no stability for anyone that is making these third-party D&D, this content, anything like that. It's just a very scary area for it to be in right now. And if all of these leaks are accurate, if all of these changes do come true, I absolutely could envision this being the end of Dungeons and Dragons. Because no one's just playing vanilla Dungeons and Dragons, not to the level that people are doing these third-party stuff and their own custom adventures. So, like, if that element is gone, most people are just not gonna really play. Like, you know how many new people Critical Role brought to Dungeons and Dragons? An incalculable amount. That's how probably the majority of people have found it more recently, is things like Critical Role and the other big players in the space. So if they can no longer flourish, well, you're going to lose a lot of potential players or a lot of existing community members. They'll go somewhere else. They'll start their own stuff in a less restrictive environment. It is absolutely a potential community killer here. They've made an enemy out of the people that use their property. The people that are the biggest fans, they have now vilified. And I don't see how they could possibly view this as a positive change that'll end up making them more money. That 100 to 150 mil that they're making right now, should all this go through, I think gets slapped in half. Like, I don't see them making money on it. Of course, I could be very wrong. I'm not the most savvy businessman in the world, but this is, like, if you're going to kill the community, who the fuck's going to be buying shit from D&D if there's no longer a flourishing community to support it? So it's just a nonsensical, greedy change. And if you want more information on it, again, this video goes into more detail about all of it. And there's a lot of content and topics talking about all of it because it's such a big deal. So yeah, again, none of it's fully confirmed, but there is a lot to suggest that this could be right around the corner. And I wanted to talk about it because I think this is probably the most delusional company move I've seen since Tumblr banned porn. I don't know what they're thinking here. The greed is getting the best of their brains and they're making rash, terrible choices. So yeah, I wanted to talk about it a little bit and that's about it. So yeah. Whenever I see a massive company start to show signs of failure and going down the path of collapse, I'm often reminded of the late great Blockbuster, God rest its soul. The pioneer who really did it first. A company deemed too big to fail, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And since then, there's been a couple other companies that have gone down a similar path, and right now there is a new one pulling a blockbuster, Niji Sanji. Whether or not you're a huge VTuber fan, you're at least familiar with the industry. VTubing is huge, and it has been for years now. It's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions. And in this space, there are two agencies that stand atop the others as kind of the titans of the space. It's HoloLive and Niji Sanji. Now, Niji Sanji has an English branch that right now is going through one of the most foul displays of mismanagement, cruelty, and just downright terrible business practice I've seen in quite some time. It's a real head scratcher because every single day they continue to dig themselves a deeper and deeper hole. It's like this company is run by a Voltorb that is obsessed with using the move self-destruct. It is just bent on burying itself. So I definitely wanted to talk about it now that I'm fully caught up on the situation. There is so much to go over. There's a really good video that breaks down like the main timeline here for what happened. It comes from Mujin. I'll go ahead and play the main catalyst for this, and then I'm going to actually turn to a series of Reddit comments that were left that I think go over the entire history of the Niji Sanji problems that have come to light, and then fast forward to what just happened last night, where an even bigger controversy just unfolded. So there really is a lot to cover, and all of it's looking terrible for Niji Sanji, the English branch, that is. Now, when I first was made aware of this on stream a little while ago, I said that I'm not even surprised by it because a lot of these VTuber agencies have a history of some very terrible things going on behind the scenes. Many of you know I started my own agency for YouTubers and streamers a while back called Human Media Group. We recently merged with Jimmy Here's group and became Mana Talent Group. And over the years, I've actually seen a couple of these VTuber contracts that they were formerly under. And it is downright evil what some of them were doing to the talent that they manage. I obviously can't get into the specifics of it, but it is some horrible stuff, that some really bad stories and bad things that we saw from that. But even being familiar with some of the horror stories that we'd learned over the years from some agencies, I was shocked to see just how bad Niji Sanji was here. So I want to focus more on the most recent stuff that just happened, but I still would like to give you a foundation for what started all of it. So for that, I'll turn to this clip from Mujin's video that breaks down this whole situation and just give you the catalyst. This was the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, fundamentally, that kicked off this world war against Niji Sanji, all of which they brought upon themselves by being just complete, unreasonable, evil assholes.
It all started on Christmas Day, a day you're meant to enjoy with family. It couldn't have gone worse. The trigger for this entire catastrophe? A music video. Selen had worked on a music video for her fans. She paid $15,000 out of her own pocket because Niji Sanji wouldn't fund it. And on top of not funding it, what do? They take down the video in under 24 hours. No explanation to the public. Remember what I said about corporations and how they have access to all social media of their VTubers? Yeah, that's what happened, and she couldn't do anything about it. All she could realistically do under the very tight contracts and NDAs of a corporation is make up a vague tweet, sort of explaining what's going on to her fans.
Selen was a VTuber that was very popular and was with Niji Sanji's English branch. And she had a history of being super involved in her community. She called them Dragoons. And she wanted to do a special music video for the community and paid $15,000 out of her own pocket to make it happen for the fans. And she posted it, thinking that it was totally okay to do because she self-funded it when Niji Sanji declined to, but they made a big stink about it and took the video down, even though she had permission for the song that was used and even though it came from her own piggy bank instead of theirs. They didn't like that it didn't get the proper approval through the internal management. Because the way Niji Sanji runs their company, it's with a fucking iron fist. You need permission to fart on stream as a VTuber under that agency. And since she didn't get all of the proper channels to sign off on it, they took it down. Which of course was a huge hit to Selen and her community because they worked very hard on that project. So she made a vague statement explaining that, well, management took it down, but she actually encouraged her community to re-upload it across the platform because she wanted it to live on. And she assumed that would be okay because, you know, it's not on her channel anymore, so they shouldn't have a problem with it. But they did. This soured relations between Selen and Niji Sanji, and behind the scenes it led to a lot of harassment and bullying from Niji Sanji against Selen.
Because out of nowhere, on December 27th, she tweets on her account, "I apologize for the silence. I've been in the hospital after an accident and will be staying there for a few days to be under supervision. I just got back access to my phone yesterday." Now, of course, people were happy she was out of the hospital, but the concern was still there. It was very vague and people didn't know what was going on. The Selen Tatsuki termination notice. I will not be silenced anymore. On December, I was hospitalized for an attempt that was caused by a buildup of bullying from within and being in a toxic and poor environment for numerous months that led to my breaking point. I requested to leave first, but on more neutral terms on the 26th of January.
Obviously, I chopped this up and Frankenstein together this little segment to give you a very concise timeline. So, Selin made a post about how she's going to need to take some time away after an accident that landed her in the hospital. Everything was very vague. Eventually, she explains that she's been discharged from the hospital, and then shortly thereafter, Niji-Sanji English branch announced the termination of Selin Tatsuki. The termination letter is very poorly explained as to why she's exactly being fired. Now, when it comes to VTubers, there's two ways that departing a company goes. One is a graduation stream, where they graduate from the company and it means that they are leaving on good terms. So they have like a big send-off farewell stream and that's the end of it. Sail off into the sunset, sunshine and rainbows, it's a happy ending. You get the good ending. Or there's this, where you just get publicly terminated and just fucking slapped down by the company like this. And in this case, obviously Selin got the latter, where they just said, she's gone. Now, if you're not familiar with VTubing, when you sign with an agency like Niji-Sanji, they basically own you. They give you your VTuber avatar, they own all of your socials, your channels, everything. You are unable to operate with any type of autonomy. You are under their thumb, and they basically own all of it. So she lost access to everything here, and she actually didn't even know she was being terminated. She found out when this tweet dropped. They didn't even notify her. And the tweet, again, is very poorly explaining things. They talk about Selin like it's a fucking IKEA furniture tutorial on how to put it together. It's just like talking about a bunch of nonsense about authorization flows not making sense and whatever. And then they cite like the music video and how when she made the tweet that management took it down, it damaged their brand and caused problems for them, this and that. It was just fucking stupid. A bunch of dirty barnacles. And then Selin went to her original account, her original brand of Doki Bird, to explain what actually happened, is that due to the harassment and bullying and the toxic environment Niji-Sanji created, she made an attempt on her own life and landed in the hospital. Luckily, she survived and is still with us today, but she no longer would be silenced by this company and bullied into being silent, so she started to explain what happened behind the scenes that led to all of this stress and all of these problems. She lawyered up and is engaged in now a legal battle with Niji-Sanji, presumably, that is being worked on. And that is where all of this really started. That's when the floodgates opened. And with all of this information out there now, people were able to go back to some previous Niji-Sanji talent with a finer tooth comb and see that the signs of a sinking ship had been there for quite a while. Signs of a company that mistreats its employees, signs of a company that is mismanaged and just downright diabolical behind closed doors, and I want to go over that because we have a lore master in the comments section of a live stream fails clip that I think does an extraordinary job of just laying all of this information out. So our guide is Weebshitter69, a great name for a great philosopher. So Weebshitter starts by explaining what Niji-Sanji is and how big Niji-Sanji is, and then takes us back to the past. March 10th, 2023, one of Niji-Sanji's newer talents, Zion Lanza, was terminated, which again is being fired, publicly, and then put out this bullet point list of the infractions that they accrued. And at the time, people sided with Niji-Sanji, but then stated that the way they handled it was a little unprofessional, especially coming from a multi-million-dollar company, and just overall not great. But since Zion no longer had access to their accounts, she returned to her original account that she had before joining, which was Sayu Synchronicity. Now, if you've followed this story for a while, you've probably seen this meme tossed around about Sayu was right, or Sayu trying to warn us, and this is what they're referring to. On that account, she revealed more information about her own experiences inside the company, hinting at a toxic environment, incompetent management and bullying, stealth suspensions, etc., and she further stated that she hopes other talent realize their own worth and that they deserve better. Some people sided with Sayu, but most didn't at the time. Then in May of 2023, Selin Tatsuki hosts a contest letting her fans design her next outfit. Niji-Sanji management tried to put a stop to the very act of compensating the artists for their designs, while also trying to assert that artists who enter the contest should hand over the rights to the artwork for free. Selin refuses this notion and pays the winners out of her own pocket instead. She, a while after that, hinted that management no longer allowed her to organize events anymore, which sounds about par for the course for a company like Niji-Sanji, where July 8th of 2023, Nina Kosaka graduated, meaning they left on good terms, had a farewell stream, but then comes back later with V-Shoujo, which is another VTuber agency, as Matara Khan. That information will be pertinent later. August 27th of 2023, Mista Rias also graduates, saying that he was burnt out and no longer had any drive, and reappeared shortly after as K9 Kudo as the first male VTuber in V-Shoujo. Again, information that'll be important here soon. Once they settled in, statements from both of them saying how surprised they were that management in V-Shoujo were actually helping them achieve their creative aspirations started to come out, and how they finally feel like they have worth after being repeatedly told by some that they did not, strongly echoing Sayu's previous statements, even revealing that they did not receive the YouTube plaques on their own channels during their time in Niji-Sanji, but rather that the company kept them. So, Niji-Sanji kept the plaques from the YouTube channels, meaning the 100,000 subscriber play button or the gold play button for 1 million. The talent didn't even see that, which is just such a scummy thing to do, obviously. Now, while Sayu was a relatively new member of Niji-Sanji at the time, Nina and Mista were considered cornerstone, thus the tides started to slowly turn. And then they jump a bit forward in the timeline, and that's when they fast forward to the Selin Christmas catastrophe with the music video that got taken down by management. And then in January, with the departure of Pomu Rainpuff, more people started to wonder how bad things were at Niji-Sanji. Pomu Rainpuff was one of their biggest VTubers and shocked everyone when they announced their graduation in January. And it was even more shocking when people didn't hear from Selin since they were friends. So that's when people started to worry about her safety. And then in February, another liver named Kyo Kaneko announced the graduation, which again brought the community into an uproar, wondering, why is there so many people departing all at once here? Is there like a waiting list, like this fucking purgatory or something with people waiting to go to the other side? And then on February 5th, Niji-Sanji released that termination notice. And that's when Doki Bird talked about what actually happened with her hospitalization following her unalive attempt that was built up from the stress that Niji-Sanji put upon her, and a lot of information started to come out, both from artists and other people who had previously worked with them, claiming that working with Niji-Sanji was never very good, there was delay in payments, NDAs being sent multiple times with the wrong name, just so many different things. But Selin had always paid the artists out of her own pocket during this period of turmoil while trying to work with Niji-Sanji. And following all of this new information coming to light, the public was understandably outraged, because this is just some deplorable garbage. The dam broke and they were flooded with tons and tons of angry fans. The tornado blew through and picked up 500 septic tanks, and the shitstorm that came with it was something that Niji-Sanji couldn't have possibly predicted. So Niji-Sanji's stakeholders started to suffer. They lost several sponsorships because of all of this. Apparently their stock price, like their valuation or whatever, started to plummet as well. It was a huge hit to their company, and it only continues to get worse by the day. So Selin revealed that she had spent like $250,000 of her own money on projects throughout the last year there, so she made no profit. And a very interesting piece of information that people brought up is that in December of 2022, Mista Rias had a slip of the tongue revealing that talent only gets 1% of merch sales, and other reports stating that it was a whole 2%. And this serves to showcase that Niji-Sanji doesn't just harass and bully their talent directly, they also financially fuck them. That is downright criminal. Only giving 1 or 2%, if they're feeling gracious enough, of merch sales to the talent is mind-boggling. And I saw a couple people defending this, and let me just go ahead and take you in real quick, because it looks like you blew in from Stupidville. That is unacceptable. Yes, the VTubers here don't actually own their avatar or anything. That does belong to Niji Sanji, and they signed the contract and agreed to that. But without them, that merch doesn't move. They are still the sole force for why that merch sells in the first place, thus should be compensated fairly. If they don't make that tweet about the merch being available, if they don't talk about it on stream, 0 people buy it. And to only give them a 1 or at most 2% cut of that is just laughably pathetic and it's just depraved, really. And this also led to a meme that you've probably seen if you've been keeping up with it, about how Niji Sanji's CEO was too busy on his yacht that he built on the back of his talent through exploiting them financially. It comes from this information, where apparently the CEO had flexed that he had a yacht that he had recently purchased or something. I didn't look into that too deeply, but I keep seeing that pop up everywhere with people citing different sources for it. I believe that that's probably something that happened because they are legitimately just exploiting their talent here. This is a completely unacceptable split. Under no circumstances should this be allowed. That is crazy. And what's even crazier is I know they're not the only ones that do that to their talent. In the VTuber space, I have seen some very unfair deals. Now, not this bad. I will say this is exceptionally horrible. But I wasn't surprised to learn that when I first saw that they take 98% of merch sales, because these VTuber agencies look for every possible way, at least the contracts I've seen from some of them, to squeeze every dime possible out of that talent while not letting them get the lion's share most of the time. I'm having to tiptoe around this a little bit because I don't want to get in any hot water with it. But yeah, it fucking sucks. That is awful. Now back to the Weeb Shitter archives here. Weeb Shitter then talks about what happened last night, which is what I want to talk about as well. So, the clip that he is referring to is Doki Bird was streaming. She has now come back to streaming, trying to, just have a good time with her community again, and things are going extremely well. She went from 10,000 subs to now over 500,000 subscribers. Her first stream back had over 100k concurrent. Absolutely fucking crushing it. And last night during her stream, which was her first gaming stream since being back, she had to end it early because fellow livers Alira Pandora, who'd been quiet since the announcement of Selin's termination, started a stream at the same time called A Message from Niji Sanji. And during the stream, she was joined by other Niji Sanji VTubers, Ike Eveland and Vox Akuma. Both of them were thought to be friends of Selin, or Doki Bird. And they read a totally not scripted message expressing how sad and betrayed they felt that Selin had given out personal information like real names and other required information about livers in her legal document that she sent over to Niji Sanji, and some of them stating that they had thoroughly read through it, as well as presenting Discord snippets between Selin and management when it was presented by them, thinking that it would absolve them. Now, I truly believe that Niji Sanji forced them to make this video. I think that they were 100% pressured into making this statement. I don't think the VTubers chose this, nor do I think they really believe what they were saying, because you'd have to be on some goddamn idiot juice to think that that was a good idea. Obviously, this is just inviting everyone in the community to throw tomatoes at you and scream, "Boo! Boo! You stink!" It is a terrible statement from them, and the obvious big problem here, one that Doki Bird also had to call attention to, is that it seems Niji Sanji seemingly shared confidential information with these parties that are unrelated to the issues, which could potentially include her medical information. Which is fucking illegal. You can't do that. You can't just share this personal information. You can't break NDAs, and you certainly can't share sensitive medical information. There's protections in place for that. That's a highly illegal thing to do. Meanwhile, goofballs at fucking Niji Sanji here were real loosey-goosey with Doki Bird's information. Confidential information, it seems. So I'll go ahead and play the clip from Doki Bird when she learned about all of this.
Despite everything that has happened, I was very sad to find out a personal document that was only shown between 3 different parties had to be leaked out, because it was a document I made for my lawyer, and it was a document that was not supposed to be shown anywhere else but to me and my lawyer, and to the lawyers on the other side, and we were promised it was not to be shown anywhere else.
Because that's how the process is supposed to work in a fucking legal battle, where you're not sharing confidential information with others unrelated to the fucking legal battle taking place. But I guess Niji Sanji, being the goobers they are, for some reason tried to weaponize that information by giving it to Selin's friends, and most likely, I'll say there's a high chance, forcing them to make that video a message from Niji Sanji, which is a terrible video that I don't think they wanted to make, because they have to have known it'd be a disaster for them on a personal level. Like, their careers are definitely taking a hit because of that. Like, and I feel like they'd know that for sure. But I feel like Niji Sanji was trying to strong-arm them into doing it, because from the sound of things, it looks like anyone that signs with Niji Sanji is basically just their fucking hostage for the entire time you're with the agency. Dokibird went on Twitter to once again say that it was never supposed to be shown to anyone other than me, the lawyer, and any other relevant lawyers. It was a private document with personal information, and then expressed concern, wondering if her medical and hospital records were also released without her consent, since that was also promised to be kept private. She says she's currently talking to her lawyer, and thankfully only her diagnosis and reason for hospital stay was reported without further private info being disclosed. So that's currently where everything's at right now, and Niji Sanji is bleeding out. So much so that the CEO made his own little YouTuber apology video, which is trash. I was going to play you clips from his apology video, but with Niji Sanji, you never really know what stupid shit they're going to do, so I didn't want to risk getting a strike on it for covering it. So instead, I'll just go ahead and refer to the article here. One of the main things that he apologizes for off rip is that after announcing the termination of Selin, there was a notice that was published saying that the impact this would have on the company's performance would be negligible. And he says that this was a misunderstanding, and they used inconsiderate word choice for it, and recognizes that Selin was integral to the growth of Niji Sanji English branch. And really the whole thing more just seems like a statement to investors, like on a business side of things, as opposed to like a legitimate apology for anything that happened. To me, it comes across as super corpo soulless suit speak, like, yeah, we terminated Selin, whatever, that's well, who cares? What really matters is the investors not losing faith. So we'll make this video to try and regain that investor faith so we can keep raking in those big bucks. He promises like very vague things about change is coming, we need better systems in place that we're working towards this and that, but none of it really comes across as sincere, especially considering that if you really wanted to make a good faith, like strong stance like we need to change, start with monetarily. It's now come out that your talent gets fucked financially when it comes to their split on like merch sales and things like that. If you really want to make a good faith, like convincing, compelling argument that you're going to change, start there. I would like to see that, because you can easily showcase that one. It's going to be hard to convey to the public that you're changing things behind the scenes, because again, that's behind the scenes. It's always going to be something that the public's never going to be fully privy to. But your merch split with your talent, that is public. If you allow your VTubers to talk about it, they can say, hey, look, we just got raised up a ton of percentage when it comes to our merch split, and we really appreciate that. It's a sign of goodwill, you know, and maybe things will get better in the future elsewhere too. But personally, I don't see them making any meaningful changes to company culture or the way things happen behind the doors or anything monetarily. I just don't see them really doing a whole lot to improve. And I think the community feels largely the same way, which is why Niji Sanji continues to fester here. Now, while they haven't fully gone under or anything of that nature, they are definitely trending in a downward death spiral at the moment, where it seems more graduations are on the way, most likely, or perhaps even terminations to more talent, and the public is not super excited about the future of Niji Sanji English branch. Now, the English branch of Nijisanji is just one component of it. Its biggest is still the Japanese sector. But I have to imagine if the English branch flounders and fails, it's going to be bad for Nijisanji as a whole, because it still was a sizable chunk of their company, and that's going to affect that side of things too. So it's definitely something that they wouldn't like to see go away, I would imagine. But it's looking like it's going towards that direction. So anyway, I just wanted to cover this a bit because it is a huge deal, and one of those situations where a company that was really at a point where it was probably too big to fail is starting to fail. Truly by their own mismanagement, own problems, and own toxicity. And I'm wishing the absolute best for Doki Bird going forward. Hopefully the legal process she's engaged in is smooth and an easy W, and hopefully her streams continue to pop off. So best of luck to her, and yeah, that's really about it. See ya. A couple days ago, a friend of mine, Matt, came over. You might have met him before. He's a good friend of mine. I've known him for a long time, and we had a little play date. And he came over, and we got to talking. We got to yapping a little bit, blabbering about really evil companies. I think it started because we were going through, like, Meta. And as we were going over, like, Meta and all of their shadiness, it naturally led to, like, TikTok and Twitter and Amazon, the whole kit and caboodle, and then we ended up just diving down the rabbit hole of just discussing, like, evil companies in general. So I just fired on the OBS and started recording the conversation. This is really just the stream of consciousness and ranting about bad companies and learning about how some companies we knew were bad were even worse than we thought. And I just decided, hey, maybe you'd find it interesting. Or maybe you just want to hear about some shitty companies. So here's two stupid assholes talking about some of the evil corporations in the world. So there's some companies I know are evil, but I can't put my finger on why, like BlackRock.
Right.
And Blackstone.
Exactly.
And any, like, Black plus
one of the
Geode is like bad.
They're always. It almost feels like they tried to make the evilest company.
Yeah, like so. What is BlackRock? They're an investment group, right?
Exactly, and that's everybody's. There's also BlackRock Bar and Grill. They're fine.
Evil.
I don't like their food. They're fine.
And then so BlackRock
investing.
They own everything, right?
Like just everything in the world. You should look. Yeah, I'll get the size of their investment fund.
Yeah, and then Blackstone is what do they do?
I don't know what Blackstone is.
Okay, that's massage stones.
Yep.
Blackstone's definitely a company. Oh, I typed in Backstone. I see what went wrong.
Ah.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go, Blackstone.
And it's an investment management company.
And type in who owns Blackstone. I bet it's BlackRock.
Oh no. The geodes go deep. Stephen A. Schwarzman.
Blackstone.
Over 1.1 trillion in assets
under management. All right, now let's see. BlackRock assets. BlackRock has 10.01 trillion in assets under management.
Oh wow. Now what about Rupert Murdoch? He's not a company. Well, he is kind of a company.
He's got a company, right?
Well, he has every company. He is the media mogul. So like every news agency is Murdoch back. Well, he looks like Dana Carvey in Master of Disguise when he's trying to get into the Turtle Club.
You're absolutely right. Just older.
Yeah.
Also, one thing I've always thought, Rupert Murdoch is the most evil sounding name possible.
Did you see it in the Super Bowl? They gave him a shout out.
I did.
They said shout out Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah. I forget why.
He probably owns the broadcasting rights.
Oh, that's right.
He owns anything that hits the television screen. Yep. Murdoch's got his little winky in.
Oh, he founded Fox.
Oh wow.
I'm pretty sure you know the show Succession.
Yeah, I haven't watched it, but I know it.
There we go. I'm pretty sure the main guy in Succession is based on Rupert Murdoch.
That makes sense.
I think if you're in media, you're evil.
Yeah.
Like, if you own media corporations, you are evil.
I think that's fair. Like, I feel like it's also only owned by 3 people.
Now, I think the most obvious one that we can definitely
I was going to say, do we want to put our number one out there?
Yeah, United Healthcare.
It's UHC.
Yeah.
There's
Well, the good news is, checking UHC's website, they claim that they approve and pay 90% of all medical claims.
How is that not just false advertising?
It's just a
we know it's not true.
It's just legitimately a blatant lie. It's so good.
Greedy and evil.
Like, needlessly evil, too. Like, outrageously, comically, cartoonishly evil.
Yes.
I think it's worth mentioning, when we say United Healthcare, I'm talking more about, like, even just general health insurance being the worst company in the world.
I think they are the worst
of the
them,
worst, yeah.
But they're all terrible.
There's not a good health insurance provider.
Every other healthcare company probably loves UHC because they take all of the heat. That's also horrible. Like, these are all bad.
Yeah, they're all not good. Burger King is actually going to be on the worst companies list. It's like the worst.
I can't put it as 2.
It wouldn't be 2. It'd be I'd put it in the top 20, just because the food is so almost inedibly bad that I think you have to give a special spot on a list of worst companies because they consistently have the worst possible food options.
All the time. And just to be clear, in our opinion.
Yeah, well, if we want to get factual, Long John Silver's probably worse than Burger King.
If we want to be factual. Boeing.
Oh, Boeing!
Get in the boat. This list is going to be so tough. I almost just want a bucket that we throw all the bad companies in.
Yeah.
Because I know UHC's up here.
It's in a different league, really. Boeing's a really good one because Boeing, not only are the planes not performing well and they just stranded astronauts in space on the Starliner for the last fucking 14 months. What was supposed to be an 8-day mission is turned into 300 days stranded on the ISS.
Just insane.
But where do you put them? Because no one's died as a result of the Boeing corruption yet, aside from the whistleblowers that they're fucking piling corpses up.
But didn't people die in the plane crashes?
Yeah, but that wasn't Boeing's fault. The Max crashes, that was entirely Boeing's fault. Right. I just mean recently.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But yeah, I mean Boeing does have tons of blood on its hands. I was just talking about these recent plane crashes aren't.
Those aren't them.
It's not.
I agree. And we're nothing if not intellectual and can separate, our feelings.
Yeah.
But I know you've watched the same things back when, what happened to Boeing, where they were the golden standard.
If it ain't Boeing, I ain't going.
Exactly. And it was true. And it was when engineers ran the whole company. They sold it. Suits took over for the engineers.
Yep.
Of course, the first thing they should cut to save money is quality testing and quality assurance.
Yep, and they have so many protocols that they just don't follow anymore.
Yep. And it all just went to shit. But no, you are right. The most recent ones aren't really...
Not Boeing's fault per se.
Yeah.
But the Max crashes, that was entirely Boeing.
Yeah.
They've got to be up there with the worst companies. I don't know where we'd put it in the top 5.
I don't either. This is another interesting one. I feel like we're getting all the data out there and then we'll arrange the puzzle. Monsanto.
What's that?
Which they are the pesticide company.
Yeah, they're agrochemical, agricultural, biotech.
Yes. And I've always heard... What needs to be said except how are they not the number one worst company? Formed at the start of the last century, they are still going strong even after producing PCBs and dioxin and greatly affecting war veterans and Vietnamese children. They had to radically transform to survive towards the end of the century. You start to see that justice must be a joke. I mean, that doesn't say what it is.
Apparently, they manufactured Agent Orange.
Oh!
Holy!
Yeah. Roundup.
Did you see it? I didn't see it. Oh, yeah.
Because Roundup, you know how people will be like, coffee causes cancer. Here's a few, but it's very...
It's loose.
Right. Roundup is one of the products I found where they're like, this is cancer. They've created cancer in a can, is what I've essentially read.
Okay. Yeah, I've never even heard of it.
This also says... Oh, yeah, there we go. It's got glyphosate in it. What I was reading was that Monsanto knew it caused cancer and also falsified reports to hide it. They're a corporation known to falsify reports in order to obtain approval for whatever they are currently manufacturing. They did this with Agent Orange and PCBs, so it can evidently be surmise that they probably did this with the GMO reports they submitted to the FDA.
I don't know this company very well. They seem bad.
Yeah.
They seem like jerks.
They do.
Agent Orange?
Yep.
Not a fan.
Not great.
Not
my favorite.
Didn't like it. I did get reminded. Nestle.
I was just about to say that.
Nestle.
I was literally about to say Monsanto reminded me of Nestle.
They have to be in the top 3. It is still great. But do you remember, like, the baby formula controversy for Nestle? Careful examination of Nestle's marketing behavior shows that Nestle entry into low and middle income formula markets caused 212,000 infant deaths per year among mothers without clean water access at the peak of the Nestle controversy of 1981. Well, Nestle also had their infamous statement, "Water is not a human right." Nestle was accused of providing free or low-cost supplies of infant formula in hospitals and maternity centers, often dispensed by milk nurses, which were salesmen dressed in nurse uniforms, to encourage new mothers to use infant formula. Formula use among newborns increased the risk that mothers release prolactin-inhibiting hormones, which signal milk production to shut down, creating a future dependence on breast milk substitutes. By the 60s, Nestle already viewed marketing of formula in hospitals as a strategic approach to encouraging adoption of infant formula, as seen in an excerpt from its 1969 annual report. So Shein's on here. I don't know enough about Shein, but...
Oh, the clothing company?
Temu.
Oh.
Temu's gotta make the list.
Just reminded me, though.
Comcast,
the fucking internet companies.
Yeah,
Nothing's
ISPs.
good. FTX is crazy because clearly it's a horrible company, but it's like it's almost laughably bad. In a way. Like I guess not for all of the people who lost all of their money in it.
Oh, easy one. Ticketmaster. That's another really easy one.
Yeah, it is. And this is what I'm meaning by buckets, because top bucket you've got UHC, Monsanto, Nestle, the people who are killing,
Like
people
actively
and don't
killing
care.
people, yeah.
And then the next bucket is like, you guys fucking suck.
Yeah.
Like, you are greedy as all.
It's just, it's a scam, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a huge racket where Ticketmaster owns Live Nation and like Ticketmaster has all the fees and shit.
Yep.
They're still in a legal battle right now, which is a pretty...
Who? Like which side?
God, like they're in just like a huge legal battle. They had a really cool statement that I'm struggling to remember. They said something to the effect of, "We're saving you money," in the end or something. Let me look it up. Ticketmaster argued that competition would cost fans more money in their antitrust lawsuit.
Oh. Yeah, because that's how that works.
Yeah, usually when there's competition, I mean, the consumers are the ones that are hurt.
They compete to drive price up faster.
Yeah, exactly. That's economics 101. With Ticketmaster having monopoly, now they have complete control to look out for your best interests.
You know how low they can make those prices if they wanted to?
Yeah, and they are.
Yeah, they're doing it. Purdue Pharmaceuticals. They are the ones behind the Oxy crisis.
How so?
They were the ones who pushed Oxy on all doctors, said it wasn't dangerous at all, lied about everything.
Last month, Attorney General Ken Paxton secured $7.4 billion settlement with Purdue Pharma and Sackler family for the role in the opioid epidemic.
That's wild. They clearly knew, and the fact that nobody's gone to jail is disgusting.
Yeah, I looked up the Sackler's awful last name, by the way.
You know who played him in one of the Netflix shows?
Huh?
Matthew Broderick.
Oh, God. He was on our Worst Celebrities list. He makes a comeback. For those that don't know why we dislike Matthew Broderick and why he made the bad celebrities tier list, he killed a woman from drunk driving. Well, it was a woman and her daughter, if I remember right. The 1987 car crash, she crossed the wrong lane, collided head-on with another car. The driver, Anna Gallagher, and her mother, Margaret Doherty, were killed instantly. He got charged $100 for the careless driving practices.
Because then you've got Amazon who's like, you can't pee.
Yeah.
So there's all these different categories of bad, essentially.
Bank of America is one that's always going to be on the list. I feel like that one's also pretty obvious.
I feel like there's big industry sections too, like banks in general, healthcare in general.
Lockheed Martin.
I mean, they're...
Nintendo. The way that one should be pretty clear. I don't like Nintendo.
The way they handle
Everything. They shit on the community. They have the most anti-consumer,
See, and that's what I was
archaic
gonna say.
practices. There's Ubisoft because they're absolutely in the shitter.
Yeah,
Like
and
there's
I think there's a lot of these gaming companies. That's why I think I'm saying it's our list, not the objective list.
Yeah.
Because I would put a lot of these gaming companies on there in my mind.
But they also just wouldn't be anywhere in the same ballpark as
As
like
a UHC.
Yeah, as a
Exactly.
or a Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, we've got UHC, Lockheed Martin, Nintendo, Burger King. There's just so many bad companies. So how do we narrow this down to 10? And how do you want to?
I don't know. I don't think we need to. We can just be ranting about shitty companies.
This isn't even a list at this point.
It's
We're
just-
just talking about the worst companies.
Yeah. I think we know which the worst in the world is, though. It's got to be health insurance, right?
It has
to be health
I feel
insurance.
like there's no world in which it's not. Like our top buckets are health insurance, pharmaceuticals. I'm trying to think of how I would encompass like Monsanto and Nestle.
While you think about that, I'm going to go to a special bucket and put some poop in it. I'll be right back. What'd you find?
So I was reading about this company Cargill.
Oh, yeah. Cargill? It's pronounced Cargill.
Oh, it's French. They're the second largest privately owned company in the U.S. From what I read, they're bad.
Yep.
But doesn't seem like I don't think they complete. My whole thing was like people died from Salmonella, E. coli, all this stuff. Let me show you one thing though. But it's not like they created Agent Orange, which I think precludes them from that. Read this. I said this sounds like fucking Hydra.
We are the flour in your bread, the wheat in your noodles, the salt on your fries, the corn in your tortillas, the chocolate in your dessert, the sweetener in your soft drink. We are the oil in your salad dressing and the beef, pork, or chicken you eat for dinner. We are the cotton in your clothing, the backing on your carpet, and the fertilizer in your field.
It feels like a threat.
It feels like what Chucky Finster's mom wrote him before she died.
Such a different way to look at it.
Wait, do you remember her note?
No.
I'm the wind against your hair.
Oh no.
The flower in your garden.
So I think Cargill. I don't know enough. I'm not saying they're not bad. I'm just saying I don't know enough to put them on my list.
Yeah, I've never even heard of Cargill,
Me
but
either.
it says they're destroying the planet, so it looks like big deforestation.
Gotcha. All right, not good.
So not good.
You know what? Just because this stuff says it, we'll put them on there. Put them at the bottom. Cargill's there.
They're there. They made it.
So we like. Would you say above all else is healthcare?
Yep,
I think that's my number one by a landslide.
for sure. I think so as well.
I think the category of doing really bad things and knowing that you're doing it, and once again people are dying, but just not to the same level as like a UHC who's just denying sick people help.
Yeah, so that'd be pharma, the Purdue
Yep.
Pharma,
Purdue Pharma.
Nestle.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think. I think there's a lot we missed, for sure.
We can keep digging through.
No, we don't need to. I feel like there's just so many it'd be hard to pinpoint. Like I think there's so many that are obvious, like Apple,
Yeah, and that's the human rights violations, I feel
Yeah.
like, which is Amazon maybe towards the top of that. But once you get into that, it's all of them. It's Apple, it's Nike, it's every clothing manufacturer, 90% of clothing manufacturers. Like,
We didn't even think about cigarettes. Cigarettes is it's so easy. But
this is another category in my head.
does that make them evil though? Because you smoke it and you know it's bad for you. I think they're probably more
like. I think they almost go along with an Exxon in my head because the amount of money and campaigning they do, at least back then, to convince you they're not bad.
That's true. They used to do that.
And then I think it's all malicious negligence where you go, I know this is bad, but it makes me money, so I'm going to do everything in my power to keep making this money.
Yeah.
BlackRock's on there.
Pornhub, porn in general.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Well, see, I know. I thought we were doing worse, not best.
What is this one?
I don't know. Try pulling it up. I thought that was... Is that Titleist?
The worst golf balls I've ever had.
Oh, God. Is that just England?
I think that's a car brand. I think we hit the good ones.
I think we've hit the good ones as well.
I don't think there's any like glaring behemoth we missed or any.
No, we can finish off with our most hated companies, which is Burger King.
Naturally. Artesian builds.
Defunct companies.
Yes.
You happy with that list?
I'm happy with that list. Good work. Good work today. There's a topic I cover from time to time that always seems to ruffle some feathers and get people squirming in their chairs in anger, because I have less than kind things to say about some of the biggest players in the industry. But I just can't help myself. I can't bite my tongue on it. I'm like Winnie the Pooh poking a beehive because I'm addicted to the honey inside. And in this case, that honey is vindication. For a while now, I have bah-humbugged VTuber agencies. I've seen a lot of the contracts that some of the top talent were locked into with these organizations, and they are extraordinarily corrupt. I think the agencies in this space are exploitative, and they treat their talent more like prisoners. It is unbelievable the depths of greed that these agencies in the VTuber space have succumbed to. But before I dive deeper into the spaghetti and the meatballs on my disdain for VTuber agencies in the industry, I would like to give you the catalyst for why I'm talking about it again today. It's because Iron Mouse just made a really sad video about why she's leaving VShojo. VShojo being another huge player in the VTuber space. They are a massive agency that's represented some of the top talent.
Unfortunately, I recently found out that for the past couple of months, I have been misled by VShojo. With the information that I currently have, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly, the thing that hurts me the most is that the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important charity to me, and also the reason why I'm here today, is owed over $500,000 from VShojo.
For those that don't know who Iron Mouse is, she is one of the biggest streamers on Twitch in terms of subscribers. She even broke the all-time subscriber record, and she has a primary immunodeficiency disease. She has CVID. So she does a lot of charitable work for this organization, and apparently she's just discovered that VShojo hasn't fully paid what they owed her personally, and they haven't paid the money that they owe to the charitable foundation that she was fundraising for, something that she does often, but VShojo is required in this process because they handle her money in certain cases, which is not uncommon in the space. Like, I'm going to get deeper into like a lot of things with VTuber agencies that I've tiptoed around quite a bit in the past, but I don't want to like fully go into the weeds of it here. But let me just go ahead and explain where that number's coming from, the $500,000 owed to charity that VShojo still hasn't paid.
They promptly sent the payment, and the subathon was a huge success. So I decided to do it again the next year. My last subathon was one of the biggest events I've ever done. The support was overwhelming, and I ended up getting over 300,000 subscribers and breaking the all-time sub record. But this also meant that we had raised $515,000 for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I once again asked VShojo to make the donation on my behalf, but unfortunately, still a year later, VShojo has not paid the charity.
So in a nutshell, Iron Mouse ran a subathon. It was extremely successful and raised a ton of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. And VShojo did pay it out the first time around, but when she came back for the second time the following year, it was even bigger, it broke records, and it raised over $500,000 that were supposed to go to the Immune Deficiency Foundation that has still not been paid out to the charitable organization to this day, according to Iron Mouse. Now, I've seen a little bit of confusion, people wondering why would VShojo even be handling that money in the first place? Why wouldn't it just come directly from Iron Mouse since it's her Twitch? Well, that's where you get into the really stinky territory where in a lot of cases these agencies, they handle the finances of the talent. Like, they put their grubby paws on it before the talent does. So it's not uncommon in the space for the agreement between talent and agency to have the agency directly handle like their Twitch subs and their Twitch revenue and their Twitch ads, that kind of thing. And in the full video, Iron Mouse goes deeper into this, so I highly encourage you to check out the full thing for the entire scoop. But in her case specifically, that was actually kind of appealing to her because then she would be able to stay even more private because she really values her anonymity. So having VShojo involved in that process was actually kind of a big deal to her. And for previous fundraising through Tiltify, it wasn't a problem, but when it came to the subathon money, since it was going through Twitch subs and everything, it meant VShojo was going to be involved in this process, and the first time it was fine, it apparently went off without issue, but this time, when the money was even higher, well, some kind of screws must have went loose over there at the VShojo headquarters. I guess that shit just fucking burst into flames or something, and they just haven't got around to it. They're still putting out some fires, and they'll get to it any day now. VShojo would be responsible for donating that money on her behalf, an obligation that they still haven't fulfilled all this time later, according to Iron Mouse. It's diabolical, withholding over $500,000 to charity, and also withholding money that Iron Mouse is allegedly owed as well. And what's even crazier is how unsurprised I am by it. Now, full disclosure, I didn't know too much about VShojo's inner workings. That was one of the few agencies I wasn't super privy to on like the behind the scenes of. But I'd always heard good things, but I always had skepticism because of how the industry functions at the agency level from the other ones I know. And this kind of dirty, scummy, greedy business is just so standard for these agencies in the space. It is sickening. Now, VShojo is going through big turbulence right now. They're losing some of their top talent. Like even before Iron Mouse's video, about a month ago, they made a post about how Giga was going to be departing VShojo. And then just 48 hours later, they announced Zen would also be leaving VShojo, one of their original members. So there's definitely been some, curious Georges out there wondering what's going on at VShojo that's got everyone leaving. What's this exodus from VShojo all about? Fun fact, Giga is actually with us at Cheeky now. We're not like a VTuber agency. That's not what I'm trying to get across. Our soap. She really likes our soap, Cheeky Soap. So she's partnered with us at Cheeky. And she is an absolute sweetheart. That's what I was trying to get across. The point is, some like really good people have been leaving VShojo, and now Iron Mouse have dropped this video about some very alleged scummy practices here at the VShojo corporate level, and I don't know how VShojo recovers from it going forward. They haven't made a statement yet. It's still a little too fresh as of me making this video. I'm very curious what they're going to say about it. If I had to spitball, I would imagine that their next play will be donating that money to the charitable foundation. I imagine they donate the $515K to the Immune Deficiency Foundation or whatever the exact number was. I bet they'll do that to desperately try and save face. I don't think the community will respond well to it because it's very clear that they're just doing it now because of the public pressure that's being exerted on them. I don't know how they move forward with a good reputation. I don't think all of their talent's going to leave overnight. I imagine a lot of those contracts, in fact, I'm confident a lot of those contracts lock them down for quite a while with like some non-disparagement clauses in there and everything. Like I bet there is a lot of things at play where the talent won't be able to leave even if they really want to. And I can only hope that the community here doesn't start attacking the VShojo talent for staying, because I imagine in a lot of cases they don't have a choice. Now, that's kind of the situation in a nutshell, but I want to dive deeper into agencies as a whole. I've kind of teased it a little bit throughout the video. And I know people like to talk about VTubing as a whole, like it's some kind of niche that's not mainstream. That couldn't be further from the truth. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it is so lucrative. And these agencies have swooped in and made sure they are the ones getting the lion's share of that money, and they'll kind of trickle down, drip feed a little milk from their titties to the talent that's under their umbrella. And what's even more disgusting is they fed people shit and gave them a taste for it, an acquired palate, normalizing their greed, where the talent, the ones that are actually gathering the audience, you know, the actual VTubers, they don't see most of the money that they bring in. The agency does. That includes merch. That includes their Twitch subs. That includes YouTube revenue. Pretty much any piece of the pie that has dollars, doubloons in it, the agency is the one that's got their fingers in it, and the VTuber gets pieces of it. Tiddlywinks. And I think it is so ass backwards. It has always rubbed me the wrong way. So I've always talked very negatively about VTuber agencies, much to the chagrin of the VTuber audience. The audience that watches VTubers is very loyal to their favorite creators in the space. So they get very upset when the 5'6" Florida man Neanderthal shoots spitballs at the agency that represents their favorite VTuber, because the community, like the relationship between the agency and the VTuber, is one that's supposed to be built on like a tight connection, like this partnership, almost like a family. But nothing could be further from the truth. It's about as much of a family as like the prison warden is to the prisoners. I just think it is completely unacceptable the way a lot of these agencies treat their talent. I also think a lot of people have been completely misled by them on the industry as a whole, where they act like there's only one path to success when it comes to VTubing. Or at least they did, not so much these days. It's starting to kind of get a little more clear that you don't have to sign with them. But for the longest time, it was as if there was only one path to success in the space, which was signing with an agency, where they basically give you a career. They grow you through their network. They give you all the tools to grow, but they basically own you. And I know the argument a lot of people make is, well, they gave you your career. You do owe them like 90% of the money that you generate. That makes sense. Without them, you were nothing. And I just think that is completely delusional. I think you've been brainwashed to think that. It's a little different nowadays where so many people are doing really well independent. There are so many independent VTubers that are crushing it, and a lot of formally contracted talent for agencies have left to be indie and are still doing really well. So it's being proven that you don't need these agencies to succeed as a VTuber. And I understand, like, you know, they do help speed up the growth of the career because then they just plug and play to like their network and just have eyes on you by default. But from everything I've seen, it just never really seems worth the trade-off. Like, you never get a better deal. So like, let's say you start with them and then you explode and become the biggest VTuber in the world. All the ones I've seen, the contracts don't scale with that success, so you still are locked into a bad deal. And now the agency just makes a killing off of your success, and you kind of stay in the same spot, more or less. Like, it just doesn't ever really feel worth it to do that when you can still be very successful without these agencies. And it just sucks to see that it is still so common that these agencies are greedy scumbags, like in this case here with VShojo, apparently. But anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's about it. See ya. I stream often, and boy howdy do I put on an exquisite show if I do say so myself, but don't just take my word for it, ask everyone that shows up. When you come to my streams, you get to see me without my makeup on, you get me raw, you get to hear me pee when nature calls, and you get to hear me rant. And one of the things I love to rant about is how much insurance is a scam. In particular, health insurance. Surprise, surprise. My feelings on it are no secret. I've screamed it from the mountaintops for a couple years now. I think I've only made like 1 or 2 videos on it, but stream regulars are probably tired of hearing me bitch about it. But can't help it. I think it is one of the most diabolical, corrupt, evil industries that operates in this country right now. It is deplorable. I think it is a Schmeckeldorfing goblin that's taking people's money and eating their ass, waiting for them to die. You pay health insurance providers for years, and then when you need them, you ask them to help with something major. They do everything in their power to not do that. Their job, their goal, and they even use AI now to help with this, is to deny these claims. That's where they make their bread and butter.
You pay them for one purpose, and their goal is to find ways of not doing the one thing they're designed for. It's like if you bought a washing machine that only sometimes decides it'll wash your clothes, but it picks and chooses which ones you're allowed to wash inside of it. It's so stupid. But the reason I'm talking about this is because I am somehow still surprised at the depravity of this industry. United Healthcare just threatened legal action against a doctor who recently went viral when she was talking about how United Healthcare pulled her out of an active operation in order to ask her if an overnight stay was really necessary. I'll go ahead and play that clip before we dive into this threat from United Healthcare.
I just did 2 bilateral deeps and 2 bilateral tissue expanders for patients. And I've never had this happen before, but during the second deep, I got a phone call into the operating room saying that United Healthcare wanted me to call them about one of the patients who was having surgery today, who was actually asleep having surgery, and said I had to call right now. So I scrubbed out of my case and I called United Healthcare, and the gentleman said he needed some information about her, wanted to know her diagnosis and whether her inpatient stay should be justified. And I was like, do you understand that she's asleep right now? And she has breast cancer? And the gentleman said, actually, I don't. That's a different department that would know that information. And I was like, well, she does need to stay overnight tonight. And you have all the information with you because I got approval for this surgery. And I need to go back and be with my patient now. But yeah, it's out of control.
Out of control doesn't even begin to describe it. My moose knuckle is out of control when I slip into a pair of joggers. This is beyond out of control. This is just disgusting. It's just disgusting. Health insurance companies are at their happiest when you are at your worst. When they deny a claim and get to save a little bit of money there, pinch a few pennies, avoiding doing the thing you pay them for, they pop champagne over your cold fucking corpse. And don't worry, you'll go to Valhalla knowing that at least United Healthcare made a little extra money at the bottom line. In a just world, this shit would be outlawed. It's just unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. So, she's describing United Healthcare apparently pulling her out of a procedure in order to check with her if this is something that's actually justified. Yeah, asshole, it is justified, I would think. And also, now you are putting the patient at risk, interrupting an active procedure. It's craziness. It's craziness. Just actually flabbergasted by this story. I'm spitting. I don't know if you could see that. It was a water fountain of spit there. So much saliva. Point is, this doctor was in the middle of a procedure, and United Healthcare made her stop so that way they could see if they could find a way of denying this claim, which eventually they did, by the way. They did deny that claim, allegedly. That claim, it did get denied. Shocker from United Healthcare, the health insurance company with the most denied claims in the nation. Also, now that there's this prevalence of AI to help deny claims, they're getting even more efficient with it, something I'm sure they're very proud of. It's unbelievable. I've already talked about that video quite a bit on stream, so I'm not going to dive too deep into it. You can see the lunacy. You can, with your own peepers, your own functioning frontal lobe, you can watch what the doctor's saying there and be pretty outraged by it. Justifiably so. Now, United Healthcare is slapping back saying that it's a load of hooey. This is all just dirty barnacles. It's a false claim, and the doctor's spreading misinformation, and so they're threatening her with a lawsuit about it. We're going to go through that because, United Healthcare doesn't really have the best reputation when it comes to telling the truth. And it's just a shocking move from them to play this hardball here in the wake of everything they've been going through. Their CEO got banished to the Shadow Realm not that long ago, and people are still celebrating that. And the company, instead of trying to take that as a message of wow, people hate us for some reason, maybe we should reflect and see what we can do to be better, they're instead being worse. They are actively being worse. It's like they dislike that people don't like them, so they're trying to give them even more reasons to hate them. Oh, you guys already don't like us? Well, fuck it, we're gonna stop pretending to care. It's scorched earth now, we're not paying for shit. I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if United Healthcare initiates a new protocol where they start stationing agents at every hospital. in order to monitor everything and just deny shit on the spot. Like, nope. I wrote this down on the clipboard. It's only 2 broken legs. The morphine will not be covered by us. Unnecessary, not justified. And then going into every surgical procedure, stop everything! Halt! Halt! We're denying this one. This surgery is this is frivolous. It's a frivolous surgery. The patient is more than capable of living his life without a liver or a kidney. So why are we doing this transplant? This is ridiculous. Denied. He's faking it. Anyway, though, let's dive back into the meat and focus on what the actual topic is here today. So that post came from a surgeon, Elizabeth Potter. It blew up on TikTok and Instagram, and now UHC, well, they're pouting. They're really upset. So they're accusing her of libel, and also there was some threats of legal retaliation if she didn't comply, which was taking the videos down and issuing a public apology. They wanted her to grovel at their feet, kiss their little tootsies, and basically say, I was wrong about everything. They accused her of knowingly sharing misinformation and also hosting threats against the company's executives because people in the comments were obviously making references to the assassination. Your claims are false. You clearly know they are false. You falsely laid the blame for your office's error on United Healthcare publicly, unleashing a firestorm of dangerous misinformation. We expect you to promptly correct this publicly by removing your videos and posting a public apology. The cease and desist has been reported by Bloomberg. Also, United Healthcare hired the preeminent defamation law firm Claire Locke, which has a really impressive resume in defamation cases. Hey, big fuck you to Claire Locke. You should deny this one. Of course they're not going to. They're going to try and hose United Healthcare for all they're worth in this defamation case that they're mounting against a surgeon who is just spreading the word about how fucking corrupt this company is. Now, she did post on her Instagram saying, I recently shared a video after I was asked to call United Healthcare from the operating room to answer administrative questions about the patient who was having surgery to treat breast cancer. Despite my efforts, they denied her stay. Wow. What saints over there at UHC really looking after the care of their clients. That's, wow, man. The benevolent gods over at UHC. We are so lucky that we get to suckle their bosom, and they take care of us. They help us in our time of need. That's so lovely. Denied her stay. That's so fucking par for the course for this company. I spoke out because this has simply gone too far. I'm sharing United Healthcare's letter to me in its entirety. I'll let it speak for itself. My words were true and the situation was absurd. I followed all safety protocol and my patient was with my co-surgeon who continued operating. I had requested an overnight stay for medical reasons. This was not an error on my part. I also think most normal, rational people would also think that probably an overnight stay after a very serious breast cancer surgery operation makes sense. That tracks. That doesn't seem like they're trying to get one over on United Healthcare over there. I feel like that's definitely something that's super justified, but hey, United Healthcare, they've got AI now helping them out to deny these claims. Like, they're really good at this shit now. The gaslighting and harassment in the letter which United sent me has not worked to do anything other than strengthen my resolve. I will continue to speak honestly, clearly, and plainly about the state of healthcare in the United States of America. That's great news that she's not folding to this intimidation. I really hope this goes her way. I believe her story. And do you know why? Because there are thousands of horror stories with United Healthcare. Ask anybody on the street if they've had a positive experience with their healthcare provider. I would imagine you'd be hard-pressed to find a single, even lukewarm response like, oh, it was okay, I guess. No, it's almost always entirely negative with these companies, and United Healthcare is legitimately, statistically, provably the worst one. They have the most denied claims. If you gathered every grain of sand on planet Earth and piled it all together, it probably wouldn't even amount to the amount of denied claims United Healthcare is responsible for at this point. It's just out of control. Completely out of control. So yeah, I just had to rant about this again. I could not believe this when Matt sent it to me, that United Healthcare has the fucking chutzpah to threaten this surgeon after she spoke about her experience with an absurd situation with this company. Unbelievable. That's about it. So yeah. There's no shortage of horrible companies in the video game industry, but there's one that's been able to fly under the radar for way too long now, even though it's just as slimy and scummy as some of the more mainstream ones people like to spit on, and that's Nexon. You've probably heard of them because of MapleStory. That's by far their biggest game, their magnum opus, the cash cow that they're addicted to milking, and for a long time now they've been able to tiptoe around in the shadows, hiding their stink from the public nostrils. But last month they flew a little too close to the sun, and we could start to smell their odor. And I swear to God it smelled like shit. About a month ago, they decided to start bullying a smaller developer named Iron Mace who's working on a game that I am a massive fan of called Dark and Darker. I've played every playtest so far, and I have been absolutely loving it. But love is a concept that doesn't exist at Nexon. Only cold, hard dollar bills that they were missing out on. They're like the Mr. Krabs of video games. So they started to put Iron Mace in their crosshairs, claiming that the Dark and Darker developers stole from Nexon. They said that not only did they steal code from an unreleased project at Nexon called P3, they stole assets from that project. And basically the claims boiled down to there was an employee at Nexon back in 2021 who was working on a project called P3 that is similar to Dark and Darker. That employee apparently was talking about like leaving and starting their own company, kind of expanding upon this P3 idea. He ended up being fired, and then, fast forward to late 2022, we have Dark and Darker, which bears some resemblance to that P3 project. So Nexon is claiming that they stole from them, citing assets and code that was ripped directly from that unreleased project, as well as idea theft, saying that this was a Nexon idea and thus they don't really have the right to use it. Which is why that title is You Can't Copyright a Game Genre, because this is an extraction style game. It's a genre that's well established. The only spin on it is instead of being guns like Tarkov, it's medieval weaponry. And it fucking bangs. This shit fucks. It is amazing. I love Dark and Darker. And unfortunately now, Nexon has gone so far as to issue a police raid on their studio headquarters, and as I understand it, they didn't find anything there. They reassured fans that it was quick and nothing was found, and there will be no delay in development and nothing to worry about. So I'm guessing they went there and got a giant fucking nothing sandwich served to them. There was, I suppose, no stolen code, no hidden secret documents from Nexon, no Krabby Patty secret formula, just some hardworking developers and their project. But that's not where this story stops. In fact, today, this is why we're talking about it, today Nexon has once again escalated this conflict and issued a full-blown cease and desist to Dark and Darker, which has led to it being pulled from Steam. So effectively shut down for the time being, all based on these claims that it was stolen from them. Of course, Iron Mace denies all the allegations, saying that Dark and Darker's code was built from scratch and its assets were either purchased from the Unreal Marketplace or designed internally. And if you've played Dark and Darker, you're going to notice like half of the assets in this game come from the Unreal Marketplace. I play a lot of shit on Steam new releases, and I can recognize half of the models in Dark and Darker from all of the other games I've played. And that's not a problem. The assets are there for a reason. Plus, it's still like in very early playtesting stages, so of course they're going to be using assets. I don't know what fucking assets they're even claiming are stolen from Nexon unless Nexon like has some kind of monopoly on the Unreal Marketplace where it's all their assets. They're like the kingpin and their drug empire is the Unreal Marketplace. It just doesn't make any sense because, again, half or even maybe more than half of Dark and Darker uses just standard store-bought Unreal assets. So to me, the claim is extremely confusing. Like, I don't even feel like Phoenix Wright could make an argument that some of these assets are stolen from Nexon's unreleased P3 project because, again, so much of Dark and Darker is Unreal assets. Like, I can't imagine them being like, oh my god, that rock that's in the middle of that prison cell is actually from P3. I'd recognize it anywhere. That is a distinct rock that was developed in-house at Nexon. It's our pride and joy. Oh my god, and that chalice that players can collect, that golden goblet of fire, that was from Nexon. You've stolen it from us. Like, I don't know where there's even wiggle room for them to make claims that some of these assets were stolen because so much is from fucking Unreal assets. But regardless, moving forward, Iron Mace developers have of course made a statement about this whole thing. They've said to all our fans, we have recently been served a cease and desist letter and DMC takedown by Nexon regarding Dark and Darker based on distorted claims. We are currently working with our legal team to remedy this issue in the best manner possible. Due to the sensitive legal nature of this issue, we must be careful with our statements so as to not jeopardize our position. We ask for your understanding as we work to get the game back up as quickly as possible. Please know that we will do all that is possible for our fans. Thanks. A very sweet message. Throughout this entire discourse, Iron Mace has seemed extremely professional. But I just want to point that out. They have seemed like absolute sweethearts here in the face of bullshit. This, to me, I'll break this down and give my whole perspective on this after researching all of it. This, to me, feels like Nexon bullying a smaller company because they feel like they've missed out on a golden goose here, because Dark and Darker has become extremely popular, and they did have an idea that was similar to it called P3. P3 never got off the ground, Dark and Darker did. This really feels like it's almost some level of vengeance and spite against Dark and Darker's success. Nexon has hundreds and millions of dollars they can throw into the shitter at this and completely bleed Iron Mace dry, since they are a smaller company and they're going to fight this legal battle tooth and nail, it seems, which is extremely upsetting considering these claims aren't 100% proven to be accurate anyway. In fact, at least according to Police Raid, they didn't even find any evidence to support the claims, but yet they've still managed to DMCA cease and desist this game and get it removed from Steam. And now Iron Mace is going to have to engage in a lengthy and very expensive legal battle with this absolute titan of douchebaggery. Nexon is just an absolute trash company, and even if every single one of their claims is accurate, 100% truthful, they're still a horrible, garbage piece of shit company regardless. Even from everything outside of Dark and Darker, even before this, they've been a terrible company, but this especially. And I'll go a step further. Maybe we're getting into dicey, spicy territory here, but I'm just gonna say it with my whole chest. If all of Nexon's claims are accurate, Dark and Darker did take that idea from Nexon and build upon it, and even if they used a couple of assets that they developed while working at Nexon, I don't give a fuck. In fact, I view them more as heroes. I respect them more if they did that, because Nexon can suck the dirtiest part of my asshole. I cannot stand that company. I think that would be great if that really was the case. I don't think the Nexon Corporation should have the legal right to have this stranglehold on a video game idea that they didn't even make themselves. This idea was cooked up by the creative minds that were let go from Nexon in the first place. Thus, since they're no longer at Nexon, I feel they should be able to explore that idea and build upon it privately in their own way at their own studio, even though that idea was something they may have had while working elsewhere. They are no longer working there, that company is no longer working on that project, thus the team that actually made the idea and the prototypes should be able to take that work and build upon it on their own. I don't know if that's a hot take, but again, assuming every claim from Nexon is accurate, even still, it makes it clear that the idea and the work was done by employees that were let go from Nexon. Thus, it shouldn't be their idea anymore, Nexon's idea. It should be the individual's idea who actually came up with it in the first place. Thus, I feel like they should have the right to continue to work on it if they choose to. But again, it's important to reiterate that as of right now, there's still no real hard evidence against Iron Mace. Nothing that's really supporting Nexon's big claims of stolen code, stolen assets, and shit like that. So we're just going to have to wait to see how all this unfolds, but it's really disappointing to see that Dark and Darker is no longer up on Steam, because another playtest was right around the corner that I was extremely excited for, as were a lot of people. So hopefully this situation can get resolved pretty quickly. That's about it. So yeah. I know this isn't my usual setup, but don't panic. This is not a cause for alarm. I'm actually here by choice. What you're looking at is hours of hard work. For about a year and a half now, I've been teasing on stream that I'm finally going to get the motivation to set up my streaming room and make it look really fucking cool, like a beautiful gamer's wet dream. And take a look. Did I lie, huh? I went from one empty room to another. It's like Squidward when he goes to that place to be all alone. So yeah, I just haven't felt like finishing this room today, but I will pretty soon. Maybe in another year and a half, we'll see. But we're here now, and I want to talk about something pretty important, and it actually has to deal with something that I was personally involved with. It has to do with Artesian Builds. That's the company that built all of the PCs that I've used and have at the warehouse for my friends to use for all of the editing and all of the content production we do. I'm sure by now you've all seen the clips as well as read the headlines. Artesian Builds really fucked themselves in the ass. They put their own dick in their butt, and now, as of today, they're pretty much no longer a company. They're officially dead and buried. But how did we get here? What happened? Artesian Builds would always be streaming their latest builds, where they'd interact with their community as well as do giveaways and shit like that. And a little over a week ago, their CEO went on stream during a giveaway, and when the giveaway winner was announced, he checked their profile and deemed them too small to actually earn the PC. I'm not going to play the clips, they're very hard to sit through, but their CEO was just going on and on about them being super small and not really benefiting the company, and then insinuating that their community isn't supportive or all kinds of just horrible shit. It was like a full-blown supervillain monologue, and not only is it extremely embarrassing and just downright fucking disgusting, but it's also borderline illegal. You can't just not honor a giveaway for no reason. You know, I can't run a giveaway and be like, hey, I'm giving away a water bottle of my spit or a jar of my farts, and then I announce the winner. I'm like, actually, this guy's kind of weird. He's a little stinky. I'm not going to give it to him. You can't do that. It's just fucking bad. And that's exactly what he did. He did it in a super condescending and aggressive tone. It really felt like he was personally insulted that the winner of the giveaway wasn't as large as he would have liked. So he was like really mean and nasty about it. He came across like spiteful, and he was delivering all of this as if he was in like the theater club doing some kind of show. It's like in the thespian troupe, he was given an assignment to act as a comically evil CEO, and he aced it. Because after doing this, he sank the whole company. They speed ran bankruptcy here. The company is, like I said, pretty much officially gone now. Around 50 or so employees have lost their jobs, and it all stemmed from this. This wasn't just like a combination of things. This was solely the CEO making a fucking fool out of himself and his company on this live stream during this giveaway. And then, of course, after this came out, a few other things were revealed, like apparently the way they were doing taxes may not have been up to code. I don't know a whole lot about that. That's alleged, but it is alleged that their business license or whatever was revoked and assets were frozen and shit like that. I'm not too sure there, but you can trace all of it back to this live stream, this fucking blunder here. They got scholars mated by their own CEO. They speed ran dead company all because of this one live stream fail. It honestly would have been less detrimental to the company if Noah, the CEO, had just gone on stream and goatsied himself, just full-blown spread his asshole at the camera like, hey, PC fans, you wanted a new PC build? Well, how about a look at my colon instead, and then just spread his cheeks apart. The company might even still be around in that case. Artesian Builds was a company that grew off of partnering with creators as well as just creating a community around their personalities. Like, they streamed every build, they streamed pretty much every day, and they signed with pretty much every streamer on the fucking planet. They worked with the big boys like OTK, Mr. Beast, Nick Merckx, and everyone like that, and they had built a level of trust and a community around them. So when Noah does something like this, it completely breaches that. No creators want to associate with them anymore. So when the creators left, the consumers left, and Artesian Builds was left with their dick in their hand. They had nothing they could do anymore. It genuinely destroyed the whole company. Like I mentioned, I was partnered with Artesian Builds. I signed with them like over 2 years ago or somewhere in that ballpark. When I was like first with them, they had like 10K followers on Twitter and like 40 viewers per stream on Twitch. And they reached out to me, and they just struck me as such professional and nice people. They were super sweet, and they obviously knew what they were doing because their builds slapped. I never had an issue with any of their builds or anything, and everyone I talked to, I didn't get any bad vibes from. And I even talked to Noah a couple times, and I never once got the impression that he was like this, like what you saw on stream. So when this happened, I was equally as shocked and upset as everyone else. But I think it's important that people realize that there was like 50 or so employees at Artesian Builds. It wasn't just like the Noah show. So when he sank the company, 50 or so people lost their fucking jobs, and some of them, it was their passion. Like, they loved it. There's one guy at Artesian Builds in particular that I'm not going to mention any names, but he was actually the one who came up with the giveaways in the first place, and the whole idea behind it is he just wanted to give high-end PCs to people that might not have been able to afford them, and just give it to anyone of any size. That was the whole idea behind the giveaways in the first place. The CEO, Noah, didn't actually create the giveaways. It was this guy who came up with the whole idea just to like give shit away and like have a fun community that can just win PCs. And what happened is Noah took that and went fucking wild and wacky, full-blown insano style madman. He went off book, going rogue, and had this meltdown about it, which ruined everything. But again, it's important people realize there was a lot more people at Artesian Builds than just Noah. Noah ruined it for a lot of people who now don't have a job, and it only took a week. So it's not like a lot of those people have a backup plan either. So I really find the whole situation to be extremely sad. There's no excuse for what the CEO did, and especially with what he did after this happened. When this initially broke, he went to Twitter on the Artesian Builds Twitter account, and there were statements made that were just so tasteless. Basically, instead of apologizing when this got pointed out to them, they had like a 4-tweet long thing that I'm not going to show here, but basically what it boiled down to them was saying, but what it boiled down to was them saying, "Oh, we were doing one of our normal dope-ass epic PC giveaways on stream, and things got a little weird, and I'm sorry you guys made yourselves mad about it, but just remember, we're doing some fucking incredible PC giveaways on our Twitch stream all the time, so we're fucking awesome. You guys made yourselves mad, and we're sorry for that." But yeah, back to epic giveaways. It was a non-apology, and they were just patting themselves on the ass for nothing. Like, it was so terribly handled. So, not only was the initial clip horrible, but the immediate response was as bad as it could have possibly been. Then they released another statement, like on an official document, or what was supposed to be an official document, but again, this seems like it came just directly from the CEO trying to not look as bad as he was looking currently. And again, missed the point entirely. It was more non-apology, and they still never even honored the giveaway. They still never even like tried to like publicly say, we will just give the winner the PC. They just kept trying to like push that to the side, like, there's so many rules, so much red tape, oh my god, so much was going wrong. The quantum physics of the Artesian Build formula for giveaways, just so many numbers weren't adding up, the calculations were wrong. So that didn't go over well. And then Noah made an apology video, which was even worse than the other two. It just kept getting worse and worse and worse. I bet if they did another one, it would have devolved into just full-blown Scatman. Like, it wouldn't even be on the same topic anymore. The apology video he released, again, I'm not going to show any clips from, but it was as generic as it gets. Terrible audio mixing. It sounded like actual garbage. Sounded like he was talking to you through a walkie-talkie. And he just seemed so mad. Like, just so genuinely mad that all of this became an issue. Like, failing to recognize the actual meat of the problem. And what made it even sillier is he let out a giant sigh, like a big sigh, and went, "Going forward, anyone of any size can win a giveaway." Like, he was just so fucking mad that now anyone of any size can win a giveaway. Even though in the past, anyone of any size could win the giveaway. That was the whole point of the fucking giveaway, is that anyone can win it. But now that this became an issue, he's like, fine, anyone can win one, I guess. And then like kicks like dirt or something. Like, he just seemed so fucking upset. And the worst thing was, like, now he has to say that anyone can win a PC. It's like, again, I'm getting a little lost. It couldn't have been handled worse. The initial situation here was horrible on stream, no excuse for it whatsoever, and then the way it was handled afterwards could genuinely not have been worse. It was an absolute carnival of disaster. Just an overall really sad situation for so many people that were employed by Artesian or worked with them. I just wanted to talk about it because I was personally invested in this, obviously, and it just sucked to see it unfold like this, and it's something that I feel needs to be talked about. It's also like the only instance I can think of a multi-million-dollar company actually closing its doors because of a single horrible decision made on a live stream. Just an overall wild week for Artesian Builds, and yeah, just wanted to talk about everything there. That's about it. So yeah. I briefly mentioned the situation with Unity a few days ago, just as a tiny little blurb, basically a cameo appearance in a Marvel movie. I just kind of went over like the very basics of everything going wrong with Unity. But things have only gotten worse since then, so I just want to make a whole video here going over the entire situation and kind of dancing on Unity's grave, because they did it to themselves. Now, of course, they're not actually dead yet, but they are doing everything in their power to put themselves in the dirt. They are bent on self-destruction, and nothing will stop them. It's like a scene out of 24, with Jack Bauer interrogating a terrorist, and they're doing everything they can to take the cyanide pill to end it all. That's Unity as a business right now. So a channel called Upper Echelon just released an incredible video going over all of the new information about this situation, so I'm going to show you some clips of that, as well as just give you the broader stuff as well, just in case you're unfamiliar with all of it. This is going to be an all-encompassing biblical smackdown of everything Unity related.
Unity Technologies, a video game software company responsible for making the Unity game engine, has recently adjusted their fee structure. On top of a flat subscription service, they will now charge game developers per install, with retroactive terms of service changes, and that monetization scheme will have a severe negative impact on a great deal of projects.
In a nutshell, that's where all of this disaster stems from. He has just given you the macaroni, so allow me to give you the cheese. Unity made a big announcement about a change to their monetization model where if you reach a certain level of success with their product, they will then start dipping their greedy, grubby little paws into your pockets and take a little piece for themselves out. So, if you're using Unity Personal and Unity Plus, you're eligible for this fee once you reach 200k in revenue over the last 12 months and have 200k lifetime installs, and that number increases to 1 million in 12 months and 1 million installs when you're using Pro or Enterprise. So basically, they will start taking money, and it's dictated how much at each level, per install of a game once it reaches this threshold. Now, there is no faith in this company left, like there's nothing but bad will, so no one really has any faith that they have any means of detecting fraudulent downloads. A lot of people were very quick to point out that you could absolutely fuck someone in the face by just constantly reinstalling these games on like virtual machines or pirated copies, but Unity's like, no, we've solved everything. Actually, piracy is extinct now. We'll know if that's happening. But no one believes them because it's very hard to take them at their word when they have no good faith left. So, there is potential for this to be exploited in a big way where you could cost companies or individuals tons and tons and tons of money just by gamifying this fee. And it's not like Unity really has an incentive to stop that because they're making the money off of that fee. That's money going into their piggy bank. So, heavens to Betsy, sports fans, you tell me, why the fuck would they patch out this infinite money exploit when they're the ones that benefit from it? But anyway, this is the big bang that created the universe of problems for Unity here and started all of the hoopla with this entire catastrophe. The best way I've seen it described is, imagine if Adobe started to put up a big stink about YouTubers using their product. Like, imagine Adobe comes out and says, you know what, we've arbitrarily decided that YouTubers that reach a certain threshold of views are going to be subject to a fee because they use Adobe Premiere to edit. So, MrBeast, for example. MrBeast will now start paying X amount of dollars per view because he edited his content with Adobe. It should be pretty clear why that is an extremely scummy and ridiculous idea. And that's fundamentally what Unity's doing here. People paid for the tools. They made their own games with those tools. Now I'm getting lost in my own fucking genjutsu here, the fantasy I've crafted. Unity should not be entitled for a fee per install on the games that people make if they're successful. It's literally suffering from success.
We already know about John Riccitiello, however you say that, the CEO. He sold a bit of his stock right before this all happened. He was the former CEO at EA Games.
John Riccitiello, more like John Sissy-Tiello, because he's a little bitch. Man, what a humdinger. If Unity wasn't dead before this video, they're definitely dead after this one, because that was an absolute heater. So anyway, their CEO is John Riccitiello, however you say it, I also don't know. Upper Echelon is about to get into the meat of the new discoveries, but I want to continue laying the foundation for all of the prerequisite knowledge that you should have coming into the new stuff. So, their CEO is a very important component to this entire controversy. He is a former EA employee, former EA CEO, who was too greedy for EA. Let that sink in for a moment, marinate on those juices, let that percolate in your noodles for a moment. Someone was too greedy for EA, and it's this cartoon villain here. This goofball is the mayor of Doofustown. I don't know how this clown keeps landing prestigious positions. In 2011, during a stockholder meeting, he said, when you're 6 hours into playing Battlefield and you run out of ammo in your clip and we ask you for $1 to reload, you're really not that price sensitive at that point in time. So he's using this as a gold standard example of successful monetization, where you're deep into Battlefield, you're in the middle of doing something, and then bang, we flash a jump scare on screen that says you need to give us $1 if you want to reload right now. And he believes most players would relent and just give them the $1 because they are actively doing something and now have to pay in order to keep doing it. It's beyond evil. It is remarkably greedy. He also fell into some hot water last year where he called developers fucking idiots if they didn't focus on monetization. This dusty, crusty, abominable zombie only treats the games industry as a means to put the squeeze on consumers and hose them for every single dollar they have to their name. It's not surprising to see the direction Unity's going with this goofball at the helm. But what is surprising is the fact that John Riccitiello keeps landing powerful positions in the industry. He is not good at his job. His ideas are atrocious. He is a money repellent. EA couldn't even act on his advice because it was so over-the-top Looney Tunes level evil greed. He does not succeed as a leader. All he does is lead companies to fucking ruin, like reputational ruin, with what he's doing with Unity now. He just sinks the ship with terrible business ideas. I don't know how he even got the Unity CEO role. So now that's the basic lore rundown on the history of John the Money's Gone Riccitiello. Now, as Upper Echelon briefly mentioned there, this guy also sold a pretty substantial amount of Unity stock right before this announcement came out. Which, you know, hey, I'm not the feds here, I'm not the authorities, but to me, in my little caveman brain, that sounds a little bit like insider trading. There's no way this guy is dumb enough to have not realized the backlash that would ensue from this. And he happened to dump quite a bit of stock right before making the announcement. That's a little peculiar, don't you think? But anyway, you know, maybe just complete coincidence, perhaps.
But who's this guy? Tomar Barziv. Credit where credit is due. Tugging on this thread is the result of a post on r/Unity from a user named Zijit. I'll link to that down below. Tomar Barziv is on the board of directors at Unity, but he is also the CEO of a company called IronSource.
IronSource is a company that merged with Unity to the tune of $4.4 billion. IronSource is a business that fundamentally focuses on monetizing developers' apps. And this merger was actually pretty controversial because a lot of users had reported some shady things with the IronSource platform and alleged that there was malware, there was adware bundled with certain things, just a lot of claims that were pretty alarming. Eventually, IronSource coped by saying, like, hey, it was just some bad actors who, you know, abused the platform. And so this merger already was pretty sour in terms of its reception, due to all of these past experiences that users were alleging.
But it turns out that when you go down the list of Unity insiders who are selling stock in the company, this guy is by far the most aggressive. Over the past year alone, according to Fintel, it appears that Tomar Barziv has sold upwards of $20 million in Unity stock, which is interesting to say the very least.
20 million clams, huh? That is very interesting, I'd say. Now, of course, this isn't like the most unheard of thing ever with, you know, insiders selling stock, right? But the volume that he's selling, especially in comparison to the others, the frequency, and just his position within the company all makes this a very interesting case of selling 20 million doubloons worth of your Unity stock here.
First, at the same time as this $4.4 billion deal, or merger, was taking place, a company called AppLovin made a competing offer to buy out Unity completely for $20 billion. But Unity rejected this deal, citing that the deal, quote, would not reasonably be expected to result in a superior proposal.
Upper Echelon goes on to say that he finds it odd that they rejected that, considering the $20 billion offer is pretty significantly above the market cap at the time. But he did say that with the AppLovin deal, Unity would have been dropped to 49%, so there is complications to it. But this is an important piece of the puzzle here with everything going on, because Upper Echelon expands a bit further into the merger with Iron Source, which was significantly less than they would have got than if they went with AppLovin. So there is a bit of a head scratcher to it, but Upper Echelon is diving deep in here and picking out all the breadcrumbs and getting to the truth.
During the deal with Iron Source, 2 investment companies, Sequoia Capital and Silver Lake, pledged to come on board with $1 billion invested in the deal itself. 2 more people, one from each of those companies, joined Unity's board of directors. Egon Durbin and Rolaf Botha, these nuts. Starting with Egon Durbin, he is a founding principal and managing director at Silver Lake, which it now appears, I shit you not, has sold the entirety of their directly held remaining stock in Unity Technologies, disclosed as of yesterday.
Casually sliding in that D's nuts moment was spectacular, really appreciated. So, important takeaways here is after the Iron Source merger with Unity, 2 new people get added to the board, and they're both some pretty shady individuals as well. One of them, Aegon, actually dumps all of his held Unity stock, which was disclosed yesterday, apparently. And it's at this point Upper Echelon drags us kicking and screaming into the light. We're able to take a look at this septic tank for what it really is, full of shit. So these 2 new characters come on board, and Upper Echelon examined their connections. And Aegon, in particular, had a notable past where he was pretty tight with Tesla, especially during that whole boogeyman moment where Tesla might go private, that whole thing that floated around a few years ago. And overall, both of these 2 new members of the board at Unity both seem very enthusiastic about this modern tech trend to charge out the wazoo for API access. Twitter made a change to their pricing model for API access not too long ago. Reddit most recently made a change to their pricing model for API access, which was actually the catalyst for the Reddit blackout that many of you might remember. God rest the souls of all the accounts that went offline for 48 hours. Basically, the new tech trend is these massive corporations charging a lot of money for API access, and Upper Echelon draws this parallel with the way Unity's pricing model reflects the API pricing models for Twitter and Reddit. And given the connections of the 2 new members that joined the board, Botha and Durbin, it isn't far-fetched to assume that this is the direction Unity wants to go, to follow in line with those models, which is bad. That is bad for everybody in the communities. The API changes on Twitter and Reddit were wildly detrimental to a lot of different things, and the Unity changes are also extremely detrimental to a lot of different things. It is a bad thing. But it actually gets worse.
Here's a much better visualization of what's actually happening from a user named Sososki on Twitter. The yellow indicates the portion of developers who will now lose between 10 and 25% of their revenue with Unity's new terms of service. The orange, they stand to lose between 25 and 50% of their revenue. Red can lose between 50 and 100%, and that scary black line off to the left, not huge, but it is there. That's the area where these new terms will bankrupt your company because Unity decided to charge you more money per install than your app is even making.
There's no way Unity didn't do math. There's no way this Twitter user put more work into analyzing this than the company did making this decision. This is something that under no circumstances should have ever flown, period. Because there's no world where you as the company should bankrupt the people using your product because they're succeeding when using your product. It's nonsensical. Now, I realize I didn't answer this in the beginning, but there is a lot of confusion. They are changing the policy, but it doesn't mean that the companies that use Unity for their games are retroactively responsible to pay for the installs that people have already done prior to this new agreement. It's going forward. So yes, the rules change, but it doesn't enforce retroactively for payment. Though a lot of terms are changing, and there is a lot of scumminess there, of course, which has led to a pretty deep and interesting discussion around if Unity's even able to do this legally. And I'm not an expert, so of course take this with a grain of salt, but from what I've researched and from what I've read, it is legal to change the license the way they have and then still hold previous products to the same standards of the new license, even though when they made the game that license wasn't the same. It's legal to do that. It's just a morally fucked up thing to do and then enforce it that way retroactively. So there is a lot of nuance to this, and then the whole thing is just a messy fucking disaster. Truly, top to bottom. But I don't think it's illegal per se. But who knows? Maybe it is. I've seen discussions about a potential class action lawsuit from some developers, so I guess we'll see. But the big point here with this graph is that under this new monetization policy, developers can straight up go bankrupt just because their game is succeeding, because this fee is taking more money from the developers than the game they made is making them. So they're literally losing money with more installs. It's tragic. Like, it's unbelievable. And it's not like Unity wouldn't know that. Unity has this data. Again, there is no way a Twitter user did more research and more analysis than the company themselves. Unity has to know this. They just don't care. They don't give a fuck about it.
Focusing on the casual mobile market, we see this right here. Unity is offering a runtime fee waiver if you switch to Level Play, as it tries to kill AppLovin. Level Play is a service from IronSource. That decision emulates a pattern that began with Twitter, was mirrored by Reddit, and is now making its way through the broader markets. The decision itself appears to be aimed at killing a competing service after Unity actually rejected a buyout offer from that service's owner in favor of a merger with IronSource, who stands to gain the most from this entire controversy.
I went a little out of order here, but I wanted to save this point for last. So apparently Unity is offering a fee waiver if you switch to the IronSource service, the Level Play service. So the conclusion here, the overall conclusion that Upper Echelon draws from all of this information presented, is that Unity is going down the modern tech trend model of the API charges that Twitter and Reddit use and implementing something very similar when it comes to game development in their products. And it seems like a lot of this is aimed at killing a competitor that actually offered to buy them out, AppLovin. AppLovin is a service that does directly compete with what IronSource is offering here, Level Play. So it does seem like all of this is trying to follow that trend and also trying to destroy that competitor. Now, I highly encourage all of you to go finish Upper Echelon's video because he gets into a lot more of the nitty-gritty here, as well as how developers are combating this currently and what they can do going forward in order to fight back against this kind of unhinged greed. But there are still so many pieces left on the chessboard that Upper Echelon does go through. So I'm going to put a link to his video in the description of this one. I highly encourage you to go check out the rest of it if you want to see even more about it, as well as how deep the rabbit hole goes, because again, there's still a lot more to this, and Upper Echelon does a great job at shedding light on all of it. So yeah, I think it should be pretty clear why so many gamers and pretty much everyone is upset about these Unity changes. This tech trend is not something that people should be celebrating, not that anybody is, but it really is a horrible trend with all of the API pricing changes and now Unity trying to integrate that model into gaming. All of this is a much worse thing for consumers, the average person, in this case, gamers and game developers. It is a bad scenario all around. So this situation is one that I really don't think Unity should ever recover from. The company deserves to fail for this, 100%. This is an impressive level of delusional greed that should absolutely sink this company. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over all of this. That's really about it. So yeah. Let's rewind the clocks here for a minute and go back in time to a more peaceful time before the apocalypse, before the coronavirus pandemic hit, before the Fire Nation attacked, before even Karens plagued this wasteland. We're going back to earlier this year when I posted a video talking about a go-kart race that I competed in. In this video, I mentioned a company that I own briefly called Human Media Group. We put on that goofy go-kart event and it was a lot of fun, and I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the company because I've been getting a lot of questions about it and a lot has happened with it recently. So in a nutshell, Human Media Group was started by Matt and I a little over a year ago because we noticed pretty much everyone that worked in the online field, friends of mine and shit like that, were just getting taken advantage of left and right, you know, getting butt-fucked by demonetization on YouTube for no good reason, or if they did have advertisers and sponsors, they were getting fucked in the mouth without them even knowing about it. Just a lot of shady, scummy shit and very predatory, taking advantage of everyone who worked in the online field. So Matt and I wanted to come up with a better way of helping these people follow their dreams and make it a financially viable career where they didn't have to worry about some demonetization bullshit or just really shady agencies and companies taking advantage of them. So that's why we started Human Media Group, and the name is pretty simple. The reason it's called Human Media Group is because anyone that does anything online knows how fucking difficult it is to talk to an actual human being at any of these companies. You just talk to soulless androids or lobotomized zombies or just AI itself. You never really get a human connection with any of these companies, whether it's agencies or the platforms themselves. and we wanted to actually be there for everyone that's on board with us to really offer just a full suite of services and help them out whenever they need it, even beyond just sponsors and advertising. But that has been the main thing we've done with the people on board with us, is just getting them consistent sponsors for their videos so they have a nice, reliable source of income that they don't need to like fucking stay awake with cold sweats at night worrying about, well, is an algorithm going to take this away with some weird demonetization because I accidentally pinched out a wet fart during the video. And we're really proud of that because it allows the creators to not have to, censor themselves or change things about what they want to make. They can go through with their artistic vision with whatever content they're creating and not have to worry about losing money because of it, thanks to just having the sponsors on board. So we're very proud of that. And we work with a wide array of content creators, mainly YouTubers right now, that range from your traditional, not advertiser-friendly brand risks like cold ones, too mad, how-to basic, shit like that. And by the way, the brand risk shit is just a whole bunch of garbage. Nobody's really a brand risk online unless they're just filming themselves going around to churches, burning them down and pissing on the ashes. It's just a whole bunch of goddamn nonsense. But we also work with the more family-friendly channels as well, such as Ireland Boys and More J Stew, finding sponsors for all kinds of different content, and it's just something that we've been very proud of. But even just beyond finding sponsors, we also offer like a full legal team to help creators fight bullshit strikes on YouTube, whether it's like a copyright strike or community guidelines that was just a algorithmic malfunction, and then on streams as well, DMCA strikes. We do have a team that can help in that department as well if the creators need it. Overall, the whole idea of Human Media Group was just being able to help creators make a living following their passion and just offering everything they could possibly need if they want it from us. We don't like lock people down with like a ball and chain and butt plug or anything like that. We take sponsors to them and we offer deals for them if they want them, but they're also more than welcome to pursue other deals if they have other things on the table that aren't through us. Again, what we want to focus on is just helping all these creators in the best, most efficient ways possible. Now, if you watch my streams, you'll know who Matt is, the person that I founded this company with. Matt's been a friend of mine since middle school. He plays Destiny 2 with us on stream back when I indulged in that tedious chore getting raid ready, which again, I'm fucking scratching at my neck trying to resist the urge to hop back on and grind more for the next raid. But beside the point, you're probably familiar with Matt. He was also the drummer in 2019 Guy, and he shares the same passion I do for trying to help as many people in the online space as possible. And with that, we also brought on some other partners that share the same vision. We brought on Troy, Jeff, Richard, Ben, Joe. We have a decent sized team now that all wants to put the creators first and help out as many people as we can in the online space. And by doing this, the company's grown incredibly large over the last year, and now we do more work than just online content creators like YouTubers and streamers. We now work with athletes and celebrities like Flo Rida, and one of the biggest ones right now is the Gronkowski family, Rob Gronkowski, Chris, Glenn, Gordy. We do work with the entire family, and we try and bridge this gap between celebrity and online content creators so they can go ass to ass together and create cool, fun content together. And it's just a whole bunch of things that have just been really growing a lot recently. And I'm not saying all this is like a fucking Shark Tank pitch. The reason I'm talking about this is because I've been getting a lot of questions about it over the last couple months specifically. And I just thought it'd be a good idea just to share everything about it with all of you, because there will be a lot of things coming out about the Human Media Group over the next few months, especially from the Gronkowski side of things that I can't fully talk about yet. So I just thought I'd get ahead of it here and just tell you all about what the company is and what we aim to do. Just really all in all, we were tired of seeing up-and-coming creators and even well-established creators getting taken advantage of by these scummy, shady suits at these soulless businesses and just titty-twisting these creators without them even knowing it. You know, like you'd have an agency approach you in an email like, hey, we have a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship deal for $5,000 for you if you're interested. And you're like, wow, $5,000? That sounds fucking great. Yeah, I'm on board. But what you don't realize is that agency charged Raid $15,000 on your behalf, and they're just keeping 10 for themselves and giving you 5. Yeah, 5's still great, but you don't even know how much they're taking on their back end because they're not disclosing it to you because they've been getting away with it for so long and they know they can keep getting away with it. It's just a lot of fucking awful business practices that they've been employing for a long time, and we were just really tired of it, so we wanted to be there to put creators first and just be fully transparent with every deal we're bringing to them, what's going on, the cost of all this and that, and just even beyond the sponsorship deals and shit like that, just kind of being there when creators need us, like I mentioned with bullshit strikes, whether it's DMCA or copyright or something, that's something that we'd like to help people navigate, because it's very stressful and very confusing, especially with a lot of these primitive, archaic fucking systems that make Nintendo Online look innovative. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to make this video just to kind of briefly explain exactly what Human Media Group is and what we aim to achieve and kind of what we're all about. Because as Human Media Group grows, it's not like I'm hiding my involvement in it. I fucking helped found it with Matt. And I didn't want anyone to get maybe like a wrong idea, because companies in this space have such a negative reputation, and for good fucking reason. The companies in the online field suck actual fucking asshole. And I just really wanted to get out here and just explain exactly what we're trying to do and how we're trying to change that entire landscape of things there. So yeah, really that's about it. So yeah. I don't know how many people out there remember Movie Phone. It's a real fucking fossil from the past. Movie Phone was basically a hotline you would dial to find local showtimes if you didn't feel like searching for it. And it was really big in the 90s and even a little bit into the early 2000s to a certain extent, but it's completely fucking dead and obviously obsolete. Just saying what Movie Phone was even about is just kind of embarrassing. Just such an old-fashioned service. And just recently an article came out talking about Movie Phone. It is bankrupt and there's only one employee left. There is a single employee answering the phone. A company once valued at $400 million now has a single fucking goofy goober answering their hotline about movie times. It's like I Am Legend over there. He's Will Smith and we're just the fucking zombies trying to get some movie information out of him. When I read this article, obviously people were trying to call. I wanted to wait at least a day, so hopefully that hysteria would die down, because I'd really like to talk to this guy. I want to know what it's like. He is the last surviving member of an extinct species. This is like finding a Promethean in Mass Effect. This shit is fucking crazy. So I thought it'd be fun to call him, and I didn't know what to expect. I kind of was thinking like maybe this guy's locked in the 90s, so if you ask him about a modern movie, if you say something like The Avengers, he has no fucking clue what you're talking about. The Avengers? Did you mean Ghostbusters? I don't know, I thought it'd be a lot of fun, so let's get a little interview going with the last remaining employee of Movie Phone. I want this to be like some huge surprise, like they answer and it turns out it's my dad.
Hello, and thank you in advance for answering 3 fun, quick, and easy questions about travel.
Fuck travel.
Select colors. Would you like to visit the Caribbean?
Nope.
If yes, press 1. If no, press 2.
It's gonna be a 2 from me. I'm not trying to travel anywhere today.
Great, spectacular beaches and exciting amusement parks.
That's not what we're known for.
Would you like to visit Florida?
No, I fucking live here.
If yes, press 1. If no, press 2.
That's a no, I'm already here. I've already been condemned to this forsaken land.
If no, press 2.
It's a no again. I'm out, please.
Thank you for answering our questions. And congratulations. You and a guest will receive a free Florida Bahamas cruise vacation for 2. You will have
That's not what I wanted. I just want to talk to a man about fucking movies. Jesus Christ, I didn't call this ancient hotline to win some completely outdated vacation package on the fucking Titanic or whatever.
To speak with a live cruise agent, please press 1 now.
I don't want a live cruise agent. I want a live movie nerd. Please.
To speak with a live cruise agent, please press 1
Oh god,
now.
I'm getting Dormammu'd. He's got me in a time loop and he's come to bargain with cruises.
Thank you for calling.
What? Did she just come on here to hang up on me? What the fuck did I dial then? Is Movie Phone now just being used for some fucking cruise scams? God damn. I'm gonna try a different number. Well, this sounds promising. That sounds like I'm dialing an old rotary phone. It's like I'm calling a phone in a dungeon. Listen to that. What the fuck is this? This is like a haunted, cursed line. This dude's gonna answer it and sound like a fucking necromancer or something. The Crypt Keeper.
I'm currently unable to take your call.
Holy shit.
Please leave your name, phone number, and a brief message, and I will contact you as soon as possible.
What the fuck was that? I feel like I dialed a direct payphone to hell. Someone needs to help out that robot. It's running out of batteries, poor thing. I feel like I just re-established connection with the dead Mars rover. Or this could be, you know, a Wall-E situation, but instead of being stranded on a planet, they're stranded in a Movie Phone headquarters. So I did a bit more research, and it turns out they fired the last employee. He finally got laid off. It must have been this game of tug of war where he just wouldn't leave the office until he got that last fucking paycheck that was never going to come, and then eventually they just convinced him to leave. I don't really know what happened, but this has been an extremely underwhelming conclusion to my quest. It's like the fucking Reddit safe where they open it and it's nothing but like an old pack of condoms and grease. I'm really disappointed. I had this whole fantasy in my head where I'd call this dude, we start talking about movies, start learning a little bit about each other, maybe we become friends or something, and, you know, it's just a little upsetting, to be honest. I think they need to update the articles to not say that there's a single employee manning the phones anymore, because it hurts me to say this, to hit you with the cold water, but he's not manning those phones anymore. It's now been taken over by those fucking robots selling shit cruises and fake stuff. And then that weird, like, malfunctioning robot. I don't know what's going on with that poor automaton, but hopefully someone fixes him, lubricates his gears or something, because he was struggling on that last phone call. But anyway, that's about it. Rest in peace, movie phone. And you fought the good fight, employee that was manning the phone. Wish I could have met you. That's it. See ya.
I wanted to wait for V Shoujo's response before giving an update to this whole story, but with the way things have developed over the last 24 hours here, I'm not confident we'll ever get a response from them, because I don't think there's going to be anyone left at the company for that. It has been a complete collapse of this company, and it is still radio silence from V No Show here, and I've just got to give you this update because it is crazy what's happened. In a nutshell, V Shoujo was, I'm going to use past tense because this shit is in the dirt right now. It has been fucking blasted to Valhalla. V Shoujo was an agency that represented some of the biggest VTubers in the space, especially in the English-speaking VTuber space, which is a huge market. These creators pull in thousands of viewers every single stream and are responsible for millions of dollars being generated to the V Shoujo company. And what's happened recently is tons of that talent had been leaving V Shoujo, and yesterday Iron Mouse made a video that really opened Pandora's box here to the scumminess of V Shoujo, where she explains why she is also leaving, and it's because they owe her a significant amount of money personally, but they also owe over $500,000 to charity that Iron Mouse raised for charity that V Shoujo was supposed to be responsible for donating on her behalf, something they still haven't done a year later, but I'm sure it's coming any day now. There's just been a big clog at the office, but they're very excited to get to it. And other creators under the VTuber agency have come forward with similar horror stories here about the way that they handled finances, where some of them also are owed a significant amount of money that they haven't been paid. So it seems like V Shoujo treats payment to their talent the same way I treat changing the oil in my car. I'll get to it eventually. It's not that big a deal. Just keep kicking the can down the road, and eventually my fucking car is just going to break down, and I'm going to be tight. I'm going to be real mad. And much like what's going to happen to my car because I just keep procrastinating the oil change, this company has completely broken down now. From everything I have seen, every VTuber that was represented by V Shoujo, all of the ones I can find, have either already packed their bags and left or announced that they are leaving. I have yet to find a single person that's like digging their heels into the ground, lat spreading and saying, I'm staying with V Shoujo, baby. I'm keeping here. This is my ship, and I'm sailing with the crew. I have not found a single VTuber that is standing by them, because it's a pretty indefensible thing that they are accused of here, and they haven't shed any light on their side of things yet, which, admittedly, it has been a pretty short period of time, but with so many people having similar encounters and similar stories about V Shoujo, it feels very unlikely that there's any wiggle room for some kind of justified reason why they've been withholding payments and not donating what they owe to charity. It feels like it's kind of, checkmate here. I don't think a response would save them in any way, but I mean, maybe they could shed some crazy light here on like what's going on and why. I don't really know, but no one's even waiting for that because of how diabolical it is. And if you go to their website right now and like try and buy merch, it's just taken offline. Like you can't even do that anymore. So it really seems like this company is fucked. It reminds me of from Call of Duty 4. 50,000 VTubers used to create here. Now it's a ghost town, and it's V Shoujo's office. Real quick though, I want to give you like a bit of good news that's come from all of this. Iron Mouse did a Tiltify link in the description, and that's been shared a lot from a lot of people that want to support because the charity that she was raising money for never saw the money that she earned for them. And since this blew up, the Tiltify link has exploded, and over $600,000 is being donated to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which I think is very, very nice. I think that is great. So at least something positive has come from this. But overall, it's just like a really sad set of circumstances because of how many people are now going to be out of a job, because I don't see how V Shoujo has some kind of triumphant bounce back, like a phoenix rising from the ashes here. Because it's not even ashes, it's actually just like feces. Like it'd be like, you know, the swamp monster rising from my septic tank. There is really nothing they could do to ever get their reputation back unless somehow all of them are lying, which I just don't think is possible. I don't think that's the case. I want to show you another VTuber that actually confronted the CEO of V Shoujo's Japan branch live on stream about how she was also not getting the payments she was owed for quite some time.
First of all, I was already planning to leave V Shoujo this month. Specifically, on the 31st. Because, V Shoujo hasn't paid a significant amount of money to Me Too.
っていうところはあったんですけれども、
So did you just say that V Shoujo JP itself was doing good?
そうですね。
In finances too?
そうですね。
You haven't paid me.
This was a pretty wacky stream. This shit goes insano style. Her confronting the CEO of this company, her boss, live on stream, and also the fact that her boss agreed to do it in the first place blows my mind. That is baffling. Like, humiliation rituals aren't this brutal. But here he is, and she is not holding anything back. She is not pulling punches. She's not sugarcoating things. It is a smackdown, and it is raw.
I quit V Shoujo today.
はい。
V Shoujo 辞めます今日。
はい。
はい。31日予定でしたけど、今日辞めます。I quit. This is very wrong. ローさん。
はい。
Very, very wrong. You're telling me that V Shoujo JP was doing good? Looked like, at least.
はい。
Doing good.
払っていたとしても、ケイソンに払っていたとしても大丈夫だったっていう感じですね。
You're telling me you could have paid me?
ということです。
Then where is it? Where is it? I want it now. Oh. Did you just die? What?
Yeah.
What a fascinating conversation here. So, the Japan branch CEO claims that the Japan branch was doing fine, and they could have paid her, but they didn't. We could have done it, but we decided not to. What, big whoop? You want to fight about it? So what? So, as I understand it, he is saying that while they were thriving, they could have afforded to pay her what she was owed, but from what I've gathered, their hands were kind of tied because the English branch was struggling when it comes to their finances, which apparently caused a disconnect here where they couldn't pay the talent in the Japan branch because the goobers on the English side of things were floundering. That's my understanding of it from everything I've read about all of this. But either way, the brass tacks of it is a lot of talent wasn't getting paid, allegedly. And as you just saw, she quit right to his face. Just actually said, I'm fucking out. Where's my money? Put it right here. Set this shit in my hand. Put the money in my hand right now, or I'm leaving. Okay, I can't help but notice there's here. I'm out. So she left, and literally every VTuber I can find that was with V Shoujo has also left. This was a speedrun corpo death here.
This was a snowball that turned into an avalanche that turned into a fucking meteor that blasted VShojo's headquarters and annihilated them like the dinosaurs. It went fast. It really reminds me of a classic blunder in the corporate world online with Artesian Builds. Anyone remember Artesian Builds? They were kind of like the top dog when it came to system integrators online. Well, one of the top dogs. They were a huge player, tens of millions of dollars worth of like revenue. And then one stream, the CEO let his mask slip a little too much, and he showed that he was a douchebag. I'm talking turbo redditor loser douchebag. Insufferable. They were doing a giveaway. The giveaway winner was a smaller streamer, and for some reason he stuck up their nose at them, insulting them, making a big stink about it, like, oh, you're just way too small. Yikes. Ooh, look who just won this giveaway. A fucking plebeian? Ooh, yucky. Pew.
2K followers is under my threshold. 3 days ago is within my threshold. Long streams, which is good. An Artesian Builds GIF panel. See if you have redeeming qualities.
What if he's personally bought 10 PCs?
She.
I guess
Could be international.
Watching that clip back still makes my skin crawl. It is so cringe. It is awful. Even saying, like, let's see if you have any redeeming qualities. Oh my god. But this clip is infamous. It sank the whole company. That moment was the stake driven through the vampire's heart. It killed Artesian Builds overnight. Everybody left that company, obviously myself included, and it died that day. The same phenomenon has just now happened to VShojo. Within 24 hours, everyone seems to have left this agency. I don't think there's any chance for it to make some kind of miraculous comeback. Didn't work for Artesian Builds, and I don't foresee VShojo having some kind of like silver bullet here, some kind of ace up their sleeve that would like save them in any capacity, because now too many people are aware that they're not a good company. There were things that were very wrong with this organization, and some of the talent that people love, some of their most beloved creators, were mistreated by them and misled by them. And I certainly didn't expect it to be this quick. Knowing what I know about VTuber agencies, their contracts are more like hostage negotiations than they are like partnership agreements. I thought for sure VShojo would have clauses in there that would prevent people from just leaving like this and then like, you know, publicly insulting them and divulging information about why like this. But I'm happy I was wrong here and that the talent does have the freedom to both keep their IP and explain why they're leaving and leave when they want. That's very nice that they weren't locked down, like shackled to VShojo where they could like shut them up and like try and control the narrative. As I said in the last video, VShojo is one of the very few VTuber agencies that I wasn't super privy to the behind the scenes work and the contracts that they do. So I guess the claim was right about freedom, where they do actually have like pretty breathable contracts that is allowing them to just leave like this. That is a good thing. I bet they're pretty upset about it. They're probably feeling very sore, not trying to lock them down and like prevent bad-mouthing the company and poo-pooing on VShojo on the way out, like many other VTuber agencies have built into their contracts. Again, not going to get too deep into the specifics, but this is something you probably won't see happen to any other VTuber agency. So I guess it really was true that they did have pretty breathable contracts. And it's nice to see that the talent is using that freedom to let their voices be heard and not want to associate with a company that they don't support anymore for some very scummy practices. Anyway, I just wanted to give you a little update to this because this was pretty shocking to see how quickly it all just collapsed for VShojo. This was a company that was worth millions and millions and millions of dollars. They had like 4 of the top 10 English-speaking VTubers under their umbrella. Now they have nothing. It's pretty crazy. And it's not like it was all because of Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse was just like the lightning rod that
allowed other content creators to feel confident enough to share their stories as well, and it became very clear that VShojo wasn't a company that most people wanted to associate with. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah.
Anybody remember Atari? You know, the gaming company that pretty much started video games as a mainstream hobby? Well, they are embarrassing now. I don't know if any of you ever keep up, because I know you don't hear about them, because they don't really do anything, and when they do, it's a catastrophic failure from all that I can find. But the most recent thing that they're peddling is an Atari Hotel, which is apparently some kind of licensed partnership with some developers where they're going to be making a gamer hotel, and they used an AI video to showcase it. It is a blatant, obvious, fake thing that even as a concept piece, I think kind of falls flat on its tits, where it basically wants to be an all-encompassing gamer utopia where you have RGB rooms and you have an esports venue, a concert venue, a sports venue where you can bet on sports and watch the big games, and arcade cabinets out the wazoo. And they have this AI-generated video that probably took them like 45 seconds to make to show all of this. And my god, does it look like shit. Everything about it is terrible, but the most shameless part is they're using this as a pitch piece to try and get every Joe Schmo out there that happens to stumble across it to give them $500 as an investment so they can be an investor in Atari Hotels, and they have it structured like a Kickstarter thing where you can go all the way up to like $50,000 where you give them 50 grand and you get a brick. It's so fucking stupid. This company has to have one of the hardest fall-offs in corporate history. Like, at least Blockbuster, when it fell off, it had the dignity of dying with its boots on. Atari has just existed in a pitiful state for decades now. And despite not doing anything like meaningful for decades, their brand is still extraordinarily recognizable. That's how big they used to be. Yet they can't do anything good with it. So now they have this shit slapped on there for a hotel project that I think absolutely is dead on arrival and will crash and burn if they ever even get it off the ground. To be e-begging as Atari Hotels is so laughable. Seeing the latest gaming scam, the Atari Hotel. They have Atari Hotels Official. We're building someone no one else has, the world's first Atari Hotel. This sounds familiar.
Something bold is rising in downtown Phoenix.
You love to hear the immediate AI voiceover. Very cool. That inspires confidence. Atari Hotels launches regulation offering inviting fans and community to own a piece of the future of hospitality. Well, maybe I was too quick to judge. Maybe this is awesome.
The world's first Atari Hotel.
Can't
Become
even say
an
the
owner
name
for
right.
as little as $500. Set in the heart of the city's arts and entertainment district, where culture, nightlife, and creativity collide. Rising at the intersection of Roosevelt and Central, with a walk score of 95, this will become
Hell is
the
a
pulse
walk
of downtown.
score.
Picture yourself on our rooftop pool deck, surrounded by music, energy, and skyline views. Step inside, every space tells a story. An immersive playground built for gamers, dreamers, and creators.
Nice. This is already looking really cool. You had a bunch of fucking mutants in here. Nothing tells me surefire success quite like having nothing to show besides AI-generated renders. Yes, I can't wait to book my $500 stay right now. Here's an article written about it. Let's see. Atari Hotels, a first-of-its-kind immersive entertainment and hospitality venue, today announced the launch of its Regulation A Tier 2 equity offering, giving fans, gamers, and community a chance to become true owners. Yep. Throw that in the wastebasket right away. That's a load of fucking barnacles. Scam! Scam! Atari Hotels recently acquired over 1 acre of land in Phoenix's arts and entertainment district, Roosevelt Row, seeking between $35 to $40 million to fund the development of its flagship location. How is it reimagining hospitality for modern gaming, pop culture, and sports? What is it doing? Adding RGB, is that it? That's how they're reimagining it? Does it say?
An entertainment experience like no other. Your ultimate all-in-one destination.
How is it like no other?
Recharge
Tell
in
me.
next-gen suites, where comfort meets the latest in gaming and streaming tech. Catch every moment in our sportsbook and gaming lounge, where competition meets connection. From live concerts to esports battles, our 2,000
Esports battles in Atari hotels? How stupid do you think I am? Yeah, I'm sure.
1,000+ person event center is built for unforgettable nights. Here, nostalgia collides with the future. Classic icons.
Damn, look at this arcade! Holy shit! They got like a whole closet full of cabinets. Reimagined fun.
Be a part of it with as little as $500. You can own a piece of Atari Hotels Phoenix. Atari Hotels. Play, stay, live the game. Brought to life by Intersection Development, with over $350 million of projects built right here in this neighborhood. Designed by Rack House, where architecture becomes emotion, and every space is an experience. Masterpiece designs by Top Rank Original. Design tough, built tough.
Design tough, built tough for tough gamers, god damn it. Wow. I'm investing, I have to. I'm losing money not investing in this, my god. It'll fuse nostalgia culture with futuristic technology from high-tech guest rooms and creator studios to 2,000-plus person esports and concert venues, sportsbook, and layers of immersive bars, restaurants, and shopping. With $14 million invested to date in the Phoenix project, Atari Hotels is inviting the public to join in on the next phase. A strategic decision to accelerate development while building a deeply engaged community of stakeholders. The Reg A offering provides participants with actual real estate ownership, including preferred returns and access to exclusive experiences starting at a minimum investment of $500. So they've invested $14 million and are looking for $35 to $40. Even though this is backed by apparently fucking Goliath companies here, like this, responsible for $300 million worth of developments across their resume, and the most they can fork over is $14 million here. Even if it hits the funding goal, let's say it goes like bananas, $80 million or whatever gets raised, how the fuck is it going to be anywhere near this? $80 million is not going to get you a facility like this with state-of-the-art reimagined technology rooms, a fucking immersive bars, restaurants, shopping, concert venue, and esports arena. That is so stupid. No way. No way. The second video goes over the scam in more details. This one? This is the same video. They just re-uploaded the same video. They did it twice. No, not that one. Oh, this one.
This AI-generated slop hotel is the epitome of marketing buzzwords, but it's apparently also really cheap to get in on. An official Atari hotel is popping up in Phoenix, Arizona, and it's pretty safe to assume the branding is completely meaningless at this point. Their juiced-up website is projecting that the cyberpunk-esque building will be done at the end of 2028, and that the whole shebang will be super walkable, convenient, and luxurious for gamers in particular on account of all the arcade cabinets and whatnot. The thing is, though, their whole promo shtick is essentially just begging you for investments on the project. In a move straight on Kickstarter.com, Atari Hotels is asking for a minimum $500 US in exchange for partial ownership of their not yet existent building, inclusion in the
But just like Akon City, it's coming. And look at how sad all of us were that we didn't get a chance to invest in Akon City. Now we can with Atari.
Hotel's loyalty program and a personalized printable PDF of a certificate of ownership. The promo video for the hotel literally ends with these, but hey, at least you're guaranteed a physical brick with your name on it if you fork over 50 grand on the thing.
And I mean, it's a team you can at least trust. They have a combined track record of creating and structuring over $500 million in real estate deals and $4 billion in successful tech exits, blending a strong financial track record with creative execution. With deep roots in Phoenix's Roosevelt Row, including the successful launch of 15 hospitality and residential projects, this team boasts a rich understanding of the local neighborhood, which is why they're so confident in it. They only invested $14 million of their own money, but want $40 million of your money. This is a grand slam waiting to happen. It's going to be like that Willy Wonka amusement park in Scotland. The Willy Wonka experience, yeah, for hotels. Unbelievable, man. That's crazy. That's so shameless. Well, it's coming pretty soon. It's starting in 2026. We'll get to see it from the ground up. I can't wait. The people who get nostalgic about Atari are all in their 50s and probably fall for AI, so who knows. I mean, that's still kind of a stretch, though. Like, I don't think people in their 50s are going to be like, $500? All right, I'll give it to Atari Hotels. This is exactly what I want. A place where I can watch esports events. Like, the 50-year-old Atari fans are not going to care about the esports event space or anything like that. I don't know. I just don't think this has a chance of getting any real human beings to put money into it. You'd have to be a fucking beyond degenerate moron to throw $500 at this. Like, they couldn't even do the bare minimum of AI generating something that looks realistic. Like, just look at this. You can stop at any single frame, and it is just a disaster. Like, everyone's fucking face is melting. This guy's arm has fallen to the back rooms. Like, every single thing here. And they're all just like, these hills have eyes like mutants everywhere. They're not even using, like, the newest AI videos or anything. It's whatever the cheapest, fastest shit they could churn out was. And even just as a concept, the hotel has a terrible idea. Yeah, it doesn't even have a strip club. Well, not yet. That's if you donate the $50,000 to it, you get a brick and a lap dance. And a free 1-year subscription to Sohids. Would have been better in Vegas, like a gaming casino hotel. I guess. I don't think this is a hot take. I think this should be a pretty obvious take. But the thing is, if you're trying to market to gamers for a social experience, you're fucking stupid. Like, the last people that would want a gamer hotel would be gamers. They're not gonna go. If this actually gets built... Oh, yeah. I mean, you can just stop it right there if this actually gets built. It won't. Here's what I think. I think they will start construction on something. I think whatever they end up finishing construction on will not be Atari Hotel. It won't be a gamer hotel. I think it'll end up just being another one of their endless hospitality projects, and this was just going to be a fucking failed concept. They'll just pivot. Wait to hear about the Atari's next project, Atari Airline that takes you to Atari Cruise. Genius. I know you're making a joke, but it actually is incredible to me how Atari was so early to video games. They had such a stranglehold on it, and they floundered. And now, all they coast on is their once powerful name. Despite not having any real, like, products or anything of value for the last, like, 2 decades, almost 3 decades, they still coast with this name because it's so recognizable. But they won't do the bare minimum of just trying to make good games or anything again. Like, they are just totally content to do nothing except try and cash in goodwill on the Atari name. It's crazy to me. Oh, it's the actual Atari business. As far as I can tell, this is the actual Atari business, yeah. This isn't like a knockoff or anything. This is an Atari partnership, from what I can tell, based on their website here. Though, I did just Google something that came up with a Reddit post from someone who's been looking into this. So, I'll take it with a grain of salt for now. According to this post, it's a hotel with the Atari license and branding, but totally unaffiliated with Atari. Which sounds very par for the course if that is true. Atari just... They probably got a cold call and an email like, hey, for like $50, can we, like, use the Atari name for a little something we're cooking up? And they're like, yes! Yes, God, please! Anything. Basically like Nickelodeon Hotel. They just use the brand and IPs, but it's actually run by Holiday Inn. God, the Nickelodeon Hotel is a classic. Oh, it's so good. These new gen scammers don't know how it was back in the day. They actually had to work to scam people. All you need now is AI. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, like, you're making a joke, but it's actually super true. You actually had to try to scam back in the day. Now, AI does it for you. It's such a shame. There had to be some level of intelligence to a scam. No longer the case. Bernie Madoff with AI would have been unstoppable. Yeah, they would have never caught his ass if he had AI in his tool bag.
Are you a gamer? Me too. And as a gamer, I have intricate, deep knowledge of all of our strengths and weaknesses. And no matter how hard you work, there will always be one weakness that I'm going to exploit right now. A single word that can induce vomiting in even the strongest, most seasoned of gaming barbarians. And that word is Fextra Life. It was tough even getting that one out. If you've ever played a new game, you've probably Googled something about it, and among the first links on the search results is Fextra Life. And it is such a scourge. Nobody goes to Fextra Life on purpose. It's like falling into the back rooms. It's this thing that unfortunately happens all too often when a new game comes out and you want some information or a guide on it, so you just Google it, and you click the first link, and all of a sudden you accidentally just paid a visit to Fextra Life. And it is such a tragic betrayal. It feels worse than finding out your partner's cheated on you. Fextra Life is a wiki on pretty much anything new that's come out, but they also indulge in some very shady practices that I want to talk about today. But just to talk about the website itself, I and very many others are not huge fans of this site. I personally have never really found anything of value there. It really seems like Fextra Life is so consumed with the idea of being first to guides on games that they don't bother to make sure that it's right or good. So if you go to like the Elden Ring section on Fextra Life, and trust me, I did when the game was still new and I was looking things up, some of what they presented there was just legitimately wrong or incomplete. So you just get like halfway through and it's like, okay, what now? Oh, it's not here on Fextra Life. Because it seems like all they care about is just being first and taking advantage of that wave of new people that are just really trying to get information. You would honestly have better luck finding quality guides in a YouTube comment section than on Fextra Life. So I don't really like this site that much, but that's not even what we're here to talk about. It just being a subpar wiki site isn't exactly the most interesting topic. I'd like to speak about the slimier, greasier side of this organization, because they're no stranger to scandals here. They see controversy and they fucking tap dance on it. They go a bit wacko mode. They have, for many years, been accused of certain things on Reddit, the land of the updoots, most recently with Baldur's Gate 3. They have actually just been blacklisted from a subreddit called Baldur's Gate 3 Builds because they were suspected of vote manipulation, downvoting links to the community wiki, and using bots to keep Fextra Life on top while throwing more things that compete with them into the garbage, flushing that shit right down the toilet. And this isn't the first time they've been accused of using bots for similar purposes. A while back, the Dark Souls community also had some very strong accusations against Fextra Life for other manipulative tactics used by them on the community posts and subreddit. So Fextra Life is just negatively viewed by pretty much everyone, even outside of just the quality of their wiki pages. Also heavily criticized for the way they conduct themselves and the way they try and keep Fextra Life on top, artificially, supposedly. Now, the Fextra Life owner has responded to all of the conversation and hoopla going on right now about them. The biggest one, and the one that I'm mainly going to be focused on, is the cooking of the books with their Twitch numbers. That's a big topic that's been around for many years, and they do talk about this here. But just to piggyback on the back of this Reddit accusation, they're coming forward and saying that, nope, that's a bunch of horseradish. Not real, not true, that's not us. We didn't use bots, and in fact, they even said, I didn't know Reddit bots were a thing, which is complete hogwash. What do you mean you didn't know Reddit bots were a thing? Yes, you did. Everybody knows that. It's totally fine to come defend yourself against the accusations and point out, logical inconsistencies or the evidence isn't strong enough. But why tell a bold-faced lie like that in your defense? I'm so innocent, I've never even heard of bots, I think you called them. The only bot I know is the Autobots. Like, we don't even know what this is. We're so innocent. Like, that's the weirdest defense attempt. Like, why would you say that? Bots are a thing on every platform everywhere, and everyone knows it. Bots are a thing on Twitch as well, which Fextra Life is no stranger to, since Fextra Life is basically botting all of their Twitch viewer numbers thanks to their embedding video practice that they use. I'm sure bots isn't the preferred nomenclature for Fextra Life when it comes to their viewer numbers. They might use something a little more bubbly, a little more PR friendly, like less than sentient spectators, or perhaps blissfully unaware viewers of the Fextra Life stream. But this has been a controversial hot topic for quite a few years now. This comes up at least once or twice a year. If you have ever gone on Twitch during a new big game release, within the first or second on that page is Fextra Life. They have like an average of 30k viewers when a game is new, and if they're playing an older game, they'll still average like 10k plus. But if you ever click on their stream, you're gonna smell something a little fishy in there. It gets a bit stinky in the swamp, because there is no chat activity. Maybe 2 or 3 people chatting to each other in a 30,000 person stream, which is very odd. 30k is huge. They are among one of the biggest channels when it comes to concurrent viewers, at least when new games are present, and no one's talking. 30,000 viewers on their stream, but their chat is a goddamn ghost town. It's an absolute barren wasteland. You'd find more life in Chernobyl than you would in a Fextra Life 30,000 plus viewer stream. So how is that possible? It has to do with a very controversial practice they engage in called embedding, where they embed their Twitch stream on their wiki site. And not just on the front page, on every single page of their site. So, let's say you open the Elden Ring Fextra Life page. You'll see that the stream is in the top left. They're currently offline as of me making this video, but when they're online, it would be right there. And now let's say you want to go deeper, you're looking at like build guides or something. If you go to one of those pages, the stream is also embedded there. It's on every single page of Fextra Life, their stream is embedded, meaning no matter where you go, you will count as a viewer for their Twitch stream.
Sitting here, 30,000 viewers. The chat slower than fucking a 200 viewer streamer. This is pathetic. Twitch doesn't give a fuck, yeah. And that's the thing, is like, how are we really gonna get mad at them? They're just playing the game. They're not breaking any rules. So as you can see right here, inside of their wiki here, they have the stream embedded in this tiny little box. And this tiny little box here is why they have 31,000 viewers.
Now, I have seen conflicting reports where if you open multiple Fextra Life tabs, you will count as multiple viewers since it's embedded on each one, but I haven't seen like 100% concrete confirmation that that's how Twitch would calculate that, but there is a bit of evidence to suggest that it might. So I just want to put that out there as a possibility. Take it with a grain of salt. That is something that's been being discussed as well, because since it is embedded on every page, a lot of people like me open many tabs, so I might have like 3 different Fextra Life tabs open, and that's 3 different embed sources. So I guess it could count as 3, but again, I'm not sure 100% if that's true. But what is true is you do count as a viewer when you are on Fextra Life, no matter what page you're on. You are absolutely not watching the stream. I have no doubt there is literally 0 sentient human beings with a fucking pulse that are watching the Fextra Life stream on the Fextra Life website, because it's a tiny little box that just hides away in the top left, and no one's going to be watching it on that. It'd be like watching it on a Game Boy Color. Like, it's fucking worthless. No one's doing that. It's there just to gamify those numbers and pump that shit up. Like, absolutely skyrocket their viewership numbers on Twitch while adding no real organic viewers to it, and obviously no one in the chat. Now, another thing, most people, like me, will keep these tabs open for a long period of time. So even if Fextra Life's offline right now, if I just keep this tab open, when they go online, I'm counted as a viewer even if I'm not home. Like, even if I forget the tab's open, I'm still counted in their viewership numbers. And to prove just how prevalent this is with viewers that are just accidentally watching Fextra Life because they have the tab open somewhere, a streamer named Quinn went into their offline stream after Fextra Life had concluded and just did a command that showed how many viewers were still there even though the stream wasn't going on. Now, this is something that does exist on normal Twitch streams with normal people watching them. There is something called like an offline community where if a streamer goes offline, there's pockets of people that'll hang around and just talk to each other in the offline chat, but not very many. It's a small number compared to the overall viewership. But for Fextra Life, it's almost their entire fucking viewership is still in their stream even when they're offline. Meaning, it's just people that have a Fextra Life wiki tab opened somewhere, not actually a viewer of their stream.
Surely my anguish and despair will ring on someone's ear.
23,000 current chatters. Okay, dude. All right, I'm a day streamer, boys. I guess this is what a 23,000 person chat looks like, guys. It's not a. You're disgusting. If you insinuate that there's not 23,642 people right here, right now, you are fucking disgusting for implying that these are view bots and they're not actually there. Okay, literally 23,000 people in this offline chat. Come on.
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. So the offline chat was over 23,000 current chatters. So meaning that's 23,000 people in the stream right there, and not a single message. And also, there's no such thing as an offline chat that has 23,000 people in it. Not even the biggest streamers in the world have anywhere close to that as an offline chat number. That is people that are just on the Fextra Life wiki with tabs open. They're not actually watching the Fextra Life streams. It's fucking ridiculous. Now, it is important to note, Fextra Life is not the only stream that takes advantage of this embed protocol. Like, they're not the only ones that employ this tactic, but they are the ones that are the most egregious because they paste it on every single page on their wiki, and there's tons of pages you can't avoid it. And obviously, whatever they're streaming isn't going to be relevant to every single page on their wiki site. It's people that aren't actually watching the stream. It is no different, really, than viewbotting, which is an argument people have been making for years. And naturally, this discussion always inevitably ends up with asking the question, why doesn't Twitch stop it? And the answer's super simple. Why the fuck would they? This only helps Twitch. These big numbers are great for Twitch. This looks fantastic for them. There is no downside to allowing streamers to embed their streams everywhere else. It's a free advertisement for Twitch, free numbers that help everything on their platform. Like, Twitch has no incentive to shut that down at all. Even though it's very clear that 23,642 people aren't actually in the Fextra Life offline chat or watching their streams, it doesn't matter, because it only serves to help Twitch. So why would they put the kibosh on something like that? They allow it, and Fextra Life isn't breaking any rules. A lot of people have said, don't hate the player, hate the game, and they're kind of right. Fextra Life is not breaking any rules. They are legally viewbotting their streams, and have been for a very long time, proudly. So, this has obviously been controversial for a while, because, as you might imagine, this doesn't help other streamers, because Fextra Life will always take either the number 1 spot or the number 2 spot in a brand new game release, and they're not actually having people watch them. It's fake, phony numbers because of the way they embed their streams on their site. So it takes those spots away from streamers that deserve it more, who actually do have communities that watch their streams. They no longer have those slots that Fextra Life takes up. So obviously it makes a lot of streamers, when a new game comes out, mad because they can't compete with Fextra Life viewbotting, fundamentally. It's been that way for a long time, and I don't see it changing, but a lot of people are talking about it again, so I thought it'd be an interesting topic to discuss again, especially considering this time around the owner has spoken about it. So this is their response to all of the viewbotting allegations. They state that a viewbot is when you use artificial and non-existing browsers to inflate views on Twitch, and that does try to fool advertisers because A, it plays an ad, and B, nobody is watching. Real quick before continuing, they're getting a bit lost in semantics here as opposed to making real arguments on how what they're doing is different. Fextra Life streams often have sponsors, and sometimes very big sponsors. I imagine they sell their streams with their concurrent viewer average, which is like between 10 and 30,000 viewers. It's huge. But most companies probably aren't going to really look into that, so they're going to assume their ad is being seen by 10 to 30,000 people. It's not. As is very clearly illustrated, 23,000 of those people aren't actually even in the stream. they're on Fextra Life with the stream pulled up muted in some tab, not even aware that it's going on. So these companies aren't actually getting their ads placed in front of 30,000 viewers. They're getting it placed in front of, I have no idea, maybe a few hundred, maybe 1,000. There's really no way of knowing, because there's no real activity in their stream to judge it on or anything remotely like that. So it really isn't different than a viewbot. When you do play an ad on Fextra Life, nobody is watching. Same way as if you would play an ad during a stream that is just completely viewbotted in the traditional sense. Nobody is watching the Fextra Life ad that the company has paid for, even though there's 30,000 viewers. I would love to see the back end of a return on a Fextra Life sponsorship, because I imagine it has to be unbelievably low since most of the viewers are from the embedded Twitch streams. So it is misleading to advertisers, which is another criticism a lot of people have put forth, and I think it's very valid to say that, because again, most of the viewers are not actually watching the Fextra Life stream. They then say embedding is an advertisement of the stream to real people on real browsers on an external website. Like any integration, the objective is to get people to click and go to Twitch. No advertisements are played on the embedded unit, generating zero revenue. Embeds are part of the intended code of Twitch and are intentional features that anyone can use, and many content creators besides us do. These are real people that we have worked tirelessly to build up into our community. What community? You tirelessly built up an imaginary community. The Fextra Life community you refer to is more made up than the Tooth Fairy. There is nobody in your Twitch streams. Nobody. Like, I can't tell if they're being intentionally delusional here, or if they actually think that what they're doing is somehow totally, the same as just building up a normal community. It's not. Your embedded Twitch streams are not driving your Fextra Life wiki readers to your Twitch stream. There is no call to action to it that I've ever seen. It just automatically is playing whenever you're on any page on Fextra Life. How the fuck can you possibly make an argument saying that what you're doing is just an advertisement to get those people on your wiki to the streams? Because it's not. The streams aren't even relevant to what your readers are reading. What's being streamed is completely separate from whatever they're on your site to read about. There's no chance that the two could even connect most of the time, unless of course it is a new release like Armored Core. Then I'm sure there is some crossover where someone went to Armored Core, Fextra Life, got some bad information, but saw you were streaming and was like, okay, maybe I'll check it out. That's possible, but that's clearly not the goal. If that was the goal, you would only embed your streams on the newest releases because they'd be relevant to each other, as opposed to just having it embedded on every single page where it makes no sense. Why would an Armored Core 6 Fextra Life stream be playing on my Dark Souls 3 Fextra Life wiki? And how the fuck would you possibly think that I'm on Dark Souls 3 wiki but might want to watch Fextra Life streaming Armored Core 6? It's just, that is a nonsensical statement to try and say that your embeds are only there to try and get people from your actual wiki to your streams. That's not the goal. The goal is just to artificially inflate your numbers because it's automatically playing and they count as viewers. What embedding does for me is make my website audience aware I'm a person, I'm streaming, and I can show them games that I think they'd be interested in. Again, that argument doesn't work when the website is all about game information. It's not a personality-driven site. They're not going to Fextra Life hoping that they'll see that Fextra Life is also live on Twitch. They're going there because they're looking for guides and information on the game that they are currently playing. That doesn't make any sense. What embedding does for Twitch is give them free advertising for their platform and an ongoing conversion from our website to Twitch. These new people were not on Twitch otherwise, and they're still not on Twitch. They're not going there. They're not going to Twitch. You can tell because there's no one in your chat. I don't know why they keep trying to say that. Yes, it is a free advertisement for Twitch. It's free numbers for their metrics, absolutely. But they're not actually getting new people to Twitch that weren't already endemic to Twitch. They're not bringing new viewers there. They're just idly on the Fextra Life wiki and it counts as a view on Twitch. And then they say they hopefully come back and become part of the Twitch ecosystem. It doesn't happen. Our embed is by no means a secret. It's very visible. In fact, it's the best possible spot on our website, and there's even a command for it on our channel. And as part of the channel rules, the idea that it's a fraud is also absurd. Our sponsors are aware of the embed, and it's a great deal for them to be able to promote their content on both Twitch and to our site users at the same time, particularly in the prime location that the embed has on our website. So this is very interesting to me. The sponsors are aware of the embedding. That's great. Are they also aware that the vast majority of your Twitch metrics come from that embedding? And are they also aware that that means it's muted? That means that their sponsorship package, the ad read, all of it, the vast majority of those numbers that it's being put in front of aren't even aware it's going on because it's muted. and it's not visible. It's a very tiny box. Do the sponsors know that? I certainly hope so, because that would be very shady if you didn't make the sponsors aware that their ad read is going to be muted for the vast majority of the audience, and it's not going to be seen by them either because the box is too small and the viewers aren't actually on Twitch. I would hope you'd make them very well aware of all of the shortcomings of doing an ad with Fextra since most of the viewer numbers come from a fucking tiny embed on a completely separate site that, again, is also muted. So hopefully you have made all of your partners aware of that. The owner does continue going on to other criticisms people have put forth against Fextra, such as like AI-driven content or it being lazy, stuff like that. But that wasn't the focus of what I wanted to talk about today. The statement is still very much up if you want to see how they defend themselves against other claims. But these were the main things I wanted to talk about in regards to this situation, because this is a conversation that comes up at least once or twice a year. And it is a very interesting one about embedding, view botting. It is an interesting topic that I just wanted to talk about a bit since a lot of other people are also discussing it. And I think it's something worth going over. So that's really about it. So yeah. Escape from Tarkov? More like escape from the video games industry, because their new greedy decision is having them run out of town with people chasing them down with pitchforks and leaving their game in droves. Escape from Tarkov probably needs no introduction. It's a massively popular game, and they just pulled a huge blunder that is catastrophic for their company. They are releasing a new PvE game mode at a $250 price point. That is so many doubloons it makes me want to spit. For $250, I expect to download this new mode and then actually have the CEO of Battlestate Games come over and rim me out. That is stupid to be charging for DLC. But even aside from that delusional price point, it commits every unforgivable atrocity that could ever befall a video game. It breaks all the rules, commits every sin that not even the Lord can forgive. It is pay to win out the wazoo, and this is something they actually doubled down on today, which I'll cover soon. This is a story that's been developing over the last 24 plus hours, and it just keeps getting worse. It's like they're trying to find every possible electrical outlet to stick a fork in until it finally ruins the company. Like, they are so focused on burying their fist as far up their own ass as possible. So it's pay to win in the very literal sense of being pay to win, but the absolute worst part is that it broke a promise to their community who had bought into a previous edition they offered. It was misleading their entire community. So they offered something called the Edge of Darkness edition for $100 in the past. And one of the perks of buying that $100 Edge of Darkness edition is that you would have access to all subsequent DLC in the future for free. So $100 is a lot of money for a DLC, but it was kind of like an investment long term into the game that they loved. So they paid that $100 under the impression that in the future, if more DLC content was coming, they'd have access to it without needing to pay more. But now, fast forward to the Unheard edition for $250, they are not allowing the Edge of Darkness buyers access to that DLC for free. They would still need to buy that. Now, initially, that was going to be it. You'd have to pay the extra $150, but with all of the backlash that understandably came from this, they decided to dip their toes into a compromise where they would offer the EOD buyers 6 months of access to the Unheard edition, so they get like a fucking free trial, like a drug dealer giving them like their first hit for free. It's laughably pathetic. I don't even think Mr. Krabs would pull some shit like this, because even he would recognize that this would ruin his business. This is incomprehensible greed. I learned about all of this last night on stream, so I'm going to play you all of those clips to get you caught up to speed on the lore and exactly what's been going on here and how bad it all is. And then I'm going to come in to give you the latest updates with what's been happening today, only a couple of hours ago, because it continues to get worse and worse for Escape from Tarkov somehow. Earlier today, the Unheard edition of Escape from Tarkov was announced as part of the latest patch, promising a brand new player versus environment mode and other bonuses. Yippee! Now that the edition has launched, fans are not happy with the bonus it gives and the massive $250 price tag. That is a big chunk of change that even has EA and Ubisoft doing this right now. So just this one DLC was $250? The first issue that fans have is that the player versus environment mode for Tarkov is exclusive to those who buy the new edition. This is despite the fact that anyone who purchased the old Edge of Darkness edition was promised all future DLC content as part of the Season Pass, which you would think would include this new mode. So this is false advertising? Is that what they're coming after Tarkov for? Because they're saying that you get all future DLC with this, and now they're not giving you all future DLC? A lot of fans who have the Edge of Darkness edition are rightfully very annoyed they now have to upgrade from EOD, which costs $100, in order to play it. However, some posts on the official Discord have tried to explain why BSG thinks this is not DLC. Please don't tell me they're trying to fight their battle. Well, actually, they push up their glasses. It's not DLC by the technical terminology. That's not the correct nomenclature. This is a new single-player experience, thus, they did not circumvent any laws. Not only that, there is a clip from Landmark channel of them changing the wording on their website live to hide what they did. I'll check that out. It's from Landmark. It ain't DLC, it's unique feature of the new edition added, said Discord user Applezor, who is the lead community manager at Battlestate Games for Escape from Tarkov. DLC means additional downloadable content. PvE is a feature and a game mode. Just because you all want it to become a DLC, it wouldn't mean it is one. It's featured game mode for the new edition of the game. Hey pal, you just blowing from Stupid Town? What? What kind of weak-ass argument is that? Huh? That's a lot worse than I thought that was going to be. The other major issues that fans have been complaining about is the big in-game bonuses players with the new edition will get. While other editions of the game give some bonuses, so far none have been major factors when on the map and fighting with other players. The closest is extra loot that they get at the start of a wipe. However, this new edition includes more space to store loot when on the map, improved skills at the start of a wipe, and a bonus where AI scavs will not shoot at them if they have over 6 reputation levels with fence. So that's what the pay-to-win article was about then, which is an entirely separate issue. These, along with some other bonuses, have led to the edition being labeled pay-to-win, with players who buy it expected to have a big advantage over those who do not. The reaction to the new edition has been so negative that all but 3 channels in the official Escape from Tarkov Discord have been silenced, with users not able to post in them. Moderators on the game's subreddit are also waiving the rule that prevents multiple posts about the same topic, saying they are just as livid about this situation as you. You know things are reaching like deep DEFCON levels if even the subreddit mods are like, nope, we're mad about this as well. That's when you know you have truly fucked up. Battlestate Games did not respond to my request for comment. Battlestate Games is yet to officially comment on the backlash, with pressure mounting from fans and some even looking into legal action. You would expect them to do it so sooner rather than later. The move also comes at a very bad time given that Gray Zone Warfare, a game many see as a competitor to Tarkov, has just wrapped up its first public streamer test, which has gone incredibly well with fans. With public sentiment towards Tarkov very low, many fans are hoping they can get their hands on Gray Zone Warfare sooner rather than later. Here's an update at 8:15. The official Escape from Tarkov account has posted a statement that seems to suggest Battlestate Game has no plans to make the new mode available to anyone who does not buy the new edition. Hey guys, listen, we heard the outrage. Fuck you. PvE mode is a unique feature which is available only for owners of the Unheard Edition. We will keep you updated on new features exclusive for EOD owners. And then they even got community noted. New game modes are generally accepted as DLC if put behind a paywall. Battlestate sold EOD with the promise that they would receive free access to all subsequent DLCs. So they're even getting their ham steamed by fucking Twitter community notes. Not only that, there is a radio you can call in friends mid-raid to help you as a PMC, which has never been a feature. It sounds very strong. You're still gonna buy it, right? Brother, I don't play Tarkov. And you would never catch me spending $250 for a fucking DLC. I don't even buy DLC when it's like $5. You think I'm gonna drop 250 clams on this? Who do you think you are? I am. Or I'm not. I would not do that. That's craziness. Tarkov devs are also shitting on the competitor game on Twitter. That just means that they're kind of desperate. I imagine this is what you're talking about from his stream. They just changed what you get retroactively to avoid the folks calling them out. I've talked with ANPC, National Agency for Customer Protection again. The only way we can solve this is if we make formal complaints to BSG about this. If they are left unresolved for 30 days, we can proceed with the lawsuit, no problem. If they answer negatively, we can proceed. I suggest you all to do formal complaints as BSG Make them have 1,000 lawsuits at once. This is available for Europe, the 30 days thing. Man, that severely underpaid social media guy for BSG is going to have the worst 30 days of his life. Meanwhile, all the big wigs are just going to be counting their money from the whales that won't be able to contain themselves, scratching at the neck and spending the 250. I've been playing Tarkov for like 8 years. This hurts, man. Yeah, I don't even play Tarkov, and this is pretty painful just to read. I don't know how they thought this would go over well. That's something that I just can't wrap my head around. Like, it's 2024. These companies hire tech-savvy people. They have social media experts. They have these fucking think tanks and focus groups, and yet somehow these kind of decisions still go through. There really must just be this epidemic of people that spend money no matter what and say nothing. Like, this has to somehow be profitable for them, because it happens too often. The big problem is them changing the promise. Oh, and that's not even that is a big problem, but to me the biggest problem is just like this outrageous price point that they thought was gonna work. Even if there was no broken promises, I still feel like most people would see $250 for some fucking DLC and scoff. Look at Star Wars Outlaws, for example. Granted, you get a lot more out of this for $250 than you do out of Star Wars Outlaws for $130, but even still, those prices are fucking insano style. And you want to know what else is laughable and pathetic? Their social media guy who's fighting for his life right now on Twitter. So, Escape from Tarkov is by far the biggest in the genre. However, there are a couple of competitors. And this lone warrior with access to BSG's Twitter, the company behind Escape from Tarkov, is doing his best to try and play hardball, fight fire with fire. But he didn't realize he was bringing piss to a poop fight and ended up covered in filth. He desperately tried to plant his feet here and make a public slapping display. There was another game that was taking advantage of all of the hoopla here, recognizing that Tarkov fumbled and that a lot of players were leaving, so they made an announcement saying like, hey, you guys are welcome in our game. And the BSG social media champion tried this little maneuver. Have a nice 20-minute adventure in the blatant plagiarist game, in and out. And then even got slapped by Twitter, community noted, saying, hey, it's not plagiarism. They need to prove that assets were taken from EFT. So even Twitter's making fun of BSG. Now let's start with the newest developments here. The biggest one by far is a supposed unreleased interview with BSG. I'm not going to get too specific about it because I don't know if I'm even allowed to really talk about it. I'm pretty sure I can't show it because, again, it is unreleased. But basically the interview went as bad as you could have possibly imagined. The interview opens with him saying that all of this is not a mistake. He's not forcing anyone to buy their game. So, suck it up, basically. And then another question that was asked point blank was, are you contemplating any solutions since this has been received so poorly? And he gave a single word response. No. So it doesn't seem like there's any signs of them changing their minds with this direction here. The whole interview was him just basically throwing everything into the shitter and saying, deal with it. 250, fork it over, is what it is. We're not changing this. And then, this one blew my mind. They did make a slight update to all of this, where instead of addressing the price problem or the lying about what EOD owners will get in the future or the shady, scummy attempt at hiding things on their website, instead of addressing any of the complaints, they instead doubled down on pay-to-win features. In response to all of this, everything that's been going on, they basically come out and say, like, hey guys, look, we've heard you. We see what's going on here. We're listening. So we're giving you more pay-to-win features. Mother of pearl, just look at this list. One of these is high-priority matchmaking. They're getting a priority queue for 6 months. It's not even the lifetime. Keep in mind, they're not giving you lifetime access to the Unheard Edition pay-to-win shit. It's a 6-month trial to try and get you hooked and hopefully get the whales to buy into the 250 down the line. Like, this is... Their solution to all of this shows just how out of touch and greedy they are. This is greed on a scale I don't think I've ever seen in the games industry before. This is making EA sweat. EA right now is taking notes. They're like, whoa, how are they doing this? Like, they're right now, they're trailblazing. Like, I feel terrible for EFT players. I never really got super deep into Tarkov. I've tried it a few times, but I'm just not big into the extraction genre, to be honest. But man, this must suck as a big fan of the game. This is so unacceptable. The best case scenario here is another game comes and does what EFT does better and isn't led by the greediest, stupidest fucking people in the industry. That's the best case scenario here, but who knows how long something like that will take. The dumb assholes at Battlestate Games have really done something shocking here. In an industry that is overcome with greed out the wazoo, somehow Battlestate Games just found a new low. That's impressive. Actually impressive. Anyway, though, wishing the best for the EFT community during this time, because Jesus, that shit is awful. Yeah, so I just want to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. There's been a ferocious debate that's raged on in the gaming community for a long time about trying to identify who is the stupidest individual in the entire industry. And I think most people have kind of agreed that it has to be John Riccitiello. He was the former Unity CEO who nearly led that company to the grave, nearly sinking a massive business through some of the worst business acumen I've seen since Mr. Krabs tried to charge for breathing. Also, speaking of charging for breathing, John Riccitiello really took some notes out of that playbook because he's also the former EA head who pitched the idea of potentially charging per reload. So this ghoul's name lives in infamy. He's like the gaming industry's Morbius. He just keeps coming up with flops and creatively failing. However, with the catastrophic blunder from Escape from Tarkov, a new name has entered the conversation for stupidest man in the video games industry, Nikita of Battlestate Games. So I covered this a couple days ago. Pretty much everyone has because it's been a huge deal, even outside of the Escape from Tarkov community. It's just an example of the worst parts of gaming with unbelievable, unchecked greed, misleading their community, fundamentally scamming their players, and a lot of shady shit that's also been going on at BSG here. And all of it over the last few days has served to kind of act like Chaozu on Nappa, just self-destructing this entire fucking company. So there's been two major updates that I just want to cover because it seems like Nikita has recognized the disaster that has unfolded here, and he is finally biting his pride, swallowing his ego, and trying to put out the fire that he has caused. So he's made some brief statements on it where he really wanted to stick to his guns and puff out his chest, fucking lat spreading here and refusing to move like a strong oak tree. No matter how much, controversy comes, hell or high water, he's not budging. That was like the hardball he tried to play initially. Then he was singing a little bit of a different tune when he dropped this update yesterday. He said, "Hello again. Let me clarify the situation in a little more detail regarding owners of the EOD version and access to the cooperative mode and also other issues. First of all, PvE game mode, this is not DLC. DLC, in my understanding, is the major additions to the game, including variations, functionality, and content that are released after the official release of the game as a themed DLC pack. Scav Life DLC, for example, which will add a lot of new mechanics and content for Scav gameplay and leveling." This is horseradish. This is like trying to argue that a poop is not a shit. It makes no sense whatsoever. You're just getting into these outrageous, mental gymnastics to try and explain why it's not DLC, even though by every possible definition, it is. And the reason this is so important, in case you're not caught up with the lore, is owners of the EOD edition were promised all future DLC for free. They paid a lot of money for EOD, and were promised future DLC will be free. However, with the Unheard edition, it was not going to be free. They were still charging $250, thus the EOD owners would still have to pay the extra money to upgrade to that, which goes against what was advertised for the EOD edition, which you can't do. That's misleading advertisement. You're fucking lying. You're fundamentally scamming with that. So he's trying very hard to come out of this squeaky clean with an explanation that no, it's not DLC. The Unheard edition, this is super different, not DLC. Thus, we don't have to play by our own rules that we set here. It's dumb. It's fucking stupid. Nikita does some more whippets here and continues saying, "Secondly, the specific functionality of the PvE mode is necessarily located entirely on a separate network infrastructure because, essentially, you play on our servers only in closed mode. At this stage, it's not possible to launch all players who are EOD holders. We don't have the required resources." He goes on to basically say they recognized everyone was super unhappy with this shit and they were tired of getting spit on for it, so they're going to be giving the PvE mode to all EOD version owners for free at the release of the game, when the server infrastructure will be improved to required capacity, also offering a 50% discount when upgrading to the unheard version from EOD. Then they're also giving a Left Behind edition key to everyone who's already upgraded to the unheard edition at the old price. And then goes on to say, more so that any player of any version of EFT can have the opportunity to test the PvE mode. We want to add the ability to purchase a separate early access to this mode. For EOD owners, there will be a 70% discount on the purchase of early access to PvE. It would be interesting to hear your thoughts on this idea. Next, regarding special items for the unheard version, we plan to make restrictive or balancing changes for these items. This is it for now. Please share your thoughts. Thank you. Hey, Nikita, I'm sharing my thoughts. This isn't good enough. Where's like the, hey, I'm sorry for being a greedy asshole? Where's that in this whole statement? Where's the, hey guys, look, I'm kind of a stupid idiot, you know? I've been huffing that moron juice for a little too long and I saw too many dollar bills on the table, so I made a dumb decision. Where's like the level of accountability for this? It's a terrible, 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 terrible decision that you see had a horrible effect on your game and it made you panic. He's been desperately trying to lessen the blowback here while also not apologizing for anything, like not admitting that it was a mistake, but he's still not doing nearly enough at all. Like, I'm sharing my thoughts here, Nikita. I think you're a goober. I think you're a stupid goober. There's still pay-to-win, huge game-changing features being offered here. It is still pay-to-win. Like, he states that they're going to do some more balancing around it. It's vague, but, like, how about you just remove them? Just get rid of them. Like, people are fine with cosmetics. Like, take a temperature of your community. It seems like 99% would prefer if they were just cosmetics that you get here as opposed to pay-to-win items. Also, I don't even know why I'm like harping on this one because he did make another update, but I'm just still so shocked at this one that he thought this would be enough. It's not. And most sensible people called him out on it, saying that, nah, this just isn't going to fucking cut it. This isn't going to save Tarkov from what you've done here. So he came back 9 hours ago with this. Greetings. I love the way he starts this, just making it sound like he's super enthusiastic. Like, he's got that holly jolly spirit running through his veins right now. He can't wait. He's got a big old smile on his face, even though I know that's not the case. That greetings can't hide the tears behind the keyboard that he's typing from. Let me continue my feedback on the current situation. First of all, I would like to say that I am very sorry that fans in the game community in general are experiencing these feelings. Unfortunately, I somehow did not foresee the fact of such a reaction, and now I have drawn conclusions for my future decisions. Unironically dropping a, I'm sorry you feel that way. That's impressive. That's such a non-apology off rip. This dude just can't. He cannot admit that he made a huge fuck up here. He can't admit that the core idea of charging 250 clams for a DLC and then absolutely butt-fucking everyone who grabbed your EOD edition is bad. The only thing he's taking accountability for is not foreseeing the community's reactions, which blows my mind because I don't know how you wouldn't see that coming unless your eyes are just closed. I don't know. He just puts like $100 bills over his eyes and closes himself off to the world. I don't know how you wouldn't expect that. But the only thing he's apologizing for is that people were upset at this situation. He's basically just like, hey, I didn't think you guys would be upset about being scammed. That's a head scratcher, man. That's so weird. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't think you guys were so fucking sensitive about being charged $250 and being lied to for this scam. Sorry how you feel that way, I guess. It's just a classic non-apology. Now I'll briefly summarize the main points. 1. About PvE access, we decided to just open it for EOD owners for free, but we will do it in waves. And as I said before, we don't have the server capacity right now. We will start this process as soon as possible. So he's finally caving and just saying, you know what? Alright, all EOD owners, we're doing it, and we're doing it in waves. We'll do it live. No mention on the frequency of those waves. I saw the comment section was still eating him alive, saying, I bet those waves are every 6 months, referencing the initial compromise where he's like, okay, we'll give you a free trial of 6 months. So it could still be that, I suppose. He's just changing the wording around it. 2. We also decided that we'll add mod support for PvE mode after the release of the game, which is pretty fucking big from what I understand here. 3. About the Unheard Edition. We will not remove it. We want to keep the option for those who want to support the game more, but we will balance items, perks in this edition, as well as we will provide more rewards for those who upgraded with the old price. If that's more pay-to-win items, I'm actually going to squeal. We're going to provide more rewards for those who upgraded. here's some more pay to win, that would actually have me squealing. But he's just referencing that the community knows this is all pay to win, so they're going to be balancing it. The best way of balancing that, Nikita, is to take that shit out. People don't want that in their games. No one wants to pay for an advantage or play a game where people can pay for an advantage over those who don't. It sucks. It's terrible for the health of your game. So just fucking remove it and replace those bonuses with cool cosmetics or something like that. Something that doesn't drastically change the game or even really change it in any way would be optimal. Just purely cosmetic shit would be preferable. 4. New EOD perks will be balanced too. We will remove prioritized matching option to keep everyone in the same spot, and we will add more unique stuff to highlight the EOD version in general. We will provide the final list of the new EOD perks ASAP. This one's huge because they're getting rid of one of the most alarming features they were touting, which was prioritized matchmaking through paying 250 fucking doubloons. So they're like, okay, we'll just get rid of that. That's good. That is just good, no matter how you look at that. Thankfully, they're getting rid of it. It's really concerning that they were even toying around. Well, not even toying around. It's really concerning that they were actually going to go through with the idea of introducing a prioritized matchmaking feature to this game. That is a huge red flag. But it's going bye-bye now, so the community is just going to have to trust that in the future, Nikita won't try and pull some shit like that again. I don't know how you'd ever have trust in this guy at the helm of this company going forward, but that's not for me to decide. That's going to be for individual players. And 5, we continue to work on patches, new content events, and the game release itself no matter what. Thank you for your time, love, and hate, and thank you for your increased attention to the current situation, Nick. Hey, no problem at all, Nick. I'm always happy to insult greedy little assholes like you. So, the community's response to this one has been much more positive because they are directly addressing some of the bigger problems and introducing their solutions to it. Now, they are not budging on the $250 price, which I am still upset about, even as someone who was never going to buy it. I hate the precedent that sets. If a lot of people buy $250 DLC, obviously other games are going to be taking note of that and seeing how far they can push these prices and also how closely they can tap dance on this line. Because Nikita right now is unironically a pioneer. He is stepping on every possible landmine of greed, so that way every other video game company can take notes of what communities will and will not accept. So he's doing a lot of guinea pigging for the entire industry right now, and it makes me a little concerned going forward. Another thing that's absent from this update is addressing the fact that they lied. Like, point blank, lied. And they also tried to sneakily change shit on their website to hide that fact. No mention of that at all, and that's super scummy. So I do think that's something that they really need to continue to be grilled on. And thankfully they still are. I did mention that it has been more positively received, but it's not by everybody, of course. There are too many people that feel betrayed by this company, and they don't want to continue to support this. If they can't trust the developer down the line to not try and fuck their wallet again, why are they going to continue to invest time into this game and money? It wouldn't make sense. So a lot of people are leaving for sure, and a lot of people are still calling out these facts that not everything is, sunshine and unicorns here. Like, it's not really a full win or anything like that. It's just better in a bad situation that was made out of it. In the comment section, he did reply to a really important question where a user said, "You have still not addressed the fact you are planning to release DLC for the game that was not going to be delivered to EOD owners. Please confirm that EOD owners will receive all content for the game in the future as promised when we purchase the product." And he responded saying, "Yes, EOD owners will receive all of the DLCs." So I don't know if this is him slyly finally falling on his own sword here and admitting that the Unheard Edition is DLC. It is DLC. No matter how much he's tried to argue the opposite, I think this is finally him just eating shit on it and saying that yes, it is DLC, thus we will make good on our promise that EOD owners will get it for free. However, a comment that replied under his made a really good point, that this is only applicable until they try and make the argument again in the future about how their newest DLC is actually not DLC. So I agree with that user that there is a good chance that fast forward a year, 2 years, however long from now, when Tarkov's got another major version coming out here, a new major content delivery, he might try something similar about This one's really not DLC, so EOD owners will not be receiving this one for free. You will need to pay for the upgrade, you know, all that hoopla again. Go through this entire song and dance once more. I do think it's possible, but I have no idea. Maybe Nikita put his hand on the stove, realized it's hot, and took it off and won't put it back on. There's no telling. This was a stupid, entirely avoidable situation that BSG found themselves in here. Their greed nearly ruined their entire game, and it still might have. There's probably plenty of people who have totally lost trust in Tarkov and won't stick around. I think there's a good chunk of players that are falling into that camp, and I think that's great. But there's still plenty of people that are going to play and support this game because they love the game. They might not love Nikita and they might not love the company behind it, but the game really hits for them, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it does suck that no matter what Nikita and BSG did here, they are still going to be making tons and tons and tons of money from this. Like, they went through, you know, a handful of days of being, you know, made fun of and clowned on, but they're still going to end up making an absolute fucking ton of cash from charging $250 for this DLC. But yeah, anyway, that's where the whole Tarkov situation is at here. I do think Nikita should be in the conversation for stupidest person in the gaming industry right now. Tarkov is a massively popular game that he almost ruined. Like, straight up buried from this greed. So I think that is a very impressive feat that you don't see often. Games of this size don't usually collapse unless a competitor comes out and beats it, which right now isn't happening with Tarkov. It still has an absolute stranglehold on this genre. So it is pretty impressive just how bad of a decision this was, and how reluctant Nikita was to change it, or do anything at all to make the situation any better for themselves. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Today I've got the black shirt on for this funeral service for one of YouTube's first major content teams, Rooster Teeth. After 21 years, Warner Bros. Discovery has announced that it's shutting down Rooster Teeth. Now, they're not getting outright euthanized and going to the Shadow Realm or anything, because there are certain Rooster Teeth projects that will persist past this, but by and large, Rooster Teeth, as you've known them, will cease to operate in the capacity that it has been. With its closure, about 150 full-time employees will be laid off, with additional contractors and content creators taking a huge hit as well. Wishing the employees the best moving forward. I hope they find work elsewhere. Just a pretty sad set of circumstances all around, because I know a lot of people, myself included, have very fond memories of this brand. Rooster Teeth was one of the pillars of internet content creation for gaming for a long time, with series like Red vs. Blue, which were these incredible machinimas that really kind of changed the space for a while and had an unbelievable influence online. I still remember being this soiled diaper baby boy toddler, still drinking milk and having nightmares about cursive handwriting, going into GameStop and seeing a Red vs. Blue DVD for sale there. And I couldn't believe it. My fucking mind exploded out of my ears because I knew it from the internet. And at the time, the internet to me was still this mysterious dimension where, you know, Timmy Turner floats around in the cyberspace on an email. But now I was seeing this piece of internet content I was familiar with in the real world, the corporeal dimension, and I thought it was the coolest shit ever. And it still is extremely impressive what they were able to do, and for so long as well. Achievement Hunter, another absolute colossal success in the gaming space online. Rooster Teeth was just the gold standard for gaming related content for so long, absolutely crushing it, and it is pretty tragic to see how this story played out for Rooster Teeth in the more recent years. Now, Warner Bros. Has been on this absolute warpath, just leaving mangled corpses in their wake where they're just fucking frying everything they own. And it looks like Rooster Teeth is going to be joining Coyote vs. Acme in their dumpster out back. But unlike Coyote vs. Acme, this one I think a lot of people expected. I just don't think anyone was jump scared by this news. Yes, Warner Bros.' recent business strategy appears to just be friendly fire out the wazoo. It seems like they're operating under the assumption of, if we own nothing, surely we can't continue to lose money. But them axing Rooster Teeth and putting them in the Warner Bros. Cemetery, burying them out back, is not shocking. For the last like 5 or so years, Rooster Teeth has been really treading water. They've been struggling and they've got no water wingies to help them. Social Blade only goes as far back as 2021, but you can already see that their views had stagnated and often would decline. Before this, they were an absolute juggernaut in the scene. So starting in 2021, they were averaging between 8 to 10 million views a month, whereas in their heyday, in their prime, they were pulling in tens of millions of views per month and tens of thousands of subscribers per month. There's a lot of factors that contributed to this decline, the main ones being just an overall loss of interest from a large chunk of their audience that just went to other channels elsewhere. There's also a ton of controversies that Rooster Teeth kept finding themselves in that they were never able to fully recover from, and a lot of their biggest talent kept leaving them to just go independent and make their own shows and productions. So all of this over time has just led to the current state of Rooster Teeth. It's not flourishing, and it's definitely not profitable. With 150 full-time employees and contractors and content creators, it's losing more money than fucking Madam Web. So it's not surprising that Warner Bros. Made the decision to ultimately just put it to rest. Like, they didn't have many other choices. I guess they could take the 150 full-time employees and just transition them to being door-to-door asbestos sales reps. You'd probably find more money in that than what they were currently finding with the Rooster Teeth brand, which is just sad to see it get to this point, but like I mentioned, it's not the end of everything Rooster Teeth related. They do plan on continuing the Roost podcast network for some time here while they evaluate outside interest in acquiring it. There's also a movie that's being worked on between Warner Bros. And Rooster Teeth that they plan on releasing. Though I'd take that with a huge fucking grain of salt right now because Warner Bros. Has become infamous for just destroying movies that are pretty much done for the sake of a tax write-off, like what they've already done with Batgirl and now Coyote vs. Acme. So there's a good chance that this one they just wipe their ass with at the finish line per usual. And they are also currently exploring options for Rooster Teeth's content catalog and some of their IP like Red vs. Blue, Ruby, and Ginlock. So while there is still some Rooster Teeth related content that will survive Judgment Day here, it is still the end of the road for Rooster Teeth itself overall. The general manager of Rooster Teeth, Jordan Levin, made a statement, and I'm going to read this section of it. He said, "We've read the headlines about industry-wide layoffs and closures, and you've heard me give my perspective and updates on the rapidly changing state of media and entertainment during each of our monthly all-hands meetings. Since inheriting ownership and control of Rooster Teeth from AT&T following its acquisition of Time Warner, Warner Bros. Discovery continued its investment in our company, content, and community. Now, however, it's with a heavy heart I announce that Rooster Teeth is shutting down due to challenges facing digital media resulting from fundamental shifts in consumer behavior and monetization across platforms, advertising, and patronage." Now, there's a lot more in his statement here, but this is the only titty I'm going to suckle on from it. I think this part of the statement is the most telling about the challenges that they were facing, and it's challenges that anyone from the outside could also see them facing. As consumer behavior was changing, aka viewers choosing different things over Rooster Teeth and just having a lot more competition in the space, they were no longer like the only place for high quality gaming videos. As the entire digital landscape started to shift, Rooster Teeth kept falling to the wayside, and people were just choosing competitors over them, so they were hemorrhaging their audience, and overall just found it difficult to adapt in the new environment. And then the monetization and advertising changes they make mention of there, I believe the biggest things that affected Rooster Teeth was YouTube's change in how much money is generated by shorter content. For a while, it didn't really matter how long a video was. What dictated the amount of money it earned was basically just views. But then the focus shifted to longer form content with the addition of mid-roll ads, which starting at 8 minutes, you can start putting in ad breaks. And this led to a lot of the focus on the digital landscape being for the longer form content to reach that 8-minute mark. Rooster Teeth's most popular content was usually sub 8 minutes. Their heaviest hitters that were consistently their bread and butter content, like the animated adventures, Red vs. Blue, Rage Quit, aside from a couple of Rage Quit videos which were more than 8 minutes, most of their big successful ones were under 8 minutes, usually between like the 1 to 4 minute ballpark for a lot of these. And I just feel like they took a massive financial hit with that because the content they were producing wasn't cheap stuff for the most part. And there's no way they were seeing a return off the ad revenue because the videos were too short to be reaching that like upper echelon of doubloons that you'd make from a YouTube video. So I just think that as they invested more money into these big projects, without increasing the runtime of a lot of them, they weren't seeing a lot of big returns on it, which probably hurt them. And I'm just speculating that that's the change that was probably the biggest thorn in their side, like the most annoying rock in their shoe. But the entire landscape of advertising online and monetization has gone through huge changes since they began. I just feel like that's probably the one that was the most hurtful to them. But anyway, I'll stop speculating on that and instead speculate on something else. So, a lot of people have been wondering now with this announcement, what's going to happen to all of the Rooster Teeth affiliated channels that are under their umbrellas? Things like Funhouse or Slow Mo Guys, things like that, because Rooster Teeth had a lot of other channels outside of just their main one. How will they be affected? I have no fucking clue. It seems like a messy headache to me, since they're under the Rooster Teeth brand, which is, of course, owned by Warner Bros. Discovery, which has now pulled the plug on it, taken it off life support. It feels like the other channels are going to have to go independent if they want to keep them going, but I don't think they can just do that. They'll probably have to buy it from Warner Bros., right? Wouldn't that be how it works, considering they just got shut down by Warner Bros.? So if they want to go back up without them, they'd need to acquire the rights from them, I would think. But I also don't really know how all of these inner workings here with their deals go. That'd just be my guess. I would imagine a lot of those other channels, like the Slow Mo Guys, would want to continue to operate independently. So I think that'll probably be the direction. I just don't exactly know how that's going to work. But again, I'm just a fucking idiot, so there's a good chance that maybe it's not as messy as I think it'll be, and it might be pretty seamless going forward. But either way, it is sad to see Rooster Teeth shut down after 21 years online and being such a pioneer in the commercialization of gaming content online and really just internet content in general. Rooster Teeth was at the forefront of like breaking ground and commercializing this whole space. So they earned their flowers here, and I'm wishing the best for everyone that was affected by this with the layoffs. I'm wishing you all the best moving forward, and rest in peace to Rooster Teeth. That's about it. So yeah. For too long, gamers' minds have been plagued by one unanswerable question. Who is the worst developer in the world? Well, rest easy tonight, my sweet children, because I will be answering this once and for all, using science, data, and my opinion, which is going to be stated as a fact. So this is your warning now. If you're allergic to the truth, you're not welcome here. But for those of you that want to have your third eye open, please, join me and sit on my lap as I give you the forbidden fruit of knowledge. Now let's tackle this riddle. The correct answer to the question, who is the worst game developer, is 343 Industries. Now, before you throw your arms up in the air and start spitting and shitting in anger, let me explain. I'm only talking about AAA game devs. You know, I'm sure there's plenty of terrible indie devs that have made horrible things or have done horrible things. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm focusing on AAA big budget studios. I also want to explain that I'm only talking about the quality of the games they produce and not the actual workplace environment. Because if we were talking about that, then obviously there's been like sexual assaults and a ton of different awful things at other studios. So I just wanted to make that clear. Now, let's pour some sauce on this spaghetti. I'm going to show you a quick clip from one of my recent streams where I was ranting about 343 because they recently published their roadmap for Halo Infinite, and it's laughable. For those that don't know, Halo Infinite is 343's recent release, and it has been just a complete catastrophe, just an absolute disaster. It's a good game gameplay-wise, and the campaign's pretty fun, there's good ideas there, but unfortunately this thing launched without any content at all. They fucking threw this thing out there naked. It was so barren when it came to content, but the community was under the impression that they would be adding content to the game as it continued to exist. But they really haven't. They've barely even been drip feeding this thing to keep it on life support. It's not enough. It's fucking flatlining. It's dying of thirst, and 343 can't even piss in its mouth. Then they've only added 2 maps in almost an entire year. This game came out November 15th of 2021, and they've only added 2 maps since then, and no other big meaningful updates. It's fucking crazy, and this is also the only Halo game that's touted as a fucking live service game, and they have no service for it. I'm already getting a little shaken and stirred here just discussing it. But anyway, they posted their roadmap. It's bad. Seeing that Halo Infinite canceled. Oh, I actually wanted to talk about that. Thank you for reminding me. But yeah, this was so embarrassing. So I talked about it on stream a little bit, but Halo Infinite posted their roadmap. They extended Season 2 to 10 months now. Forge Beta is coming later this year. Co-op campaign testing later this year too, but overall, super underwhelming. A lot of people really very disappointed with 343 as per usual. But one thing they announced is that they fully canceled split screen. they said, we're done throwing that shit in the toilet and flushing it. No more split screen. So then on Twitter, I don't remember who it was, but one of the bigger accounts was like, actually, split screen is totally fine. In fact, we're having it working right now. And they posted a video of them glitching split screen into the game. So they were successfully able to just implement split screen themselves through a glitch. And it even works, not even just 2-player split screen, 4-player. Hold on, let me pull up the clip. So 343 apparently couldn't quite crack the code on making split screen work. Meanwhile, just fucking rock hard dicked gamers on Twitter were able to immediately figure it out only hours after their announcement through glitching. Yeah, here we go. Here, Mint Blitz even talked about it.
Quite the development has occurred. 343 has cut official Halo Infinite split screen co-op. However, with the use of a glitch, you can actually get into the
Isn't that fucking crazy?
Now is a guide.
$500 million in the Halo Infinite, and 343 fumbles it extraordinarily. They didn't even launch the game with like any content, unfortunately, and it has been over a year and still well, it hasn't been a full year yet, but it's coming up, and still has barely any fucking content. And now they cancel one of the most basic features that games have had for the last 25 years. Though split screen's been phased out from most major games just because they don't bother, because most people don't do couch co-op. But it's still like a really easy feature to implement, I imagine, because it's been there for so long. And they cancel it inexplicably, I'm guessing due to ineptitude, and the community figures out a way to do it themselves. Like, how is that not super embarrassing? They have this, and then it takes them 6 months just to make 2 maps. Oh my god, yeah, made directly in Forge. Meanwhile, the community already made a 1-to-1 creation of Guardian and Reflection in less than a week. I know, man. It's so sad. I don't know what they do. Like, I don't know what they do for the last, like, 8 fucking months just sitting around doing, like, nothing. They just go to the office and, like, hang out and then go home. Content creators are giving up on Halo now. My feed is spammed by Halo is dead videos. Yeah, I mean, this was really the nail in the coffin. They absolutely needed that roadmap to bang. They needed to show that they've actually been doing things for the game for the last 8 months, and they didn't. The only thing that even has the remote possibility of bringing Halo any sort of relevancy again is their Forge mode, because their Forge mode is outrageous. Like, the amount of shit you can do in Forge is stunning. That is the only hope that game has. I really think that it's inarguable that 343 has killed the Halo franchise. It has absolutely no relevancy anymore. It has fully fallen off, which is crazy because for the entire early 2000s, all the way up until like 2012, Halo was one of the most revered, one of the most popular franchises in all of gaming. It was extremely recognizable. Even people that didn't play games at all knew Halo. It was huge. It seemed like it was an unstoppable force, and it was extremely influential for FPS games. But then the second Bungie passed the torch to 343, they put that torch right in their fucking asshole and extinguished the flame. Halo 4 launched to pretty mediocre success. I recently replayed it and the campaign's pretty solid, but the multiplayer sucks. Halo 5 was a complete disaster, where the campaign was the worst in the entire franchise and the multiplayer was okay. And then they also had the Master Chief Collection, which was legitimately broken for 5 years before they finally fixed it. And now Halo Infinite, and you know how that story's going. It's just sad that they've let the game wither and die like this, and the only hope it has is Forge, which does look amazing. But outside of that, there's nothing to look forward to with this game. It seems like they don't know what they're doing, they don't know what direction to go, they don't know what the players want. They even had like a big focus on their store for a little while there instead of the actual game. Now I've seen a lot of copium of just be patient, they're doing their best, you know. This is unreasonable to expect them to do so much for this game, even though it's already been out. And that's such a fucking brain-dead take. This game launched in a very content-dry state. They released this game half-finished, basically, in terms of its content. They just tried to pump it out as quickly as possible, and then hoping they could patch it up later and add what they wanted to initially. That's not, like, an excuse. It doesn't work. Like, oh, you know, just be patient, it's coming. Well, it should have been there to start. They should have had all of this already there and ready, and now are just taking their victory lap, adding more cosmetics or adding more maps, you know? Same thing Halo has always done, where they add more maps and more things down the line, but you got the complete package off rip. That wasn't the case here. We never got the complete package, and we still, 305 days later, have not gotten the complete package. So you can't really just write it off as like, hey, stop being so impatient. It's not impatience, it's just inexcusable. It's 343 not being able to follow through and deliver on the things that they said they would be able to. You know, it's a load of fish paste and super disingenuous to just blame the player base for being upset about how empty their game is. They're totally justified in feeling like their game is hollow and abandoned. 343 has been unable to communicate and deliver. At least they finally published the roadmap, but it's just not satisfactory. I saw a post on Reddit that puts it into perspective pretty well. In Halo 2's history, we're going to go back in time. Halo 2 launched. It was a great game, one of my top 5 of all time. A complete game. It wasn't missing anything or anything like that. But then 238 days later, they released the multiplayer map pack, which brought 9 new maps to the game. 238 days after the launch of Halo 2, they introduced 9 new maps with their multiplayer map pack. Halo Infinite has been out for 307 days, and they've brought 2 new maps. So it's been out longer, and they've released less maps than Halo 2, yet somehow Halo Infinite is the first live service Halo game. What a joke. It's almost like they called it that ironically, like they were just giggling behind the scenes like, well, you know, we're going to call it live service, but we're really not going to do shit on it. It's just like, you know, getting real silly with it and laughing at the community. I don't know, man. It's just so disappointing, and it's why I think 343 is the worst developer out there right now. They took what used to be a household name, Halo, and ran it into the ground. Like, they buried it. I don't know how Halo comes back from this. Forge is really its only chance, and even then, I'm not convinced people are going to flock back to Halo for Forge. But who knows? It is very impressive what it seems like they're doing with Forge, if it ever even comes out. You know, there's a good chance they might even delay it. I don't even believe their roadmap. They might just push it to 2023. There's no telling. But anyway, that's about it. So, yep. Heard about the guy suing Dunkin' Donuts because their toilet exploded while he was shitting on it? Yeah, there's no video or anything. I also just feel like he's lying. He probably pooped himself and came up with a convenient excuse and then overflowed the toilet is my guess. But here, I'll pull it up, since a lot of people keep asking about it. That's my theory, at least. Last I saw, there was no actual evidence of a toilet explosion. Florida man is seeking $50,000 in damages after he said a toilet at Dunkin' exploded and covered him in debris, feces, and urine. He alleges he visited the men's room at Winter Park Dunkin' outside of Orlando on January 6, 2022. The commode erupted, leaving the plaintiff in the loo covered in its contents. That's a really sophisticated way of describing a toilet blowing up. After the incident, the plaintiff said he sought help from employees who told him they were aware of the issues as prior incidents had occurred. How often is this toilet exploding? It's like an active volcano? You can't even just maybe put a sign up saying out of service? He's seeking $50,000 in damages from HZO Donuts, operating as Dunkin' location, formerly known as Dunkin' Donuts, on account of their alleged negligence, according to the lawsuit filed by the attorney. As a direct result of the defendant's breach and/or multiple breaches of its duties and obligations to the plaintiff, who was lawfully on defendant's premises, plaintiff unwittingly became the victim of the exploding toilet in the aftermath, which followed and sustained damages including injuries, emotional, and mental distress. There'd have to be pictures, right? Prior incidents. That was surprising to hear, but again, I don't think it's actually an exploding toilet. Like, I don't think the porcelain, exploded like a fragmentation grenade going off. Like, it didn't just have this... I don't think it was like a Halo explosion when you throw a frag, is what I'm saying. Like, maybe, like, some water bubbled over and maybe covered his butt a bit, is my guess. Because I just can't imagine, like, all of a sudden it would be like a bomb. I'm gonna see if there's any photos of it. Even in the initial lawsuit, the lawsuit's all public right here. Even in the lawsuit, there's no Exhibit A or anything. Like, surely you'd take a picture. Or, even better, there'd be CCTV footage from the cameras in Dunkin', so we could see him covered in poop. But maybe he put in a junction to bar that from the evidence, because it's embarrassing, perhaps. But if it really did explode, then may God have mercy. Hope he wins. He claims he suffered bodily injury. Well, he could have. having a bunch of strangers' waste cover you could make you sick. Or if, like, the debris he's referring to is parts of the toilet hitting you, that could hurt. Maybe bruise you. Apparently in the lawsuit, he said the incident made him experience a loss of capacity for the enjoyment of life. Okay, I've got to pull up the lawsuit myself here, because it's all public. Let's see. That is I mean, if you get covered in a Dunkin' Donuts exploded toilet, maybe you would lose all enjoyment in life. Let's see where it would be. Plaintiff requires mental health care and counseling as a direct result of the trauma experienced in the restroom at defendant's business and from the continuing trauma following the event. Oh. As a direct and proximate result of the negligence of defendant, plaintiff suffered bodily injury and psychological damages resulting in pain and suffering, disability, permanent and significant emotional injury, mental anguish, loss of the capacity for the enjoyment of life, expense of medical care and treatment. The injuries and damages are either permanent or continuing in nature, and plaintiff will suffer losses in the future. Man, with a statement like that, why are you suing for only $50K? Go for fucking $50 million. The loss of the enjoyment of life. Maybe the ceramic shattered into his sensitive areas. Well, that's what I was saying. If pieces of... There's no pictures of the toilet explosion, but the way they describe it actually makes it sound like a missile. So if there were parts of the toilet that started blasting him, then yeah, I guess that could cause, like, disability or a permanent injury. No, this isn't the Epstein stuff. This is a poopy toilet explosion stuff. Bro's gonna be having nightmares specifically about the Dunkin' Donuts toilet. According to the lawsuit, he's having a lot more than just nightmares. I really wish there was footage, well, not footage, a picture of the aftermath. I want to know what a toilet explosion looks like at Dunkin' Donuts here. Like, that can't be common. Oh, here's the exploding toilet meme. I guess it could be like this. But I think this was planned, right? It didn't just happen. Like, they put firecrackers or something in it, if I remember correctly. So I don't think the Dunkin' employees pranked him.
A certain brand of toilet has been exploding, and it's no laughing matter.
You don't think about your children dying in the bathroom.
Find out if you're sitting on a time bomb tonight at 10.
Whoa. I did not expect that. That was hard-hitting journalism right there. That got me hooked. This was 7 years ago. Did we survive? Did we make it out? Is the toilet defeated? Or is it still in circulation? How often do toilets explode spontaneously?
Ow. There's one there. You see, it blew it completely off, and you see all the shrapnel, the sharp pieces of porcelain.
Pictures, reports, even you.
So this is like the tank, though. It's not the whole toilet itself.
After my son went to the restroom and because my children sat on that toilet.
Flushmate manufactures the pressure vessel, designed to flush so powerfully you don't have to flush twice. But the company recalled nearly...
That's a really cool statement. I feel like most toilets are designed to flush so you don't have to flush more than once. I don't think that's specific to just this brand. If you're flushing twice, then you had a big moment in there. You had a lot of business to take care of. I don't think that's super unique. Usually it doesn't try and get everything in waves. It's usually all at once.
3 million of the devices after getting reports of...
You'll never have to flush again in your life.
And 14
True.
injuries. People cause it to burst. But with a leak like this, he says it could have exploded in a public place with stronger water pressure.
Case in point, perhaps Paul, the Dunkin' Donuts poo-poo toilet exploding victim, was a victim of one of these. Maybe they had one of these toilets in the facility and that's what blew up. So maybe he wasn't like a geyser of feces and urine. Maybe he had just shit. This blew up, he panicked, and then, like, all these pieces start hitting the water and splashing poop and urine on him. Perhaps.
And I'm going to post the affected serial numbers on our website.
Maybe this just saves some people in chat's life. If you have one of these toilets, or maybe you should check if you have one of these toilets just in case. Imagine. There's one guy in chat right now profusely sweating. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Wait, I have one of those. I don't have a low flow device. I don't have a low flow toilet. Oh, God. It's sprinting to the bathroom, but he doesn't get there in time, and it just blows up. He's sent back from the shockwave. You can get $18 million, though? Oh, from the class action? So, I mean, I guess maybe this is plausible for what happened to Paul here. But I don't think it would cover you in the contents of it. Not based on those explosions, since it was in, like, the tank. Either way, interesting case. Good luck, Paul. I hope you win. I don't think that's what happened because employees said it happened to other customers before. Oh, good point. Yeah, that theory wouldn't work because apparently the employees said that other customers had experienced something similar. Like, it wasn't the first time. You're right. Why didn't the other customers sue? Probably too tired. Maybe first thing in the morning. They went to Dunkin', got covered in poop, and they're like, whatever. I'm going home. I have no idea. I don't know how this happens more than once. There's another Florida toilet explosion from 2019 after a woman's toilet blew up after lightning struck her septic after lightning struck her septic tank, sparking the methane gas inside and blowing the toilet up into pieces. That is a sign. That is absolutely some kind of divine moment, a smiting, if you will.
Got hit by lightning, causing a toilet to explode over the weekend. Experts say the explosion was
Jeepers.
all part of a dangerous reaction. CBS 4 News
Zoinks.
has the details.
Because it just boom.
Mary Lou Ward of Gulf Cove grateful no one was sitting.
Yeah, it really blew that bitch up.
Hundreds of pieces Sunday morning.
Yeah, that's a lot.
The porcelain is very.
Today there were a handful of moments that went viral on Twitter from the Young Thug trial that's ongoing. And I really want to talk about them. I need to make it clear right away. I know next to nothing about the Young Thug trial. I don't know what the particulars of the case are, what he's being accused of, what he's potentially facing. I don't really have a clue, but you don't need to know the lore behind why the trial is happening to understand why these moments are so wacky. I'm going to go ahead and start by showing you what I believe is potentially one of the biggest head-scratcher moments the American justice system has ever heard.
Regardless is less than 1% of this whole indictment. This reminds me of this anime named Bleach, where it's 16 seasons. Every episode is about 18, 20 episodes. Sorry, every season is 18 to 20 episodes. And they have season 4 and 5. They have these bouts. They're villains of the whole thing in season 4 and season 5. The main characters are trying to get them out of soul society.
Pardon the interruption. I'm not trying to jump scare you here, nor am I trying to intrude on this passionate speech about the Bount arc from Bleach, but I think it's important because I imagine most of you haven't seen what she's referring to, and God bless you, keep it that way. The Bount arc in Bleach is regarded by many, myself included, as one of the worst arcs in all of anime. It's basically about vampires that get introduced out of nowhere and then leave out of nowhere, never to be addressed again. It is a garbage filler arc that serves only to waste your time and insult your intelligence. It is truly trash. And I'm one of those poor souls that endured the torture of watching it. I didn't know the Bount arc was filler. So I subjected myself to that almost never-ending nightmare. So when she brought up the Bount arc here, it was like an old wound reopening and then having salt poured in it. I had a repressed memory come forefront and then like post-traumatic stress disorder as a result because she brought up the Bount arc in this fucking trial for some reason. Now, she is representing someone else who is involved in this case. His name is Rodalius Ryan, and the way she's trying to weave in the anime reference with the point she's trying to make is interesting.
You go to season 6, you don't hear about the bounce. You go to season 7, you don't hear about the bounce. Why don't you hear about these important characters? Because they're filler characters. It's a filler season. Me and Dahlia's, we're fillers. We're not integral to the story. They just drag him out of prison to jail to make this bigger than it has to be. We're basically distractions. So, as a juror, what can you do to tell the state we're not going to be distracted? We don't need to listen to filler. You come back at the end of this with a not guilty for Regardless Ryan. You tell them we do not want to waste our time on fillers. We just want to get to substance. So I guess sit back, enjoy the show, get some popcorn, because this is not justice, this is a circus. Thank you.
I find that closing remark, "this isn't justice, this is a circus," hits even harder since it follows an entire speech about anime in a legal setting. Like, she isn't wrong. This has set the dial from serious all the way to silly. We have cranked that shit up now. We're talking anime. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is how I imagine a Discord trial might go. You have Judge Wumpus presiding over a case, slamming the gavel. Order! Order! Huh. Interesting. Tipping a fedora. This reminds me of that time in Naruto when Rock Lee took off those training weights against Gaara. Am I right? Isn't that right, jury? Like, it's just... It has taken anime and put it in a setting where it shouldn't be. This is a very professional spot that deals with people's lives. Like, you're there to represent your client, and you're using anime in your opening statements here, I think is probably the wrong move here on the chessboard. Not the strongest opening. Based on how she sums up her opening statements, it seems like the point she's trying to get across is that her client is not important in the overall case, thus their presence is only there to serve as a distraction or inflating everything. Thus, you know, it's filler, like Bleach Bound Arc. Now, for the next clip I'd like to show you, you're going to have to really open up your ears here because the audio on it is some dog ass. It's pretty bad. For some reason, quite a few times throughout the trial, the audio would just get really fucked up.
But to Jeffrey, thug had a different meaning. Now, some of you read books about Tupac and what it meant to be thug life. Thug life, the hate you give little infants, Fs, everyone. Meaning discrimination and racism hurts all of us. We teach that to our kids.
Now, this is Young Thug's lawyer, and right now he is trying to get into the kitchen with a ton of ingredients and start cooking. And the recipe that he's following, well, it's got some interesting flavor to it, to say the least, with the direction that this dish ends up going.
That was not what thug meant to Jeffrey. Thug meant and means to Jeffrey something very personal. It was his path. If he could ever make it as a musical artist and help his family, himself, and his many others out of this endless cycle of hopelessness, he would be truly humble under God. That's what thug means.
I tried my best to edit out the long pauses he takes. I don't know if he's like a classically trained actor or something, or he's auditioning for a thespian troupe. I don't really know. But he takes these like long, really dramatic pauses mid-sentence, and it just dragged everything so long. My theory is that the reason he keeps pausing and stopping for a little bit is because he's stalling for time so he can continue to come up with something in his noodle up here, and he eventually comes up with a banger. He ties it into... This is not what thug actually means to Jeffrey, Jeffrey being Young Thug's real name. He then says the thug stands for truly humbled under God. And when I heard him say that, I did one of these. I actually just shot back. I was like, wow, he fucking did it. He pulled off a miracle. Like, I could imagine, like, the jury standing up and clapping like, man, that was so moving, wiping tears from their eyes. Truly humbled under God. Now it all makes sense. Like, it's such an incredible Hail Mary play from the lawyer here. Obviously, this is a bunch of fish paste. the thug in Young Thug doesn't stand for anything. It's not an abbreviation. That wouldn't make any sense. Let's just play ball with this idea here, this fantasy that it stands for Truly Humbled Under God. That would mean his name would be Young Truly Humbled Under God. That would be his artist name. That is nonsensical. But it was a really interesting tactic here, a very odd strategy that I couldn't help but appreciate. Like, I found it impressive. To go to this level of, like, on-the-spot thinking to try and just pull something out of your ass is admirable. I unironically love that strategy. I think it's just a banger. It makes me want to give it a try. Like, the moist on my shirt, it stands for Mopey Outlook is super terrible. And it's all about having a mopey attitude is a bad thing, and we gotta turn that frown upside down. It's all about a positive outlook, baby. And actually, that's a perfect segue into another thing Young Thug's lawyer tried to pull off in the trial today. It's another very incredible strategy.
And the indictment that the prosecution had the grand jury return says he's holding up a blood sign, and that furthers this conspiracy. There's nothing wrong with holding up a blood sign, but that's not a blood sign. The blood sign is like this. It looks like a B. That is a P. Jeffrey's fingers are down. And what you'll learn is that Jeffrey just released with Sergio Kitchens, performed known as Gunna, a song that is wildly popular. It's around the globe. It's called Pushing P. And it's positivity. It means any circumstance you're in, if you think positively about something, you can make it through. You're pushing positivity. You're pushing P. Jeffrey is showing the P.
If ever there was a time for a standing ovation in court, it would be right then. This guy, in front of all of humanity and God, went out there and said, actually, what you're looking at is a P with his hands, and it references pushing P, which stands for pushing positivity. That is so good. That is so fun. What a fucking W. Like, I'm sure most of you remember pushing P from like a year or so ago. I never fully understood exactly what it meant. I believe, like, the main usage was pushing P references, like, pursuing success while still maintaining integrity, like being loyal to the people that you care about, that you're close with, like your friends, like never forgetting where you came from while pursuing success. Which, I guess in a way, you could argue that pushing P is pushing positivity, I suppose, though I don't think the P ever stood for positivity, ever. But from this point forward, if I ever see pushing P again, that's immediately where my head's going. From now on, if I see pushing P, I'll be like, oh, pushing positivity, I get it. All because of this lawyer. I don't know how these interesting strategies will pan out in court for Young Thug and everyone else on trial. I don't know anything about the case. All I know is that these clips from today's trial are really interesting, to say the least. I just had to share them. I had to talk about them a little bit. I guess we'll see how it all plays out. That's really about it. See ya. Alright, let's read about this Casetify stuff. Dbrand is suing Casetify for ripping off its teardown designs. Dbrand claims it caught Casetify using its transparent style designs in its own line of device cases. Dbrand, the device skin company known for trolling brands like Sony and Nintendo, is waging a legal battle of its own. The company suing rival Casetify over claims it blatantly copied Dbrand's teardown device skins and cases, which are made to look like the internals of whatever phone, tablet, or laptop you've purchased from them. It's also introducing some new X-ray skins on the same day it's revealing the lawsuit. I'm not a huge phone case guy, so I don't know these names. Let me look up Dbrand real quick. Let me see their work. They must be pretty big, right? Dbrand's pretty massive, and I'm guessing Casetify's like the big boy. Showing the Dbrand Easter eggs Dbrand hid inside their design that was stolen by Casetify. Oh, so they planted little landmines, little gotchas in there. Ooh, that's very interesting then. So they caught him red-handed. It's on Dbrand's Twitter. Okay, let me pull that up then. Dbrand first revealed its teardown products in 2019 in partnership with Jerry Rig Everything, a YouTuber who breaks down new devices and sometimes even gives them transparent mods. The teardown skins and cases make it look as if you've taken your entire device apart and slapped on a transparent backing, when in reality, it's just a vinyl decal or a case you slot your phone into. It's a cool design. I think that's nice. Casetify allegedly took all of this work to use on its own phone cases. It all started when Casetify launched a similar line of phone cases called Inside Parts. Very uninspired. Teardown is a much better name. That is lame as fuck. Inside Parts? They spent 2 minutes on that. You could have come up with something so much cooler. Maybe like innards? Bowels is stupid. That's really dumb. But something better than Inside Parts, for sure. Big thanks to Displate for sponsoring today's video. Displate is one-of-a-kind metal posters that are designed to capture your unique passions. So you can see Matt fanning through a couple of them behind me. They look extraordinary. So they're durable, magnet-mounted, sturdy. They can withstand a lifetime of staring. They're super easy to set up and mount. And you can customize them, you can collect them, you can rearrange them however you want. They have over 1 million designs available for everyone, including official designs from brands like some of the ones you're seeing behind me. There's just so many options, and again, you can customize them as well, which is always a lot of fun too. So it's all high quality designs printed onto the metal and hand signed by their master of production. They're unique, easy, and safe, and it only takes about 20 seconds. There's no need to drill anything into your walls. All you need to do is wipe the wall with a cleaning wipe, and then stick the protective leaf, place the magnet, and then put the display on the wall. It's super easy, super quick. So if you're interested in getting some high quality disc plates for your office or any room in your house or anything, you can click the link in the description below. There's right now a Black Friday deal going on, so you can get 35% off 1 to 2 disc plates, 39% off 3 to 4 disc plates, or 44% off 5 or more disc plates. You can click the link in the description below for that deal, or use code MOIST at Displate's website. Again, huge thanks for sponsoring. Which similarly puts an image of the components inside your phone on the outside. However, users noticed something wasn't quite right with the designs. In March, one user on X pointed out that Casetify appeared to be reusing the image of the same internals across different phone models, which means they didn't accurately represent the insides of each device they were sold for. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that probably just a coincidence. I'm sure that's easily explainable by Casetify. Piss puddlers unite. Find Jesus, my friend. What the fuck is a piss puddler? This looks pretty hard to fight. Like, how do you even argue against this? It's just a direct rip of it. Hear me out. Maybe one lazy dev and not the company's intent. Nah, what? No, what? Absolutely not. In a company the size of Casetify, at least giving it the old eyeball test, I'm not familiar with phone case brands, like I said, I'm just learning about them. Casetify seems huge. You can't just have one guy, like, brute force through a design. That has to go through 1,000 different pipelines. Dbrand called out Casetify's apparent gaffe in a video posted on Twitter, which shows how Casetify seems to have recycled the same design across Apple, Samsung, Google devices with a mocking caption reading, "Inside Parts." Did they also do the SpongeBob picture with it? Like, bent over and all of that? Just months after Dbrand posted its response to Casetify, the company came back with a new line of transparent style phone cases called Inside Out. This time, the images are consistent with the devices the cases are made for, and Dbrand claims that because Casetify stole its designs... Oh, and Dbrand claims that's because Casetify stole its designs. However, Dbrand alleges Casetify also attempted to conceal the copycats by rearranging parts of the design to make them look slightly different, which is what they just showed here, yeah. There's some pretty strong evidence backing up Dbrand's accusations. Dbrand spotted many Easter eggs it planted within its own designs on Casetify's Inside Out products. That includes the RO807 tag, which alludes to Dbrand's tagline as a brand run by robots, as well as the Jerry Rig Everything catchphrase, "Glass is glass and glass breaks." Oh, what the fuck? This is checkmate. This is like, this is over. This is a full-blown scholar's mate. There is absolutely no way of, like, disputing this anymore. It's just right there. There's even more. How many Easter eggs did they plant in here? Very cute, and it turned out to be a great decision. After scrutinizing the images of the cases on Casetify's website and even ordering some to confirm its suspicions, Dbrand discovered Casetify allegedly copied 117 different designs down to the many digital manipulations it made to the images. Dbrand says it holds registered copyrights for each of these products, all of which were registered before Casetify's launch. If Casetify had simply created their own teardown-esque design from scratch, we wouldn't have anything to take issue with, CEO Adam Ijaz tells The Verge. We're under no illusion that Dbrand owns the idea of taking apart phones and scanning them. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. The fact of the matter is that they repurposed our existing designs for their products, then went to great lengths to conceal their illegitimate appropriation of our work. That's why instead of issuing a cease and desist order, Dbrand is hitting Casetify with a federal lawsuit in Canadian court, where the company is based, seeking 8 figures in damages. It hasn't given Casetify any warning either, so you can see the case in question right now from the company's website and draw your own conclusions. Is there any other conclusion to draw? I can't think of a single argument why they would have why they would have Easter eggs from Dbrand in their work, and it being the exact same design just flipped around. Is it possible to draw another conclusion? I'll rephrase. Brain rot on Twitter. Is there a such thing as a Casetify enthusiast that is so rotted and blinded that they're defending it? With like an actual argument, or no? So this is another one that Dbrand posted. Exhibit A, the phrase glass is glass and glass breaks. This is a catchphrase coined by Teardown co-creator Zach Jerry Rig. I'm assuming that's Jerry Rig everything. This tagline does not exist on the internal hardware of any smartphone, yet somehow appears on Casetify's product. They even have it lower resolution, so what must have happened is they just downloaded a JPEG of this and then like downloaded it 50 other times while like trying to fabricate it, and the compression just got fucked. So they got like the lowest quality JPEG of this that they put on their stuff. So there's another Easter egg that happens to be on their work. And another one, Exhibit B. Full montage here. The digits 1111, 1111, or the digits 111111, this is a reference to our founding date, November 11th, 2011. This date does not exist on the ribbon cable of any smartphone, yet somehow appears on Casetify's products. No, that could be explained easily. Binary, perhaps. This may not correlate to a date. This may just be binary code. I could see a perfectly sound argument for that. Exhibit C is the RO807, which we already looked at. Exhibit D. Man, they have so many. This has got to be the most dead-to-right case I've ever seen. Exhibit D. The all-seeing eye. This is a symbol we often use as evidenced by both the favicon of our website and the Dbrand Pyramid PC built by Linus Tech. This symbol is not present on the battery of any smartphone, yet somehow appears on Casetify's product. And again, it's like the lowest quality version of it. Literally looks like a 4-year-old scribbled it on. Where do they even... This one doesn't even look like they just downloaded it and fucked the compression over time. This one looks like they deliberately made it as hieroglyphic-esque as possible. But in that case, why even bother? You could have just not had it on there. They're literal screenshots. They even cropped some incorrectly. But how can you even get a screenshot to look this bad when you're transferring it onto the product? You'd have to really try to make it look this atrocious. Exhibit E. 1111 watt hours. The 1111 watt hours, this, again, a reference to our founding date. This erroneous watt hour metric is not on the battery of any smartphone, yet somehow appears on Casetify's product. I mean, you can't even defend it. They took photos of their monitor. Oh, wait, you might be right. That would explain this one. This one does actually look like they took a photo of their monitor while it's all glossy and shit, so you can't make it out super well. That would explain how they got this. Wonder why they would steal it. I think the reason would be obvious. It's a successful phone case, it seems. So they just capitalize off it, and then instead of doing any kind of R&D work to make like a comparable teardown, they just copy it. It feels like it'd take the same amount of effort. I don't know, man. I don't know what goes into like actual phone case making stuff. But this is like an almost $1 billion company, I think, Casetify, right? Surely this didn't save them too much on the bottom line. Let me see. Oh, 300 million in revenue last year for Casetify. Massive company. Absolutely massive. They probably didn't know it was patented. Brother, even if it wasn't patented, you still can't just blatantly rip off another company's design. That's like the biggest no-no ever. Like, you can't just infringe on shit like that. You can't patent an image. He meant copyright. I know what he meant. Did you ever stop to think that maybe they just made an oopsie? 117 oopsies from the sound of it. So, they might just be real quirky. Very clumsy. On their video, they said they spent around 10,000 hours making the cases. If you watch the videos, you can see a time lapse of them dotting the cases. In the Jerry Rig Everything video. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like I said, I don't know what all goes into case making, but I can't imagine like it's a super easy process. D-Brand and Jerry Rig Everything aren't the only people they stole designs from. There are already others coming out with their own cases. Look at Jerry's Twitter. Oh yeah, I can't imagine this is their first and only time. They just happen to fly a little too close to the sun with the blatant theft, and now they're getting caught. Yeah, I have no doubt they probably stole tons and tons of designs. I've been more into lawsuits than Saul Goodman recently. I've become such a huge lawsuit enthusiast over the last, 6 or so months. Not me, issuing lawsuits, I've still never done that. Though, with all the stories I've read, that could be a very interesting branch of content, just frivolously filing lawsuits to see how it goes, I guess. Because apparently no one ever gets punished for doing that. Best example is the classic, silly Billy Mitchell, the video game player of the century who files a new lawsuit anytime someone makes a joke about him being a cheater. And I'm not using the word allegedly, Billy. You are a scumbag cheater, and I hope you lose all of your ongoing lawsuits, brother. But anyway, enough bravado here and lat spreading on Billy Mitchell, celebrating every single L that he keeps taking, and will most likely continue to keep taking. Let's focus on what I want to talk about. I have really enjoyed diving into the most outrageous, most unhinged lawsuits imaginable. And last night, I found the magnum opus. This is the craziest lawsuit I've ever even been made aware of. There was a lawsuit I covered a couple years ago where there was a Twitch viewer who was suing Twitch because they were showing him female streamers and he couldn't stop jerking off, so he was suing for millions of dollars worth of damages, claiming it's immoral that Twitch would have these, female streamers doing suggestive things and it forces him to masturbate or whatever. And that, to me, for a while, was probably one of the most entertainingly awful lawsuits I'd read about. But what I read last night actually beats it. A man in Australia filed a lawsuit against a hospital for $1 billion Australian dollars, which converts to about 643 million freedom bucks. And the reason he was suing this hospital is because he watched his wife give birth. He believed that what he had witnessed there was basically a war crime, like a violation of his human rights and a complete failure on that hospital's duty of care to him to make sure that he didn't see that. He was upset because the hospital not only allowed him to watch his wife's birth via C-section, but also encouraged it. Which to me doesn't sound like anything weird from the hospital. I mean, they call it the miracle of childbirth for a reason. Plus, if he wasn't allowed to watch it, I feel like that would be a huge problem. Being denied access to your wife during the most important moment of your relationship, I imagine would actually be grounds for a lawsuit. Most people, I would imagine, would want to be there with their partner to comfort and be able to take part in the gift of life, I guess. But this guy believed that they should have shielded his eyes and plugged his ears or something, and the fact that they didn't caused him psychotic illness. And he believes he's entitled to at least $1 billion Australian dollars in damages. Did you hear about the man suing a hospital for $642 million after watching his wife's C-section and said it gave him a psychotic illness? You've got my attention. You undersold this. He's actually suing the hospital for $643 million. Man tries to sue a hospital for $643 million after he was encouraged to watch his wife's C-section. A man in Australia accused a hospital in Melbourne of causing him to develop a psychotic illness after he watched his wife undergo a cesarean section. Interesting. 643 million clams. Anil Coppola tried to sue the Royal Women's Hospital for letting him watch his wife's birth via C-section in 2018. He unsuccessfully sought 1 billion Australian dollars, which is 643 million. A judgment on the lawsuit filed in the Supreme Court of Victoria in Melbourne last week shows. How could this have not worked? What went wrong? Mr. Coppola's wife that day had a healthy baby delivered by cesarean section. Mr. Coppola alleges that he was encouraged or permitted to observe the delivery, that in the course of doing so he saw his wife's internal organs and blood, and that the experience caused the onset of a psychotic illness. He says the hospital breached the duty of care it owed to him and is liable to pay him damages. The hospital admits that it owed to him a duty of care, but denied that it breached it and does not accept that he suffered any injury. In his amended statement of the claim on October 22nd, Mr. Coppola, who is self-represented, that sounds about right. That tracks. Assessed his damages for psychological injury at $1 billion. Isn't this so cringe? The human body is so cringe that C-sections are pretty common because we're not developed enough, we haven't evolved enough to make birthing efficient. So oftentimes they have to deliver the baby through the stomach. Evolution just is... It's got to catch up. We've got to redefine the meta. Birthing should be like the most efficient thing humans are good at. It's like the whole purpose of being an organism. To reproduce. I was just talking to my mom about that. That is an interesting conversation to have with your mom, but yeah, it is a fascinating anomaly why we haven't evolved to be better at it. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, 32.1% of all baby deliveries in the U.S. in 2021 were cesarean section. Wow. Coppola filed the lawsuit several years after the operation, saying it caused the onset of a psychotic illness that led to a breakdown of his marriage. Yeah, that was the reason. The reason me and my wife broke up is because I had to watch her get a C-section and I've never been the same. I couldn't look at her the same way. She grossed me out. It was so fucking yucky. I hated her for it. And I hated the hospital for making me see her like that. I've seen her inside and out. Yeah, stared into the abyss. Coppola chose to represent himself in court, where Justice James Gorton dismissed the suit and deemed the claim an abuse of process. I would agree with that. Did he give him like a big speech like, listen, goofball, this is ridiculous. Go home. Get out of my court. If men could birth, would you rather birth an NFL football out of your brown eye or a U.S. quarter out of your one eye? What a philosophical inquiry. I don't know. If I could, if I had to give birth right now and I got to choose, I'd probably try and do it like Majin Buu. So I'd vomit up the creature. I'd really rather not tear my whole ass out or anything like that. That's Piccolo. No, Majin Buu did that too, right? When he vomited out into Super Buu? Or am I misremembering? The trial proceedings included a medical examination of Coppola, with the panel concluding the degree of psychiatric impairment did not satisfy the threshold level, according to the judgment. Lawsuits that are seeking damage for non-economic losses, such as this one, require that an injury is significant, the judgment said. With regards to the medical panel's conclusion, Coppola said he disagreed with it, though the judgment said he was unable to agitate the correctness of it. I can't believe he didn't get $1 billion out of this, because he watched his wife's C-section, and then they got a divorce 3 years later. I want to see if this was televised. I'd love to see how he defended himself. Unfortunately, no footage exists of how this panned out, but man, I would really like to hear some of his arguments. No, listen, Your Honor, you don't understand. A baby came out from her tummy. I can't sleep anymore. I can't even look at her anymore. It's why our marriage fell apart, damn it. It's the hospital's fault for letting me see such a thing. I also love the confidence and delusion to ask for $1 billion from this. Our marriage was so good, Your Honor, you don't understand. It was worth at least $1 billion in order to make up for all of this hardship. I can't believe this. How could they be so cruel to let me see my child being born? No, damn you. Now, obviously, I think this is one of those cases where someone knows that it's ridiculous, but they try anyway and hope to settle out of court. So they go for like this alarmingly huge number and then try and like negotiate behind closed doors to just squash it. But with something this outlandish, that was never even in the cards. This is such a bogus baloney claim that it never even made it anywhere and never stood a chance either. I think there is a 0% chance that this guy is permanently scarred for life after watching his wife give birth. Like, I understand C-sections are a little scary. Like, I know what they are. Now, granted, I've never seen one in person, so maybe it's different in the Thunderdome. Maybe I'd see it and also just have a full-blown breakdown, my universe crumbles around me, and it fucks me up for life. But even in that case, I still don't think I'd ever win a case for $1 billion because of that. I think that's a hard sell right there. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this one a little bit because this one had me giggling. This is probably this has to be among the largest asks for a lawsuit based on legitimately nothing. So yeah, just wanted to talk about this a bit. That's it. So yeah. I have just got to give an update to the wackiest trial that's ever been broadcast. It finally concluded, and goodness gracious, geez Louise, I tell ya, what an adventure. Since the invention of video technology, we've been building up to a moment like this. This is why video exists. To capture this public trial, Gwyneth Paltrow versus Terry Sanderson. It's a legal battle where Terry Sanderson insists that Gwyneth Paltrow hit him on a skiing slope 7 years ago and it left him, debilitatingly injured, like a brain injury, turned him into a shut-in, this and that, and he was looking for $3 million in damages, which got thrown out pretty quickly. They wiped their ass with that whole case, saying that, this wasn't a hit and run, but then he came back for round 2 looking for the sloppy seconds and came after her again, this time for $300,000 in damages, and this time it made it all the way to court, and thank God for that because we got to watch it live. In response, Gwyneth Paltrow was countersuing for $1. A single dollar. Like Mr. Krabs with me millionth dollar. She was coming after him for a single buck. One clam. Though I do think he'd also be responsible for covering her attorney fees. So realistically, it's more than $1, but the damages she was pursuing was $1 single. The verdict is in. I don't want to spoil anything from this anime, but I would like to show you a couple Terry Sanderson best of moments real quick, just to give you like a brief appetizer to wet your whistle on just how crazy this trial was.
Do you recall saying that you agreed that saying I'm famous was a crazy thing to say? Agree?
Absolutely, it's not me. I don't buy into that.
But it was you, right? Just to be clear. When you say it wasn't me, it was in fact you.
It's the other personality that's inhabiting my body right now.
And you blame Gwyneth Paltrow for that?
Yes. No question.
This case now turned into a demonic possession type deal going on right now. Terry's got spirits inside of his body that sometimes take control of it, I guess. Because it wasn't him that sent that email about, I'm famous. It was a different personality living with inside Terry right there, working him like a fucking puppet, I guess. Terry does deliver some very important entertainment to the trial. However, the real stars of the show are undoubtedly the lawyers for Paltrow and for Terry. I'm convinced that this had to be some kind of social experiment conducted by the Impractical Jokers, and they were using actors for these lawyer roles because, Jesus Christ, I really felt like they were just feeding them these questions. The lawyer for Terry, she was pretty much a huge Gwyneth Paltrow fan and was just asking softball questions and conversation starters, literal small talk that you'd see from like Ask Reddit advice on how to talk to like your celebrity crush. And then the lawyer for Gwyneth Paltrow, that man you saw at the end of the clip, that guy I'm pretty sure didn't even know where he was half the time. It was a complete circus. But I want to focus mainly just on Terry, and you'll see why in a little bit.
This is obviously an issue that someone needs to be accountable for. And if they're never accountable, what are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the molesting of young children on an island.
Your Honor,
denial.
This is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about...
Sustained as to relevance.
The last part, the jury should disregard.
This is really Terry's most iconic moment here, referencing Epstein's Island and putting himself as like the hero that could stop all of this if he only wins the lawsuit against Gwyneth Paltrow, basically. He hypes himself up like the fucking Batman who's standing up to her to put a kibosh on her hitting people on the slopes, as well as, like, you know, not letting it spiral out of control where kids start getting molested on an island. Now, like I said, I would wager a guess Gwyneth Paltrow has probably flown on Epstein's airline. Half of Hollywood has. Bunch of fucking evil weirdos out there. But it also has no relevance to the case at all in a fucking skiing accident and figuring out who was at fault. Now, I mentioned at the beginning, Terry was claiming he suffered huge injuries from this thing. Traumatic injuries, you know, debilitating stuff that, you know, made him a shut-in because he was afraid to go outside now after experiencing such pain. Well, that got called into question in a big way. I'll just give you a little montage of all of the pictures that Terry took over the last few years since the incident of him traveling the world and doing pretty intense things like fucking parasailing. So they start poking holes in that claim of, you were so injured that it turned you into a shut-in, yet literally, you know, not even a full year later, you're already back skiing, you're parasailing, you're riding mopeds, you're going fucking hog wild.
After the collision... up in the ski resorts, or what is this?
Yeah, about a year later. I think I was just walking up in the hills above my house.
Okay, page 63. Is this you skiing after the collision? Is this you on a camel?
It is.
What country?
It's Morocco, because the Kia had Morocco heritage.
Let's go to 84. Is that you in front of something cool?
Yes, one of millions of temples in Thailand.
Is that you?
It is, yes.
Poster boy for fitness at age 75. Would you agree? Driving range, right?
Yes.
80. Is this you? Are you in this river cruise, river boat?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Page 81. Did someone you were with or you go parish sailing?
This was in Switzerland.
It seems Terry has traveled more than Jackie Chan did in Around the World in 80 Days. Terry has been everywhere and done everything, fucking parasailing. You know, all of that's super cool, but you have to keep in mind, this was post, you know, Armageddon here, where he claimed that ski accident with Gwyneth Paltrow was debilitating, changed his whole life, turned him into a shut-in, left him with permanent injuries, and yet he was still super active doing, like, physically demanding things, like going skiing again not long after the collision, fucking parasailing. That's a little interesting. So they kind of grilled Terry, and I want to make it clear, it's not like Gwyneth Paltrow did an amazing job either. It's not like her team was like fucking crack shot ace detectives, and it's not like she looked like some kind of genius saint up there or anything. But surprisingly, she looked sane in comparison to the rest of the circus around her, which is crazy because she fucking founded Goop, which is literally one of the stupidest goddamn things on the planet. I will still never get over her, this smells like my vagina candle scam. Very fraudulent, bad business practice there, because that smelled nothing like pussy. And certainly not hers. Absolutely not. But again, she wasn't amazing, but compared to the rest, she did enough. I'll go ahead and show you the verdict now.
Paltrow at fault? No. Was Gwyneth Paltrow's fault a cause of Terry Sanderson's harm? Oh, skip that.
There's just no response there.
Okay. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? Yes. Was Terry Sanderson's fault a cause Gwyneth Paltrow's Did Terry Sanderson's fault cause Gwyneth Paltrow's harm? Yes. Comparative fault. What % of the fault do you assign to Terry Sanderson? 100%. Damages. What amount fairly compensates Gwyneth Paltrow for economic damages? $1. Signed March 30th, 2023.
I love how if you listen closely, you can hear a subtle whisper when she says awarded like $1 in damages. Someone goes, nice. Which is fucking cute, I guess. Yeah, Gwyneth Paltrow won the case. Shocker. If you watch this unfold, I think you knew this was coming. This was one hell of a trial. Like, wowee. What a ball game. Now, don't be upset, Terry Sanderson fans. After the trial concluded, he was interviewed outside, and he was in very high spirits. He was even asked about a reality TV show, if he'd be open to something like that. Which, of course, you know, being the humble, not narcissistic gentleman that he is, he said, "Oh, no, I don't think so. I don't think I'll do a reality TV show. No way. Get out of town." But I'm not too sure. We might see more of Terry Sanderson in the limelight after this whole debacle here. But anyway, I just wanted to give a little update to all of this because this was so silly. This was so fucking silly. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Right now, Gwyneth Paltrow is locked in a legal battle that I think has to be the most unhinged court case I have ever had the privilege of watching live. It's such a blessing. It really feels like this is a parody of the legal system, like it's some kind of old college humor skit about how court works, because I just can't believe this is real. Like, watching this Gwyneth Paltrow court case is like experiencing an episode of Psychosis without ever doing any kind of drugs or anything. It's baffling. Before even getting into the actual specifics of it, I just want to, lay the groundwork real quick. She's getting sued by someone named Terry over a ski incident that happened in 2016 where Terry's claiming she ran into him and caused a brain injury as well as other injuries and is seeking damages from that. And Gwyneth Paltrow is saying, no, she's wiggling her finger and saying, that's not what happened, Terry hit me. So now she's countersuing for $1. She's looking for $1 in damages as a result of all of this. So already the case itself is delivering on the goofiness, but what elevates this and brings it to a higher level and turns that dial from goofy, blowing all the way past wacky, and even teetering on silly, is the fact that the two lawyers that are representing them feel like they've never practiced law in their entire life. I wouldn't be surprised to learn this is their first case, or that this is all just one big publicity stunt and these are two actors pretending to be lawyers.
This is about 11. She hears, suddenly she sees, and a man comes up right behind her. It's like they begin falling to the right, and he hits down side and his head, and so she's pulling. Now, he's like, I know the whole thing. Younger woman, not younger, young. Does that say said? I can't read it.
Now, I know it's not exactly fair to do a little supercut here of his explanation of the situation, but if you just watch the whole thing, it's not much clearer. It really feels like he's trying to recall a nightmare he had after taking NyQuil. Like, he's just trying to recall this dream, and he's not getting it across clearly. Like, even my cat was confused. Like, she came in here and jumped up while I was watching this live, and must have overheard some of his explanation, and then immediately just got the fuck away and went over there, and it's been hanging out ever since. The thing is, like, he's presenting like he's nervous. He is actually delivering his side of the situation like I would deliver a class project back in college, where I'm presenting to the class and I've got the butterflies in my tummy, so I'm fumbling all my words, I can't get any of my thoughts out clearly. Like, it just does seem that he has a problem with public speaking, which I've never really seen from a lawyer before. And it's not like his opposing lawyer, his opponent here in this legal combat, is any better. In fact, she seems like she's just more of a fangirl of Gwyneth Paltrow, and all of her questions are just kind of conversation starters for small talk between them. And keep in mind, this lawyer is representing Terry, so she's supposed to be grilling Gwyneth Paltrow and trying to, like, prove that Terry's the one that's telling the truth and he deserves to win the case. But when I listen to her statements, it really just feels like she's, like, internally freaking out because she's getting to meet and talk with Gwyneth Paltrow. It's so weird.
Good friends with Taylor Swift? No.
Overruled?
You're not good friends with Taylor Swift.
I would not say we're good friends. We are friendly. I've taken my kids to one of her concerts before, but we don't talk very often.
You've never given Miss Swift personal, intimate gifts for Christmas?
Your Honor, relevance, or I
Sustained
would
as
like
to
a
relevance?
bench trial.
Well, she's just said that she wasn't friends with her, so I'm inquiring on that.
I was half expecting this lawyer to then turn around and say, if you give me some free Taylor Swift tickets, I'll go ahead and drop this whole case right now and throw Terry to the fucking wolves here. Like, these interactions don't lead to anything. I tried to get the context on what the fuck the thought process here even was with bringing up Taylor Swift out of the blue. And it's apparently because Taylor Swift also did some kind of lawsuit for like $1 in damages as a countersuit back in like 2017 or some shit. But it's still completely irrelevant to the whole case here. It doesn't really serve a purpose to try and establish a connection between Gwyneth Paltrow and Taylor Swift, because that has nothing to do with getting to the bottom of this ski incident and who's at fault and who should be awarded the damages. Now, while we don't know who's fully at fault for the ski incident right now, I do know that you're at fault for bad fashion choices if you decide to miss out on the new Moist Global Swamp Core line. It's our new swamp wear, very Duck Dynasty-esque, beautiful garbs. Every time the lawyers ask questions, it just reminds me of that scene from Godzilla 2014 where he says, "Let them fight," referring to the kaijus. But instead of it being giant monsters here, it's giant fucking weirdos. Everyone involved in this case is weird. You all know I'm not a big fan of Gwyneth Paltrow and Goop in particular. I think Goop is downright dangerous at times and at best extremely stupid. In fact, I'm surprised she hasn't gone to trial for her scam of a candle, "This Smells Like My Vagina." I made a whole review on that candle, and I promise you, no vagina has ever smelled like that candle. It was fraudulent. It was misleading advertisement. It was completely false. It did not smell like her vagina, and I'm very confident. In fact, I might even go for a lawsuit to see if they can put Gwyneth Paltrow's pussy on the stand so we can all smell it and compare it to her candle, but that's a can of worms for a different day. Point is, I'm not a Gwyneth Paltrow fan, and Terry went on the stand today, and after hearing him, I'm certainly not a Terry fan. I don't know who's at fault here. Gwyneth Paltrow moves around and acts like an evil rich supervillain, so I definitely do think there's a chance that she is the one that just blasted Terry because she's not good at skiing and then had no empathy and left him there. That's super possible, but I also think it's equally possible that Terry is a shitty skier and a pathological liar who has been chasing this potential bag for 7 years, because originally he was seeking $3.1 million in damages, but it got thrown out due to them ruling it wasn't a hit and run, so he came back and is doing it again, but this time for a lower amount of $300,000 in damages. So it really feels like both people are fucking weird. But before showing you Terry, I want to show you one more best of moment from Gwyneth Paltrow's lawyer, who tries to see if they can bring in treats for the bailiffs.
This private security for my client wanted to bring in treats for the bailiffs for how helpful they've been. So I wanted to do that transparently and see if there are any objections.
We object. Okay. There's an objection.
Okay, so I will let them know.
Let them know thank you, but no thank you.
I mean, he should have asked us first, frankly.
It hasn't been done.
I know, he should have asked us first. We could talk about it, but he just sprung it on us now. So we object.
What'd you find out about the jury?
This guy actually feels like a camp counselor and they're on a school field trip or something. Like, holy shit. So the treats were shot down. They put the kibosh on that. But they were open to negotiate. In fact, they get into a little bit of a tiff, a slight argument about, well, if you had only, asked us before and discussed it, I mean, maybe we could have all had treats together, maybe even a little pizza party. I mean, you didn't really give us notice. You sprung it up out of nowhere. You ambushed us with it. So, nope, not anymore. Now none of us get to enjoy any of these baked goods.
You were asked about the press conference and referring to Miss Paltrow as King Kong. Were you referring to her as King Kong or the noise that you heard?
That's leading, Your Honor.
What did King Kong refer to?
I got to watch this whole segment unfold live, and my god, what a treat. So right now the line of questioning is about King Kong, and explaining why he said King Kong. And this is Terry's response.
My apologies to Ms. Paltrow, because my intention got twisted up in my intentions, and was to say sounded like a lady getting chased by King Kong out of the jungle. It was that kind of I'm really scared.
He clarifies that the sound he was hearing reminded him of a woman being chased by King Kong out of the jungle. So that cleared all of that up, luckily. Another question that I feel gets pretty much fucking nowhere.
There was some testimony from Miss Paltrow again that she was hit in the back by a very large man, or that there was a very large man. Could you just step down for just a moment? Terry, do you... No, right here. Right here. Do you consider yourself a very large man?
Many times I wish I was, but no. Definitely on the small side of most people.
Finally, real evidence to poke holes in Gwyneth Paltrow's story. She said, apparently, that she was hit from behind by a large man. So, in order to prove that this is a false claim, she brings Terry out to just embarrass him, like, he is not a large man, this is a small man. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a manlet. It just puts him on blast like that. Terry, my brother, I am also on the small side. I'm 5'6". If someone called me out to prove a point that there's no way this whole case is real because Charlie is too fucking short to fit this definition, he's too much of a goddamn hobbit for this to be true, I would have just said, it's not worth it, please. The shame is too much for me to bear. Just let that claim be accurate. Let the large man claim stick. That's fine. We can fight on every other point. Please let the large man stay in the record as truthful. Don't fucking have the jury point and laugh at me because I'm short. Like, good lord, this was... I mean, I understand what the thought process was here, like, trying to prove that, you know, she can't be a reliable source of information since she says it was a large man that hit her and Terry's not that big, but I mean, holy shit, it's still a wild thing to watch unfold like this.
You've been here for a number of days, you've heard all the doctors testify, your entire life has now been broadcast to the world.
I feel like I've been fleshed out, and anyone up here I think would feel the same way. Very painful.
In fact, I think you just told me back there, well, I can never go on another dating site again.
Objection. Terry can go on any dating site he wants. Sustained. Again, this is just simply a line of questioning maybe I'm too dumb to understand. What does this have to do with anything? It's a public trial, so of course, on both sides, a ton of information is going to come to light to the public. So, I'm unsure of where this was supposed to lead. Maybe it was supposed to make people feel, like, bad for Terry, like, on the stand, like, oh man, you know, this guy, he's had his whole life laid out in front of everyone now. You know, I guess? I'm not really sure, but it just doesn't really seem super pertinent to the actual issue here.
Yeah, I'm classifying it as an insult, but it's absolutely ignoring me, ignorance. And that's what it felt like. It's like, what is going on here? This is obviously an issue that someone needs to be accountable for. And if they're never accountable, what are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the molesting of young children on an island.
Your Honor,
denial.
This is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about...
Aimed as to relevance, the last part, the jury should disregard.
Now you can see things going a little off the rails here. So the question that brought this section up was, is the lawsuit important to you? Which again is one of those fucking galaxy brain questions, those chess master moves I can't quite process, because fucking obviously the lawsuit's important. He's been pursuing it for years now. I mean, Jesus Christ, clearly it's important. And it led to this situation where he's saying if he doesn't do something, it's just going to happen again, and then it leads to the molesting of children on an island. So that's a lot to take in right there. That's a lot to digest. I think he's talking about the Epstein Island and the Epstein book. I don't know if Gwyneth Paltrow's name was in Epstein's flight logs on his lists, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if it was. Half of Hollywood was taking trips to Epstein's Island bunch of goddamn evil freaks. But I don't understand exactly how we got to that point in this case here. And I also like the statement preceding it that if he didn't sue Gwyneth Paltrow for this, she'd do it again. As if like she's just this absolutely rambunctious villain on the slopes out there that is constantly running into people out there like a fucking pinball. Just actually bulldozing everyone she can, and it's up to Terry to stop her. Put an end to her reign of tyranny on those slopes because she just keeps hitting people. It's as you can see, this whole case, this whole trial is wild.
You've said you've shrunk and lost weight since the incident, right?
Well, I ballooned.
Now, when we stand you up, you've lost like 15 pounds and shrunk 3 inches, right? Yes or no?
I had no idea. I guess yes. I was
just a few days ago. You said I was 175 to 80 and 5'8". Remember?
I said that not here. Oh, you know what?
In this very trial.
Overruled.
I know why I said that. It's because the VA records weighs you with all your clothes and everything on, and I knew that's what you were reading was what
clothes
the VA
don't
reported.
give you 3 inches. You with me?
Heels do.
Did you have heels on?
No, not at all.
All right.
Now the tables have turned again. Phoenix Wright is back, and he's grilling him on a potential lie here, stating that he had said that he was heavier and taller than he actually is, and says that you stated that you were 5'8", but as we've seen today, you're closer to 5'5". How did you lose 3 inches so quickly? That doesn't make any sense. It's not like you set the height setting from wumbo to mini. So what the fuck is going on here? This seems like a lie. And that's kind of the line of question he's going down. The whole thing is just such a weird trial. I feel like half the time they're not even focused on the actual skiing incident. It just goes in all of these completely different directions that you'll never see coming. These plot twists in this trial are wild. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I got to watch a good chunk of it today. And it's something special. So yeah, I just wanted to go over it a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. Chris Brown's getting sued for assault again. Unbelievable. The Chris Brown? The Saint? No, what? Twitter loves Chris Brown. They talk all the time about how reformed he is. What? No, he's getting sued? For assault? That doesn't add up. Deep state. That's deep state. That's deep state if I've ever heard it. Oh, goodness gracious. He's being sued for $50 million after an alleged assault of 4 concert goers. He got 4 of them? What do you do? Hit him with a Rob side B? How do you take out 4 people at once? I just don't believe... Not this guy. Not this guy. He wouldn't do that. Larry Parker, Joseph Lewis, Charles Bush, and DeMarcus Powell filed the suit in Harris County, Texas, against this tour promoter, Live Nation. In addition to the payment, the 4 plaintiffs are asking for a temporary restraining... Oh my god. Where is this ad even playing from? Where is this? It's an invisible ad. How is this not illegal? It's so crazy how I just have to mute the whole fucking tab instead of being able to just exit out of the ad. And then I never remember to unmute tabs, so then I wonder, fucking scratching my head, why when I go to something else everything's muted. According to the complaint, which was first reported by TMZ, it's always first reported by TMZ in every situation ever. Brown and his crew severely beat the plaintiffs following the singer's performance as part of his 11/11 tour at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas this past Friday. The 4 men were invited backstage after the set to meet Brown, who showed up 30 minutes later than anticipated. Before leaving, Bush approached Brown to congratulate him on the show, prompting a member of the singer's entourage to remind Brown that the two had previous issues. Brown allegedly said, "Oh yeah, we were." Wait, what is happening? The suit states that Brown and 7 to 10 members of his entourage proceeded to assault Bush and punch him in the chest, and claims that Hood Boss picked up a chair and threw it at Bush's head. The suit goes on to claim that Brown and his crew turned their attention to Parker, who tried to escape down a staircase that led to a locked door. Upon instruction from Brown, Parker was allegedly punched in the face and chest and kicked in the head for over 10 minutes. The suit also states that Powell was punched in the shoulder while Lewis was hit in the shoulder and chest. All plaintiffs were injured and are currently undergoing medical treatment. So they paid for backstage passes of the ass-beating Chris Brown? Just for... Jesus. Backstage passes only to get their ass beaten by Chris Brown. Imagine that. Paying money just for fucking knuckle sandwiches backstage. What's Twitter saying? I bet Twitter's already in full force defending this. Twitter has Chris Brown's cock so far down their throat. Not really seeing any of them talking about it. Where's all the breezy enthusiasts? I will say, I believe this is the first time he's assaulted men. Typically he likes to beat women. So he's pushing new ground here. Next he will beat children. Hey. He just might. Don't bring your kids backstage to the Chris Brown concert. Stay home. But Charlie, he's a good singer. Not only is he a good singer, he's a good dancer. So this is... Him beating women? Who cares, huh? Him beating men? Who cares? Have you heard him sing? Oh! Someone won. What a jump scare. What did we get? Who won? Oh, hey, it's our first... Hey, we got our first label winner. Someone just won a Switch. That is our first label Dubski. Who was that? Who just got the Switch? That was Fun Awaits. What a fitting name. And here's a response. Representatives for Brown, Beezy, and Live Nation did not respond to Variety's request for comment. No should have to endure what these clients endured, Tony Busby said in a statement. We will seek the maximum amount of damages allowed by law for this egregious conduct. Oh no, there's tons of people that still support Chris Brown. Even, I think it was like 8 months ago now, something like that. I was talking about Chris Brown on stream, because I don't remember who brought it up or what it was. Oh, it was him throwing someone's phone into the crowd. So, like, someone was on her phone, and he was giving her, like, a lap dance, like, clapping his cheeks in her face or whatever, and then he, like, grabbed her phone and threw it into the crowd. And I was making fun of him for it. And then someone in chat immediately started getting, like, really defensive on his behalf as if he was, like, the fucking PR manager for Chris Brown. So then I was making fun of that guy, and then brought up Chris Brown's past about, you know, like, beating Rihanna and beating other women as well. And they started downplaying it. So then I started really going in on Chris Brown. And that video went up on the second channel, and the Chris Brown fans from Twitter actually posted about it to flood the video to insult me for besmirching the good name of Chris Brown. And how he's, like, reformed and changed, or maybe it wasn't Twitter, it might have been Reddit, I don't remember which it was. But, like, about going in on me about, like, how can you hold this man in such a negative light for something that happened over 15 fucking years ago? So what? He beat Rihanna within an inch of her life. Who hasn't done something like that? We've all made mistakes. We've all beat women. Like, who cares? That's okay. He sings really well, and you're bitter. You're jealous. Like, the amount of support Chris Brown still gets is baffling. It's almost exclusively women, too. Like, women are the most endangered around Chris Brown. Women supporting Chris Brown is like rabbits supporting wolves. Like, you are asking for trouble. But now he is evolving. He's beating men, too. So nobody's safe. If you go backstage to a Chris Brown concert, I hope you're ready for some fucking hand-to-hand combat. With 10 dudes. Damn, even r/Chris Brown is still supporting him over this lawsuit. I'm going to check that out right now, but I'm going to speculate. I bet they are coping by saying that these gentlemen started it. The dudes who purchased backstage passages were the instigators. They forced Chris Brown and his crew to beat the shit out of him. They were begging for it, asking for it. Troublemakers. That's my guess. That's my speculation on the cope. This took place Saturday. No video evidence of a fight in the last. I love that. Chris Brown fans just can't even write a full fucking sentence without blowing it. And the last sentence in the second image proves that TMZ still has a vendetta against Chris. Hey, by the way, that vendetta is just reminding people this isn't his first time beating others. Beating Rihanna. Beating his ex-girlfriend. And like, they still have a vendetta against this guy. I don't get it. I really don't get it. It's so weird. They just don't like him. The bias. TMZ is full of shit. Those men were looking for him, and his mom and child were back there with him. And people from the meet and greet said those men were looking for Chris with ill intentions. Yeah, I'm sure if they were looking for him with ill intentions, the number one place they would want to do that is at a fucking Chris Brown concert where he's surrounded by bodyguards and authorities and also paying extra money to go backstage. Yeah, I'm sure. What a great location to do that. But I called it. I fucking told you. I told you. I knew that would be the angle. And it looks like the normal posters on this sub are getting drowned out, but people are like, what's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Apparently the way for people to forgive crimes is to sing R&B, R. Kelly and Chris Brown. Unironically, like, a lot of people get away with shit by just being good at their craft. I'm gonna drop an example people always like to forget about. Karl Malone. Karl Malone literally impregnated a 13-year-old, and he is celebrated by NBA. The official NBA still endorses Karl Malone. He's a fucking rapist. Charlie, you have to see this. r/Chris Brown had a meltdown the other day after a video of a cop looking at Chris Brown weirdly went viral. It has 900 comments. What? What? What is that video even? What do you mean a cop looking weirdly at Chris Brown? Okay, I've got to see that. Hold on, I'm back on the subreddit. I'm in the mainframe. Oh my god. Oh, I wish I didn't go to top. I'm on r/Chris Brown, and the top post from today is from 22 hours ago that says 15-year-old Chris Brown was a savage. And it's a video of him, I guess at 15, making out with someone. Why share that? That's so weird. The way that police officer was looking at him bothers me. That's so parasocial. Oh my god, that's so parasocial. This guy's catching a lot of heat for this look. He's just making sure that, you know, there was no women around the area because women's faces are like a magnet for Chris Brown's fist. He's just checking to make sure things are okay. That's all. What in the what? We might not know exactly what they're thinking, but more than likely they mad because they know Breezy can fuck their wives, daughters, sisters, and nieces. And not you. Never you. Why do you defend him like this? This is so weird. Like, nothing even happened here. He's just looking at him. He probably doesn't like him. I don't like Chris Brown. Most sensible people wouldn't. He just beats women. And men now. I have to remember, he's a changed man. He beats everyone. Tell me you're an impotent racist without telling me. Holy. He looks like he hates Chris because he is not Chris. 900 comments about this. A split second of him just looking at Chris Brown in a way that bothered someone. I find it disgusting that more people aren't aware of this lawsuit that's going on right now, so I'm going to do you all a favor and take you by the hand and show you the light. You know, I'm no hero, okay? But please pat me on the back for the bravery anyway. Right now, there is a $3 billion lawsuit going on that names some of the biggest celebrities in the world. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Michael Jordan, and even Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit, many of you probably raised an eyebrow to because he's been dead for well over 10 years now, and he has just been named in a $3 billion lawsuit for conspiracy to kidnap a woman and her children. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the story of Chris Benoit. He was a damn near household name in the wrestling scene, and he ended up killing his family and killing himself. It's a horrific, tragic story, and he's been dead for a long time now. He has been decaying in the ground for a while. And the children here that are talked about in the lawsuit, from everything I've read, were not alive when Chris Benoit still inhabited this corporeal dimension, which would mean that post-mortem, from beyond the grave, Chris Benoit's spirit would have had to been conspiring with this massive Illuminati network here to commit this kidnapping crime, which is a bold claim. This is a lawsuit that comes from a former wrestler named Raka Khan, who alleges that there was this massive conspiracy to kidnap her and her children, and she is seeking $3 billion and named not only a ton of celebrities like individuals and pretty much every wrestler that has ever breathed over the last 100 years. I wouldn't be surprised to find Andre the Giant buried somewhere in the list of culprits, but she is also naming entire companies Like Home Depot. I shit you not. Home Depot is listed as part of this conspiracy to kidnap her and her children. It is outrageous. Now, of course, I don't want to rule out the possibility that Home Depot has a seat at the New World Order, and the first order of business was to kidnap her and her children, but with the amount of people and companies listed here, it seems unrealistic. Because, like I said, it wasn't just Home Depot either. Bank of America was listed. The FBI, the entire FBI. There's all these companies apparently had skin in the game, and they're all listed now in this $3 billion lawsuit. Honestly, by the end of reading this list, I was half expecting to see my favorite breakfast restaurant listed here, which is just a mom and pop local restaurant. And I thought, you know what, everyone's guilty out here. But yeah, it's pretty outrageous, and I've done a bit of research now on Raka Khan, and she's unfortunately had a lot of bad things happen to her post-wrestling career, as well as even during her wrestling career. For example, she dated Kurt Angle for a while, and there was 2009 incident where like abuse was alleged, but then it was later kind of dropped. But it was very messy, very muddy and fishy. But overall, a lot has happened to her throughout her life. And in 2019, she even landed herself on the most wanted list for El Paso. It's a really wild web, and the lawsuit is pretty concerning, honestly. I went over it all on stream, so I'll just play those clips for you to give you a deeper insight into all of it. Yeah, I'll look up the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson lawsuit. Here. Someone mentioned that earlier. I forgot to look it up. It was apparently named in a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit from a former WWE wrestler. Holy shit, it's a kidnapping lawsuit. Oh, that's right, live action Moana. Maybe he's being sued because of how horrible that fucking idea is. They're kidnapping the audience's patience. The FBI is named in the lawsuit. Wow, that's awfully ambitious. Her complaint, most of which is made up of those being sued, alleges that those named worked together in a conspiracy to kidnap her and her children. Some other names in the lawsuit are the State of Texas, the El Paso Child Protective Services, the Las Cruces, New Mexico Police Department, the NYPD, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, New York ACS, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Shirley Police Department, Sigma Phi Epsilon, Suffolk County, New York, the Bank of America, Home Depot, and even the who are her children? What? Why would all of these people work together to kidnap her children? Are they like Super Saiyans? Fuck, Jesus Christ. Home Depot of all things. How did they get tossed into the mega mix? What the kidnapping aisle? What happened? Apparently it's proceeded in court. That's what it said at the start. It's making waves in court, or making progress in court. Still has a bench warrant out for her after not appearing at a criminal trial in December 2022 in Texas, where she was to face charges of interference with child custody and aggravated kidnapping facilitate. Aggravated kidnapping facilitate. Why does that sound so grammatically incorrect? She paid the court fees, which allowed the case to move forward, but no one's been served yet. And she is currently on their wanted list. And back in 2019 was placed as the most wanted fugitive list for child custody charges by El Paso. So this sounds like very serious mental illness here. What the fuck? Oh my god, Michael Jordan's named in it too. How deep does the web go? Or how deep does the rabbit hole go? If I'm reading this right, The Rock, The Miz, Chris Benoit, Mick Foley, and others conspired to kidnap Raka Khan and her children. Chris Benoit has been dead for fucking 2 decades almost. So the ghost of Chris Benoit conspired to steal her and her children? When did she allege that this happened, this conspiracy? This is so wacky. Holy fuck. Home Depot trying to be the next Wayfair. Yeah, I guess so. This is the next storyline for the WWE. Oh man, fuck, if only the MWL could get in on this action. We'd use this lawsuit for one of our storylines in a heartbeat. This would be huge for us. But I mean, yeah, this is fucking serious delusion. Especially because she's paying a ton of money for this, clearly. She paid all of the fees in order to push this through the court system, apparently. Alright, that's a big chunk of change right down the shitter. Oh, wait, you're right. Wait, Billy Corgan is also named in here. Did she just start naming everyone in the wrestling industry from, like, all promos everywhere? Am I in here? Is the MWL named in this? Fucking Dow Jones listed on this, lawsuit? I can't find the lawsuit, but we got some super sleuths on Twitter that were immediately able to point out some, some very shady business of this lawsuit, which is shocking. I mean, everything here seems watertight and sane, but they noticed that her child, that I assume she is referring to a potential kidnapping victim of this massive Illuminati conspiracy kidnapping case, was 4 years old in 2019. So that would mean Chris Benoit had already been dead and buried and literally a fucking skeleton in a coffin at this point. So when she was placed on the most wanted fugitives list, her child was 4, and that was in 2019. So Chris Benoit, he must have been like haunting the family, plotting this one. You're forgetting about potential time traveling shenanigans. I didn't even stop to consider time dilation. You're not wrong. How much is she asking for in damages? $3 billion. Yeah, you must have missed the most important part. Thanks to Reese, Nigel. You think they'll settle? Brother, if a single person listed in this lawsuit even gives this a moment of thought, I would be shocked. No, they're not going to settle for anything. Though, if they want to, they can do it in the squared circle of the Moist Wrestling League. We'll have ourselves our first lawsuit match. We should start suing people like this as a form of networking. Not wrong, Aaron. This actually might be the play. How is Michael Jordan involved if it's all wrestlers? Because it's not all wrestlers. Brother, the FBI and Home Depot are listed here, and Bank of America. It's just she also listed every wrestler ever as well. Legal Eagle on YouTube says she has a legit lawsuit. I already know, I'm just being lied to. Legal Eagle did not just cover this lawsuit. There is a 0% chance. But I'll look it up anyway. I don't know why I'm doing this. Hey! Shocking. Nothing from Legal Eagle here. What the fuck did I just read here? Home Depot was an amazing street fight wrestler. His Fampus top rope 2x4 smash. What the fuck? I feel like I know what you were going for, but everything went wrong in the sentence and made it much better. I don't know what a Fampus is, but fuck yeah. Won't this mess up The Rock's work with Disney? No, man. I don't think it will. I mean, hey, I'd actually love to be wrong about that. A live-action Moana is criminal. The movie's not even 10 years old. So if it does impede on that, then this lawsuit was worth it. But there's a 0% chance. The Johnny Depp vs. Amber Heard trial finally concluded today, which I know is great news for people who are just tired of hearing about it. I'm not one of those people. I was actually captivated by this anime here because it was treated like an actual circus. It was an unbelievable spectacle. Everything was super public, and it even had its own line of comic relief characters from Amber Heard's legal team. The actual subject matter of the trial was very serious and no laughing matter, but as the trial continued, it became nothing but a laughing matter. Anytime Amber Heard's lawyers would say anything, they made fools of themselves. They were like court jesters. They would object to their own statements, screaming hearsay anytime someone even opened their mouths. They said hearsay so often that word started to lose meaning to me. I swear to God, they said hearsay more than they said the word the. It was wild. There was even a time when one of the lawyers said to someone on the stand that you're only here for your 15 minutes of fame, and then got absolutely dunked on for it. They made fools of themselves. They even coined a new term with a megapint, saying that Johnny Depp poured himself a megapint of wine or whatever, and it got the whole court laughing at them. And it got every lawyer on the internet doing a giant belly laugh like Santa Claus at them. They were just an absolute joke. But by far the biggest joke was on Amber Heard, who was literally paying them to embarrass themselves. She was basically just paying huge fees to birthday party clowns in court to represent her. It was just such a wacky ride. Like, one of the pieces of evidence against Amber Heard was that she took a shit in Johnny Depp's bed and then blamed the dog. And then they showed a picture of the poopy on the bed, just a steaming, smudged pile of shit on the bed. And then that gave Amber Heard the new name Amber Turd, which was then brought up in court 3 times. They brought in a Twitter expert to analyze trending hashtags, one of them being Amber Turd, which they referenced 3 times throughout the segment, just on full display for the whole court to laugh at. Blows my mind. But anyway, when they did get to the serious stuff, the domestic abuse claims, the evidence they used to support those claims was shady at best. So all of the evidence that they used to build all of this shit against Johnny Depp for being a wife-beating abuser, a horrible, evil person, all of that evidence finally hit the public's eye and was heavily criticized and analyzed. And as the trial continued, it became less and less reliable. And Amber Heard was caught in multiple lies. It was a very sketchy set of evidence. And eventually, the jury sided with Johnny Depp today. They awarded him $10 million in compensatory damages as well as $5 million in punitive damages, which is capped at $350,000. So he didn't get the full $5 million there, but he will be getting $350K. And he basically won the entire defamation case. However, Amber Heard did win on one of her claims for her countersuit and was awarded $2 million for the statements that Waldman had made about certain things being a hoax. So she won a very small component. However, Johnny Depp won the overall defamation case. And like I said from the very beginning, I don't think Johnny Depp gives a fuck about the money. He wipes his ass with $10 million. That means nothing to him. I think this really was about him just clearing his name in the public eye, which he did triumphantly. You'd have to travel 1,000 miles to a place without internet and cell phone service to find someone who didn't at least know about the trial, and the majority of people that were watching it sided with Johnny Depp. Once all of this evidence came into the court in the public eye and they analyzed it and really got into the meat of it, people then started siding with Depp and his team because the evidence against him was so fucking sketchy. And this led to a lot of people literally like worshipping Johnny Depp, like kissing his feet and all of that shit. It got like kind of crazy. And I want to make my position clear here. I've said this before, but I want to say it again. I don't think Johnny Depp is some infallible saint who would rush into a burning building to save children's lives or something like that. I don't think that he's perfect or anything, but there is no evidence to suggest that Johnny Depp is an abuser. None of his exes have ever said anything like that or brought anything forward against him like that. All the evidence Amber Heard used against him wasn't really substantial evidence. It wasn't like super credible. It was proven in court that it was walked through editing software at the very least. So there's no real evidence to suggest that Johnny Depp is an abuser in any way. So I do think today that justice was served. As one person in Twitch chat said, Amber Heard made her bed and it was time she shit in it. And that's exactly what happened here. The only things Johnny Depp was found guilty of are sleeping in weird positions, spilling ice cream, dabbling in drugs, which isn't exactly like a stunning revelation that's going to have people gasping and recoiling in their chair in disbelief. I think everyone ever knows that pretty much all Hollywood celebrities do drugs, so that wasn't exactly shocking. And also, he sent really cringy, edgy text messages to people about Amber Heard. And yeah, the text messages were kind of weird and read like some shit you'd find on an obscure Tumblr blog from some edgy teenager, but that's it. Gross, weird text messages and sleeping. Those were the only things that he was confirmed to be guilty of. Nothing abusive has been confirmed with any actual evidence to support it from this trial. I'd also like to say I'm really tired of the people that just sit in the middle without doing any amount of research and say, I think we can all agree that they both abused each other. I completely disagree. There is no evidence to suggest Johnny Depp has abused Amber Heard or anyone in his past. Meanwhile, there is evidence to suggest that Amber Heard has abused Johnny Depp. She had literally even said it on audio that she has hit him before. And then with the entire severed finger thing, there's just plenty of evidence to support that claim, but none for the claim that Johnny Depp is an abuser. So I don't like that perspective, and I equally don't like the media trying to spin this as a really bad thing for women. I've already seen plenty of articles illustrating how dangerous this is for women who are survivors of domestic abuse. Amber Heard losing this means that no one's ever gonna believe women again. No, that's fucking outrageous that you would even say something as disgusting as that and then print it. This has nothing to do with that. This has to do with an individual lying to ruin someone's life in a completely malicious way. And it was proven in court that she lied multiple times about multiple things. This has nothing to do about not believing women. This has to do with one person who happens to be a woman that told these lies and got blasted for it legally. And I'm so tired of that fucking spin on it. Now, I do think this is a good thing for male survivors of domestic abuse because for many years, people just looked at that as like a comical haha goof. Men can't be victims of domestic abuse. There was even a goddamn episode on Dr. Phil where a guy who was being abused by his girlfriend was brought on, and Dr. Phil to his face said that he probably deserved it and to toughen up, and it's his fault he's getting abused by his girlfriend. And then there was also that case where Terry Crews came forward with his accounts of being sexually assaulted, and people on the internet attacked him for it, like, toughen up, this isn't real sexual assault, men can't be sexually assaulted. It's disgusting. And I think this case does help bring light to the fact that men can be victims of domestic abuse. And in one of Amber Heard's audio logs, she even hints at the idea that no one's gonna believe a man is the victim of domestic abuse. It's fucking gross, and I'm really tired of that perspective. I've said this for a long time. That shit makes me angry. Men and women can both be victims of domestic abuse. Yes, it is probably more common in women, but that doesn't mean that it's impossible for men to be abused as well. And this has nothing to do with men versus women. This case just had to do with a man who happened to be likely the victim of domestic abuse, being attacked by his ex-wife and having his life ruined and completely shut down because of false claims and allegations made against him by her. This has nothing to do with not believing women. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to briefly talk about this since I actively followed the trial like everyone else. And since it's concluded now, just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's really all. So yeah. I would just watch the cross-examination. That's what I'm looking for. That's what we're going to be catching up with. We got to talk about her fucking Dr. Evil outfit. She is unironically dressed like Dr. Evil. It's crazy. I saw so many comparisons. Kim Jong-un, Dr. Evil, Mao Zedong. Those are the three main ones. This is exactly what the outfit looks like, though. She looks like an angry dictator wearing this. I don't know who is, like, guiding her here. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They must be a real big Johnny Depp fan. There's some weird clothing choices. I can't even imagine why she would choose these clothes. It makes no sense. Yeah, so all I know going into this, I tried to avoid spoilers. I know they caught Amber Heard on her lie about donating the $7 million that she got from the divorce settlement. She just kept saying she was pledging $7 million from the divorce settlement without ever actually donating it over the course of however many years she's been divorced from Johnny Depp, which is a pretty big lie to catch someone in. Just looks like an unbelievable asshole.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true? I don't recall if he said that. One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco.
This is coming out
in July
swinging.
2016, right? Yes.
This lawyer goes in. It seems like it. She's already kind of come out the gate firing.
You want to enter in it.
I have to imagine, though, that's not the reason Johnny Depp doesn't look at her. That's like some anime shit. I promise she'd never see my eyes again. It's probably he really doesn't want to look at a woman who has uprooted his entire life with all kinds of crazy shit.
Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I wanted to end that.
So it sounds like they have new evidence. I've never heard this.
No, because I'm nothing to you, and I will always be nothing to you. No, we'll never see each other again.
I can't really understand what's being said.
Take my fucking glasses off. You will not see my eyes again.
Oh. Well, I guess that was real.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
Tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
It's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
And the man you beat up numerous times.
Oh.
Right, Miss Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
Vicious.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp
Goddamn.
finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence. Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence.
My God, they're cooking Amber's cheeks right
All
now.
due respect, I
She's
wasn't
kind of going
saying
in.
it because he's a man. I was saying it because he's a man who beat me up for 5 years. He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
That's a really bad play, Amber, because when you look up your name plus domestic abuse, even aside from Johnny Depp, you get the actual criminal lawsuit with you and your ex-girlfriend where you beat her up. So, like, you wouldn't really want people to look you up plus domestic abuse, even outside of Johnny Depp. She's on the ropes right now. It's a big fucking yikes. It is. She has a legitimate case against her from 2009 where she beat up her ex-girlfriend. But then she said it was actually overplayed. She didn't beat her up. She simply hit her or something like that.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
Well, there's no injuries to the face, as she
Testified to
just
another
confirmed,
incident in March of
which means that statement was a lie.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you, Ms.
I don't know if I took one or if it's included.
Reese
I'm
of prime
not quite
toast
sure
and
which
Reese of
ones.
You
dragon
didn't
and
show
duck
any pictures
and
to the
plain.
jury after describing that
Exhibits
alleged
10.
incident, that your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You
I
didn't show
don't-
any pictures to the jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013.
What
yes.
do you mean? What the fuck?
The only picture that you've produced...
Who is coaching Amber for, like, debate team here? Like, a high schooler? This isn't... Granted, I've seen very little, but this usually isn't how it happens, right? Usually, it's a lot more concise and pointed as opposed to obtuse, because she's already completely thrown out this entire picture with this strategy. She confirmed that this is the incident where she claimed Johnny Depp hit her so many times in the face she forgot or she lost count. And then the picture to back up that evidence is a bruise on her arm which shows no injury to the face, which immediately discredits that photo. She is terrible at this. I know she fired her entire team beforehand, but didn't she replace them or is she just going solo? That's a real question. I don't know. Did she like hire a new team after she fired them? Oh, that's right. It was a PR team. Oh, that's right. I forgot it was a PR team.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1248. And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was
Oh man, what
dinner
a stinker of a movie.
I believe in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Admit. Exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
Damn, paparazzi's
This is also
actually
a
really
picture
helping
from
this
when you
case.
were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled?
He did.
While wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
Ah, sounds reasonable. I have to imagine, now granted, I'm no pugilist, if you're getting blasted by, like, rings on fingers, it'd probably be kind of similar to, like, brass knuckles in a certain extent, right? That'd cause some serious damage, right? And she's still gonna sit there with a straight face and be like, you just can't see it, but it's there. This is only an hour and 55 minutes, and I feel like it's a speed run by dismantling half of her claims already. That's already through, like, 3 of them. Man, she's really going in. She said, alright, I'm going to take this down, but I also have a lunch scheduled for 3 hours from now, so let's make it quick. It also helps that Amber Heard's doing a terrible job at defending herself.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers. Everything. I've turned over literally everything.
You need to fire those
Is it your
assholes then.
testimony, Ms. Heard? This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp.
Man, that makeup really
The
fixed
event
that broken
the night
nose
after
right
Mr.
up.
Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine, and for me, it wasn't that bad.
Bro,
Picture of it.
if you even get hit in the nose with like a basketball off of a bad pass, that shit puffs up. Let alone getting hit with a giant ringed fist. These are not good claims to be making, Miss Turd. Man, there are so many pictures. They came prepared. They did their homework.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Miss Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
And she hates her lawyers too. I mean, I would too after this, to be honest.
Yes, it's fine.
Pretty smart though to use the lawyers as the scapegoat, but also pretty stupid considering they're the ones that are trying to keep you $50 million not in the hole. Amber Heard using chug jugs before taking photos. Okay then. Yeah, I guess. Is she going to jail too? That's not the purpose of the trial. So no. Unless she somehow, like, implicates herself in a big way, like, something straight out of a cartoon, like, yeah, I did it, and I'll do it again, too, and then lunges over at Johnny and starts beating his ass. There's a chance she may with perjury. I highly doubt. I mean, granted, I haven't finished this, but I don't think there's any case of perjury against her, is there? Oh, wow. Amber Heard perjury investigation continues. Holy shit. And a dog smuggling lawsuit. Don't know what that is.
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that you couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or I misunderstood. It was on the way back from it was after I was concerned. Concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
I'll show you one other photo. If we could please have Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
I see a mark. That's what I was wondering. I thought this was a scratch, and I was like, oh, so she did have a scratch. But I'm guessing this is a tattoo? I don't know what that is. It is a tattoo? She has red text tattoo? Oh, it's just actually supposed to be red. Why? That's weird. I've never seen red text tattoos before. Makes it hard to read, I imagine. There's a Tier 1 grade, Tier 1 red, and Tier 1 Lumberman. And there's some Quick and Kyle and Shoe. Spelling error? Oh, true, yeah, I guess maybe her original text tattoo was spelled incorrectly, so like a teacher, she came in with the red ink above it for all the corrections.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No.
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
So that incident right there with the writing on the wall, so she took pictures of that shit she was talking about with the paint, where Johnny Depp was like writing weird shit in paint on the wall. Is that the same timeline? With his finger? Oh, that's right, yeah, with his finger, where he was writing in his like finger cut it, like his finger cut. Or whatever. Okay, so that's the same one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of broken nose claims. With no medical attention to him any time. She's got super regenerative powers. It's like the Deadpool.
If I can please direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to page of day 16, 4593, the jury trials transcript.
Don't they still have someone on staff that transcribes these in real time? Or is that obsolete now with technology? Weird time to pause, I'm just curious. Yeah, it is still just a person that's Man, hats off to them. That was such a fat bundle of papers, and to transcribe over 8.5 hours worth of deliberation is crazy.
That's correct.
And bruising on your chin.
Is you some Lawwood Enigma big
Correct.
boy And the
You also
piece of
testified
ID.
that your head was
Sebastian.
bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross, pussy, and, quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures.
That's correct.
And we will look at some of those in a minute, but I first want to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Oh, fuck.
Can I close
You
this?
weren't lying. James Corden makes an appearance.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35.
522, your
And for the
subs Ghost.
record, we will only be playing a portion of
Thank you,
this, so
Ghost.
we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right, any objection? 35A in evidence.
If we may have it please published.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Oh, double dose of James Corden. Oh my god.
I grew up, in Texas riding horses and.
Oh, really?
Not
Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So. And my face, though, is like I've got that you saw in the clip, like this beautiful 1920s, stage makeup on and like flower.
At the very
crowns
least,
and all
James
this.
Corden's not
And then
talking
my
much.
hand, and my face, and then my
So it
hand.
could be worse.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right, and Ms. Bernhoff, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you, so Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you. All right, 98 in evidence. Thank you.
If I got my ass beat like hardcore and then went on the James Corden show, I'd say the James Corden show would be more painful.
That's a
I could get
photo
hit with a
of
fucking
you
sledgehammer
opening
and
your
James
mouth
Corden
on
would
the
still be
right,
worse.
Right?
That's correct.
You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to this jury?
Is it for a gift subs razor?
Yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence. You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th,
Is you some
2015.
shyster?
That's correct.
Oh, they're using a People magazine article for evidence? Oh. It's this one.
These
the one that
pictures
started
ended
it
up
all.
in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know. No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
Man, they're about to be disbarred. I'll tell you what. Okay.
You also have a
They're
medical
sweating.
record from, this is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't
I see.
get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
What was their thought process there? Like, yeah, I'd have to read it later. Well, I mean, obviously we're going to read it now. It's right here. Like, there was no way of getting around that. It is just, they have the whole thing. What a horrible idea. Like, what a dog shit strategy.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with
What was
Mr.
she
Depp,
talking
do
about
you?
with the malnourished male part? I don't see that here. It was the top line. Oh, malnourished male. Oh, yeah. Malnourished male in NAD. Alert and oriented ×4. Yeah, what does that mean? Anyone more knowledgeable than me? What does that mean? NAD stands for no acute distress. Oh, so it's, okay, then there's no way that's malnourished male. I imagine it's going to be well-nourished male.
Moisture, hair
Because that, wouldn't that, if it was a malnourished patient, wouldn't that immediately be like some kind of acute
distribution,
distress?
texture,
I would think,
turgor.
right?
It reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor.
Oh, you're right. I just saw it. I saw it. Right before it went up, I can tell it says well.
There's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
Ms. Heard, you never went
Man.
to see any doctor
She hates her legal
or
team.
surgeon or after you were with Mr. Depp as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp.
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case.
I would object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know.
They have not been produced, Your
Yet
Honor.
they've not only
All right,
been
if you would
produced.
come and approach.
So are they here or are they not here? Where are they at? Is her lawyer wiping her ass with him?
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yes.
He's the prime
Let's take a
Mad
look
Jack
at
professor
Defendant's
in the
Exhibit
bits
1090,
A
which
lot.
is already in evidence. You took this photograph, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you testified that this was taken in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
And sometimes
grim.
security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew
Prime tornado.
that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island?
I believe he was on the nod, but as he would say.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092.
I
which
don't
is
get the
also
point of
in
that
evidence.
one. He's just actually sleeping. No drug-related anything.
You
He's
also
just
took this
sleeping.
picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct. I did.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
No, he was nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs, didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been burning on his leg.
What are you...
Cause for alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about him.
Does she not nap? Is she like an android? I've fallen asleep a million times just like that. Granted, no cigarette, though I also don't see one in the picture either, to be fair. He's literally just been sleeping in a chair for the last two photos. That's it. God damn.
It's your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
And what happened to it?
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it. He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you
really.
took a picture
What the fuck does that mean? When you fall asleep and you spill something on yourself, you're not gonna feel it either. He's wearing jeans. Just ran down his legs. I really feel like she should have just went a different angle. He drank himself into a fucking coma that night. That I'd believe. But she's trying to spin it in a way I cared so much, so I took a picture of ice cream running down his legs while he fell asleep. It makes no sense. I too have gotten drunk and spilled shit on myself while falling asleep. Shit happens. The pictures, I'm not an expert, I'm not part of their legal teams, but I believe the pictures were to prove that Johnny Depp wasn't in control of himself sometimes due to substance abuse and alcohol. So these pictures are supposed to show him the aftermath of a bender or something. But the only one you could even make an argument for is the one with ice cream on his leg. The other two is him just asleep in a chair in the Bahamas and asleep in the chair at his own home. And even the ice cream one, there's so much left for interpretation because it's just him sleeping and ice cream is on his leg. She could have put ice cream there and spilled it on him to make it look worse. Anything could have happened. He could have literally just fallen asleep while eating ice cream. It doesn't really set that character profile like I think they wanted it to, so it's just a bit goofy. Wait to the cocaine picture. I saw that. Obviously Johnny Depp, voice crack, is a druggie.
You remember we approached?
Okay.
I'm just saying these pictures don't really do a good job of showcasing anything she's trying to get them to do. Johnny claimed Amber handed him the ice cream as he was falling asleep. Oh. Well, there's no way of proving that one way or the other. Regardless, it's very weak for evidence. I know this is Johnny Depp's lawyer. It's to show Amber taking a bunch of useless pics of him, but 0 pics of her so-called wounds. Yeah, I know. And his lawyer's doing a great job of setting that up. Because for some reason Amber has 1,000 pictures of him sleeping, but only 2 of injuries. At least 2 that we've seen so far. and the injuries aren't consistent with her statements. One of them, she claims she was beat by Johnny Depp so many times in the face with his giant rings that she lost count of how many times she was punched, and the picture is a bruise on her arm. Then the other one is the split lip one with the black eyes. You know it's not good when she hates the people trying to save her. That's another thing. I think 3 times now she has blamed her legal team for the absence of evidence she claims to have produced. And she got real dicey when she claimed the lawyers were the one that sent those pictures to People magazine during an active investigation or an active case, which would be a big no-no.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
Oh, I see.
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
She's claiming this was staged.
You do. And when you sent it, you said,
Thanks, Resub Spaceman.
look at my morning.
The Resub
or something
dipshit
like
and
that.
blue,
Is that right?
blue roll.
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life. I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine. Sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know.
Wow, this is an awfully bold line of questioning.
Pictures like that to the jury, have you?
So I wouldn't have chosen this approach. I'm pretty sure Johnny Depp knows his way around some cocaine, but it is a really good point to make. Since she took pictures of everything and went so far as to take them of him sleeping, she would have absolutely produced evidence of him near cocaine if he was truly like a monster snorting himself into deep comas and blazing disregard for human life. Pretty interesting tactic here. I would have never thought they'd try and pick apart this picture. But I'm not a lawyer. This is pretty big brain.
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in
Damn,
August of
I wanna know.
2016, right?
Son of a bitch. Could be anyone.
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp. True?
That's
Oh, this is the one. This is the one.
And then
6.8 exactly.
Your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
Thanks to Tier 1 Teddy and Resub Leon.
And then you released a statement in which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU,
That's correct.
and you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 125.
Oh, God. She has the receipts to prove she never donated. Oh, this is so painful. She tried so hard to look like a good person with the charity pledge.
Is that the statement you released, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
This is not her statement. This is some.
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her statement.
May I see the full?
Everything else is redacted.
Oh my God.
Then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
Fucking checkmated there, I guess.
As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce is $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no... it doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
To each.
to the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid the installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You just
stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount, or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce, as per our agreement.
You also
And he
publicly
chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over
I already,
years, right?
Again, like I said, I already know how this part ends because I saw the cliff notes on Twitter since it was such a big deal. Fuck, this is painful. This is rough. This is an Amber Turd classic right here. This is the greatest hits.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments, and I would be paying in installments the donations.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260.
God, that was just such a scary line. Refresh your recollection. So snappy.
This is an article entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp Row Over Divorce Donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page, her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the statement you released.
Objection, hearsay, spokeswoman, it's not her.
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
You want to come forward?
Damn, she's on a streak right now. Suddenly she's very energetic and talkative. Yeah, because this is a rough one. I guess I won't spoil it if you don't know, but this is a sore spot for Miss Turd. In her efforts to look like a saint, she looks real fucking dumb.
You released a statement
May we approach again?
Okay.
I'm begging you, Your Honor, please don't let her say this. God, anything but this. Don't let her do it. Oh my God, please. Amber's gonna beat my ass. Don't let her say this. Man, this one piece of evidence here has got her whole legal team kind of shook. For good reason, obviously.
Well, I understand, but we'll take care of that.
Okay.
As of right now, can we continue?
We can, Your Honor, but I have an objection because you see.
Okay, come forward.
Oh my God, Jesus, the stalling tactics, holy shit. As if a lack of a copy means we have to stop that right now. Oh. So I only read what happened on Twitter, and I'm really excited to see how it plays out in court here, because I'm expecting like audible gasps from like the jury and the crowd here once they drop the bombshell. And Magic,
So
Chance,
directing your
and Risa
attention, Ms.
J-Mac,
Heard,
Gigi,
where it
and
says
Wafu.
her spokeswoman responded in a
Geek.
statement.
Your
The
Honor-
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show it
The
to
language
her.
that follows.
Right.
Jesus Christ. The desperation.
I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
No, I'll overrule the objection. 1260 and evidence.
Exit 5 gift subs Nova.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Resub Hippie and Prime.
Statement reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote.
Now drop it. Hit it.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
I believe I said I had.
Maybe some vanilla and elder.
I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for permission to publish
Your Honor,
it.
it contains, it has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach very briefly.
Oh my God. Jesus, this is taking so much just to get to the big point that she wants to make. Because her Amber fucking Turd's lawyer is desperately trying every objection, every approach, and getting overruled at every step, but just drawing it out. Holy shit. In the prime ashcan. So what's happening so far? She is setting the stage with this charity thing with the divorce settlement. Amber made a big song and dance about how the money needs to be donated to these two specific charities from Johnny Depp. Well, if he so chose to, but he needed to do it all in one lump sum instead of drawing it out over the course of installations, making it a big deal. Like, he has to do it right away. It should be done right away, otherwise it's not done correctly at all. Instead of being like paid out over time. And instead of allowing Johnny Depp to do that, she forced him to pay her money instead, so that way she would do it with the money. We haven't gotten to the big meat of it, because her fucking lawyer keeps interrupting getting to that point, because she's had to set all of the groundwork here to show exactly what Amber Heard was claiming she wanted to do and would do, and what Johnny Depp had to do and should do, versus the reality of what happened. And it's just taking a long time to get there because Dr. Evil's lawyer over here keeps objecting everything unsuccessfully. Objection, they're about to say something that will win the case. All right.
Please.
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. Yeah. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard
I wanted
of.
nothing.
That's a dagger. Oh my God. Yeah, I haven't actually seen this. I only got the cliff notes.
2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
That's such a... I'm going to take an approach here. That is the stupidest thing to say. It's a recorded television show, a very popular one, obviously. You can easily just look up when it was recorded. This is an awful defense, and it's not even a good stall because they obviously have the date that it aired. Jesus Christ.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. That
okay.
It's a he literally testified to it in court.
I'll overrule the objection. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so.
Stop! What the fuck? Why does it keep doing that?
To you, weren't they?
That is correct.
Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What was the strategy there? It's the same test.
You were here in court.
Oh my God, she's dumb.
When Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right? My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety of the settlement, $7 million to charity, and I intend to fulfill those obligations.
Oh, she knows. Okay, she knows. She knows.
Please.
She's now saying
try to
pledged.
answer my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million.
Look at the movement now from the audience.
Not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another.
But I don't. Ms. Heard.
No one does. It's
I don't
terrible.
use it
That's a terrible
synonymously.
defense.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question. As of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny, that's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
Oh, this is like right out of a movie.
That's incorrect.
Holy shit.
You wanted good press. You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name, and at the time I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did
So then you lied
it is
again.
important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
Is he tier 2
You wanted to
bear and
remind
tier 1
every one of
raccoon?
your claims of
And then we
domestic
said
violence
Fritos.
against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble victim of domestic violence,
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim. Nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
Fuck, this is such a slap down.
Testified under oath.
Jesus.
Quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity. End quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement...
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for
Ms.
the
Heard,
entire house
Ms. Heard,
at one
respectfully,
time. You pay it
I'm
over
not asking,
time.
Ms. Heard.
All right, next question.
Well, okay, I'm coming in with my own here. Even if that is the case and she wants to use that line, it completely goes against everything she set up in her other statement where she told Johnny he's not allowed to do that because it's not by the rules. She wouldn't allow it. So now she's now backpedaling into that same line of thinking where it's like, oh, actually, I plan to do it in over time installments, which is exactly what she forbid Johnny from doing in the first place. So nothing she's saying even fucking works.
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those
So that's a
obligations.
no, right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct,
I
Ms. Hurd?
disagree with your characterization of that.
I disagree with the facts. It makes me look bad, so I object.
Testimony from the UK.
Fuck, that's such a bombshell. Completely pokes holes in everything that she says because it ruins her credibility. Which is why it's such an important piece.
Quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity.
Oh, there's more.
That is correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
did. That is correct.
Oh.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, at least $500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Yeah, and it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
And at least $500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
Oh, God.
But those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
Irrelevant, but all right.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Oh, that's such a brutal line of questioning.
$7 million divorce settlement for yourself, right?
You're very wrong about that.
I think this, if Your Honor's fine,
you said
this is a good stopping
breaking point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening. Remember tonight, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. I know these days are a little longer, and I appreciate your patience and your taking care of everything here. Please take care of yourself tonight, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 9 a.m.
God, what a fucking beat down. Well, Johnny Depp's lawyer's wild. She's really good. Meanwhile, Amber Turd has like a geriatric senile lawyer. She didn't get a successful objection a single time in the entire hour and 55 minutes. And she tried so often. That is... I can see why she keeps throwing her legal team under the bus. Damn near getting them disbarred on the spot by claiming that they sent the photos to the fucking People magazine during an active investigation. I can see why she's so upset and salty about it. They are trash. Well, that was pretty fucking intense. That was a lot more intense than I thought it would be. I didn't think they'd go so hard. Nor did I think there'd be some kind of like new evidence in here that we hadn't already at least heard of. But apparently that entire charity thing was just a goddamn lie from Amber. Which is so weird. Why even bother making that pledge when you're never going to fulfill it? She had it for 13 months and never donated a single penny from the divorce settlement, even after claiming twice she already donated all of her money. Publicly. And then desperately trying to say that she views pledged and donated the same. Thus she didn't lie when she said she donated all of it. Yeah, that was expertly done by Johnny Depp's squad. And even somehow James Corden and Elon Musk came into this. This was a wild, action-packed day in court. Dentorius? What are the Amber Heard zombies saying in her defense about the charity thing? Because I can't imagine anyone would be like, oh no, that's totally reasonable. I obviously knew she meant that she had only pledged her whole divorce settlement when she told me she donated all of it. Watch the end. Oh, is it not over? I assumed it'd just be them walking out. There's a post-credit scene. Oh, okay. Johnny Depp's lawyer gets recruited to the Avengers. They're cheering Johnny on as he leaves. Meanwhile, Amber Heard gets nothing but crickets. Oh, it's so fucking adorable. They literally wave him off, giving him a standing O on the way out. Fuck me, man. That was so wild. That was so wild. Everyone unironically clapped, holy shit. Yeah, that's like one of those Reddit / true stories that's always a lie. And then everyone clapped. But actually happened. I actually can't even believe that. You're about to see a grown 28-year-old man have a conniption, just a full-blown freak-out meltdown over a chicken nugget story. I'm sure a lot of you have seen and maybe even been keeping up with this McDonald's lawsuit where McDonald's is being sued because their chicken nugget was so hot it gave a young child second-degree burns when it was stuck to their skin for over 2 minutes. Not that it welded to their skin or anything. It got lodged in between their leg and the seatbelt and was pressed against their skin for over 2 minutes while the mother was driving home. And McDonald's has now been found liable for this whole situation here, claiming that the nugget was cooked at over 200 degrees. It was dangerously hot. And there's a whole lot of nuance and moving parts of this. A lot of people are comparing this to the old McDonald's lawsuit where a woman sued over very hot coffee where she spilled it on herself and then sued for it, saying that it was way too hot. And she did win the case. These two are not related, and I am tired of coming in here like Ebenezer Scrooge to lay down the brass tacks. That woman with the hot coffee was a very different situation where there was a legitimate problem with the temperature the coffee was served at, where it was damn near fucking the temperature of the sun's surface. Like, they were serving liquid magma. So when she spilled it on herself, she legitimately disfigured herself. Like, it was a, like, debilitating burn. They were 3rd degree, served from the 3rd circle of hell. And she had to get, like, a skin grafting procedure in order to fix what happened. Like, it was a lot. Now, in this case with the chicken nugget, we're talking about 2nd-degree burns. There is a wide range of difference between 2nd and 3rd-degree burns. 2nd-degree burns, in very severe cases, can of course be disfiguring to a certain extent, but mainly we're talking blisters. I mean, shit. When we did the Forged in Fire video and I was crafting the finest katana the East Coast has ever seen, I was like a well-oiled machine, a fucking samurai bladesmith. When I was hitting it with the hammer, one of the pieces of the molten like metal bounced up and landed on my hand and temporarily fucking fused with me and burnt it the entire time. We are talking forging temperatures. I forgot exactly what that temperature is, the exact number, but it's well north of a chicken nugget, and that was a 2nd-degree burn. And it was only a blister, and after 2 weeks it went away, and now you'd have no idea that I was ever even the victim of such a masculine injury, a fucking blacksmithing injury. And I was 27 at the time. I was a 27-year-old man. I don't have the same superhuman healing capabilities as a child. Children are like fucking Wolverine with adamantium coursing through their veins. They can like instantly heal half of the injuries that would have an older person either dead or hospitalized in the ICU. So I have no doubt that the child will probably be fine here, and I do understand and recognize that it's still a very emotionally distressing situation, but the fact that they're trying to say it's entirely McDonald's fault I think is beyond laughable. And I feel like such a fucking cuck going to bat to defend McDonald's like a free PR loser here for them, but my disdain for multi-billion-dollar fast food corporations is outweighed by my disdain for bad parenting, and I really feel like this is an issue of parenting. I think this is the mom's fault. Now I want to summarize my feelings instantly here so there's no confusion. If this chicken nugget had burned this young child in a matter of seconds after being exposed to her skin, then I would agree that something was wrong on McDonald's end where they were serving dangerously hot food and they would deserve to be held liable. If this chicken nugget had fallen onto her lap and given her 2nd-degree burns within like 10 seconds, 20 seconds, even 30 seconds, I'd be like, okay, something's real fucking weird with the way they're cooking up those nuggets. Why are they so hot? That's way too hot, and that's unreasonably hot. But that's not what happened here. That's not the reality of this case. She received 2nd-degree burns after having that chicken nugget pressed against her skin for over 2 minutes. That is a long time. So I don't think there was any hocus pocus with this nugget going on here. I don't think it was a higher temperature than the rest. It was just the only one that got pressed against her skin for such a long period of time. So of course it would cause some damage because of that. I don't think that has anything to do with the temperature. So let's break down the facts of the situation. The mother got their child a Happy Meal in 2019. The child was 4 years old at the time, and she allowed the child to eat in the car unsupervised. Unsupervised might not be the right word here because it's not like the child had like a, fort in there, like a panic room where they were able to hide away from the mom. Like she could still see the child, but she was able to eat all by herself without the mom being able to do a whole lot to, help in the situation. And I feel like a child that young is not going to know that chicken nuggets are going to be extremely hot. So they're more than willing to just be a little loosey-goosey with some fresh fucking nuggies. And one wild component about this case that I don't see enough people mentioning is the fact that they even got hot chicken nuggies from McDonald's in the first place, because half the time you get served those, they're fucking ice cubes. So they already found a shiny Pokemon here in the fact that their chicken nuggies were even lukewarm, let alone boiling hot, I suppose. So, the 4-year-old gets the chicken nuggets, the mother is driving, and she spills the nuggets on herself. I believe they said about 6 nuggets. And one of them gets lodged between the seatbelt and her leg. And it gets pressed against her leg and starts burning her for 2 minutes with the child screaming the whole time. I think all of this is a big red flag against the mother here. One, letting the child handle hot food like this at such a young age without the mom being able to, like, help. That it just seems a little irresponsible. And 2, taking over 2 minutes to remove a chicken nugget that's scalding your daughter. Like, that seems like a ridiculously long response time. She probably could have dialed 911 and the fire department would have showed up faster to get it off. Unless she was driving on the interstate, I guess that might be a reason or an excuse, but I don't understand how she wouldn't have been able to at least just, like, reach over and, like, brush the nugget off of her daughter's leg. Or pull over and analyze the situation a little bit sooner. It just seems like a really long time. Now let's really dive into the weeds of the situation here. I'm not exactly an expert when it comes to burn science. We'd have to ask fucking Harvey Dent for more specifics, but let's start at the basics. A second-degree burn is classified as a mild to moderate burn, and it's the most common type of burn. Features of a second-degree burn include skin discoloration, blisters, shiny moist skin, pain, discomfort, swelling, and layers of skin peeling away. And I wanted to find information on what temperature foods can start to cause second-degree burns, but unfortunately all the data I was able to collect and find was about liquids and the temperature at which second-degree burns can occur. With liquids, adults can suffer third-degree burns starting at 150-degree water when exposed for only 2 seconds. And burns will also start to occur within a 6-second exposure to 140-degree water or within 30 seconds at 130-degree. So, second-degree burns, from all the data I can find, really start to take place at the 130-degree Fahrenheit mark when exposed for only seconds, like literally like 30 seconds. And then once you get above there, it's even more instantaneous and even more severe. That's when you start going from second to third degree when exposed for like 150-degree Fahrenheit for like 5 seconds, stuff like that. There's also this scald chart here, but keep in mind this is all liquid. So it doesn't exactly translate 1-to-1, but if you look here at 124 degrees Fahrenheit, when exposed for 2 minutes, you get second-degree burns. Now, there also is data on for like hot pavement, and hot pavement at 130 degrees Fahrenheit can also start to give you second-degree burns pretty quickly as well. But I couldn't find anything for food temperatures. But let's look at some basics here. They're claiming that this chicken nugget had to be fucking going nuclear at over 200 degrees Fahrenheit, which to me just sounds unlikely. That would basically be making a chicken nugget and having one of it saturated in pure fat frying oil that somehow gets locked in between the chicken and the breading, so it'd basically be like a gusher of chicken and oil. Because I feel like there's no way chicken itself wouldn't start to liquefy at that temperature. Most chicken is cooked at 165, so it's safe from salmonella. McDonald's is maintaining that it was served at the proper 160 Fahrenheit, which is still, of course, a safe temperature to serve chicken at. And from what I'm reading, no one ever really cooks chicken above 180. 180 is the highest temperature I've seen people cooking chicken, and they claim that it gets really juicy and kind of liquidy. So I imagine if you went into the 200 range, you'd basically get like a fucking chicken broth, like a fucking soup of chicken in the breading. So I just find it kind of unlikely that they'd somehow get a 200-degree nugget, because it already has to go through a long process as well, where it was probably sitting for a certain period of time. So it just feels like it probably would have cooled off anyway if they did cook it to 200 degrees, but I'm not going to write that off as impossible. It could just be extremely unlucky. But even then, if it really was 200 degrees, if that 200-degree nugget got pressed against her skin for over 2 minutes, I think she would have much more than second-degree burns. She probably would be looking at third-degree burns. Of course, that's extrapolating based off the liquid temperature chart for burns, so it's clearly not 1-to-1, but even still, I think that's valuable data to give us some kind of baseline in comparison here. 200 degrees pressed against your skin for over 2 minutes, I definitely think that'd be third-degree, not second-degree burns. So what I think happened here is the nuggets were served at the right temperature, 160, which is still very hot. It's hot food, obviously. And it doesn't need to be like some kind of freak rogue chicken nugget that's 200 degrees that burnt her daughter. A normal, properly served chicken tender at 160 could still cause second-degree burns because it got locked against her skin, pressed against her skin firmly for over 2 minutes. I could take a chicken nugget, not even like a 160-degree nugget, like one that's been sitting out for a while, and if I clench my fist around it for 2 minutes, I would probably get second-degree burns too. Like, it doesn't have to be a freakishly hot nugget to cause that, at least not from everything I'm reading here. The problem wasn't that the nugget was too hot, the problem was that it got pressed against her daughter's skin for so long, causing the damage. So I feel like this is just a little silly to say it's McDonald's fault. And one of the things they're coming after McDonald's for is not making it crystal clear that hot food can be dangerous. On Thursday, the jury found McDonald's and franchise owner Upchurch Foods liable for failing to properly warn or provide reasonable instructions on the possible harm from the hot McNuggets dispensed at the Tamarack, Florida drive-thru. That's so embarrassing that we've reached the point that now we need fucking dumbass McDonald's to teach us that hot food can be dangerous. That's sad. Obviously, hot food can burn you. That's like the number one thing a human being learns extremely early in their life. Fucking cavemen knew that fire was hot. Fire equal burn, not good, don't like, ouchie. Like, I can't believe that now we're putting that onus on McDonald's to teach us that a hot food can be hurtful and cause pain when pressed against human skin for over 2 minutes. That is an unreasonably long period of time to experience continuous pain. I also didn't understand this portion of the case either. Miss Holmes purchased 32 chicken nuggets that day, and the evidence will show that 31 of them was no problem. What do you mean? How would you even have that evidence that 31 of them were no problem? They would have cooled off by the time you start gathering the data on their temperature. And then it goes on to say that she has one burn, and that's the one location where the McNugget was trapped by the seatbelt for 2 minutes. No shit! Of all of the nuggets that fell onto her lap, the only one that caused damage was the one that was pressed against her skin. Fucking obviously, this isn't like a eureka moment like a smoking gun. Clearly it's that one. It's 200 degrees, it had to be. It's the only one that had any pressure applied to the skin for an extended period of time. All the other nuggets, I imagine, were brushed off or shaken off in pain, but this one got stuck between the seatbelt and her leg, and I'm guessing while screaming and panicking, she wasn't able to free herself from the pressure being exerted on the nugget and her skin. So that's obviously the one that's going to cause the injury, not the ones that are no longer burning her or anything like that. Fucking clearly. It's not like it instantly touched her skin and burned it. If it did, then I would totally agree that there was something very awry with the process here. If it was only against her skin for a matter of seconds, then I'd be like, oh yeah, McDonald's really fucked up here, because clearly there's no world where a nugget should be so hot that if it touches your skin for like 5, 6, 7 seconds, it should second degree burn you. That's ridiculous. But when it's pressed against your skin for over 2 minutes, I would expect anything to burn you if it's even moderately hot food. So I think this whole case is just fucking ridiculous. I think it's silly. And honestly, some things are really weird about how long it took to respond to her child screaming in pain for over 2 minutes. Something about that rubs me the wrong way. There has to be a good excuse for it, like driving on the interstate or making it completely impossible for her to just reach over and, hit the nugget off her leg herself. I don't really know, but there's something about that component specifically that I find very odd. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this because it's got me tilted, seeing a lot of people talk about it, and it's kind of divisive. It's not like everyone agrees on one thing or the other, but it's just so weird that they were actually found liable here and having to explain that they cooked their food hot to avoid foodborne illness like salmonella. People are starting to question why their food is hot to begin with. Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be to start questioning why food is hot when it's served? There's a reason we cook our food and have been cooking our food for thousands of years now. I don't know why all of a sudden that's being called into question. So, yeah, I just wanted to go over this whole case. That's about it. So, yeah. I have a huge update to a story I covered yesterday, and I'm just going to be honest and upfront right away. It put a smile on my face. I was grinning ear to ear like a child who just met Optimus Prime at Universal Studios theme park. Like, this was good news that they dropped because it showed signs of life for the little guy against an evil soulless corporation known as Nexon. I'll quickly bring you up to speed with a little speed run of the lore here. Dark and Darker is a game that's not even fully out yet. They've done a few playtests, and I am a huge fan. I've played every playtest thoroughly. I'm hard addicted to the playtests, and it's just a beloved game at the moment that was unjustly pulled from Steam due to a DMC copyright takedown issued by Nexon, claiming that Dark and Darker and the developers behind it, Iron Mace, stole from them, both stole assets and also stole the idea from Nexon's unreleased project called P3. Now, there's a lot more muddying of the waters, but that's the gist of it. Nexon had the game removed from Steam. It has been taken down because Nexon has cease and desisted Iron Mace. So Dark and Darker is effectively dead at the moment since they're unable to continue working on it. Otherwise, it'd be a legal matter. So they have to cease all operation on it, put the kibosh on the whole project while they engage in this lengthy and expensive legal battle with Nexon. Now, Nexon you probably only know from MapleStory, but they have hundreds of millions of dollars at their disposal that they're probably going to throw against Iron Mace to try and bully them legally into shutting down, because as I said in the last video, it seems like they're just upset that they missed out on the chance to milk the golden udder of this cash cow, Dark and Darker. They had a similar idea, but one that they were unable to fully realize on their own, and Dark and Darker has absolutely fucking crushed it. So they're mad, and this is their way of lashing out and throwing a temper tantrum. And even if they do win in court, they certainly lost in the court of public opinion. This whole stunt from Nexon has been a reputation ruiner. Not even like Nexon was in good standing with gamers in the first place. They're a fucking scummy company for a million other reasons, but this one went above and beyond the level of shittiness most people would have expected from them. Their greed is just this open, festering wound that I can't wait to pour salt in, because this update I have for you is good news. Iron Mace went full fucking barbarian mode on this one and just slapped around this lawsuit, at least in terms of like debunking the core points and dismantling a lot of the arguments they tried to make. So I want to show you their response so we can go over it together, because I think they did a great job at laying the smackdown here and defending themselves. In the cease and desist from Nexon, they note that there's a lot of similarities between the files of Dark and Darker and the files in their project P3. It says the comparison of resources in the folder created when installing Dark and Darker to those when installing P3 game shows that these two games had 2,338 files with the same names. Even if we exclude the number of files essentially included in the Unreal Engine itself from the above, more than 1,000 files have the same file name, and below is a list of the resource file names that are identical in Dark and Darker in the P3 game. So they went through and listed out all of these files, and Iron Mace went through and made a spreadsheet showing these files that are listed in this lawsuit in Exhibit D, and where they came from in Dark and Darker. As you can see, the astute observer will notice the vast majority of these files come from the Unreal Marketplace. They are fucking Unreal assets. They do not belong to Nexon, and Nexon cannot claim ownership over these assets. I have played 1,000, 5,000, 20,000, nay, 100,000 shitty Steam games that have all used similar assets, so I notice a lot of the same things in those games to Dark and Darker. They are there for a reason. They are fair game for developers to use. I'm not saying that to say that Dark and Darker is lazy and these assets are shitty. The point is, I have seen these assets used in thousands of games. They are not Nexon's. They did not steal these from Nexon. The reason why they're going to share the same names is because they're the same fucking assets. And in the document, you'll even see a section of files that don't come from the Unreal Marketplace. They are made by Iron Mace, and they explain that the reason these have similar names is because they're relying on the same fantasy tropes that have existed for a long time. Thus, the files in P3 that bear a similar name is because it's in the same goddamn genre that has existed for so long, so of course the names are going to be similar. They are not Nexon assets, and they did a great job of showcasing this here by taking the file that was named in the Exhibit D section of the cease and desist and showing exactly where it came from in the Unreal Marketplace, for example, which I think completely debunks that whole claim of stolen assets. So it really seems like this whole stolen asset claim is a load of horseradish. I expected that maybe they'd try and make a claim like, oh, actually, the prison bars used in Dark and Darker were lifted directly from P3, and here's proof of that. But they didn't even do that. They listed all of these files, and it was very easy for Iron Mace, although I'm sure it was a laborious and tedious process, to take those files that were listed in this cease and desist and be like, no, the reason these are similar is because it's a fucking asset on Unreal. So to me, that just seems like an easy slam dunk. So at best, this claim was incompetent. And at worst, a malicious attempt to bully a smaller developer because you're a very petty evil corporation. So now let's get into their statement here. I'm not going to read everything verbatim, I'm just going to be picking out the most important pieces to the overall story, though I highly recommend reading their entire statement if you're interested in all of it. Nexon states that according to their investigation, Dark and Darker appears to have been built and developed using trade secrets and copyrighted information copied and stolen from Nexon. We would like to show that these allegations are baseless, no copyrighted materials or misappropriated trade secrets from Nexon were used by Iron Mace. The next paragraph highlights that P3 was only registered a month ago, meanwhile Dark and Darker has been public for more than 6 months. And then they get to the first point of contention, where one of their members was accused of acquiring and transferring key assets to his personal server without authorization. So Iron Mace elaborates on this, telling the whole story, which I won't read the entirety of. I'm just going to give you the cliff notes here. Basically, the accused member, the former Nexon employee, was working from home due to COVID-19 protocol, remote work policy, and was utilizing personal servers, but these servers were the subject of approvals and reapprovals, so he was under the impression that his actions were accepted by Nexon and it wasn't a problem. Eventually, the Nexon employee decided to leave in June of 2021 due to a breakdown of trust with one of his superiors and due to the uncertain atmosphere at the company. So he turned in his badge and left the office and decided to pursue his own path here, but he worked closely with his development team during his time at Nexon and informed them about his plans to leave, and made it clear that the reason for leaving was due to the uncertain atmosphere fostered at the company, and also stated that he'd welcome the team's talents for his next endeavor. He made it clear that he'd likely pursue a project in the same genre as P3, but explicitly clarified that any development would be made completely from scratch. This fact has been noted in witness testimony collected by the police investigating a separate personal lawsuit filed against the accused member by Nexon. That is a huge piece of this pie here. So even though he did talk to the former employees here, the former team, about, pursuing a game in the same genre as P3, he made it clear to them that it would be unrelated and everything would be built from scratch. The only thing it would share is the genre, which, again, you can't copyright a genre, especially one that's been around for as long as fantasy has. It's fantasy tropes, right? You can't copyright fucking wizards, magic, swords, spears, and shields, and archers, and all that. Like, it just doesn't work. The only thing they shared in common was that setting and the fact that they were extraction-based games. It's not something that you should be able to copyright since it's already an established genre and established setting. So I feel like this is a crucial piece of information here, that it was made clear and even has testimony backing it, that even though it was in the same genre as P3, everything would be made from scratch, and it wouldn't be just P3 again. It was going to be its own identity. Now, continuing on, they talk about how once Nexon became aware of this member's plans to leave the company, they decided to send the internal audit team after him. They sicked the hounds on him. So they started to immediately accuse him of stealing files, even though they had been able to observe his activity for a long time now and had no problem with it up until, I guess, he decided to leave the company. So he got fired based on these unproven claims and subsequently sued by the company a month later. And that personal lawsuit is still ongoing, and he's been the subject to multiple search warrants, as has Iron Mace, and so far they've found nothing to substantiate any of these claims or any of these accusations against them. So this poor guy just wants to make a good game, and he can't help but get sued more than McDonald's here by Nexon, who's holding a grudge against him. So he and Iron Mace have been the subject to multiple searches from authorities, and still they have found nothing to substantiate any of their claims. There is no evidence to back up anything Nexon is claiming. The next claim they tackle is the takedown notice submitted by Nexon alleges that the founder of Iron Mace, Terrence, knew that the accused members used stolen trade secrets and copyrighted material to develop Dark and Darker to knowingly benefit oneself and Iron Mace, basing this claim purely on past association and without offering any proof. The founder of the company has no knowledge that any stolen trade secrets or copyright material were ever used to develop Dark and Darker. In fact, the founder has on multiple occasions told members of his team they must be extra diligent in ensuring that everything is done by the books in order to uphold the vision and branding of the company. The takedown notice then states that Nexon's P3 game has never been disclosed to a third party during this period in an attempt to strengthen their claims that the only way to have come up with a similar idea was to have stolen it. However, this claim can be clearly proven false. Nexon disclosed P3 in a media showcase in August 2021 to members of the gaming media, who then wrote about it in multiple blogs and articles as shown below, and then they dropped the fucking receipts here. So they lay the receipts out on the table. They say, here's the buffet of proof. Would you like to take a slice here? and clearly show that P3 was revealed to the public well before Dark and Darker. It's not something that was, kept under lock and key in a vault buried underground where only a few people had access to the information of its existence. This is something that they publicly showcased at one point. Thus, it's not like it was stolen from them, and again, it's a genre. It is a genre. You can't own the entirety of an entire fucking genre. It's not yours. Iron Mace also recognizes and calls attention to this fact. The takedown notice then states that no other games had the same concept, genre, and plot as the P3 game, even though none of those contents of these categories are original, and other games like Expedition Agartha have all three that are similar. The notice then states that within a mere 10 months of forming Iron Mace, its demo/test version of Dark and Darker became publicly available in August 2022. The notice states that it is impossible for Iron Mace to have developed Dark and Darker in such a short time frame without using Nexon's trade secrets and confidential information, again, without offering any proof. And then their response is, just because it may be difficult for a large bureaucratic company such as Nexon to develop games in such a short time frame does not mean that it's impossible for another studio, big, small, new or old, to develop games quickly. Holy shit, stand back, they're preaching right now. You don't have to be bilingual to understand this language of facts that they're laying down right now. They're saying that this is an outrageous claim just because you are a mismanaged corporation that can't roll out games in a meaningful time frame doesn't mean every video game company is as poorly managed as you are. Games can be developed in a timely fashion without ever playing dirty or stealing from other places, and they're absolutely right. A lot of these big studios are extremely slow with updates or anything at all for their games, and it's not because it's impossible, it's because they're just not managed properly. You see indie games all the time able to make patch upon patch in really quick time frames because they're passionate and they work effectively. And even some big studios do as well. It's not all of them, of course, but you see it time and time again for a lot of big ones. This is a very factual statement here, and it's a stupid claim for them to make. There's no way in such a short time frame they could make a game. It takes us 15 years to make MapleStory 1.5. Like, there's no way. No, it doesn't make any sense. They had to have stolen from us. It's stupid. And Iron Mace also calls out the fact that this is generic fantasy shit, right? It is tropey fantasy shit. They even list another game that has all three of these similarities that Nexon lists, which was Expedition Agartha. In this genre, a lot of games are going to bear a lot of resemblance because it's established and has been established for such a long time now. So it's not uncommon or unusual for a lot of these games to have very similar things in them. They even expand on this a bit by saying that they have evidence they'll be releasing soon that shows exactly how they built the game so quickly and efficiently. And I imagine this is going to be like alpha footage of the game during its development. And interestingly enough, I have actually heard a couple streamers that were talking about this mention that they've seen Dark and Darker when it was still in the alpha. So you can see that it was entirely built like by them from scratch and also using the assets. So it should be a very easy thing for them to prove, and I imagine that's going to be yet again another easy layup for them. This statement then goes further, hammering the point home about the file similarity that Nexon's hung up on, explaining that once again they are Unreal assets for the most part, or general fantasy concepts that of course are going to share similar names in the files because they're similar concepts. Nexon then makes the claim that even if they are purchased from the Unreal marketplace, it doesn't explain why the character assets and all of that are identical to P3. So then they had to explain to them that it's general fantasy shit, so of course it's going to look similar. They're both playing in the same fantasy realm, so the character is obviously going to look similar. And then they touch on why, like, the concept art looks similar to P3. And I can't even believe this needs to be said, but it did need to, and Iron Mace makes the statement that the character concept artwork for both games were created by the same individual, explaining the similarities in style. Obviously, they have the same artist here that worked on both games, and he's no longer at Nexon. He is now with Iron Mace. It's not like he's going to drastically change his artistic style, so clearly some of the concept art and art pieces are going to bear resemblance. It's the same fucking person who did art. So clearly that explains that. It's not that he stole art from Nexon. It's just the same goddamn guy doing the art, and he has an individual style. I love this next part. The notice then states that the level and extent of the two games' key concepts, genre, and storyline make it clear that Iron Mace must have used Nexon's trade secrets to create Dark and Darker. And again, both the concepts and storyline are purposely traditional and generic and can be found in many fantasy games, including pen and paper RPGs, which was one of the main inspirations for Dark and Darker. The premise of adventurers delving into dungeons full of monsters and treasures in their quest to seek riches is so generic and common that it can be broadly applied to numerous other fantasy games. Just for fun, we asked ChatGPT to come up with a description for a generic PvP dungeon crawling game that created an eerily similar game description below. So, and then here's that description that ChatGPT came up with. The point of this was to showcase just how generic all of the concepts and everything in Dark and Darker is, and purposely so. It's all just traditional RPG established elements, nothing new. They didn't reinvent the wheel, they just did a very great job of it. They utilized it beautifully and made a very fun and unforgettable experience out of it. But at its core, it is generic fantasy, top to bottom. In closing, Iron Mace states, given the information presented, it is difficult to believe that Nexon, in good faith, could reasonably believe that Iron Mace has infringed on the copyrights for their P3 project. They also provide no actual evidence that Iron Mace misappropriated Nexon's trade secret information in the creation of Dark and Darker, but instead base it on circumstantial claims. Finally, they accuse Iron Mace of a flagrant breach of Valve's SSA and SOCR, restricting our ability to provide our game to players on the largest mainstream PC game platform and severely obstructing our ability to do business. Iron Mace requests that Nexon renounce their baseless claims. If they would like to compete on merit, we welcome Nexon to promptly accommodate the comparison of source code, custom assets, and design documents with the police to quickly and decisively put an end to this matter. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful statement from Iron Mace. I think this was an incredible job from their team here in defending themselves. I don't see any merit to Nexon's claims at all anymore. Even going into this, I thought they were shaky and shoddy at best, but now they seem just completely baseless, and I think Iron Mace has done a great job of, at the very least, clearing their name to the public from the few people that thought maybe Nexon did have a case here. I'm very happy with this update, and I'm optimistic that this lawsuit, should it continue going forward, will actually be ruled in favor of Iron Mace. Nexon doesn't really seem like they have a whole lot in the tank here unless they have all kinds of new information that they haven't revealed. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Dark and Darker is an amazing game that I'm still extremely excited for, and I hope this gets resolved quickly because I want to do the next playtest ASAP. So that's really about it. See ya. Charlie, Vital Pharmaceuticals went bankrupt, Bang Energy going broke. Oh no! Oh goodness, not Jack Owak. Oh god. Bang Energy parent company files for bankruptcy. Why? You telling me an absolutely unhinged CEO going rabid and making absolute, I don't even know the right word to describe his claims. Outrageous, I guess? About super creatine and shit? You're telling me that wasn't the recipe for success? And having women dance around and rub themselves over Bang Energy to sell it wasn't enough? You think this is it for Bang? Oh, I have no idea. Vital Pharmaceuticals, though, being the parent company of Bang, does bode poorly, and Bang themselves is locked into a big lawsuit right now with Monster over their super creatine claims, which were just wrong. We need Elon to save the day. That's what Jack Owak needs to do. If he just makes a post on Twitter asking Elon to buy his company out, Elon would probably do it. Jack Owak put out a new video about bankruptcy on YouTube. No way. Oh my god. Is he addressing it head on, or is this him trying to prove the super creatine is real?
Hello and welcome, friends. I'm the CEO of Bang Energy, and I hope this message finds you well and thriving. With all the recent news and everybody from Bloomberg to BevNet being obsessed with Bang Energy, there have been numerous questions regarding super creatine and whether it's real. I can assure you that super creatine is real. Just like creatine monohydrate or any other forms of creatine, super creatine increases free creatine in plasma, in blood, and muscle.
Oh yeah, if this is your first time seeing Jack Owak, you're in for a wonderful surprise. This man dresses like what every 12-year-old boy in 1994 thought was cool fashion. He has like these awful, awful chains, the worst suits imaginable. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next clip we see him in some parachute pants.
For starters, even Monster's own bought and paid for study showed a rise of creatine levels in human muscles after test subjects consumed supercreatine.
CEO Man 3000
in the Monster Commission study. Yeah. Furthermore,
bro, just tell me about the
fact
lawsuit.
That in my opinion, the Monster study was defectively designed to make supercreatine look inferior. Supercreatine nevertheless elevated creatine levels in human test subjects. What's even more remarkable is that free creatine levels in the blood continue to rise.
Bro, just address the lawsuit. I don't really.
After ingestion.
I don't really
We are
care.
obviously very proud and excited about the Peking study.
You can all. He's criticizing the Monster study for tanking the super creatine results, but he could have very easily had bogus studies on confirming the super creatine results. It's a door that swings both ways. I'd rather he just address on the nose what's happening with the lawsuit more so than trying to verify super creatine's real, which I'm gonna tell you I don't believe in at all. I don't think there is a fucking shot Jack Owalk, this absolute unhinged CEO of Bang, somehow cracked a new improved creatine for Bang Energy. I don't see it, but that's not even what I'm interested in. I just want to see how the lawsuit's going and his company going bankrupt. It's been that way for years. You guys might remember back in... when was it? I think it was the 60s. Can't remember. We even went over it on stream. Back when there was this huge push against sugar. So in order to placate that, companies started hiring labs to do other studies to say, actually, it's not the sugar making everyone fat, it's the fat content. So then they'd start pointing to these studies like, no, sugar is unfairly blamed. It's fat. And for about, 30 years, people believed it. Fat was vilified by the general populace. And sugar got off scot-free for quite a while.
What about you? In a recent trial against Monster, we were issued a $293 million verdict.
Yeah.
This alone would cause almost any company to file bankruptcy. This, however, does not mean Bang is going out of business. Quite the contrary. Chapter 11.
We're doing better now than ever.
Reorganization to keep our business alive and to pay our creditors over time.
Jack, I'm going to be your business strategist here for a moment. You need to invest in even more chains and more almost nude women to promote Bang. We need to double down in the sectors that are going to make us pop off. And that's you as the influencer face on the YouTube channel and surrounded by all of the Bang Energy women rubbing it in their ass crack and all that. That's where we need to put our focus for marketing, and we will survive this, I have no doubt, Jack.
Let me repeat that, my friends. Bang Energy will be doing business as usual.
Amen.
In fact, with our new decentralized distribution system, I believe that you'll be able to find more flavors of Bang Energy in more places than ever before. In addition to our eloquent...
That's not, that's not the great flex he really thinks it is. The bankruptcy reorganizing isn't a great thing to even spin positively. It's just coming across more sad than anything. But hey, to each their own, baby.
What about you?
Nope.
Creatine monohydrate has terrible
You shouldn't ask me
solubility in
that.
water. I once stirred and left creatine monohydrate in a glass of water overnight, and the creatine monohydrate never dissolved. However, super creatine is highly water soluble and goes into solution within a few minutes. That sounds pretty darn super to me. What about you?
Still no.
Super creatine is stable in a beverage and
Still fucking no. All of this is just easily faked and easily manufactured and manipulated. It's just fucking worthless. It really is. And especially because you're only citing one study. You are still only citing a single study that was performed outside of the US, I'm pretty sure. Who was it? I believe it was Peking Bio. It's for international students taught in Chinese. So it is outside of the US, right? Is it in China?
Water stable at room temperature. Other forms of creatine are not stable in water and over time degrade to creatinine. That sounds pretty darn super to me. What about you?
You gotta stop asking me,
This
Jack.
just
Still not.
in. We have preliminary evidence that shows that supercreatine may have a half-life in human plasma for roughly 7 days. Furthermore, supercreatine is made up of roughly 50% L-leucine.
Where was that? You're not gonna cite that one? This just in. I made something else up real quick. Who performed that study?
Furthermore, super creatine is made up of roughly 50% L-leucine, which is known as the most powerful contributor to muscle protein synthesis out of all essential branched-chain amino acids.
You want to know a fun fact about that one? This claim's not even like super wrong. But you want to know what's interesting? Every fucking drink ever has this in it. It's not like Bang all of a sudden has this chemical X. This shit is found in every fucking drink. It is like one of the most common additives to a drink. Thanks to Resub Rose. He must really think people that drink Bang are stupid.
In fact, no other creatine molecules contain the powerful amino acid L-leucine except for super creatine.
What are you talking about? What? I don't know what the claim he's making in regards to super creatine, but literally every single drink, every single, even not supplements, but the shake stuff, not Soylent, but you guys know what I'm talking about, like the flavor additives, like all that shit has that. All of it. Fucking all of it. It's not unique to Bang or super creatine, unless he's somehow using it differently, which I don't think he is.
Hey, this sounds pretty darn super to me. What about you?
No, it sounds standard. Stop asking me that. You know where I stand.
Super creatine. Rodney Sachs
That's not a good
suing me
thing.
Personally, and trying to destroy my family and children by taking away my house and other possessions. It is important to note that we recently filed a mega lawsuit against Monster Energy Drink and Rodney Sachs. This lawsuit refers to more than 120 reports of suspected links between consumption of Monster Energy Drink and serious adverse health events, including 10 heart attacks and roughly 20 deaths.
Let's take a peek at Bang's list of fatalities. I'm sure you're not far behind. Monster is significantly bigger than Bang, but I bet Bang has quite a long list of bodies here. Let's see. Bang-related heart attacks. Still not focusing in on Bang. It just keeps casting the net wider. The reason I want to single out Bang, not only because of the Monster call-out, but Bang has more caffeine. So Bang has 300 milligrams of caffeine, which is a fucking ton. Like, that's a lot. And then I think, what does Monster have? Monster has 86. What? Is that right? Oh, 180. Where is this 86 coming from? Oh, this isn't giving me a whole can. I see. Yeah, this wasn't the whole can. It was just giving me like a serving size of the can. So yeah, 160 according to this. So Bang is almost double the caffeine. Let's take this. So they're coming after Monster for heart attacks and adverse health effects. And that's going to be attributed to the caffeine because of like atrial fibrillation, I think is what it's called. From like too much caffeine. I'm going off memory here. And that's at 180, 160 milligrams of caffeine for Monster. Now double that. Bang's in a much worse spot.
We know that Monster has been involved in well over 1,000 lawsuits. Many individuals and companies have been destroyed by Monster, who's now trying to destroy us. Remember, friends, what the great late Albert Einstein said, great spirit.
Caffeine's not correlated with AFib? I thought it was. Again, I'm going off memory. It's something, though. Here, let me at least get it right. What is it then? Caffeine is directly correlated with some kind of heart condition, like too much caffeine. Let me see. It's not often. 94% of physicians agree something, even when its benefits have been demonstrated in randomized clinical trials, such as the use of beta blocker. Oh, wait. No, kind of. Focused on 3 types of specific arrhythmias, 1 atrial fibrillation. So it is listed there. But yeah, this is excessive caffeine. This isn't just like one energy drink kind of caffeine, which is what I was saying. Like too much caffeine.
Primarily because of Monster's insistence upon waging war against super creatine and me personally.
No one wants to go to war with you, Jack. You're too cool, too scary.
Super creatine, I don't know anybody who drinks a Bang energy drink because of super creatine. Do you? In fact,
that's like your main selling point. What do you mean? Of course there's people that do. Bro, you hype super creatine up like it's like a panacea. There are absolutely people that drink Bang Energy just because of the fucking super creatine claims. What are you talking about? Now you're just blatantly lying. What are you saying? That is your main talking point. Outside of the women shaking their ass and their tits next to a Bang energy can, the next thing that you try and market is the super creatine. It's like the crux of your strategy.
Thank you for your loyalty. Thank you for your support. Make no mistake, my friends and loyal supporters, Bang Energy is coming like a freight train and cannot be stopped.
Oh shit, he's ripping on it. That double bass going hard. All right. I would say not the best defense of the massive, massive lawsuit, but it could have been worse. Bang CEO says yes to the dress. Oh, someone recommended that last time and I forgot. They made like their own documentary about themselves. Well, he made his own documentary about himself, and his family were just side characters in it.
My fiance is Jack Owak. We're wildly entertaining when we get together. We're both little kids at heart. He's definitely the man that God put on this earth for me.
Yeah, they're very spiritual. And she couldn't be more right about them being kids at heart. I mean, you need look no further than Jack Owak's fashion. In pretty much everything you ever see him in,
hello and welcome, friends.
He's wearing shit like this. She's on the money, for sure. W drip. It is quite drippy. This man's out here with that super swag style set to ultra, looking real nice.
About being classy. Definitely want to be covered up here. I came here today to make sure she got the right dress. Most of Megan's clothes, like her jeans today, her shoes, everything, I dressed her in.
Ah, that sounds healthy.
He's my fiance and I want to make him very happy. So I'm open to trying on any different style.
Okay. What's your budget?
I'm prepared.
I don't let my wife make her own
whatever it takes
decisions.
to get that, that
Her budget is what I say it is.
Different mermaid looks here.
It quickly becomes obvious who's looking to take charge.
I'm not feeling it. I want you to try this one on.
I hate lace.
What did you just say? What did you just say to Jack? Don't ever say that again. And especially not in public, you fucking harlot. This is his special day, for God's sake. Let him pick out the dress he wants.
I didn't know what I liked, what I didn't like. I was really just looking at Jack.
Gina,
what an awful fucking relationship. I don't know what I like. I only like what Jack tells me I like. So when I was looking for things, I had no mind of my own except what Jack wanted. God, that's awful. I feel terrible. Just even hearing that.
Is it going to have enough room here in the chest area, though?
Yeah, it probably will.
This store wasn't named Bridals by Jack. Since the groom already vetoed the bride's choice.
Well, it will be soon when he buys it. With all the money Bang's not making.
But what is Jack?
Oh, he's gonna hate it. He's gonna hate it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's gonna hate it. You harpy, how dare you.
Wow.
I don't want to get married now. I hate the dress. You can see it on his face.
Now tell me how you feel about this.
I really like this, but I want to know what Jack thinks about this dress.
Excessive amounts of ruffles. You know I don't like ruffles.
Is this say yes to the dress or say yes to the breast?
Ooh, he had that one cooking in his back pocket.
Tell us an ideal dress.
You need to speak with my fiance about that.
The ideal dress is something like a white hoodie, perhaps, and with a giant Bang chain, perhaps. And I'll even get her maybe a bouquet of flowers to carry around, but only if I can put little Bang toppers on them. That's the proper attire.
We're going to put Meg Liz in a sophisticated sheath gown with embroidered details.
How dare you! Are you out of your mind? This is say yes to the dress, not say yes to fucking tits!
Oh, yeah.
Jack is gonna blow a gasket.
Beautiful.
Is this a joke? Are you not taking his criticism seriously? Jack, I'm so sorry they're doing this to you, man.
Now tell me how
They're not even considering your feelings.
I would say like 8.5.
Whoa.
I really like this one.
Scale from 1 to 10.
It's a 1.
Points.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's bad.
Wow, I thought I had some claws.
Didn't even ask Jack.
This fiance? He's making me look like a kitten.
Now
I am sure there are plenty of dresses that allow enough room to breathe and enough room in there for the Lord to come in. We can't be coming out here showing this much skin. As Jack says, it's not skin to win. We're getting married. It's a holy matrimony. There's nothing holy about this dress. Ridiculous. I'm on Team Jack. This is outrageous. Why is his wife making her own decisions again? Why is Jack not back there? Huh? What happened? Jesus Christ. They kick him out? Ugh. This show is very unprofessional.
You got to stand up for yourself and figure out what you want.
What did you say? You just said that in front of Jack Owak. Do you realize that? Well, I hope you like being blacklisted for Bang energy drinks. Never getting one of those again.
maybe we should start looking for the dress that I knew I wanted, the mermaid style.
Finally,
Pardon?
the bride is shopping for herself.
Okay, what do we got now?
Mermaid style, blurmaid style, my ass.
Gown with a sweetheart neckline.
If this isn't coming out like a sweatshirt or like a Letterman jacket, it's a no. Nope. Nope, you fucked it.
Oh my gosh. I love
What are you
this.
not understanding?
This is along the lines of what you want.
Yes. Now I know exactly what I like. My figure looks amazing, and I absolutely love the mermaid style.
Okay, we found a dress.
Mermaids are the work of the devil.
But now we need to keep the fiancé from throwing a Tootsie Roll in the punch bowl.
I don't know that expression, but that's not happening. There's a Tootsie Roll going right in there. Coming in.
This one. I had a strong
Get ready to
feeling
fish the
that
Tootsie
this
Roll
dress
out of the punch bowl.
might be my dress, and I realized that I do not want my fiance to change my mind.
You want me to kick him out?
Yes, please. Yeah.
What?
Are y'all ready to see the next dress?
Yes.
Okay, Jack, honey, I got some bad news.
What's that?
Meg absolutely, positively loves this dress.
That's too damn bad. It doesn't matter what she wants. This is Jack Owak's wedding.
Kind of wanting to refuse to go, but you know, Lori's running the show. It's her world. I'm just visiting.
He must have like the stiffest back in the entire East Coast. The way he walks, it's like a robot. Like a Bang android.
She picked the right dress. Beautiful, classy. She rocked.
Oh, they paid him. It's the same kind of dress that he had an issue with before. They softened him up for the show. All staged. No. Of course it's not staged. Actually, to be honest, I bet everything that happened at the shop probably was like a little of Jack leaning into him being the douchebag, but that's just kind of Jack. Like, that is very Jack Owak behavior, to be honest. A class action lawsuit has been filed against PlayStation for nearly $6 billion by a consumer champion named Alex Neal. Now, I'm not Saul Goodman, but if I was, I'd start planting cocaine right now, because this is a huge lawsuit that's going to need a miracle to win, I think. I'm not an expert here, but it does seem like this lawsuit's got teeth, and they're coming at Sony's throat. 6 billion clams. 6 billion barnacles. You know how much I love wackiness. I love wackiness more than Bubble Bass loves Krabby Patties, and this lawsuit's got me hyped. Now, this lawsuit is proudly brought to you by PlayStationYouOweUs.co.uk, which is a beautiful website name. Like, that's pretty aggressive. It reminds me of like a Roblox petition to get their V-Bucks back or something. But this was a site where people would sign up who felt wronged by Sony, and Alex Neal is the class representative. And on the site, there's a 5-point breakdown that talks about why they're trying to steam PlayStation's ham. So the first point being that Sony has a near monopoly on the sale of digital games and add-on content through its control of the PlayStation Store. Sony uses this dominance to enforce strict terms and conditions on game developers and publishers. These terms allow Sony to set the price of digital games and in-game content and charge a 30% commission on every purchase of digital games and in-game content from the PlayStation Store. This results in excessive and unfair prices to consumers for their digital games and in-game content. And these prices are all out of proportion to the costs of Sony providing these services to its consumers. So basically they're saying that Sony has used its dominant position in the market to unfairly overcharge consumers. Now, for reference, this was filed in the UK, and a brand new PS5 game in the UK will cost you about £70, which is the equivalent to $82 US. So I do think they're getting fucked in the ass a bit here. It's quite an overcharge, if you ask me. And I'd love to see them win this lawsuit, you know. Power to the players, as PlayStation says. But the more I read into it, the less confident I feel that they'll be able to Fortnite dance on the grave of Sony with this lawsuit. I don't really think they're going to get a big W from it. And let me just explain why I think that. I'd love to be proven wrong. Like I said, I think it would be great if they actually did win this lawsuit because I do believe they're being overcharged, but I don't think they have the strongest case here. Just looking at these first 5 points, the first one just stands out as factually incorrect. They're claiming that Sony has a near monopoly on the sale of digital games and add-on content, which is just blatantly wrong. I would slap you with a fat F on your report card if you submitted this to me. Like, that is just not true. There's Xbox, Nintendo, Steam, there's so many other digital games vendors out there, it's not just Sony. Now, if you're talking about PlayStation exclusives, then yes, Sony has a monopoly on the digital sale of the PlayStation exclusives. But if that is the claim, it needs to be a lot more clear because with the wording here, it just makes it sound like you think Sony is the only console to exist and the only platform for digital games, which it isn't. The other thing that was confusing my little reptile brain was that 30% commission they mentioned, talking about how the Sony demands 30% cut of digital game and in-game purchase sales from the developers. That's not exclusive to just Sony. Xbox, Nintendo eShop, pretty much every digital game vendor has some kind of commission that they force. It's not just Sony, so I don't understand why they would target them specifically, since it's the industry norm. But I decided to spread the cheeks a little further, dig a bit deeper, and listen to what the UK consumers were saying. And it seems to be that in the competitors' shops, like the Nintendo eShop for example, they adjust their prices so that way the conversion makes sense and they're not being overcharged. Like a new Nintendo Switch game is £50, which when converted to like US dollars is about what we're paying in the States. However, when it comes to the PlayStation Store, that's not the case. So a new PlayStation 5 game in the States is $70, and in the UK it's £70. However, that converts to a lot more. That's 82 US dollars. They are just blatantly paying more. Instead of adjusting that price down to like £60 or whatever, they just keep it at that 70 and thus they're being overcharged. At least that's what I was reading from the UK consumers, which again, at the end of the day, it's blatantly obvious that they are paying a lot more for games than we are in the States. And I totally do agree that it is a ripoff. And Alex Neil, the class representative, has 14 years of experience as a consumer rights advocate. So it's not some joke of a lawsuit that was haphazardly thrown together by a faceless nobody. This isn't like that situation on Twitch where that guy tried to sue Twitch for like $100 million because he couldn't stop watching female streamers and ejaculating and he tried to blame Twitch for a porn addiction. This isn't that case. This is a real legitimate case that Alex Neil has put together. But I just don't know if it's focused enough to actually win. It seems way too generalized and broad, and you can look no further than their own website, where at the very end of these 5 points, they made this statement that just seems a bit misguided to me. This just seems like another desperate effort to throw something at the wall and see what sticks. The business model of gaming has changed dramatically over recent years. The move from games sold as physical discs to games sold digitally has seen the introduction of in-game content, where players must now also pay to progress, unlock more features, or customize their experience with new characters or weapons. Games are now designed to incentivize players to spend as much money as possible, including children. We believe that customers are paying too much for these digital products and that they deserve to be treated better by Sony and compensated. Our legal action is the first of its kind against Sony in the UK. Now, I am never a fan of the think of the children argument. I don't see why they put this here at all, because this doesn't even really run in line with what the lawsuit's aiming for. This is talking about how predatory microtransactions have become the norm, which they have, and it's a huge issue. But that's not what this lawsuit's really about. It's about being overcharged by the PlayStation Store. Talking about predatory and greedy marketing practices from these games that are preying on children or like fucking massive dopamine hits, dopamine fiends to spend more money is an issue, yes, but it's not the issue that you're really aiming at here. You're not putting that in the crosshairs. And it's also not like Sony is the puppet master forcing all these developers to be greedy and put these microtransactions in the game. Like, let's say Diablo Immortal's on PS5. Sony has no say-so in what way they monetize that game. It's on their platform, sure, but it was Blizzard that decided to put all of those terrible, terrible microtransactions in there that are preying on, you know, people with a spending problem or children or whatever, not Sony. Now, if the argument Sony keeps those prices too high, then yes, I suppose there's a real argument to be made there that the price is still too high, but the way this is framed makes it sound like it was Sony that decided to put all of those there when it wasn't. It wasn't their decision to have all of those predatory business practices baked into those games. That was the developers. I just don't really get why it's mentioned here. Because let's say Sony brings the price down so that way it's more fair across the board, where, you know, if you're buying a microtransaction in a game in the UK, it costs exactly the same as what it costs me to buy it in the States. It still doesn't solve the core issue that you're bringing up here with the games being predatory, right? Like, this whole paragraph here is like almost like fear-mongering. Like, games have become really greedy, and it's partly Sony's fault to some degree, which is why we believe you need to be compensated fairly, and we believe you need to be treated better. Like, what exactly do you mean? Again, getting the price down on microtransactions doesn't solve the problem you just highlighted of them being greedy and intrusive. That's still going to exist. Even if you win every single bit of this case, those microtransactions are still going to be there from the developers because it wasn't Sony that put them there. And just one last thing, in the press release, Neil wrote, "The game is up for Sony PlayStation. With this legal action, I am standing up for the millions of UK people who have been unwittingly overcharged. We believe Sony has abused its position and ripped off its customers." Alex Neil hits us with an anime protagonist line saying, "The game's up, Sony. I caught you with your pants down red-handed. It's time to face the music." And then in the press release, they also kind of frame it like the consumers didn't know they were being overcharged. But I just don't know how true that is. They kind of hint that it's Sony's fault that the consumers didn't know they were being overcharged. Like Sony was doing underhanded business tactics, when I just don't know if I believe that, because Sony doesn't really do anything besides just have a platform with a game and the price next to it, and you choose whether or not to buy it. Now, if you're not comparing that to the rest of the world's prices, then yeah, you would have no idea you're paying more than I am, for example. But it's not like it was Sony that was doing anything to mislead them, at least not that I've ever seen. They just put the games on their service with how much they cost, and it's up to the consumer if they find it to be a reasonable price or not. Now, if they do any research, they'll realize that they're paying more, and Australia especially is paying more than I am. Which is fucked up because there's no reason for it, but I don't think Sony has done anything to try and lead them down some false belief or anything. I think it's just a matter of they've been charging more and no one's really been questioning it, so they haven't changed it. And that's it. They haven't really been doing any kind of like propaganda to try and fool people into thinking that, you know, everyone's paying the same thing. And now that people are waking up to them being exploited, I think it's great that they're, you know, upset about it, because I don't think it's right. I don't think they should be paying more for no reason for the same game. It doesn't make any sense. But I just don't really like the way they talk about it in the press release, because they're putting that onus on Sony. That it was, you know, them keeping people in the dark, when it wasn't. They just put the games up and that was it. But anyway, overall, I really do hope they win this class action lawsuit, and hopefully the prices do change, because, like I said, it's a whole bunch of baloney that you're paying significantly more money for the same game in the UK, Australia, wherever else. It doesn't make any sense. There's no reason for that. So hopefully this does bring about positive change, and wishing them the best of luck. I just wanted to bring this up because this is a big lawsuit. That's about it. So yeah. If I asked you to think of the most iconic case in lawsuit history, I bet you go with one of two options. Either Carl Jobst vs. Billy Mitchell, where I was called as a witness in court and they used my fart as evidence, or you will think of the McDonald's lawsuit from many moons ago, where a woman successfully sued McDonald's after getting a hot drink spilled on her, which awarded her millions of dollars. That case has been referenced and talked about more than the Naruto vs. Pain fight. Basically, she had a drink that was dangerously hot, fucking matched the power of the sun. They basically served a cup of magma, and it spilt on her and it disfigured her. So she sued them, wanting her medical bills covered for all the medical treatment she went through as a result of it, but Ronald McDonald said, "Best I can do is one of these." It went to trial. The jury awarded her like $2.7 million in punitive damages, which eventually got knocked down to a little less than that, but she did receive a fat paycheck for all the damage that was caused. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because we just saw a pretty similar song and dance happen with Starbucks, where a man was served some hot tea that spilt on his lap in the drive-thru, disfiguring him, and he has now just been awarded $50 million. We have footage of exactly what happened here, so you can see the Starbucks employees got 3 venti hot teas that they're putting in a carrier right now and about to serve to the customer. But these hot teas have a different destination in mind. They're going straight to Penisville. So Michael grabs the carrier and one of the hot teas fucking ODST shock drops right onto his groin, which has caused third-degree burns and disfigurement to his penis, groin, and inner thighs. Now, I've seen some people make the claim that he did it to himself, like he threw the teas on him, like took a bath in it to try and sue Starbucks for damages. I don't get that sense watching that clip there, because you can see when he brings it into the car, that back one just fucking plops out. I don't get the feeling that there was any intent to disfigure his penis here for the sake of a paycheck. It really seems like when he brought it into the car, and as he was moving to set it into the seat next to him, that one hot tea just said, "I'm out." So it fell onto his lap, which then caused him to, accelerate in pain and panic. So I don't think it was on purpose. According to his attorney, he said that Michael's life has been forever changed. No amount of money can undo the permanent, catastrophic harm he suffered. This jury verdict is a critical step in holding Starbucks accountable for flagrant disregard for customer safety and failure to accept responsibility. So the lawsuit was on the grounds that Starbucks was at fault for not properly securing the hot drinks to the carrier, which led to this dick disaster. And he's won. According to CBS, the jurors deliberated for just 40 minutes. They speedran that. They said, "Fuck you, Starbucks. Check this gold split on the verdict." And also, Starbucks initially offered Michael $3 million before it went to trial, even upping it to 30 million clams, which he agreed to, but only under the condition that they apologize, change their policy, and issue a memo to stores telling them to double-check their hot drinks before handing them to customers. Starbucks declined those terms. They said, "No sirree, Buster, we will not accept under those stipulations. We'll see you in court. We're coming for what's left of your wiener," as they put on the brass knuckles and look like fucking stooges going into court. It seems like a pretty reasonable request. Like, okay, we'll settle this, but I want you to say sorry. And also, maybe change your policy a little bit when it comes to hot drinks, letting your employees know, like, hey, maybe just be super certain that these things are locked in there, fucking strapped in. So that way more people don't spill it on themselves. Like, it doesn't seem like he was asking for the world or anything. It's not like he was asking to have a bronze bust of his face in every Starbucks across the country or anything. He really did just ask for something kind of simple. I don't know what Starbucks had a conniption about, blowing a gasket and saying, "Nope, now you're getting nothing from us." But it's a decision that cost them an extra $20 million for it. Maybe they just really don't like the idea of apologizing. They cross their arms. "No, we won't say sorry." But the more I stew on it, I think what they most likely had an issue with was the policy change of, like, telling the workers more about the drinks and securing them. Maybe they thought that would be costly as, like, a training the employees more, or, like, having to change the carrier that it comes in or something. So they thought that maybe this would give, like, wiggle room for something like that, which could cost them more. I don't really know. It's hard to really get into the mind of a Starbucks higher up, because to do that, I'd have to hit my head against the wall 50 fucking times. Anyway, though, Michael has had to undergo 2 skin grafts to his penis and states that any friction to the area causes pain. I imagine he's not lying about that. Getting third-degree burns on your winky, I have no doubt will cause a long, long period of pain from even, like, very simple things. So I don't think he's making up, how much he's gone through. Getting penile skin grafts, that shit sounds horrifying. Now, admittedly, I don't understand how the $50 million was calculated. He has dysfunction, permanent damage, and psychological damage all stated in this. But how do you put numbers on that, and how does it reach $50 million? I don't really get how it reaches that number. Not that it bothers me. I think it's great that Starbucks is about to pay this guy $50 million. It's just, how do you get there? Because you could come over here right now with a pair of rusty pliers and rip my cock off, and it'd be safe to assume that my winky was never going to squirt out $50 million worth of value. So, I'm admittedly confused how it got to such an astronomical number here, but who gives a fuck? You won't find me shedding tears for $1 billion corporation like Starbucks having to pay this guy $50 million now. Congrats to him. That's a big W for sure. Yeah, he definitely went through something traumatic here, but I'm sure $50 million is going to help moving forward with all of this. Starbucks, though, is planning to appeal the decision. They claim that it has always been committed to the highest safety standards in our stores, saying, "We sympathize with Mr. Garcia, but we disagree with the jury's decision that we were at fault for this incident and believe the damages awarded to be excessive." It is a lot of money in damages, and it's not like the Starbucks employee went out there and fucking slapped it out of his hand like it was a game of Magic the Gathering and they flipped the table on him. It is one of those things where after it was given to the customer, then the drink fell out. But I think you can, and they clearly did, make a convincing argument that more could have been done to ensure that the top of the lid wouldn't fly off and lead to the whole beverage spilling all over him, and that it wouldn't fall out of the carrier if it was secured better. But I think the main reason they want to appeal this and fight back against it isn't even like the money element of it. $50 million, Starbucks higher-ups wipe their ass with that on the daily. They probably wouldn't even notice that as a blip on their radar. But what they don't want is anyone to try and emulate this on purpose. While I don't think this guy did it on purpose, since we have footage, it doesn't seem like he did it intentionally. There definitely would be someone that would see a payday like this and be like, that's the ticket. That's what I'm going to do right there. I'll go sacrifice my dick cheese, spilling this hot coffee on my groin, and I'll sue Starbucks for it. And I think Starbucks just doesn't want that to be like an option. They don't want to leave that door open here if they accept like full responsibility and just roll over for it. At least that's what I think the goal is with Starbucks trying to fight back against it. But then I started thinking, how likely is it that someone would go through all of that like penile skin grafts, permanent dysfunction and damage for a potential lawsuit settlement, a big payday? I think the likelihood's pretty high. Would I do it personally? Depends on my age. If I was guaranteed to win a $50 million lawsuit against Starbucks, if I just put my wiener through a traumatic and permanently disfiguring experience, I would consider it if I was in my 80s. Because right now, I get a lot of mileage out of my cock. But when I'm in my 80s, yeah, we're going to have great memories together and everything, but at that point, I'm just going to be playing with like bubblegum down there. Like, it's not going to be, as prominent. So I feel like I'd be more likely to try something like this for a $50 million payday the later in life I am. Not that anyone was asking me if I'd try this strategy or not, but I just thought about it for a little bit, so I wanted to share the conclusion that I drew for it. So yeah, big congrats to Michael here for the $50 million. I guess we'll see how the appeal process goes, but pretty interesting shit. I just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's it. So yeah. I always thought Billy Mitchell was the king of frivolous lawsuits, but he can't even hold a candle to Russia. You remember a few months ago we were talking about how Russia is suing Google for over $2.5 decillion, which is an unfathomable amount of money. If you added up every single breath every single human being has ever taken since Adam and Eve, it wouldn't even come close to 2.5 decillion, let alone 2.5 decillion doubloons being a reasonable amount of money to ask for. It doesn't exist. It can't exist. I just learned about another lawsuit coming from Russia where a Russian League of Legends streamer has successfully sued Twitch for over $200 million, so a little less than what Google's on the hook for, all because he received a ban on the platform and was able to make a case in Russian court that is trying to enforce a $200 million fine on Twitch for the injustice this League of Legends streamer faced, even though in his entire time on Twitch, he himself only made $2,000. So the math checks out. Actually, that seems about par for the course. It is so interesting. To help put this number in perspective, just how preposterous it is, there is an estimated 200 sextillion stars in the known universe. So this League of Legends streamer is looking to receive more money than there are stars in the known universe. Good luck. I mean, maybe he'll get some fairy godparents and be able to poof that money into existence, because that's the only way that shit's gonna happen. I was gonna try and find a clever way of tying $200 million into a subtle cheeky shout-out, but I couldn't, so I'm gonna do it abruptly. Go to usecheeky.com and use code LUCKY for our St. Patrick's Day sale where you can get 10% off all of our soap. It's the best soap in the universe. In fact, if you use Cheeky, over 200 million beings across the universe will say that you look and smell great. You look real clean. So yeah, it's usecheeky.com, and the code is lucky for the 10% off. Now to sum up the lore here, he was a League of Legends streamer named Lickrit, and he was suspended in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine, and the US imposed sanctions, and he was banned as a result. His father is also a Russian oligarch who apparently has some pretty close ties to Putin. After being banished to the Shadow Realm and not receiving payments from Twitch as a result of the sanctions, he took it to a Russian court in June and October of 2022, which Twitch called a violation of its terms of service. The first lawsuit was dismissed without prejudice, but the second one, well, the Russian law decided that one's got some meat on its bones. That one's got some real oomph to it, some pep in its step, and said that it violated his rights by suspending and demonetizing his accounts. So, the Russian court demanded that Twitch restore the account or pay a compounding penalty for non-compliance, basically the naughty boy penalty, where if you don't play ball and bend the knee to the most outrageous of demands, it's going to get worse. And Twitch, since they haven't reinstated the account, is racking up a fine of 100,000 rubles each day the account is not reinstated, and doubling each week without limit, per Twitch's lawsuit, which has reached astronomical levels. That's the exact same John Madden playbook textbook maneuver we saw Russia use against Google. The compounding penalty of 1,000 rubles every day and doubling each week. That's how you've reached these 2.5 decillion and now $200 million fines. More money than exists on the planet, no doubt. And this is their go-to, it seems, in Russian court if they're going to penalize a company. It looks like they go for this compounding penalty anime finishing move. This is their Kamehameha. It seems like this is pretty common, and I'm only just now learning about how frequent it is. I kind of want to take a plunge into some other notable court cases in Russia just to see if they do this for everything. Like a baker sold you stale bread, you took him to court, and now he owes you 1,000 rubles every day that you've had to have that stale bread in your intestinal tract, and it doubles each week without limit. I just wonder how often that's used. You know what I mean? Because now we've seen 2 instances of it, and it's just comical. I'm sure Twitch is going to fork over $200 million any day now. I can already just see the League of Legends streamer doing this with his hands like, we won, we did it, so any day now that money's going to be hitting my piggy bank. I'm sure Twitch is going to start feeling the pressure of this imaginary money demand very soon. You might as well be suing Twitch for glorbluckles. It's actual nonsense gibberish here, because these numbers are not reasonable at all. It's phony baloney. You can't actually enforce them no matter what. But it's not stopping them from trying, and I really appreciate that chutzpah, because it is fucking amazing. A Twitch lawyer said, because this penalty doubles each week, it purportedly is now larger than all the money in the world, unjustified on any measure, wholly disproportionate to less than the $2,000 in revenue generated by the League of Legends streamer's account while active. But in 2023, the League of Legends streamer filed a Turkish enforcement action to enforce the Russian ruling, serving the action on Amazon's Turkey office, which maintains that the agreements that he signed were with Twitch, not Amazon, making the actions invalid. Twitch and Amazon have been deprived of legal certainty provided by those agreements and subjected to Russian courts' application of Russian laws specifically designed to undermine U.S. sanction, Twitch lawyers wrote. Twitch is now looking to U.S. courts to kind of pump the brakes on this lunacy here. It's a joke. This is just a complete circus of a lawsuit. I don't think there's any reasonable person on the planet that would read this case and be like, nope, League of Legends streamer is 100% in the right here. He is owed $200 million for the suspension. Now, from what I can see, he wasn't suspended due to, bad behavior. He didn't do anything naughty. He didn't, bring his sack out on stream and get rambunctious or anything. It truly was the result of those sanctions that went into place that prevented them from being able to send out payments to Russian streamers. And I'm not normally one to defend Twitch, but what the fuck were they supposed to do there? Just ignore the sanctions and get themselves in the legal hot water for it? Just so they could pay this League of Legends streamer his $200 for the year? It doesn't make sense. I don't know how they were supposed to, do that. And as far as the suspension goes, I don't think it was exclusive to just his account. From what I've read from the sanctions, they did that for a lot of Russian streamers. So it doesn't look like they decided just to fuck this guy in the face for no reason. So, yeah, I just had to talk about that. These Russian lawsuits of compounding penalties are fucking incredible. They are so goofy. It's just not real. But it is kind of a fun thought experiment. Let's say Amazon as a whole, not just Twitch specifically, is on the hook here for the $200 million. This League of Legends streamer's got him in the palm of his hands. And he's forcing Amazon to run it down mid for him and actually give him this money eventually. Assuming Amazon makes $1 trillion a year, which they don't. From what I can see, they make about $580 billion a year. So like they're halfway there, but it's easier to use $1 trillion. If they make $1 trillion a year, it would take them an entire millennium, 1,000 years, of every dollar they make throughout that millennium going to this debt to even make it to a quadrillion dollars, which is not even a fraction of the total that they owe this League of Legends streamer. It would take them until the universe itself dies of a heat death to even come close to being able to make that amount of money to pay him back. It's just not possible. Unless you have a galaxy brain intellect like me. You see, if I was CEO of Twitch and I was tasked with getting us out of this pickle here, I know exactly the solution. I know exactly what I'd do. I'd say, look, we honor our debts. Friend, we got off onto the wrong foot and we want to make things all square here. And then I'd print a bill that says $200 million on it, and I'd hand him the $200 million bill and say, we're good. Because that's the only fucking way that this could possibly ever end with this demand. Unless, of course, it just gets thrown out, which it doesn't seem like Russian courts are willing to do. So, you just make up a bill that's $200 million and say, Godspeed figuring out what to do with that, I suppose. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. Doesn't matter if you've been living under a rock, I'm sure even Patrick Starr's gotten this news by now. PayPal Honey, a wildly successful browser extension used by millions, turned out to be a big scam, allegedly. Except it's not alleged, it is factually a scam, in my opinion. I think Honey is more of a scam than the shake weight. This shit is foul. And thanks to a multi-year investigation conducted by a YouTuber named Megalag, it has blown the lid wide open on this operation from Honey. And just like my bubble guts after I make the mistake of eating a hot dog at a hockey game, it's bad. So bad, in fact, that it has now led to a class action lawsuit being filed against Honey. Another YouTuber named Legal Eagle just posted this video announcing this class action lawsuit they're filing against them. Now, when you hear the term YouTuber, most of you picture a bumbling imbecile like me. But contrary to popular belief, not every content creator is overdosing on stupid juice. Legal Eagle is a real attorney, not some phony baloney, horse hockey, a title he gave himself from Roblox or anything. And he made this video going over the motivation behind this class action lawsuit, believing that PayPal Honey has caused substantial financial damages to a substantial number of people. Now, this isn't his first rodeo announcing a lawsuit. I believe he's made 2 other videos talking about something that he's suing. This one obviously comes pretty early into the investigation that Megalag has conducted. Keep in mind, that was part 1 of a 3-part series that Megalag is releasing on his multi-year investigation of Honey. And part 1 already had enough foul play to lead to a class action lawsuit. I don't even know how much worse it could get with this rabbit hole. Like, part 2 might just prove PayPal Honey was trying to cast the infinite Tsukiyomi and trap everyone on Earth into a Genjutsu where we just keep fucking giving them affiliate commissions or something. Like, I do not know what else could possibly come out from Honey. Lord help us, part 3 from the investigation might just conclude and prove that PayPal Honey was trying to quantumly inject microchips into our brains or something. It really is, like, it's fascinating just how bad this company is. That one part of a 3-part investigation was enough to lead to a class action lawsuit against them. And it's not a frivolous lawsuit either. There's not really any question of whether or not Honey was engaging in taking affiliate commissions. They openly confirmed with Megalag that, like, they acknowledge that, yes, we will sometimes be the last click and get that affiliate commission. They openly say that. So that's not even what's called into question. It's more so now, is it fully illegal? And in my moron eyes, like my idiot vision, I think it has to be, right? Like, I talked about it a bit on stream last night. I'll show you some clips there. But I think it is the textbook definition of cookie stuffing, which does have a legal precedent set that it's wire fraud. Now, I think there's been a little confusion on exactly how big of a scam this is, so I'm going to try and break it down into even simpler terms. A lot of people are under the impression that the only people affected are those that promoted honey. Like, who cares about influencers that lost money, through commissions and stuff? That's not the actual scope of it. Even setting aside the blatant false advertising where honey claims it gets you the best coupons available, which is proven to be untrue. In fact, they hide the best coupons from you because they work with the companies directly to give you what coupons they want you to have access to. So they'll give you like a 5% coupon, even though you could find a 20% one on your own. Honey tells you that doesn't exist. There's only this 5%. Setting that aside, which directly hurts the people that use honey, setting that aside, the affiliate theft, what I believe to be cookie stuffing, it comes from people no matter what their familiarity is with honey. So let's say your grandmother, this is the example I've been giving on stream to try and help explain it. Let's say your grandmother on Facebook, she has an affiliate link to baking supplies, Tupperware. She has an affiliate link for Tupperware, and she shares that on her Facebook page. And you, being the good grandson you are, want to support her and give her a little commission, and you could use the Tupperware. So you click her affiliate link, you go to the Tupperware, as you're checking out, honey pops up and says, do you want to check for coupons? And you click, sure, I might as well. So you click that, it finds no coupons, you close it. And then you finish your checkout. Well, what happened is, when you click that from Honey, Honey took the affiliate commission. So your grandmother got nothing, and she'll never even know you clicked that affiliate link. Honey got the whole thing because Honey is a brand partner of that Tupperware, not the grandmother with the affiliate link. Thus, when Honey poached the affiliate commission, they got all of the money, not your grandmother, even though it was your grandmother's link that brought the sale to the Tupperware. But that company will never know that it was the grandmother's link that did it. They will just see that it was Honey that got the last click. Thus, they have to pay out the commission to Honey. That's what's going on. Your grandmother had never heard of honey. She never promoted honey, but you had it because maybe your favorite YouTuber talked about it, or maybe you just happen to see all the advertisements elsewhere for it. That's the actual spaghetti and meatballs of it. It's not just people that promoted the honey, getting butt fucked or anything. It's anyone that has honey and then tries to click an affiliate link. Honey will take it, even if that affiliate link came from someone that knows nothing about honey. And another good thing that was pointed out in Megalag's video, even when Honey provides no value at all, where you're in checkout and Honey says, hey, just popping up to let you know, didn't find anything. Like, even if you don't click anything, it just pops up and says, hey, I'm here, I got nothing for you. And you click, to exit out, you click got it to get rid of it. You clicking got it, even though it came up and said, hey, we didn't find anything, we're not even trying to find it, there's nothing here for us. Even though it did actually nothing, you just clicking got it will take the affiliate commission. And the person who had the affiliate link will never know that that even happened. Another big question is, well, how did people not know they were missing out on money? How did they not know they weren't getting paid? That's how, because you never even knew it was happening because someone just having honey took the whole commission, so you never saw any of it. I think for a lot of people, there was a misunderstanding that people were getting paid by honey, and they didn't understand how people didn't recognize they were just missing payments from honey. Like, how could you possibly ignore that? No. That's not the case. Anyone that had honey installed and engaged in clicking an affiliate link, that commission never made it to whoever the affiliate was. Honey would take it. So the actual affiliate would never even know that it happened, which is why it was impossible to ever even find out. That's what made it so slippery and so sneaky. And that's also why it's nearly impossible to know just how much money was lost this way, and why it's likely into the deep millions upon millions of dollars. Which is why I think this class action lawsuit could be huge. Of course, I'm not a lawyer, I didn't pass the bar, I don't know for sure, but it seems like there is so much money that was likely lost from this because of PayPal Honey stealing the affiliate commissions. Now, the next question a lot of people ask is, did PayPal know? PayPal purchased Honey for $4 billion. You bet your sweet bippy they knew. I've been flip-flopping on this back and forth, but for a $4 billion purchase, I think they would have audited the shit out of that company. I think they would have absolutely known that this was like their bread and butter. Because how else are they making money? Like, really, how else are they making money when you really stop to think about it? Markiplier pinned the tail on the donkey. His gut was absolutely right. Like, PayPal would have had to have known that when they purchased this company. I think it's now just a matter of, did PayPal know that it might be illegal? Did they knowingly spend $4 billion on illegal business practices, which would be mind-boggling if that is the case? Like, the answer is yes to that question. So I'm very interested to see where this class action goes. But anyway, I want to show you some of the clips from the stream because we dove into their terms of service. Honey actually is so fucking scummy that they snuck some shit into their terms of service, which of course nobody's reading. Everyone knows no one reads the terms of service. Even the law knows no one is actually sitting through and reading through every single fucking term of service for the things they sign up for. But Honey knew that and snuck some shit in there to try and cover their own ass. Like I said after the initial part 1 of the investigation, this is going to be a huge class action. There is unironically millions of dollars that were probably lost along the way for a lot of different people. So I'm very curious to see just how big it gets. I think it's almost billions of dollars lost. I've got to stop the music for that. Okay, it's going to be a lot of money, but billions? Is Honey even worth billions? PayPal paid $4 billion for it. I gotta stop the music for this. Did you know Honey's terms of service make it so you can't sue them with a class action? I'm gonna look that up myself right now. I don't believe you. But no one ever reads the terms of service. But I imagine Legal Eagle would have before the class action. Let's see. Let's look at the Join Honey terms of use. Though I don't think you... Let's just assume it's there for a second. Does that protect you? Would that even actually protect you? I don't think so. Wasn't there a ruling not too long ago that said, like, no one reads the terms of service, so you really can't put in legally binding shit like that? I vaguely recall that being a actual court ruling. This agreement contains 1. An arbitration provision, 2. A waiver of rights to bring a class action lawsuit against us, and 3. A release by you of claims for damage against us that may arise out of your use of the service to the greatest extent permitted by applicable law. By using the service, you agree to these provisions. Their lawyers are good. They've got the Sharingan out. How could they have seen the potential class action coming? They stopped us before we even started. I wonder how far by applicable law goes. There's no way that's going to actually protect them. You can't just say, like, you can't sue us and then do blatantly illegal shit. That's not how that works. Arbitration clause and class action waiver. Important. Please review as this affects your legal rights. In caps lock. Oh, man, yeah. This seems like panic. Arbitration. You agree that all disputes between you and us, whether or not such dispute involves a third party with regard to your relationship with us, including without limitation dispute related to this agreement, your use of the service and or rights of privacy and or publicity, will be resolved by binding individual arbitration under the American Arbitration Association's rules for arbitration of consumer-related disputes, and you and we hereby expressly waive trial by jury. Why would you want that? I'm sure the jury would side with you guys. I don't know why it's screaming at me, though. Oh, wait. Here comes a threat of their own. Provided, however, that to the extent that you may have... Provided, however, that to the extent that you have in any manner violated or threatened to violate our intellectual property rights, we may seek injunctive or other appropriate relief in any state or federal court in the state of California. Discovery and rights to appeal in arbitration are generally more limited than in a lawsuit, and other rights that you and we would have in court may not be available in arbitration. Now they're tossing their big meat around. That's interesting. I've heard that too. Someone in Legal Eagle's comments brought up that what Honey did could be considered cookie stuffing, which is a form of wire fraud, and that there's legal precedent for it. I've heard that a couple times. I might as well look at it before hopping onto Rivals to start my Grandmaster climb. So cookie stuffing is legitimately a real term. It is a real thing that they have cracked down on. Deceptive tactic in affiliate marketing. It is considered fraudulent. But what is the legal precedent? because I think it is the textbook definition of cookie stuffing what Honey was doing. So it's been considered a form of wire fraud, and in 2006, eBay collaborated with the Federal Bureau of Investigation in a sting operation targeting top affiliate marketers. So it looks like in 2006 there was like a big case with it. Sean Hogan, eBay's largest affiliate marketer, was found to have engaged in cookie stuffing. His strategy involved modifying his website to load resources from eBay servers, thereby setting affiliate cookies on users' browsers. The technique falsely attributed subsequent eBay purchases to Hogan's site. Despite Hogan making over $28 million through eBay's affiliate commissions, it was determined that Hogan's activities did not contribute any substantial revenue to eBay. In the subsequent legal proceedings, Hogan pleaded guilty to single wire fraud charge, leading to a 5-month federal prison sentence and a $25,000 fine. Okay, he got off pretty easy. There's another case as well. Also, eBay affiliate marketing, Brian Dunning. Similar tactics with cookie stuffing during 2006 to 2007. So there is a legal precedent set. They don't like it, but it's not harshly punished either. How interesting. Like I said, this should be a slam dunk case. I really think it should be pretty open and shut. They have a ton of money though, so it'll probably get hairy. You should go to law school, you'd be good at it. Brother, I'm a fucking moron. Why would you think I'd be good at that? Google is being sued for $2.5 decillion. That is probably a number you didn't even think existed. Like, that's more than a gazillion dollars. That's more than a more billion dollars. Like, this is an unfathomable number they are being sued for by Russia. To help put it in perspective, here's decillion compared to others that you've heard before, such as 1,000, million, billion, or even trillion. And you can see trillion's not even halfway there. It doesn't even make a dent. It's estimated that the entire global GDP is 100 trillion, which is like 0.0000001% of what Google is being sued for by Russia. To put it in even more simple terms, 2.5 decillion is almost as many pounds as your mother weighs. It is crazy what they are trying to achieve with this lawsuit here. Shooting for the stars doesn't even cover it. You couldn't sell the Earth for $2.5 decillion to aliens. It's not even worth that much. If you took every dollar, every form of currency ever made throughout the history of our species, it wouldn't even come close to 1 decillion. I cannot stress enough just how absurd this number is. Like, Dr. Evil wouldn't even go for this. This is so far into the realm of lunacy that I don't think there's a single made-up villain who would even try this. At this point, it'd be like a fucking Phineas and Ferb character suing for infinity money. The lawsuit is over YouTube banning Russian media networks. Like, they banned a ton of Russian accounts and accounts associated with, like, the Kremlin and all of that. And the fine arises from Google's failure to comply with previous court orders mandating the reinstatement of these Russian media accounts on YouTube. The court warned Google that non-compliance would lead to compounding fines with no ceiling on the amount, starting at 100,000 rubles daily, and the fines doubling every week until the channels are restored. This is what it feels like to play Magic the Gathering with someone doing doubling season token shenanigans. Like, this is just fucking stupid. The fines doubling every week? It's like a RuneScape scam. What the fuck? What in tarnation? So, fundamentally, YouTube had banned a lot of Russian media accounts and accounts associated with the Kremlin and all of that. And Google has repeatedly cited sanctions compliance as the justification for suspending content from the channels, including high-profile networks like Sargrad TV and RIA Fan. They argued that the media entities involved were under U.S. sanctions imposed in response to Russia's geopolitical actions since 2014. So fundamentally, Google is saying, hey, we had to do this because of these issues and these sanctions. Then in 2022, following the invasion of Ukraine, the subsidiary of Google that was operating in the region declared bankruptcy, and Moscow had seized more than $100 million from the entity. According to The Telegraph, Google said Russia handed the assets to sanctioned TV channels including Sargrad, and that they seized more than 100 million of Google Russia's assets, even though the amount purportedly due under the judgment at the time was less than 12.5 million. So this has just been a back and forth butt fucking for quite some time now between Russia and Google. Now, Google in its latest earnings statement said, "We do not believe these ongoing legal matters will have a material adverse effect." To me, that sounds like they're saying, there's a lot of words here and we're not reading them. They're just going to ignore it. They're not even going to play ball with it for even a second. They're not entertaining the idea of a $2.5 decillion fine. They're just plugging their ears to it. Google has almost entirely ceased operations in Russia already. Like, they've almost fully pulled out from what I can tell. So it seems like they're just going to pretend that, you know, the tooth fairy's not real here and just not think about it. So this has been an ongoing battle here between Russia and Google, and this is just the most recent development in the anime. I don't think there's a single world where anyone actually looks at that number and takes it seriously. 2.5 decillion is comically large. There's not even that much sand on the planet. There are 7.5 sextillion grains of sand, and that doesn't even make a dent into 1 decillion. There is nothing on this planet that exists in that quantity, except maybe atoms. I think atoms is like 10 to the power of 50. Now, I can't imagine they're actually stupid enough to think that Google is somehow going to poop this shit out, 2.5 decillion anythings at all. That's impossible. I think this is just like a desperate Hail Mary to get some kind of money from it, like some kind of big fine from all of this. So they're just letting this number be as outrageous as possible. And they are trying to enforce these fines in other regions like South Africa, where they're trying to kind of come at Google from multiple angles, and then Google has been, in response, filing lawsuits to keep everything like localized to Russia. So it's been pretty messy. It has definitely been an interesting journey trying to get caught up on the lore of Google versus Russia. And I just had to dive in with both nuts here because 2.5 decillion, I had never even heard of the word decillion before. I thought that was just a made-up term. And it's not. It's so crazy. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. Of course, I'm just a clueless Neanderthal, so I have no idea if this lawsuit has any real meat behind it, if it holds water at all. I didn't pass the bar, I'm not a lawyer. But from my uneducated perspective, it just sounds so fucking stupid. To be coming at Google for this amount of money over YouTube accounts being banned, I think is ridiculous. It's not like those YouTube accounts were going to generate anywhere near that level of money. Realistically, all of the YouTube accounts put together probably wouldn't have generated anything even close to $100 million, even if they were operational for 100 years. Like, I just don't understand where this number's even coming from. Like, I understand it's like the compounding fines where it doubles every week, but it's just made up, pulled out of their ass arbitrary nonsense. Like, can any YouTuber do that? Like, oh, my YouTube account was unjustly terminated. Google owes me $1,000 per day that it stays down and it's going to double every week. Well, based on what? Why? That's just a classic because I said so moment right there. I just don't see where they're getting this from. Like, why would it be doubling every week? Who made that rule? What referee came in there and threw the flag on the play saying that it needs to be doubled every week that they don't comply? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Those accounts were never going to generate anywhere near that level of money for a daily fine that would double every week. That's just, that would never happen. So how the fuck can they possibly expect Google or any like reasonable judge to look at that and be like, oh no, that sounds about right? Again, I'm pretty sure it's just to be like intimidating and scary to settle for some kind of payment out of court, perhaps. But to me, this just doesn't seem to be like a lawsuit with a ton of punch behind it. Like, it really just doesn't seem like they have the strongest case to be coming at them for this amount of money. Now, it's worth mentioning, just like the end of a Marvel movie, it will return. This ticking time bomb hasn't stopped. It's still going, and it is still actively doubling. So it's 2.5 decillion now, but this might be the cheapest it'll ever be because in a month from now, a year from now, we may be looking at new numbers that are going to need to be invented to figure out how much Russia is trying to hit Google for. Anyway, though, I just had to talk about it a little bit because it was so crazy, and I was diving into it pretty deep this afternoon. That's really about it. Tip. These days, if you apologize online, you're already dead. No one will accept it, and you just get spit and shit on even further. But not today. Today I'm going to be accepting an apology. I know you've probably already fallen out of your seat upon hearing that shocking information, but just hold your horses and let me explain a bit. A couple days ago I posted a video talking about how an officially licensed Bandai One Piece mobile game was using me to promote it. They cropped me out of a video and then dubbed me over saying nice things about the game. It looked like a fucking YouTube poop. It wasn't super convincing or anything, but it had a big budget behind it for its marketing because this ad was running all over Facebook. And I puffed my chest out a little bit, and it's like Luffy says, I want to eat meat. So I wanted to get a little meat from Bandai, get some juice for the squeeze here for the emotional damage this ad was causing me, because I wasn't saying those things about the game, and it hurt my feelings that they had tried to make it seem like I was. Obviously, I'm just goofing around. I wasn't exactly losing sleep over this whole ordeal. I just thought it was silly. The most insulting thing about it was they didn't even bother to deepfake me or anything cool like that. They just asked one of the interns to start speaking into a walkie-talkie in order to dub me over. So I would have preferred if they put a little more effort into it. Maybe they could even made me like a cyberpunk character or something like fucking awesome. But again, it wasn't a huge deal. I thought it was just, again, a wacky topic. However, I guess it was a big deal to Bandai, because Bandai caught wind of this and internally investigated the situation to get to the bottom of what happened here. They had their whole little Carmen Sandiego episode inside the company, like, who done it? Which one of you fucking assholes ran this ad campaign for our game? Because like I mentioned, the game is One Piece Burning Will, which is an officially published Bandai game. Or so I thought. Bandai got in contact with Matt. As I'm sure all of you know, Matt, Super Spicy Matt, he's been in a lot of videos with me. We work on a lot of stuff together. Matt's basically like my brother, only closer. And they got in contact with Matt to talk about what happened here. And after a discussion on the phone with some of the higher-ups at Bandai, it turns out that this was not one of their ads. In fact, it wasn't even their game. It was using the same name as their game, but it was actually just a bootleg knockoff. So they had absolutely nothing to do with this. Which I guess I should have expected. In the world of mobile games, there's no low they won't sink to. I swear to God, these degenerate, greedy scumbags would dig up their own dead grandmother and turn her corpse into a piñata if it meant they could charge an admission fee to people. Anything for a buck when it comes to mobile games. So what happened is they suckled off the teat of Bandai's game, One Piece Burning Will, and they just stole the name, made their own shitty little flash game out of it, and then ran this campaign all across Facebook. And of course, since One Piece Burning Will is a real game published by a real company, people like me thought that it was the official game, but it's not. And now I know the truth. I have achieved enlightenment. And I already know that the bootleg One Piece team is watching this video shaking their fist angrily. And I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids at Bandai. Also, speaking of Bandai, they were so incredibly sweet. They apologized to us for the inconvenience of this whole situation. They didn't owe us an apology, and they still said sorry anyway. They didn't do anything wrong. They were completely innocent in every aspect of this, and still said they were sorry. How incredibly sweet. Just a bunch of sweethearts over there. You know, maybe the One Piece was actually an apology all along. Because I feel like this was a treasure even better than anything Luffy's gonna find in the anime. It was just extremely nice, so I just want to make a public statement here saying that I will no longer be pursuing any type of legal action against Bandai. But who knows? Maybe I'll redirect that litigation towards this knockoff team that used me without permission, damaging my reputation nearly beyond repair. You know, because this is a shit game. That game is absolute dog shit. I'd never say nice things about it. And how dare you edit me to make it seem like I would. You used me like a fucking fleshlight, and I won't forget it. I'm like a goddamn tortoise. I have memories for 1,000 years worth of anger. And I won't stand for this. I might just take revenge. You'll have a panic attack every time the postman rolls up, wondering if he's just delivering the usual bills and magazines, or if there might be a little lawsuit hiding in there, sneaking around. I might just take your ass to court and fuck it. So, yep. Now, even though I know that the official One Piece Burning Will game is completely innocent in this case, there's one thing I won't budge on, even knowing the truth. And that's my demand of One Piece to officially include me in the manga or the anime. I still think because of everything I've suffered here, that it's only fair that I just have a small character in the actual narrative. It doesn't have to be a huge role. I don't have to like upstage Luffy and take over as the leader of the Straw Hat Pirates or anything, but just like a single panel where maybe Luffy and the gang's passing a tombstone that says like, "Gone but not forgotten, Greasy D. Charles." Or maybe they're like celebrating a great victory at a bar and they overhear a conversation from one of the normal patrons and they say like, "Hey, did you hear? Old odorous Charles drank a bottle of bleach and died." Like, it doesn't matter. Again, it could be just like a single panel that mentions me. I think that'd be great. And really, I think I'm owed that much. After all of this hubbub here, all this hoopla, like, I mean, come on. Let's have a heart here, guys. But yeah, anyway, what a crazy week. Big thanks to Bandai for being so really cool about this whole situation. They were extremely nice about everything, so thank you for clearing everything up. And yeah, just wanted to give you a little update on this situation and tell you where we're at. That's about it. See ya. I just took a shower because I needed to cleanse myself of sin. I witnessed something extremely dirty and disgusting today. A scummy, popular One Piece mobile game just ran a massive ad campaign using me to promote it without my knowledge. And you would think that they like deep faked me endorsing it or something, which would be kind of cool, but they didn't even deep fake me. They just dubbed over my face saying nice things about the game in a completely different voice and accent and everything. It is outrageously low effort. And it's actually a sanctioned, official, licensed One Piece game published by Bandai.
Luffy is really cool and powerful. His AoE skills can hit all enemies. Generally, as a front row role in the lineup, he has outstanding defense and attack. This is my lineup. I like all the characters. There are Solon and Ace. Ace can make me pass the customs faster in the early stage and fire a damage. It is very easy for him to obtain.
Yeah, like I said, not a whole lot of passion or tender love and care went into this ad campaign. It's just me cropped out and dubbed over poorly. Like, the annoying orange puts more effort into their, like, dubbing and lip syncing and shit than this. And this is a big ad campaign. They put a lot of money into this. This is running all across Facebook right now. I got so many emails and messages about it, it's unreal. And I was curious, so I logged into my Facebook to see how long it'd take me to see it. Almost instantly. It's fucking everywhere on Facebook. They put a lot of money to get it out there, and this is the ad. Now, I went over it on stream, and I was under the impression that I was initially under the impression that this was some, like, low-budget indie studio student project just doing its best with zero marketing budget. But it turns out it really is an officially licensed game from Bandai and is extremely popular in China. I understand One Piece is all about pirates, but come on, this is too far. You're besmirching my good name. Like, I'm not even a big One Piece fan. I'm like 100 episodes in and I find it to be pretty mediocre. I'm gonna keep watching it until I catch up and finish it, but goddamn, at least wait until I like the show to pretend that I'm a big fan of this fucking mobile game. Like, have some dignity. Is nothing sacred anymore? I'm gonna go ahead and show you some stream clips from when I was going over it with chat, and then I'm gonna go into it a bit more. Hey Charlie, did you know a mobile game company used your face to make an advertisement? Yeah, I saw that today. That was kind of wacky. And show it? Let me see if I can bring it up. It's on Facebook, and I think I need to be logged in for that. What is it? It's like One Piece Burning Cross. Man, no, that's definitely not it. I don't remember what it was. Burning Will. Burning Will. Yeah, this is the one. It's not like a big game or anything. I think the idea was to use me for an ad and hope that it would, like, drum up controversy to get some, like, curious clicks, perhaps. You get paid for it? No, man, obviously not. It wasn't a sanctioned ad. Like I said, I do want to get into, like, those awful mobile game ads where they're, like, they have, like, crazy chaos happening and everything's acted poorly. I'd love to be in those. but that's not one of these, unfortunately. Will you do something about it? Man, no. What the fuck am I gonna do about it? Take him to court? They're not even a popular game. They have 6 goddamn reviews on the Android store. I'd be suing them over like jelly beans.
Lineup, he has outstanding defense and attack. This is my lineup. I like all the characters. There are Solon and Ace. Ace can make...
It's pretty convincing.
...faster in the early stage and fire a damage. It is very easy...
I also think it's a nice cherry on top of the shit cake that it's for One Piece. When I'm not really a One Piece fan. It's getting a little better, but I still wouldn't call myself a One Piece fan. I will say it's like extremely low effort. I think they could have found like a much more fitting clip here. Like one where I'm getting excited. Like there's plenty of videos where I'm like pumping my arms, even dancing. They could have had me dancing like I'm dancing because of Luffy in One Piece Burning Cross. Or whatever dog shit this is. I don't know the name. Yeah, not even in a white tee either. They found one of the rare black shirt videos. So obviously I'm pretty upset about this, and the emotional damage has really taken its toll on my mental health as of late. So I demand an apology, not only from Bandai, but from One Piece in general. This whole phony ad campaign with these things I never said being displayed all over Facebook for a game I've never heard of is beyond disgraceful, and I just won't stand for it. So I think what's only fair is the next arc in One Piece is the Apology to Charles arc, where the characters lament the fact that a terrible mobile game based on them had the gall to use me, my innocence, to promote it without my knowledge. And I want Bandai to say they're sorry. There's no reason this has to go to court. We can settle this like gentlemen, come to an accord, make a deal. Maybe I get written into One Piece directly. I could be like a small side character in an episode. Stinky D. Charles. I get like thrown overboard or fucking blasted into oblivion. I don't give a fuck. But this, they went real far with this ad campaign right here, and I needed to talk about it. I don't want anyone to get it twisted. I've never played this game, and I probably never will. The things they're saying with my face on them, it's not me saying them. Those aren't my words. Don't let them fool you. All right? I'm not promoting One Piece burning... One Piece, Feel the Burn. What? I cannot remember. One Piece Burning Will. I could not remember this game's name. I'm not promoting it on Facebook, alright? In all honesty, I am extremely curious how this even happened. Usually, this kind of shit happens with projects from really shady, scummy, like, pseudo-companies where they're not, like, real businesses or anything. Like, on TikTok, this is really common. There's already an NFT scam that uses my face and dubs me over promoting their scam. Like, that shit happens all the time. It happens to Mudahar as well. But this is actually a licensed game. So, usually with a project, like an actual project like this, one that generates a lot of money, their marketing is crucial. And there's a big spin on it and a huge emphasis on good marketing materials. So how did something like this even slip through the cracks? And not only did it slip through the cracks, they put a lot of money behind it. Like I said, this is actually all over Facebook. When I don't even go on Facebook, and it only took me like a couple of minutes to encounter this ad. So how? How did this happen? This had to be made by like an intern. This is something anyone could whip up in like 30 seconds, if that. The only thing that'd be remotely time consuming is cropping me out of a video, because I don't use a green screen, so they would have had to like manually do that. But other than that, this is no effort or work whatsoever to promote an actually popular game. At least it's popular by every metric I can find online about it in China. So I don't know how this happened. It's obviously not a mistake or anything, because this clip they're using here isn't exactly some kind of like royalty-free stock clip of me. Like I can't find this anywhere else online. So this is something they did in-house. They made the decision to take me from whatever video they used, I don't even know what video this is from, and use it to promote the game. It's just not something they found in like an assets folder on their hard drive or anything, or off the assets store somewhere. They just made the conscious decision to use me for this. And I don't even get why. Because it's not like they're trying to make it seem like it's me, it's not like they're trying to convince people that I, Charlie, love One Piece Burning Will. It doesn't start with, "What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I love Luffy and One Piece Burning Will. He slaps people's nipples off, and it's fucking awesome. You should download the game. Like, it's nothing like that. They're not trying to make it seem like I, Charlie, like this game. I'm just like a fucking random head here promoting the game. But why? How? This whole thing is just so peculiar. I can't even wrap my head around how something like this not only gets made, but then promoted so excessively. Because that's a decision that has to be made higher up the food chain, I imagine. Like, hey, we're putting marketing dollars behind this. We're going to pump this out across the platforms. Just such a weird situation. But anyway, yeah. I just wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So, yeah. Did I see I was named in a lawsuit? That's so hype. Which lawsuit? It's on LSF. Me being named in a lawsuit's on LSF. Oh, let's go! Wait, this is huge! It's about Bored Apes! I was named in a Bored Ape lawsuit? Hold on, let me find that original. What was that Twitter account? Declaratory judgment asking court to declare Bored Ape Yacht Club images are not entitled to copyright protection due to the Bored Ape Yacht Club images having been generated by an automated computer algorithm where no humans were involved in determining which of the 10,000 Bored Ape Yacht Club images were selected. Okay, I mean, that sounds reasonable. That's all wonderful. I love the smell of roses and all that, but what does it have to do with me? Let's take a peek. Looks like Charles is making his debut in court, and it's against NFTs. Let's go. Okay. So they're going after, or this is a countersuit against Ryder Rips, I believe. Streamers / YouTubers critical of Yuga are named in the counterfiling. Okay. Okay, let's see. Man, fuck all this legal jargon. Control F, here I come. Did they name me as Moist? Let's go! I only have one mention in here. I only have one credit. Unlucky. But at least this time I didn't get shafted like the Hunger Games. I'll take that. Also, a slight nitpick here for the lawyer that drafted this. You didn't do the alternating caps in critical. I could claim that's not me because the caps are all fucked up. That's not how I stylize it. Okay. The public protest against Yuga led to the hashtag Burn Bored Ape Yacht Club movement, spearheaded by popular YouTuber Filian, but also covered by XQC, H3H3, Moist Critical, Vosh, and Hassan Piker. I mean, covered's a very strong word. If you mean getting informed on what Filian made a video about, I suppose. Social media influencers and celebrity YouTubers have been using the Burn Bored Ape Yacht Club hashtag. I didn't. I don't do hashtags. Which began trending the same week as RR Bored Ape Yacht Club collection sold out. Question of whether Bored Ape Yacht Club is racist has become a viral debate, and mainstream newspapers reported that hashtag Burn Bored Ape Yacht Club is public opinion storm and too large to ignore. As a result, Mr. Rips and Mr. Cahan's work is today described as being pretty brilliant from an artistic point of view. They're just citing me in here. They're not even coming after me. I've never been so fucking offended in all my life. Why cite me if you're not gonna try and slap me around legally? Alright, no court, I guess. The suit's gonna have to wait. What is this lawsuit even over? So they're clearly not coming after anyone that talked about them, which is the impression I got. I thought they were going for like a defamation standpoint or something. They're not. So what is this about? Ryder Rips and Mr. Cahan deny that Forbes has described the Bored Ape NFTs as the epitome of coolness for many. What a fucking lame first sentence. The epitome of coolness? Jesus Christ, I'm so ashamed to even be named in here. Oh my, that is the most on-brand NFT shit I've seen in my fucking life. The epitome of coolness. So Yuga Labs versus Rip. In June, Yuga Labs fired a suit in which they alleged that Rip's Bored Apes conceptual art NFT collection had misused Bored Ape Yacht Club's trademark to mislead buyers and devalue their brand. Okay, so it was Yuga Labs that threw the first stone, and this is the counterclaim. Gotcha. So Ryder Rips, you might remember from Fillion's video. So he had NFT or Bored Ape-like things, and it looks like they're coming after him for copyright infringement. So then the whole case hinges on this fact that you need to prove, or you need to argue whether or not you can copyright AI-generated images, algorithm-generated images. Just wanted to come in here and further clarify just a bit in case this is all a little confusing if you're unfamiliar with the situation. Ryder Rips was someone who was very critical of Bored Apes and made a lot of connections between Bored Apes to racist stuff. It's a massive story that blew up quite some time ago now, and Ryder Rips also released his own collection of copycat NFTs that were basically made to poke fun at Bored Apes, and Yuga Labs, the team behind Bored Apes, didn't take too kindly to it, saying that this infringes on their trademark and copyright and just part of his smear campaign against them, so they filed a lawsuit against him. And now I was named in the countersuit against Yuga Labs, and I was just cited as someone that was fueling the fire talking about this huge movement against Bored Apes. Can't have a copyright on something not made by a person. Well, yeah, right, which is why they'd have to argue that you can, as I understand it. I'm not saying they're going to win. I feel like they have legitimately no chance of winning. It makes no sense that you could copyright an algorithm-generated image. That's a bunch of baloney. That's a fat load of dirty barnacles. I'm just trying to understand what this case is even about. You're not one of the listed parties, so you're okay? I know, I thought I was. Which would have been exciting, but I'm not. I'm just cited down here. Which sucks. Just a little footnote. Oh god, oh no, it's not even just the alternating caps they got wrong. You're right, chat. They used a 1 and an I. Oh! They've made a mockery of the legal system. That's not me at all. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. This is not a Better Call Saul moment at all. So is this actually going to get a jury? So they've asked for a jury trial. This would be great. And then I hope they mention me again. In fact, call me to the stand. What does Charles think about all this? Would you go? It'd be for like 2 minutes on the stand. Yeah, but that 2 minutes would lead to like 45 minutes worth of content. I'd do little practice sessions on stream in my suit and tie giving my statement, my testimonial. I'd work on fake crying. It'd be the whole nine. That'd be the most dramatic court appearance you'd ever seen. No, I'm not getting sued. I was just cited in this lawsuit. I got really excited when I read that headline on LSF, though, about us being named in a court filing. But I thought we were going to be one of the mentioned parties that's put on the iron, but unfortunately not. This is just used as kind of like a supplementary thing. What do you mean? How is it surprising they didn't fuck up XQC's name? It's 3 letters. I'd be shocked if they fucked his name up. No, I think there's a chance this goes to jury. I'm saying that with confidence, knowing absolutely nothing about this fucking case and only just now being made aware of it. But I feel confident that it's going to the jury. They'll make it to court. They'll make it to an actual trial. That's my prediction.